Chapter 401, Attack of the Wrongful Soul. On the Sea of Souls, this huge ship of bones sailed slowly. Qin Feng also woke up and turned around, and then continued to practice his soul power. The huge soul power in this soul sea is enough to continuously support Qin Feng in cultivating his soul. While Qin Feng was practicing, he suddenly felt waves of shaking of the boat, and Qin Feng almost lost his balance. He hurriedly came to the deck of the ship and took a look, only to see many souls gathering towards him from all directions in the Sea of Souls. Some of the nearest ghosts had even begun to collide with the bone ships, causing the ships to shake. Before Qin Feng looked at the sailing direction of the bone ship, more and more ghosts gathered and blocked Qin Feng's path. Although these monsters would not affect the navigation of the bone ship, seeing such a terrifying scene still gave Qin Feng a slightly terrifying feeling. Why is this? Could it be that now that I have entered this secret realm, am I still facing a test? When you enter the sea of my soul, you board a bone boat. When you are alive, you will prosper infinitely. When you die, you will turn into withered bones and carry future generations across. What is the deep meaning of this sentence? And on this bone boat, so many bones are also, why did it appear? Qin Feng couldn't help but become more and more confused as he thought about it. And in the Sea of Souls, there were still countless souls beating on the bone ship, and the bone ship never stopped shaking. He couldn't help but shook his head and was about to return to the room. Suddenly, Qin Feng heard a roar from above the vast Sea of Souls. Roar! This voice did not come from Qin Feng's ears, but suddenly appeared in his brain. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard this voice. On the edge of the huge bone boat, a few monster beast claws suddenly stretched out and touched the hull, preparing to climb onto the bone boat. How is this possible? Doesn't it mean that the soul sea can imprison no matter how powerful the soul is? Why would it come out? Qin Feng still had questions in his mind, but Qin Feng didn't know that in this world, not all souls were imprisoned by the soul sea. Last night, just when Qin Feng entered the soul sea and boarded the bone ship, those souls discussing in secret fall into this category. And these souls that climbed onto the boat were the same souls from last night. Although they are here forever and suffer endless loneliness, they are indeed used to prevent monsters from passing through the soul sea and obtaining treasures. And these souls are now to prevent Qin Feng from passing through the Sea of Souls alive. Roar! The souls finally climbed up and roared at Qin Feng. Outsiders, you dare to enter my soul sea. Today, we will destroy your soul and cast your bones into a bone ship. Listening to the voice coming from his head, Qin Feng couldn't help but think, Humph! They are just a few little ghosts, but they dare to speak so brazenly. And those souls seemed to be able to hear what Qin Feng was thinking, and they all said angrily, How dare you underestimate us? Come together and let this outsider see how powerful we are. In an instant, several souls were erratic, like ghosts circling around Qin Feng's body, and attacks followed one after another. Ding! Host, please be aware that the opponent is a soul body, and it is difficult to be harmed by normal attacks. Please use soul skills, or other skills that can cause heavy damage to the soul. Qin Feng smiled when he heard the prompt given by the system. Although Qin Feng does not have pure soul skills yet, in terms of skills that can damage the soul, Qin Feng is extremely powerful. With just one earth meditation, Qin Feng could protect himself in this Sea of Souls, and he didn't need to worry about anything else. Qin Feng quietly watched the souls of several monster beasts approaching him, and sneered in his heart. Come on. Come a little further, and you won't be able to escape. The demon beast souls didn't know these things. They just thought that Qin Feng was so scared by him that he didn't dare to move. As a result, he became even more unscrupulous, and the souls of several monster beasts surrounded him, pressing closer to Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned cold when he saw them approaching him again. The earth groans. Suddenly, the vast Sea of Souls had been extremely peaceful since ancient times. But now, the thunder and lightning as thick as an arm struck down in a winding manner, and brought about earth-shaking thunder. In this silent Sea of Souls, resounding, on the deck, the few souls panicked when they saw the thunder and lightning falling from the sky, which was a sharp reversal from the arrogant appearance they had when they came to trouble Qin Feng. The souls bound by the soul sea all feel the boundless power of thunder. They can clearly feel the threat of death from thunder to them. Immediately, the soul-like birds and beasts gathered under the bone ship dispersed, far away from the range of thunder and lightning. And now among the few souls still on the bone boat, one has been hit by lightning 2 or 3 times, and is now lying on the ground dying. Boom! Another terrifying thunder and lightning struck the soul of the monster beast again. The soul suddenly dissipated, and was defeated by the thunder. Seeing this, the other demon beast souls had no choice but to run for their lives, for fear of following in the footsteps of this demon beast soul.
Humph! I want to see where you are going!
Qinfeng rushed towards the fleeing souls like an arrow, and gradually approached. The thunder and lightning continued to bombard an area more than 100 meters, with Qinfeng as the center. Finally, a soul was chased up by Qinfeng and entered within the attack range of thunder and lightning. Thunder and lightning once again felt the enemy's aura, and several powerful thunder and lightning fell, mercilessly falling on the back of the monster soul.
Ah!
The painful soul of the monster beast roared loudly, which shocked Qinfeng's brain and made him dizzy. Qinfeng continued to chase forward. The bone ship was very big. Those monsters thought that they could easily kill Qinfeng, so they followed Qinfeng step by step to the center of the bone ship's deck. But now, the roles of hunter and prey have been reversed unknowingly. The powerful thunder and lightning make it inevitable for them to avoid it. They don't know why the thunder is summoned by Qinfeng. If they had known it earlier, I won't go into it at all. But nothing can be changed now. Qinfeng's pursuit was extremely fast, although the power of Qinfeng's soul was not strong. In terms of speed, Qinfeng's physical strength was definitely top-notch. Slowly, several monster beasts were caught up by Qinfeng one by one, and Qinfeng's deep groan of the earth also gave these monster beasts extremely deep memories in their souls. Thunder and lightning circled in the air and fell directly on the ghost's body. Terrifying holes emerged from the soul. If they were not just souls, maybe the place would have become a river of blood by now. The pain from the wound penetrated straight into the soul, and after a while, the souls of these monster beasts lost their fighting power. Chapter 402. The Soul Army arrives. Qinfeng stood in front of them, looking at them that were about to die, and thought in his mind,
Humph! Trying to stop me from passing through this sea of souls is simply wishful thinking. Just die.
As Qinfeng said, the last thunder and lightning fell from the sky, hitting the souls of several monster beasts one by one, immediately splitting them into powder, and completely dissipating between the heaven and the earth.
Huh? I don't know how long it will take for this bone boat to reach the shore. I guess from now on, I won't be calm anymore. The people who came to stop me this time are just some little minions. I don't know. What will come next?
Qinfeng looked at the sailing front of the bone ship with a faint worry in his eyes. At this time, the souls under the sea of souls that had just been dispersed by thunder and lightning felt the dissipation of the power of thunder and lightning, and gradually became calmer. They dispersed from the tide pile, and once again drifted to Qinfeng's bone ship. Under. But this time, they did not try to hit the bone ship again, for fear that Qinfeng would summon thunder and lightning again and injure themselves. Everything has returned to calm. But under the calm appearance, greater storms are coming.
What? Those souls actually failed. And the outsider also summoned thunder and lightning. How is this possible? Sir, I was watching from a distance when they were fighting. That thunder and lightning was definitely real thunder and lightning. Even if I was watching from a distance, I could still feel the destructive aura in it. Since you said so, it seems like it's probably true.
The soul that seemed to be the master fell silent, as if thinking about something. Then it said,
Can you see that the thunder and lightning will continue forever? No. The number of thunder and lightning seems to be only a few hundred. Not too many. Okay. I have an idea. Now gather all the souls that are not in the soul sea. This time, I don't believe that its thunder and lightning can wipe out all the souls. Yes. My subordinate will do it now.
At this time, Qinfeng had also returned to the room. When he was about to practice his soul power again, he suddenly discovered that there were several white rays of light in his sea of consciousness. Qinfeng quickly looked over and found that it was the aura of those souls just now.
What is this? Ding! This is the pure soul power left after the soul dissipates. It can be supplied and absorbed to enhance the soul power.
When Qinfeng heard this, didn't he just want to improve his soul power? This was good. The pure soul power was delivered to him in vain, and Qinfeng couldn't help but want to thank those monsters. Qinfeng has been focusing on improving his cultivation for so many days, and he has lagged far behind in the cultivation of his soul. Otherwise, he would not have nearly fainted when he was refining the elixir. This was a sign of insufficient soul power. But now, Qinfeng looked at these white rays of light as if he had obtained a treasure. Qinfeng quickly used his mind to guide one of the rays of light to move closer to him. Gradually, the light melted into Qinfeng's body, and a cleansing feeling surged throughout his body, making Qinfeng feel refreshed. His soul level had now reached the 4th level of Timu realm, which was only lower than his cultivation level. A small realm,
Qin Feng is now confident that if he refines the realm-breaking pill again, Qin Feng will definitely be able to concentrate on refining it. Finally, the ray of light was completely absorbed by Qin Feng. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the remaining clumps of souls. With a bright light in his eyes. This thing is too good. Qin Feng only absorbed a group of souls, which brought huge benefits. And with the rest, he can definitely upgrade his soul strength to the 5th level of Tianwu, which is in line with his cultivation. To maintain equality, Qin Feng continued to absorb souls without hesitation. After all, in the current situation, nothing is as important as strength. Time passed little by little, and Qin Feng was finally able to completely absorb several groups of souls. And it was coming to an end. At this time, above the vast sea of souls, a chilling atmosphere condensed and formed, and the powerful aura even dispersed the souls under the sea of souls. A mighty army marched in from the distance of the soul sea and from the front of the bone ship. The two were facing each other, and now there was only about a kilometer of distance left. The army composed of thousands of souls was waiting in formation. Directly in front, a soul holding a long knife stood on top of the army, and towards the bone ship where Qin Feng was. The word shouted by the soul came out. Qin Feng's ear suddenly rang. Outsiders, I am the great guard of the Soul Sea, Chang Hun Ye. If you step on this bone ship, you are an enemy of my thousands of Soul Sea guards. Don't try to pass through the Soul Sea. Today is your last time. At this time, Qin Feng had also absorbed all the soul-like groups, and his soul strength had reached the 5th level of Tianwu realm as expected. Facing the scream of the soul just now, Qin Feng only felt the pain of the soul for a moment, and then relaxed. The sound attack of soul destruction also dissipated. After the collision of souls just now, Qin Feng could already feel that the owner of this voice was only at the 5th level of Tianwu realm. Being able to feel the strength of the person coming is the benefit of increased soul power. Qin Feng quickly dodged out of the room and looked at the dark crowd of souls approaching in front of the bone ship. He didn't feel a trace of fear, but after experiencing the benefits gained from the light of those souls just now, Qin Feng now felt extremely fond of these souls. Those souls are now very far away from Qin Feng. They don't know what Qin Feng is thinking now. They just look at the smile on the corner of Qin Feng's mouth and can't help but feel a little cold. Hanya looked at Qin Feng, and another wave of consciousness came to him. Outsiders, are you ready to become a sacrifice for the bone boat? Oh, you brought so many souls here, and you actually asked me if I am ready? Are you sick or am I sick? Stop talking nonsense and fight if you want. Qin Feng was eager to get the soul, and didn't want to talk nonsense with this soul destroyer. Wouldn't this delay him from improving his strength? When Hanya heard this, he couldn't help but said angrily, Outsider, you have successfully aroused my anger. Accept my anger. Suddenly, Hanya didn't know what happened. His soul suddenly increased in size, and his soul strength actually increased to the 7th level of Tianwu realm. Hanya's momentum increased to the extreme. He held his long knife in one hand and pointed at Qin Feng with the other hand. He roared, Soul Army, tear this outsider to pieces. Yes. Immediately, the thousands of souls behind Hanya rushed toward the bone ship like tigers and wolves. The soul power gathered together, and was so powerful that the world changed color. Chapter 403 The Third Day. This power completely changed the souls under the Soul Sea. If their physical bodies still existed, they would be pale in color. All the sealed souls in this sea area were truly driven away from here, turning it into an empty sea of souls. The Soul Army came through the air, and Hanya behind him stared at Qin Feng closely, his anger becoming more intense. Qin Feng was dumbfounded. The soul-killing aura suddenly surged to the 7th level of the Tianwu realm, instantly pressing Qin Feng down. Qin Feng couldn't help but jump to his feet. How could the soul have such a secret method? But thinking about it, Qin Feng felt dizzy when he looked at the soul army rushing towards him. What is this soul sea? How come there are so many souls that are not bound? Isn't this a trap for me? Qin Feng didn't know that these souls were all snatched away from the shackles of the Soul Sea by the soul known as the Master through secret methods at the beginning of the Soul Sea. At that time, there was only one soul in this sea of souls. To prevent countless monsters from coming to cross the sea of souls, he could only use this method to enhance his strength and stop some of the more powerful ones, who came to prepare to cross the sea of souls. Monster. Over time, it developed and grew into a soul army, and Hanya, relying on his powerful soul strength, was appointed as the leader of the soul army by that adult. The soul army quickly approached the bone ship, preparing to surround and kill Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no choice but to rush forward and fight against this mighty soul army. The earth groans. It was still a thunder attack. Although Qinfeng absorbed those soul-like groups in the past half-day, and his soul strength broke through 2 small realms in succession, Qinfeng did not understand any soul attack skills from it. This can't help but make Qinfeng feel that there are some imperfections. If he could understand the soul attack skill, he will not only have the Earth's meditation as his attack method, but with only this skill, there isn't much of a problem. Although the number of souls who came this time was extremely large, they were still souls, and they still had an incomparable fear of thunder, and could not resist the bombardment of thunder. Thunder fell from the sky and struck in the direction of the Soul Army. Although the discipline of the Soul Army was very strict, in the face of the fear revealed from the bottom of their hearts, discipline could be said to be empty talk. The Soul soldiers began to hide around, fearing that they would be taken care of by Lei Lei and become seriously injured. Even so, there are still some Soul troops who are not so lucky and are directly struck by lightning. The stronger Soul troops may only have suffered some serious injuries, but some of the weaker Soul troops are directly destroyed by lightning, dissipated between heaven and earth. Hanya watched this scene from a distance, the power of thunder and lightning raging among its Soul Army, so domineering and terrifying. Looking at this sea of thunder, Hanya couldn't help but wonder whether he could escape from it. But after thinking about it, he still shook his head. This is not because the thunder and lightning summoned by Qinfeng are really powerful, but because the body of Soul Destroyer is also a soul. It is still unable to resist this thunder and lightning. Is this the thunder and lightning summoned by this outsider? It's actually real. This kind of natural thing can be used by a monster, Hanya murmured. But Hanya was astonished, seeing that his Hanya army was now so vulnerable, even throwing away their armor and starting to run for their lives. Hanya couldn't help but get angry. He could only direct all his anger on Qinfeng. Hanya rose up and pointed directly at Qinfeng. Outsiders, please don't be presumptuous. Today I will use this soul knife to chop off the head on your neck. Qinfeng saw that the Soul Army no longer posed much of a threat to it, and he couldn't help but turn around and look at Hanya, who was rushing toward him. These soul armies were nothing more than cannon fodder. The only one who really felt threatened by Qinfeng was the Soul Annihilation. Come on! I hope you can keep your word. Clone technique. Qinfeng suddenly transformed into 6, hovering in the air, confusing Hanya's judgment. When Hanya looked at the 6 Qinfeng in front of him, his eyes were a little blurry, but in an instant, Hanya killed one of them. Qinfeng. Qinfeng was shocked when he saw Hanya coming forward without any hesitation. He didn't know how Hanya could determine which Qinfeng was the real one. Qinfeng immediately ran away. Xianquan technique. He suddenly disappeared from the place and appeared again in the distant sky. The place where Qinfeng had been standing just now was slashed by Hanya's knife. The light of the knife cut through the space, revealing a black light. How can this possibly feel my presence? Qinfeng thought to himself. Humph. It's just a piece of cake. It's just a clone of the body. How can it be copied with a soul? No matter how realistic you are, without a soul, you are just a fake body. Hanya heard what Qinfeng was thinking and couldn't help but tell Qinfeng. Qinfeng was relieved after hearing Soul Destruction's explanation. So that's it. It seems that this clone technique can no longer be used. Hanya looked at Qinfeng, who had already dodged far away, and sneered. Outsiders, do you only know how to dodge? Come and fight me head on. After hearing what Hanya said, Qinfeng rolled his eyes. It's only a fool who confronts you head on. He's just a reckless man. The soul was even more extinguished. It was enough that Qinfeng was deceived without using provocation. This outsider actually ridiculed himself. It was really unforgivable. Hanya once again raised his sword and charged towards Qinfeng. On top of the long sword, a more powerful sword light flashed than before. Qinfeng looked at the long knife with a vigilant light in his eyes, and he did not dare to take it lightly. Ding! Host, please be careful. This attack is from the attacking soul. The host's soul is weak, so please get out of the way quickly. Qinfeng suddenly heard the sound of the system. Although this sound reminded him to avoid the attack of Soul Destroyer, Qinfeng was still ecstatic. I actually forgot about something so outrageous about the system, and I almost died. Qinfeng once again used the Qianquan technique and dodged Hanya's attack, causing Hanya's attack to fail again. Qinfeng appeared. This time, he did not look at Hanya. Instead, he hurriedly said to the system, Do you have any soul-like attack skills? Please save me quickly. When the system heard Qinfeng's question, it wasn't clear whether it was silent or something else. Perhaps it was speechless at having such a host on its hands. The system was quiet for a while, as if thinking, after all, Qinfeng is still his host.
He cannot let Chen Feng die. So he had to say to Chen Feng,
"Yes, this skill is called Soul Annihilation. You need to exchange 90% of the royal jelly for the first volume of the skill. You can learn it immediately after the exchange. I would like to ask the host if he agrees to exchange it."
Chapter 404 Kill Them All. When Chen Feng heard this, he was overjoyed. He didn't expect that this system, which had always been unreliable, actually had soul attack skills. Chen Feng said quickly,
"Definitely exchange. Congratulations to the host for learning the first volume of Soul Annihilation. This is an individual soul attack skill. Ding ding ding. Please replenish royal jelly in time."
A series of sounds came out from the system, and a move suddenly appeared in Chen Feng's mind. One soul pointed it out, and saw a wisp of cyan light beam shooting towards the other soul. The green beam of light penetrated the soul's body in an instant, and dispersed toward the horizon with residual power. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel excited as he watched this move being rehearsed in his mind. This is the first time he has accepted this kind of soul targeting attack skill. Now that he has learned such a powerful skill, it can be regarded as making up for his shortcomings. The speed of soul destruction was so fast that half of the distance of several kilometers had been covered in the blink of an eye. Chen Feng also came to his senses and looked at Han Ye with a playful smile on his lips. Seeing this, Han Ye couldn't help but think, now that the thunder and lightning have disappeared, you are already at the end of your game. Stop struggling and destroy it. Chen Feng looked at Han Ye, and upon hearing Han Ye's words, the smile on his lips became even bigger.
"Who says I don't have any other attack skills? It's a joke. Soul-destroying finger,"
Chen Feng pointed out, and a cyan light burst out from his fingertips, shooting towards soul-destroying, even faster than soul-destroying. Han Ye looked at the cyan light flashing from Chen Feng's fingertips. In just a moment, Han Ye knew that he must not resist forcefully. The power of this finger was too powerful. Han Ye's whole body tensed up, and the cyan light came to Han Ye's eyes in an instant. Even though it knew it couldn't resist, there was no way. Han Ye covered his chest with one hand and forcefully took it. A ray of light. Zitzizi. It was as if something was corroding. A closer look showed that a hole had appeared in Han Ye's arm, and there were also traces on his chest.
"Ah! Outsider! How dare you hurt me? Ling Xiao's soul sword! Kill it for me!"
Immediately, the long knife in Han Ye's hand came out and flew towards Chen Feng. The long sword danced in the air, and the sword light flew towards Chen Feng in a chaotic manner. Every part of Chen Feng's body was locked by a sword light, and it was impossible to avoid it by just flying. But Chen Feng didn't want to evade, but wanted to confront him head-on. Although Chen Feng's soul-destroying finger consumes a relatively large amount of soul power, he has just killed so many soul armies, and there are now hundreds of soul rays in the sea of consciousness. This is Chen Feng's trump card for unlimited use of the soul-destroying finger. Chen Feng pointed out one finger after another with both hands, and the cyan light shot towards the sword one after another. Although Chen Feng's soul strength was not as strong as the soul annihilation, the soul annihilation finger was not even a bit stronger than the Ling Xiao soul sword. In terms of cultivation, the gap was quickly made up in this way. The Ling Xiao soul sword and the soul-destroying finger collided together and dissipated between heaven and earth. Han Ye looked at this scene, and the unbelievable light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. He knew how powerful his Ling Xiao soul sword was, and he was actually on a par with this outsider. This was really beyond his imagination.
"How is this possible? You are just a soul at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm. How can you beat me? Humph. Ignorant."
Chen Feng understood the strength of his soul-destroying finger, knew that soul-destroying was no longer a threat to him, and he didn't want to delay it any longer.
"Qianquan technique."
Chen Feng disappeared from the spot once again, and now it was Han Ye's turn to become nervous. Such a reversal of the situation was something no one could have imagined. Han Ye looked around, fearing that Chen Feng would come out from behind him and give him a finger. But Chen Feng didn't need to calculate soul destruction like that. Chen Feng's figure appeared from the sky, right in front of Han Ye. Han Ye's pupils suddenly tightened as he watched Chen Feng gently point his finger towards him. The green light is looming.
Boom!
A hole was punched through Han Ye's body in an instant. This finger was so fast, and the distance was so close that Han Ye didn't have time to defend himself. Han Ye looked at the big hole in front of him, and the look in his eyes became distracted. The entire body also completely dissipated. Chen Feng felt that there was another soul light in his sea of consciousness that was more powerful than the others, and he couldn't help but be overjoyed. At this time, the remaining soul troops saw that their leader Han Ye was actually killed by Chen Feng, and they were all heartbroken. They immediately wanted to run away. But how could Chen Feng give them a chance to escape? Chen Feng still knew the truth of letting tigers return to the mountains and raising tigers to cause trouble.
The earth groans. Xianquan technique. Soul-destroying finger.
Chen Feng carried thunder and suddenly traveled to the Soul Army's place. It is still a feast of thunder and lightning. A blue massacre. Time passed quickly, and the Soul Army was finally completely wiped out. Chen Feng had those soul-like groups to support him in using the soul-killing finger, so he did not consume much. And now he had more soul-like groups, which also allowed him to use the soul-killing finger. Chen Feng became stronger. Chen Feng returned to the bone ship and looked at the endless sea of souls in front of him. With no land visible, he thought to himself,
no matter who you are here, if you want to stop me from passing through the sea of souls, you will die here. Hey, why? Tell me, is that outsider so powerful? A whole 2,000 soul army. A soul army that I spent countless years building. Now you tell me that the whole army has been wiped out. Why don't you die? The soul is destroyed. Call it over and let it die in front of me to apologize.
Below, a little soul was trembling and afraid to speak.
Speak. Go and call him over to me.
The soul knew that it could not be concealed, so it trembled and told it the information.
Sir, General Soul Destroyer died at the hands of that outsider.
The huge soul was stunned for a second.
Dead? What is the strength of that outsider? Did you make a mistake in your judgment?
The little soul looked at the adult, who wanted to turn the fire on himself, and said quickly,
My lord, I definitely did not make any mistakes in my investigation. The outsider's strength is not higher than the 6th level of the Tianwu realm at most. I really don't know how he can use the soul to generally kill him.
The lord also knew that he was a little out of control now, and said,
Then did you see the specific situation of the outsider's battle with soul destruction?
The little soul thought for a moment and said,
I just saw that the outsider was indeed beaten by General Soul Destroyer and fled at first. But after General Soul Destroyer attacked, the outsider seemed to suddenly learn some skills, and pointed out, a ray of green light instantly exploded on General Soul Destroyer's body, and he was directly hit hard. Then the outsider pursued him relentlessly, and completely killed General Soul Destroyer. Suddenly comprehending a skill?
The little soul thought for a moment and nodded.
That's true.
Chapter 405 The Lord of Wrong Souls. The soul sitting above heard the affirmative reply and paused. Then he said,
This time, I will kill him myself.
The little soul seemed to have heard something terrible, and looked at the figure above in horror. For a moment, the little soul seemed to have seen the time in the past, when he was lucky enough to see an adult take action. That time, a demonic beast at the peak of the Tianwu realm tried to pass through the soul sea. All the soul armies of the Lord were sent out. Just like this time, all the soul armies were destroyed. The Lord was furious, and went to personally kill the monster that was at the peak of the Tianwu realm. In that battle, the sea of souls that had always been calm vibrated. The adult and that soul fought in darkness for a whole day. In the end, because the soul's power was consumed too much, it lacked energy during an attack and froze in the air. The master suddenly jumped up, seized the flaw in the soul, and killed him instantly with one blow. And that battle left this little soul with great fear. It was watching the battle between the two from a distance, and the powerful attack shook the waves, causing the little soul to vomit blood. The body had been severely damaged, and it took decades of cultivation to slowly get better. This time, the little soul watched the adults preparing to kill this outsider again, and couldn't help but feel a little sympathy for Chen Feng. After Chen Feng fought with those soul armies this time, he was extremely exhausted physically and mentally. This fatigue was not a feeling of fatigue in the soul, but a sense of soreness in the body, which made Chen Feng extremely uncomfortable. Chen Feng tried to absorb the soul-like groups in the sea of consciousness, but found that they could only help him to reach the peak of the 5th level of Tianwu realm. If he wanted to improve his soul's strength, he could only improve his own realm first. This can't help but make Chen Feng feel unhappy. He has a treasure mountain, but can't mine it. Originally, when he obtained so many soul-like groups, Chen Feng thought that he could even raise his soul realm to the peak of the Tianwu realm, or even go further. But now, Chen Feng can no longer absorb it, and can only keep it, waiting for his strength to improve in the future, and then use these souls to enhance his soul's strength. The night gradually deepened. Chen Feng sat there, feeling the mystery of his soul, and fell into a deep sleep. Above the sea of souls, the bone boat Chen Feng was riding on was still moving forward calmly, without causing any ripples. Just like that, the morning of the 3rd day arrived. Chen Feng also woke up, and came to the deck again, breathing in the fresh air. His eyes inadvertently looked towards the front where the bone ship was sailing. Suddenly his expression became shocked, and he actually saw a bit of land. Qin Feng thought he was hallucinating, and his mind became clear. He eliminated all distracting thoughts from his body and looked into the distance again. It still looks like land. Qin Feng couldn't help but think, I finally got through it. The bone boat sailing for more than 2 days was not peaceful at all. So many souls came and wanted to kill him, making him anxious all day long. Now that he saw the land, he finally had a reason to persist. Otherwise, he would be exhausted physically and mentally, and would not get any reward. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel that his whole body was full of strength, as if he had now set foot on land. Just when Qin Feng was eager to try, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears.
Ding! Host, please pay attention. 1,000 meters to the right, a very powerful soul is approaching you, and has set you as the target for killing. Please avoid it in time.
Qin Feng quickly looked at the sky on the right, and saw that the originally normal sky suddenly turned as black as ink. Qin Feng secretly thought, sure enough, this last stretch of road will never let me pass so easily. Forget it. Let's see what kind of tricks you can do this time. Qin Feng turned around and saw an extremely huge black soul that almost filled the entire sky. The strength of the soul at the peak of the Tianwu realm was clearly demonstrated. When Qin Feng saw such a powerful soul coming to try to prevent him from passing through the soul sea, he couldn't help but curse in his heart. What's the matter? Why don't you just pass through a sea of souls? With such a powerful soul here, there really is no way for me to survive. At this time, the soul in the sky spoke.
Damn outsider! You slaughtered the soul army that I worked hard to create for countless years. What crime do you deserve? Isn't the soul army you created the soul-destroying one? Humph. I am the soul that was born when this sea of souls appeared. I am the soul of the soul that corrodes the bones. I am the master of this sea of souls. General Soul Destroyer was trained by me. You also killed him. Today,
I want to take your soul. Come and pay homage to them.
Qin Feng sneered and said,
Oh, it is really overbearing. It wants to kill me in this sea of souls. But I can't destroy it. What kind of truth is this? I think you are taking it so seriously. Having been a landowner for many years, I really thought I was invincible.
The injured soul of the bone erosion couldn't help but suffocate, and was speechless by Qin Feng. He couldn't help but said with shame and annoyance,
You, an outsider, are so sharp-tongued. I won't tell you. I only know my own mission. And all those who try to cross the bone boat, all souls that cross the soul sea will be destroyed.
Qin Feng knew that this bone-corroding soul was at the peak of the Tianwu realm. But now that he had learned the soul-destroying finger, he was not afraid of the threat of this bone-eroding soul at all. If you want to kill me, it depends on whether you have the ability. A long time ago, there was a soul talking to me like you. But now, he has become the bone boat you are stepping on. One of countless skeletons. Qin Feng was too lazy to talk nonsense with the bone-eroding wounded soul, because he had already seen the whole continent. The bone ship was approaching the land little by little. And now, what Qin Feng had to do was to kill the bone-eating wrong soul before the bone ship reached the land. Wipe out. So Qin Feng flew out instantly.
The earth groans.
The same thunder that had slaughtered countless souls appeared in the sky again, bombarding the bones of the innocent souls. The bone-crossing wrong soul looked at this sea of thunder and felt a faint sense of threat. Only now did it understand why so many soul armies came, but they ended up being wiped out, because this kind of thunder was extremely suitable for group attacks. Although the silence of the earth can cause incomparable trauma to its soul army, after all, the strength of the bone-corroding wrong soul is very powerful, and this kind of thunder is not too aggressive against it. The bone-corroding enemy soul raised its claws and even pointed straight to the sky to meet the thunder. It used its extremely powerful strength to tear apart the thunder snakes. This huge sea of thunder in the sky did not corrode the bones. The wrong soul caused slightly greater trauma, but only left a few traces. Chapter 406, Injured. Although Qin Feng could be said to have used all his strength to attack, the final result was unsatisfactory. Qin Feng looked at this scene and nodded as expected. He had never thought about killing this bone-eroding victim with just the earth's silence. Complete annihilation. After all, this bone-corroding soul is like a game in the previous world. The last old king in the dungeon was about to complete the level. But now, this old king is blocking the way, and it must be completely eliminated. But after all, he is a soul king, and Qin Feng also knows that he cannot be too vulnerable. So Qin Feng has already prepared for a protracted war. But now, the bone ship is getting closer and closer to the land. And Qinfeng cannot fight with this bone-eroding. The innocent soul is wasting its time.
Qianquan technique. Soul-destroying finger.
Qinfeng instantly dodged behind the huge body of the bone-crossing enemy soul, relying on the shortcoming of the huge body of the bone-crossing soul, which is difficult to move flexibly. Qinfeng pointed out the moment he appeared, not giving the bone-crossing soul a chance to see the attack and then prepare a defense. But after all, the bone-corroding soul has experienced hundreds of battles and experienced a long time. It has extremely rich combat experience, even better than Qinfeng. The moment Qinfeng used the Qianquan technique to teleport out, although the bone-eroding Ray soul did not know where Qinfeng was, relying on its instinctive reaction, he immediately launched an attack towards the back of his body. Before the bone-corroding wrong soul could completely turn around, the attack he threw out collided with Qinfeng's soul-destroying finger. Powerful air waves surged in the air, causing a wave to burst out of the calm sea of souls. In the distance in the void, the little soul looked at the scene in front of him with an expression of surprise. His mouth was slightly open and stagnant for a long time, and he even forgot to close it. This is actually more powerful than the battle between the adult and that soul many years ago.
As he said this, the little soul looked at Qinfeng flying in the air, with a puzzled expression written on his face.
It shouldn't be. This soul is only at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm. How can it be a tie with the Lord? No, the Lord is definitely letting the water go. But there is no reason. The Lord has always been against these intruders. Outsiders demand that they be killed without mercy. So how can they let them go?
The little souls didn't know that this was just because the level of the soul-destroying finger that Qinfeng learned was too high, beyond the scope of these souls' cognition. The bone-corroding soul finally turned around, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes, because he knew that the attack he just threw out had used nearly 80% of his strength. But it was still only the same as Qinfeng's. The cyan light that burst out was indistinguishable from the winner to the loser.
What kind of skill is this? It can be so powerful.
The bone-corroding enemy soul knew that being able to fight its attack like this was simply because Qinfeng was so powerful. After all, the strength of the 5th level of Tianwu realm was clearly displayed. It stood in front of the bone-corroding wrong soul, and it could also feel whether Qinfeng was hiding his own strength. So the bone-erosion wrong soul knew that it was definitely because Qinfeng's skill was too powerful. Powerful enough to help Qinfeng cross several small realms to fight other souls. Thinking of this, not only greedy desire appeared in the eyes of the bones-corroding enemy soul, the bone-eroding wrong soul couldn't help but think that if he got this skill, his strength would definitely reach a higher level. If possible, he could even escape from this sea of souls and live in the outside world. He quickly said,
"Outsiders, give me your skills, and I can let you live in this sea of souls."
Qinfeng looked at the bone-eroding wounded soul like an idiot, and said,
"No. Are you a fool or am I? If I kill you, I can pass through the sea of souls and get countless benefits. And I can get out. Why should I
give you the skills and then get some of the crap benefits you promised?"
Hearing this, the angry look in the bone-erosion wrong soul's eyes became even stronger.
Even if I don't get this skill today, I will imprison your soul in this world forever, and you will never be able to escape."
As he spoke, the bone-corroding wrong soul suddenly emitted bursts of black smoke, which filled the air towards Qinfeng.
Soul-eating mist.
The bone-eating wounded soul waved his hand and pushed all the thick black smoke towards Qinfeng.
Light shield.
Qinfeng immediately activated his defensive skills and saw that all the smoke was blocked by Qinfeng's light shield, making it impossible to move forward beyond the light shield.
Clone technique.
6 Qinfeng rushed outside instantly, but only 5 Qinfeng rushed out of the smoke. The bone-corroding soul did not notice the situation in the smoke, so it did not know that Qinfeng had activated the light shield to block the fog. Then suddenly he saw 5 identical Qinfengs rushing out of the smoke at extremely fast speeds, with cyan light shining on each person's fingers. The innocent souls were instantly shocked. Just one finger of Qinfeng's finger was equivalent to 80% of his own strength. Now there are 5 Qinfeng who are using the same skill together. The first reaction of the bone-corroding wrong soul was to resist. Without thinking too much, he immediately put into a defensive position, placing his claws horizontally in front of him, trying to block Qinfeng's soul-destroying finger. However, this action revealed countless flaws behind the bone-eroding wrongful soul, and Qinfeng's true body also used the Qianquan technique to once again arrive behind the bone-eroding wrongful soul. One finger of the soul-destroying finger used up all the soul power currently stored at once. As soon as he pointed it out, his power was astonishing, and it instantly attracted the attention of the bone-crossing wrong soul. It woke up in an instant and took a closer look at the 5 Chinfeng in front of it. Only then did it find out something. All 5 Chinfeng were frozen in one movement. And none of them had a soul. Since there is no soul, how can it use the attack of the soul? The bone-corroding monster couldn't help but secretly sigh that it had been fooled. Feeling the truly powerful aura behind it, it hurriedly wanted to turn around and resist. This time, it was really panicked. Chinfeng's finger can be said to have gathered the soul power of dozens of soul-like groups, which is definitely enough to match the attack of the Peking realm. The soul-destroying finger crossed the short sky and landed on the bone-corroding monster that had not yet turned around. Boom! The soul-destroying finger bombarded the body of the bone-crossing wounded soul. And immediately, the huge body of the bone-crossing wrongful soul was directly knocked away by the powerful force. The bone-crossing wounded soul roared in pain in the air, and a deep and large hole appeared in his body, making the bone-crossing wrong soul tremble in pain. Oh! It's impossible! How can you, a little 5th-level soul of the Tianwu realm, injure me? I am the strongest person in this world, and no one can beat me! The bone-corroding enemy soul roared loudly in the air, causing all the souls in the Sea of Souls to tremble in fear. Chapter 407, Roaring Sea of Fire. Bone-crossing revenge soul was in pain to the bone, and his eyes were fixed on Chinfeng, as if he wanted to peel off Chinfeng's skin in cramps. In order to relieve the hatred in bone-crossing revenge soul's heart, the little soul watching everything from a distance couldn't help but feel horrified. This was the first time it had seen its master injured. Even that time, when it fought with a soul at the peak of the Tianwu realm, it had never seen the bone-eroding soul in such a miserable state. But this time, he was seriously injured by a 5th-level soul of the Tianwu realm. How could this be possible? The bone-eroding wrong soul yelled. Outsider! You succeeded in irritating me! It endured the pain and stood up. Its entire huge body suddenly shrank and rushed towards Chinfeng. But this time, it was different. Chinfeng originally didn't pay much attention to the body shrinking of the bone-crossing soul. When the bone-crossing soul attacked him, he didn't pay attention. As a result, he was suddenly knocked away by the bone-crossing soul, and his chest immediately collapsed. How could this speed be so fast? Chinfeng received a heavy blow, and then he realized that the speed of the shrunken bone-crossing soul was several times faster than before, which was not the same level at all. This led to Chinfeng not reacting to resist the attack when he saw the attack from the bone-corroding soul. Chinfeng looked at the bone-corroding victimized soul soaring in the sky, and there was still a trace of joy in his heart. Fortunately, after the bone-corroding victimized spirit's body became smaller, the power of the attack also decreased. It was probably only around the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. If the speed was not too fast, and even Chinfeng could not keep up, Chinfeng would definitely have the confidence to completely kill this bone-corroding enemy. Chinfeng's body had just fallen on the deck, and before he could adjust his posture, the attack of the bone-crossing evil soul struck again. This time, it was even faster than before. In just an instant, the bone-crossing evil soul crossed 100 meters. From a distance, he punched Chinfeng in the body. Chinfeng was hit again. He looked at the bone-crossing soul flying in the air. His eyes could not capture the figure of the bone-crossing soul. He could not even see it, let alone resist. The bone-corroding enemy spirit once again bullied him, and came to Chinfeng. This time, it looked at Chinfeng who had no ability to resist, and a vicious smile appeared on the corner of its mouth. Go to HL! After saying that, the bone-eroding enemy punched Chinfeng in the chest again. Chinfeng bit over in pain, bending into a shrimp. The air in his chest was squeezed, making it difficult for Chinfeng to breathe. He endured the pain and took this powerful punch. The little soul couldn't help but relax as he looked at this scene. Huh? Let me just tell you. How could your lord be defeated by a soul at the 5th level of the Tianwu realm? It seems that your lord just let your guard down. The bone-corroding wrong soul stood in the sky, looking at the dying Chinfeng on the deck. He was already a corpse. He said, Huh? Outsider, where is your arrogance just now? You still want to kill me? You really don't know the heights of the world. This is not the place where your little 5th level Tianwu realm soul should come. But you have already broken in, and I will not let you go. The Soul Sea is like this. You can either get through here or perish here. It's very difficult. Sorry. You're going to die. Chinfeng was lying on the ground, listening to the words of the bone-crossing wounded soul in his ears, and his consciousness was getting more and more drowsy. Suddenly, a clearer voice sounded in Chinfeng's ears. Ding! It is detected that the host soul has been severely damaged, and the recovery process is started. Do you want to use the soul in the Sea of Consciousness to restore yourself? Chinfeng only heard this,
But as he was about to die, he didn't have time to worry about too many things. So he quickly said, "Agree." Suddenly, Qin Feng felt that the thousands of soul-light groups in the sea of consciousness began to stir. After a while, dozens of light groups flew up and merged into Qin Feng's now weak soul one by one. Qin Feng's consciousness suddenly changed. The world he saw now was somewhere outside the soul sea. He also turned into another monster and lived a life. Finally, by chance, he came to the soul sea. Then he boarded the bone ship. And after being found by the bone erosion wrong soul, he became one of its soul soldiers. Then, Qin Feng's consciousness jumped away again, and he turned into a monster again, slowly living his life, and finally came to the Sea of Souls, embarking on the same path as in the previous paragraph. Qin Feng suddenly understood. This is going through hundreds of lives, using the life experiences of other monsters to understand the world and temper your own soul. The time in his consciousness passed little by little, and outside him, the bone-crossing soul of enemy had finished his words, and was ready to kill Qin Feng completely. The bone-corroding enemy soul rushed forward, and suddenly, a huge energy burst out from Qin Feng's body, converging the energy of dozens of souls, and instantly blasted the bone-eroding enemy soul into vomiting blood and flew away. The bone-eroding wrong soul stabilized his body in the sky and looked in the direction of Qin Feng with a look of horror in his eyes. As a result, it was discovered that Qin Feng, who had been lying on the ground half-dead just now, stood up again, and his entire aura became more powerful and aggressive than before. The bone-crossing wrong soul said in horror, "What kind of power is this, and why is it so powerful?" Just now, if he hadn't noticed something wrong at the last moment, he would have reacted in a hurry and resisted Qin Feng's burst. Strength. He was about to completely lose his combat effectiveness. At that time, what Qin Feng said about making himself disappear between heaven and earth will no longer be an arrogant statement. Qin Feng looked at the bone-crossing wounded soul, with a look of contempt in his eyes. He looked at the bone-crossing wrong soul, and was furious. "Humph! Outsider! Don't think that you can defeat me with a sudden power! Let me tell you, I am the master of this Sea of Souls!" After hearing this, Qin Feng said, "Of course I won't think so, but you still have to die." What Qin Feng said was not empty talk. Just now, Qin Feng discovered that those souls were completely burned to ashes when they came into contact with the Jueming bee fire in his body. That terrifying scene made Qin Feng think of Jueming. The bee fire can even strangle the 5th-level monsters of the Heavenly Demon General. And naturally it can also kill the souls of the 5th-level Heavenly Demon General. In this case, the bone-corroding enemy soul is no match for him at all. Qin Feng stood there, looking at the soul of the enemy, and he took action. The death bee fire! Suddenly, Qin Feng breathed out a mouthful of fiery fire towards the bone-corroding enemy soul, and the entire space was distorted by the high temperature. Wherever it passed, the fire drew a long trajectory, even burning part of the soul sea. Looking at the oncoming sea of fire, the bone-eroding wrong soul instantly filled himself with fear and interest. This sea of fire is simply not something that I can resist. It immediately turned around and ran away. But the sea of fire followed closely, chasing the entire sky, and the world turned into a sea of fire. Chapter 408 Lava Beast. The desperate bee fire closely followed the fleeing souls of the dead. The little soul looked at this scene and was completely desperate. It looked at Qin Feng. Its eyes turned resentful, and it sneaked around Qin Feng secretly. Qin Feng found no trace of this little soul. Just when Qin Feng looked at the distant sky, the figure of an innocent soul eroding bones. Suddenly, a cold light rose from behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng's body trembled, and he quickly performed the Xianquan technique. Qin Feng left the spot instantly, and looked at the place where he was just now. A small soul, not even strong enough to reach the Timu realm, stood where he was just now, with an unknown weapon in his hand, and his body in an assassination posture. Standing there, looking at the air that suddenly disappeared in front of him, he couldn't help but be stunned. In place. "Who are you, and why do you want to assassinate me?" The little soul didn't answer Qin Feng, but just looked at him with incomparable anger in his eyes. Qin Feng looked at this little soul, and his whole body became extremely cold. "If you don't tell me, then die!" Qin Feng pointed with his finger, and the cyan light instantly penetrated the little soul's body. The little soul also slowly dissipated from the deck. In the distance, the bones-corroding souls fleeing in the sky looked at this scene, and suddenly became crazy. "My son! Stranger! You killed my son! And today I will perish with you!" The bone-corroding ghost changed its direction, and flew towards Qin Feng.
In its eyes, sadness and despair emerged from the pain of losing a son. Qin Feng was also confused. Didn't he just kill a little soul at random? Is this the son of the innocent soul? If the sadness in the eyes of the innocent soul of bone erosion was not really visible, Qin Feng would have thought that it was staged by the evil spirit of bone erosion. Qin Feng looked at the bone-corroding enemy soul flying towards him, and smiled secretly in his heart. He has the Qianquan technique. So he is afraid of what you will do. The entire body of the bone-corroding wrong soul became horribly twisted. Ding! Host, please be careful. A soul at the peak of the Tianwu realm is about to explode around you. Please stay away immediately. Qin Feng listened to the system prompts and looked at the bone-eroding wrong soul. It turned out that he was going to self-destruct. And it seemed that this little soul was really his son. But what's the use? The bone-eroding enemy soul was getting closer and closer to Qin Feng, and his body became swollen. The moment he was about to come into contact with Qin Feng, the aura of the bone-corroding wrong soul became the strongest. Qin Feng hurriedly performed the Qianquan technique and left the bone-eroding wrong soul far away. But the bone-crossing wrong soul could no longer stop himself from self-destructing. Boom! A voice resounded throughout the soul sea. A wave of air also swept across the world. Although Qin Feng was far away from the bone-crossing enemy soul, he was still shaken by this wave of air. Seeing the completely dissipated spirit of the enemy, Qin Feng returned to the bone ship. Looking at the front of the bone ship, land is already in front of him. Qin Feng quickly adjusted his condition. After adjusting, the bone ship finally touched land after 3 full days of sailing. Qin Feng finally passed through the soul sea. He quickly flew off the ship, looked at everything in front of him, and found that there were indeed black flowers blooming here, as if countless years had passed. Qin Feng looked far into the distance, and still could not see the end. He quickly felt the sea of flowers in front of him, and found that his soul was constantly beating. As if he was excited, Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and picked off a flower. Suddenly, the black words turned into a wisp of breath and poured into his soul. Qin Feng suddenly felt as if his soul was a little stronger. He was instantly delighted. Since he had absorbed so many souls on the bone ship, his soul strength had reached its highest level, and he could no longer use those souls to improve his strength. But now, when I met these flowers, my soul became extremely happy. The flower I just picked turned into an aura that could help my soul improve its strength. This made Qin Feng a little excited. His soul strength, which he thought would never improve, actually increased after meeting these soul flowers. Although the increase was very small, Qin Feng looked around and saw a vast sea of flowers. There were countless flowers. This was enough to increase his soul's strength. Qin Feng began to absorb the soul flower crazily. Time passed little by little. After Qin Feng absorbed a soul flower, his momentum suddenly surged, and his soul broke through to the 6th level of Tianwu realm. Qin Feng opened his eyes and looked at the endless sea of flowers in front of him. Qin Feng was tired. Although Qin Feng felt good about his improved strength, he was still very tired from practicing all the time. Qin Feng took a deep breath and prepared to move deeper into the land. He fumbled and flew out of the sea of flowers. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt bursts of burning heat from the air. Qin Feng carefully judged the direction from which the burning heat was coming. He quickly flew towards the south. After passing through a narrow path, Qin Feng finally saw the source of the heat. On top of a huge mountain peak, there was endless firelight, rising into the sky. On the ground, winding magma flows, and hot air waves billow in the air. In the flowing lava, a red flower appears from time to time. The moment it emerges from the lava, it becomes even more coquettish. Qin Feng was shocked when he looked at these flowers that appeared. He knew what this flower was. This kind of flower that grows in magma is an extremely special flower. It has no properties like other flowers. It can be used to make elixirs, and can be taken as a treasure of heaven and earth. The burning heat of this flower makes it impossible to get involved with these things. However, this flower is hard to find. Not only because this flower grows in extremely hot magma, but because this flower can strengthen the physical body. Usually, around this kind of flower growing, there will be extremely powerful and incomparable monsters guarding it. They will all wait for the flame flower to bloom, and then pluck it from the magma to use it to enhance their physical strength. Qin Feng looked at the flame flower, and couldn't help but want it in his heart. Just when he was about to take action, several figures jumped out from behind the rocks surrounding the magma. Several bloody mouths bit at Qin Feng. Qin Feng turned around and hid through the gap. Sacred martial sword shadow. Suddenly, hundreds of holy swords fell from the sky and pierced several figures. Roar. Several monster beasts were in pain and roared in pain.
After standing where Chen Feng had just been, Chen Feng could clearly see what these figures were. Several monsters with huge bodies, made of countless rocks put together, appeared in front of Chen Feng.
Peep. Successful peeking. Target, Lava Giant Beast. Realm, 7th level of Tianwu Realm. Skills, 10,000 Stone Impact. Lava Armor.
Chen Feng actually laughed when he looked at these strange lava giant beasts. It's really not because I look down on these giant lava beasts. It's really because these monster beasts look too weird. Chapter 409 Skill Changes. Have you ever seen a face on a rock? The claw is actually a stone. Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle to himself. If this were in the previous world, if this giant lava beast played rock, paper, scissors with others, it would definitely lose everything. This is the appearance of these giant lava beasts in front of him, which really makes Chen Feng dare not compliment them. Several giant lava beasts looked at Chen Feng, who was laughing loudly, and said,
Little Black Bee, what are you laughing at? You broke into our territory and wanted to take away our most precious flame flower. Your crime is unforgivable. Or, let's capture him as soon as possible.
Chen Feng laughed for a long time, looking at the increasingly serious expressions of the lava beasts. Chen Feng also stopped and said,
I'm sorry. I don't have this habit, and whatever I want will be mine, including this flower of flames.
Several giant lava beasts couldn't help but become furious when they heard Chen Feng's contempt.
No one has dared to say such a thing to us. You are the first and the last.
The giant lava beast jumped up instantly, but it didn't jump very high.
The impact of thousands of stones.
The giant lava beast directed countless stones on the land to hit the place where Chen Feng was. Chen Feng was horrified when he saw it.
Good guy. You just buried me right now.
He immediately flew into the sky and avoided the impact of the stone. But this was of no use. Several giant lava beasts instantly pointed in the direction of Chen Feng. Countless stones that were still flying turned in a strange circle and still hit Chen Feng. Chen Feng had no choice but to use Chinquan technique to avoid it again. Countless stones hit the air, lost their momentum, and fell down like a rain of stones. Chen Feng watched the rocks fall and said with a smile,
Okay, you guys are done fighting. Now it's my turn.
Chen Feng instantly arrived in front of several giant lava beasts.
The poison of death.
A black light flashed from Chen Feng's tail, as if the god of death was calling. The terrifying attack fell on the lava beast, setting off countless sparks. But it's of no use.
Hey, is this your strength? You can't even pierce my skin.
The giant lava beast laughed loudly, seeming to be laughing at Chen Feng's weakness. Chen Feng also smiled.
Really? Take a look at it yourself.
The growing lava beast suddenly felt something was wrong. After hearing Chen Feng's words, the lava beast looked at the place where it had just been attacked by Chen Feng. He found that the skin was covered with black liquid, which was corroding his skin bit by bit. After a while, the lava beast's skin made of stone penetrated a hole under the powerful corrosion.
How is this possible? How could my skin be corroded by this liquid?
The lava beast watched the liquid corrode itself bit by bit. The stone felt no pain, and the lava beast naturally felt no pain. But the lava beast completely disappeared. The remaining giant lava beasts couldn't help but tremble in fear as they looked at the situation in front of them. All along, these lava behemoths have relied on their hard skin to resist attacks from their opponents. The opponent has never broken their skin. But this time, they were broken by Chen Feng's attack, and even completely eliminated. The lava beast looked at Chen Feng and asked tremblingly,
What kind of attack method is this? It's just about using softness to overcome strength.
Several giant lava beasts listened to Chen Feng's words and did not understand what they meant. But they knew that this was an attack method that could destroy them. They are all afraid of Chen Feng. They have lived for who knows how many years. No one is willing to let them die now. They quickly said,
Don't kill us. We will leave now. This flower of flames is yours.
Chen Feng looked at them and found that they were not lying. Chen Feng said,
Then you can leave. I will not hunt you down anymore. Yes. Yes. Let's leave now.
Several giant lava beasts seemed to be escaping from death. They originally moved relatively slowly, but now they ran extremely fast. Watching several giant lava beasts leave, Chen Feng smiled and said,
A few idiots are still fighting me.
After Chen Feng finished speaking, he looked at the flame flower in the magma. In the magma, the flame flowers bloomed bright red, like blood. Sealed in the flowers, Chen Feng flew over instantly and picked off an exposed flame flower. For the next few hours, Chen Feng was observing. As long as the flame flower emerged from the magma, Chen Feng would instantly fly over and pluck the flame flower. Finally, After waiting for nearly half an hour, and seeing no more shadows of the flame flowers, Qin Feng gathered all the flame flowers together. Qin Feng absorbed the energy from the flame flower. Qin Feng felt that his body was burning like a flame, training himself bit by bit. After the energy of a flower was absorbed by Qin Feng spit out a long stream of flames, and his whole body was burning with fire. Taking advantage of the moment, Qin Feng immediately took the next flame flower and continued to absorb it. In this way, the flame flowers turned into majestic energy and gathered in Qin Feng's body. When Qin Feng absorbed more than a dozen flame flowers, he was like a water tank filled with water. Now that the water is overflowing, he needs to find a larger water tank to hold it. In other words, Qin Feng is about to break through. Qin Feng's entire body was surrounded by flames, like an egg made of flames, staying in place quietly. As night fell, Qin Feng under the volcano became as dazzling as the volcano. The flames around Qin Feng became more and more intense. Bah! The flames gathered into a pillar of fire and rose into the sky. Qin Feng instantly rushed out of the flames, his aura becoming even more fierce. The 6th level of the Holy Martial Realm is accomplished. Qin Feng looked at himself and thought to himself,
"This is really a treasure place. In just half a day since I arrived, my soul cultivation and physical strength have both broken through to the 6th level of Tianwu Realm. This speed is really extremely fast."
Qin Feng fell from the sky and saw the stones piled up by the lava beasts at noon. Qin Feng thought together, and the shadow of the Holy Martial Sword appeared instantly. But this time, there are some differences. There are many flames, like flowers, attached to the white Holy Martial Sword shadow. The Holy Sword shadow fell from the sky, and the flower-like flames hit the ground. The explosion created deep pits. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel overjoyed when he saw this situation. After absorbing these flame flowers this time, not only did he become more powerful, but he also attached flames to his skills, which involuntarily increased his attack power. Qin Feng looked at the more than 20 flame flowers left on the ground. After absorbing these, they would definitely allow him to advance to a higher level. But now that I have just made a breakthrough, I still have to stabilize my strength and not make rash advances, as the gains outweigh the losses. Chapter 410 Divine Beast Phoenix Egg. Qin Feng took all the remaining flame flowers into his water drop space. Then, Qin Feng watched the magma extend above the fire little by little. Qin Feng thought to himself,
"All the magma in this volcano actually flowed out. How could there be such a huge amount of magma in it? There is probably something in this volcano that caused all the magma to flow out. How about let's go in and take a look?"
Qin Feng thought in his mind, then took off into the air and flew towards the volcano. Seeing the lava overflowing from the crater, Qin Feng became cruel and dived in. The magma was filled with the power of rich flames, allowing Qin Feng to still feel a hint of heat even though he was currently at the 6th level of the Tianwu realm. Qin Feng swam deeper. He didn't know how long he swam, but he still couldn't see the bottom.
"This is too deep. Forget it. The scorching heat in this magma is getting higher and higher. Let's use this energy to exercise our current state and consolidate the strength of the 6th level of Tianwu realm."
Qin Feng swam like this, using the endless energy in the magma to strengthen himself. This lasted for nearly a quarter of an hour. Finally, Qin Feng landed at the bottom. He looked around and saw a huge castle that didn't look like something built now. Qin Feng was very surprised. First, this castle actually appeared tens of thousands of meters underground. Qin Feng didn't know how the castle settled, but this castle was actually under such high temperature, and the construction materials did not deform at all. Even Qin Feng didn't know how many years this castle had been under the magma. Qin Feng looked at this huge castle, with a red door open in the middle. Qin Feng flew inside. After entering, Qin Feng almost couldn't resist the scorching heat that was infinitely stronger than the magma. Qin Feng felt the extremely intense heat, and was horrified. Qin Feng couldn't help but want to see what could emit such burning heat. Curiosity drove Qin Feng to walk inside the castle. Qin Feng looked at the castle, which was filled with sycamore trees. These sycamore trees were still as green as ever under such a temperature. This surprised Qin Feng even more. Such a sycamore tree has experienced countless years, and is definitely a treasure that does not exist in the outside world, because no plant can survive for endless years. And even if there were, it would be a priceless treasure. And these sycamore trees obviously belong to this group. Qin Feng continued walking down and entered a large hall. Directly above, a mighty throne was placed, with an extremely realistic phoenix carved on the back of the throne.
"Phoenix throne. Good guy. You are really stylish. I use the phoenix as a metaphor for myself."
Qin Feng looked at it and couldn't help but said with envy. Qin Feng admired the main hall. On the walls, various phoenix shapes were carved on them. They were really majestic. Qin Feng continued walking down. Suddenly, there was only a small door left in front of him. It looked like a room inside, but Qin Feng didn't know what it was. Qin Feng stood in front of the door and pushed in. After Qin Feng saw the situation in the room clearly, he felt uneasy. On the ground in front of Qin Feng, there were countless treasures scattered in a mess. Although some of them had completely lost their energy over the course of countless years. However, there are still some treasures that can survive countless years. Qin Feng looked at these treasures. Some of them he could recognize, but there were some that Qin Feng didn't even know about. Lynching grass, ghost hate grass, Tianji fruit, and countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures that still retain energy were discovered by Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't know who left these behind, but Qin Feng knew that from now on, these treasures would belong to him. Qin Feng couldn't hide the smile on his lips and burst into laughter. This is really an unexpected surprise. Qin Feng took them all into the water drop space one by one. Even when taking them, Qin Feng was cautious, for fear of damaging these rare treasures. In this way, Qin Feng sorted out all the treasures on the ground one by one. Finally, Qin Feng found a round thing with crisscross flame patterns on it, like a pet egg. At this moment, the system sound suddenly rang. Ding! Host, please pay attention. The mythical beast phoenix egg has a symbol of life. Please save it for incubation. Qin Feng was completely confused. He looked at this inconspicuous egg and was stunned for half an hour. Is this a phoenix egg? Qin Feng simply couldn't believe that the thing in front of him was actually the egg of the legendary beast, the phoenix. Qin Feng was so panicked that he didn't know what to do. He took a deep breath and put the phoenix into the water drop space. After putting it in, Qin Feng seemed to have done something and breathed a sigh of relief. Phoenix egg? My God! If it hatches, then I will have a phoenix as a pet, and I can ride it. Qin Feng imagined the day when the phoenix egg hatched and laughed silly. After Qin Feng calmed down, he thought of a problem. How should he hatch the phoenix? Qin Feng didn't know about such a huge problem at all. Qin Feng shook his head and said, Forget it. You can think about it later. The most important thing now is to see if there is anything else on this continent that can improve your strength. Qin Feng walked around the castle again and found that there was nothing else. So he went out. He swam upward from the magma again. And this time, he almost exhausted Qin Feng. He swam and swam until he was almost desperate. Why is it still so far away? I'm exhausted. It took Qin Feng more than double the time it took to reach the bottom to break out of the magma. He stood on the crater, cursed and looked at the hole, and flew away. Qin Feng swore that even if there were still some treasures inside, he would never go back to explore them again. This trip back and forth would cost him his life. Even fighting against the bone-eroding wraith has never been so tiring. Qin Feng flew forward. From a distance, Qin Feng saw another grand palace. This time, the grand palace was on land. It was even more brilliant than the Phoenix Palace that Qin Feng saw just now. Qin Feng hurriedly flew over. This time, Qin Feng saw that there was no longer just a phoenix pattern on the door of the hall. Instead, there are 4 monster beast patterns above the gate. And these 4 patterns are actually the 4 great divine beasts: Qinglong, White Tiger, Suzaku, and Xuanwu. And underneath these 4 divine beasts, there are even many monster beasts. Their shapes were different, but they were all extremely lifelike. Qin Feng couldn't help but guess what was in this hall. Chapter 411: The Test of the Inheritance Hall. Qin Feng was about to go in. The moment he touched the door, something happened. I saw the monster pattern on the door vibrating, as if it was alive. Then those monsters suddenly jumped out from the gate, and Qin Feng stepped back repeatedly, staring at the grand scene in front of him. I saw a mythical beast that only existed in legends appeared in front of Qin Feng, but there was no energy fluctuation, and its body was even smaller. It didn't look as scary as the mythical beast, and it was a little cute. Above the sky, there are more than a dozen monster beasts, such as the green dragon, the phoenix, the red bird, and the roc. On the ground, there are 20 monster beasts, such as White Tiger, Xuanwu, Tao Thai, and Qilin. Although there was no fluctuation in power, it still frightened Qin Feng to see what was hidden in this hall, with so many ancient beasts appearing. Qinglong looked at Qin Feng with both eyes, and a powerful voice came out. This is the Inheritance Hall. For outsiders who are ready to enter, we will open a passage for you to enter. Are you ready? Ready.
Come on!
Chen Feng stared at Qin Long and said directly. Qin Long took a deep look at Chen Feng and said,
Okay, everyone, open the road with me and send this outsider in.
Suddenly, the bodies of dozens of monsters turned into a ball of light and gathered in the sky. Dozens of monster beasts each turned into a corner of a passage, slowly forming a passage exuding terrifying pressure.
Enter quickly. We can only last 10 seconds.
Qin Long's voice came again. Chen Feng stopped hesitating and instantly took off, got into the passage, and entered the so-called inheritance hall. As soon as Chen Feng landed, a strange thing appeared in front of Chen Feng.
Hello. I am the weapon spirit of this inheritance hall. From now on, I will point you to the hall leading to the inheritance of the mythical beasts. Whether you can get the inheritance of the mythical beasts depends on your own creation. Item spirit. Isn't this thing only found in magic weapons?
Chen Feng couldn't help but ask in confusion. Hearing Chen Feng's inquiry, the weapon spirit said,
Yes, that's right. But the inheritance hall itself is a magic weapon. But it really can't be carried around.
Hearing Qi Ling say that the inheritance hall was a magic weapon, Chen Feng was instantly shocked. He never thought that such a magnificent inheritance hall could actually be a magic weapon. Chen Feng said,
I see. I wonder how could a weapon spirit appear. Okay, now I'm going to take you to the place where the mythical beast inheritance is. Are you ready?
Qi Ling immediately grabbed Chen Feng, and then rushed in one direction quickly. The speed dazzled Chen Feng, and everything around him quickly retreated backwards. Chen Feng originally wanted to shout to slow down the weapon spirit, but it was not too urgent. But the next second, Chen Feng was speechless. The moment the weapon spirit passed through, the space behind him was instantly sealed. Chen Feng clearly saw countless sword energies appearing inside, filling all the gaps. Even from such a distance, Chen Feng could clearly feel the destructive aura of those sword energies. Chen Feng knew clearly that if it were him, there would be absolutely no possibility of survival in the midst of the flash of swords and shadows. Even Chen Feng's Jianquan technique couldn't escape the sealed space. Chen Feng looked at Qi Ling. The horror in his eyes clearly revealed. Qi Ling said,
Don't be surprised. If there are no protective measures, then the sacred beast inheritance hall will be at the mercy of others.
Only then did Chen Feng think clearly and nodded. The weapon spirit said,
Next, you must follow me closely. Flying is prohibited in the space below, and there are floating boards that can only bear the weight of one life. Although I am only a tool spirit, but in this inheritance hall, it is also regarded as life. So, I can't take you there. I can only lead you forward. I will follow.
Qi Ling began to walk down. And finally, the two came to a place divided into grids. Chen Feng looked at this place and understood that this was the floating board that Qi Ling was talking about. Qi Ling stepped forward, taking every step with extreme caution. Chen Feng followed closely and slowly reached the middle of the road. Suddenly, the hair on Chen Feng's body fell down for some reason, just outside the place where they had not stepped. Suddenly, the floating board disappeared in an instant, right next to Chen Feng. Chen Feng could clearly see through the hole that there was a bottomless abyss below. Qi Ling turned to look at Chen Feng and said,
Don't look at anything else. Just follow my footsteps.
Chen Feng finally came to his senses and continued to follow the weapon spirit, finally passing the floating board. After coming over, Chen Feng seemed to have experienced a big battle, and he was covered in sweat.
Okay, you have to complete the next test alone. I will wait for you at the end of the inheritance.
After saying that, the weapon spirit disappeared completely, leaving Chen Feng alone here. Listening to what the weapon spirit said before disappearing, it seemed as if there were still some tests on the road below. Chen Feng looked ahead and walked down with a cruel heart. Chen Feng came to a beautiful flower, and then there was no road below. He looked left and right, but couldn't find the door to move forward. Chen Feng couldn't help but think, could it be that the test mentioned by Qi Ling is this beautiful flower? What will this test me? Mind? Chen Feng couldn't help but guess. But after thinking about it, he shook his head. Where is this place? In the inheritance hall. Dozens of people are who knows how powerful, standing at the top of the world. How is it possible to take these tests? After saying that, Chen Feng looked at the charming flower and muttered, What will be the test? After saying that, Chen Feng closed his eyes. Then, he actually fell asleep. In his confusion, Chen Feng suddenly saw that he was back in the desert. He was just about to return to his own royal city. Suddenly, the scene in front of Chen Feng made Chen Feng furious, and his eyes turned blood red. I saw wind and sand blowing everywhere in the desert. and an indescribable war was taking place. Countless monsters were fighting each other, and countless races were wiped out in the war. Fighting is taking place everywhere in this desert. Qin Feng watched the monster beasts die one after another, and his heart was like a knife. These were his own people, monster beasts from his own desert, and now they were fighting each other to the death. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel heartbroken. Qin Feng quickly flew into the sky, trying to stop the fighting of the monster beasts loudly, but no sound was made. Chapter 412. The Weapon Spirit with Evil Intentions. Qin Feng was stunned. He continued to shout, but there was still no sound. Qin Feng panicked. In just a moment, Qin Feng saw a relatively powerful monster. With a full blow, he actually killed a little monster. The beast's family was directly destroyed, and no monster survived. Qin Feng roared loudly, hoping that he could make a little noise so that all the monsters in the desert could hear it and stop this war. He kept shouting until he was almost dumb, but it was still to no avail. Qin Feng stopped and looked at the monsters, who were still fighting. Qin Feng flew forward and stood in front of a monster that was killing people. However, the monster didn't seem to see Qin Feng and struck at a monster behind where Qin Feng was standing hit him. Qin Feng stood there, watching the attack pass through his body, and then smashed the monster behind him to pieces. Qin Feng knew that he was not in this world now. He was just a bystander, watching the battle continue bit by bit. After he understood his current situation, Qin Feng slowly calmed down and looked at the battlefield carefully. At this glance, Qin Feng discovered a lot of problems. The Cirrus Cloud Eagles that once provided him with information and helped Qin Feng detect the news are now fighting with their best friend, the Ling Feng beast. This made Qin Feng very puzzled. Even if the desert really started fighting, the two races would advance and retreat together, and this situation would not happen at all. In addition, Qin Feng actually saw the giant tiger, the guard general of Azar City, from the battle. The current giant tiger seemed to be killing like crazy, wherever he went. His strength at the first level of that day's martial arts was simply killing gods and Buddhas. All the monsters could not withstand the giant tiger's blow and died. Qin Feng was even more surprised. The giant tiger had been following him for such a long time, and Qin Feng knew what kind of monster the giant tiger was. Even though Jihu's position is that of a guard general, Jihu yearns for peace very much. This is when Qin Feng brought peace to Zar City after killing the original lord of Zar City and occupying Zar City. Tiger respects himself very much. But now, it was the giant tiger who took the lead in killing the monsters, which made Qin Feng wonder whether this world was the real world. Qin Feng continued to watch, until finally, Qin Feng saw something, which made Qin Feng instantly judge that this world was definitely fake and was used to lure him. That is, Qin Feng's own glorious worker bee. The glorious worker bee appeared on the other side of the sky, looking in a direction that looked like the south of the desert, where the monsters were relatively powerful. But the glory worker bees rushed among all the monsters, piercing their poisonous stingers one by one. As long as the monster is stung by the glory worker bee, it will basically lose its life within half a minute. Qin Feng looked at the glorious worker bees and couldn't help but laugh. If there were no glory worker bees in this world, it might still be difficult for Qin Feng to judge whether it was a real or fake world. But now, with the glory worker bees appearing, it would definitely be a fake world. The glory worker bee was commanded by Qin Feng. It was not tamed by Qin Feng. But the moment the glory worker bee was born from the hive, it was engraved in the heart of the hive forever. No matter what happens, Qin Feng's orders must come first. If Qin Feng doesn't let them attack the desert, then the glorious worker bees will definitely stay in their sea of scarlet roses and collect honey all the time. But now that Qin Feng saw the glorious worker bees appearing here, he could understand something. Qin Feng closed his eyes and stopped looking at everything in this world. His mood slowly calmed down, and Qin Feng secretly said, "Broken." Suddenly, Qin Feng seemed to hear the sound of space breaking. When Qin Feng opened his eyes again, he found that he had returned to the inheritance hall, and the coquettish flower just now had withered. There was no trace of life left. Qin Feng looked at the flower and said, "Your illusion is too realistic. But you are wrong. You should not use the betrayal of the glorious worker bees to make me angry, because this is simply impossible." After saying that, Qin Feng raised his head and found that a door had opened on the wall behind the flowers. "It seems that only after passing through this illusion will the door to the end appear." Qin Feng didn't say much, because now, at the inheritance place at the end, the weapon spirit has been waiting there for a long time. Qin Feng quickly flew in and saw Qi Ling standing there, carrying Qin Feng on his back. Qin Feng said, "I have passed it,
And now I have reached the last step.
Qi Ling turned around, looked at Chen Feng, and said,
Okay, come with me.
The weapon spirit came to a formation. He stood up, and then said to Chen Feng,
This place is the place that accepts the inheritance of all divine beasts. After you come up, I will activate the formation, and you will be in the formation.
Accept the test of the divine beasts one by one in the Dharma. And then, if the one is recognized by the divine beasts, after all the divine beasts have completed the assessment, you can choose one of them to accept the inheritance. If they are not recognized by the mythical beast, you cannot choose them after the end. Otherwise, the mythical beast will become furious and throw you out of the formation. At that time, you will get nothing. Remember, you must not choose this way.
Chen Feng looked at the weapon spirit, who was extremely concerned about his choice of inheritance,
and couldn't help but feel that something was wrong. However, for a moment, Chen Feng didn't feel it, so he didn't speak anymore. He nodded towards the weapon spirit and said,
Okay.
When Qi Ling heard Chen Feng's affirmative answer, he came out of the formation and stood next to Chen Feng. Just when Chen Feng was about to enter the formation, the weapon spirit asked,
If you pass it later, whose inheritance will you choose?
Chen Feng thought for a while, but before he could speak, he heard the weapon spirit say to Chen Feng eagerly,
I think you can choose the inheritance of Qinglong after a while. Qinglong is definitely the most powerful among all the mythical beasts.
Chen Feng said,
I don't particularly want to accept their inheritance. I just want to feel their most powerful strength in the world so that I can be more clear about my goals in the future.
The weapon spirit said instantly,
No, you must choose the inheritance of Qinglong.
Chen Feng looked at the different weapon spirits from before, and even felt a little anxious. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel a little wary in his heart. Chapter 413 The Powerful Puppet. He faced the weapon spirit and said,
Why? Don't I have the right to choose? Why can I only choose the inheritance of Qinglong?
Listening to Chen Feng's rebuttal, the weapon spirit couldn't help but realize that it seemed to be a little anxious. It quickly explained to Chen Feng,
No, I'm just giving you a reminder. The inheritance of Qinglong is definitely the best. Not only it will improve your current strength, and will be the best help for your future journey.
Chen Feng looked at the weapon spirit. Just now, the weapon spirit's eyes changed hastily, and then he changed his words instantly. Chen Feng felt that there was definitely something wrong with this weapon spirit. Chen Feng couldn't help but keep an eye on this. He faced the formation and stood sideways next to the weapon spirit, preparing to see what methods the weapon spirit had. Chen Feng saw that the weapon spirit actually laughed secretly, and then a compass appeared in its hand. Chen Feng's soul strength of the 6th level of Tianwu realm immediately spread out quietly, preparing to watch the weapon spirit's actions. The powerful soul strength covers this world. Chen Feng can hear the sound clearly in every place, even if it is just a grain of sand rolling. Chen Feng can judge it. Then, Chen Feng suddenly heard the voice of Qi Ling.
Humph. I have this sky-changing compass. When the time comes, if you pass the test of the Qinglong, and then do not choose the Qinglong, then I will use this sky-changing compass to replace the mythical beast you choose with the Qinglong. I'm sorry, outsider. Only the will of Qinglong can allow me to perfectly seize your body, and allow me to reappear in the outside world.
Chen Feng was instantly shocked. If his soul strength hadn't reached such a level now, Chen Feng might not even know what the weapon spirit said just now. It gives away the body. This made Chen Feng furious, and even wanted to kill the weapon spirit completely. Chen Feng thought like this in his heart, but the expression on his face was still the same as before, and the weapon spirit did not notice anything abnormal. Qi Ling said to Chen Feng,
Okay, you can enter the formation now, but I still sincerely advise you that choosing the inheritance of Qinglong is definitely the best choice.
Chen Feng sneered in his heart.
This is your best choice.
Chen Feng looked at the weapon spirit and said,
Okay, then I will choose the inheritance of Qinglong.
With that said, Chen Feng walked towards the formation, and the weapon spirit behind him slowly laughed. As long as Chen Feng steps into the formation, everything will be controlled by Chen Feng. Then, just when Chen Feng was about to step into the formation, Qi Ling had already laughed, but suddenly realized that Chen Feng in front of him had disappeared. Before he could react, Chen Feng's voice came from behind him.
I'm sorry. I already know all your thoughts. So now, since you want to take me away, I won't make it easy for you. The shadow of the holy sword. The earth groans. The poison of death. The soul-destroying finger.
Chen Feng had never been so angry before. But now, this weapon spirit not only hit his attention, but also directly took away such a vicious thing.
Qin Feng couldn't help but want to kill this weapon spirit. The weapon spirit suddenly felt the terrifying energy emanating from behind it. The weapon spirit quickly wanted to avoid it. But it was too late. It only avoided Qin Feng's death poison. But it did not avoid the remaining three. Skill. The flames of the bearer of the holy martial sword shadow instantly shot towards the back of the weapon spirit. Then, bursts of thunder suddenly sounded in the hall. And thunder and lightning fell on the weapon spirit in an instant. Along with the holy martial sword shadow. The explosion of Wu Jianying's flame caused even more horrific damage to the weapon spirit. Finally, the soul-destroying finger penetrated from behind to the chest, directly shooting a large hole through the body of the weapon spirit. Although Qi Ling was at a higher level than Qin Feng, so many things happened in such a moment that no one could react. The weapon spirit suffered extremely serious injuries, and was knocked away by the powerful force. It lay on the ground, looked at Qin Feng, and couldn't help but said, "You actually attacked me secretly?" Qin Feng sneered. "Humph. What you said is really funny. Am I only allowed to frame you, and not allow me to sneak attack you?" Qin Feng looked at the weapon spirit, and the weapon spirit said angrily, "Damn outsider. Today, I will still imprison you here, and then take away your body. I can still return to the outside world, and you will follow the years are here forever, suffering countless years of loneliness." With that said, the weapon spirit dragged his injured body and flew up. It hit a wall. Surprisingly, there was no sound of impact. Qin Feng looked over and found that there was a hole where the weapon spirit hit. The weapon spirit also came from that hole. Ran away. Qin Feng looked at the hole and suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. He stayed here, not knowing what the feeling in his heart was because of just now. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a tremor on the ground of the hall, like a noise coming from the north of the hall. Qin Feng quickly looked over and found that it was completely dark. The more unknown something is, the more terrifying it is. Qin Feng looked at the darkness, and the feeling of earthquake became more and more obvious. It must be that the unknown thing was getting closer and closer to him. In the dark north, dozens of different monsters suddenly stepped out. However, Qin Feng could see that none of these monsters had their own minds. It was obvious that these monsters were puppets. Qin Feng looked at it and couldn't help but feel horrified, because Qin Feng had already felt more than one aura of the peak of the Tianwu realm from these puppets. Such powerful puppets were no longer something Qin Feng could compete with. The puppets did not feel pain, but Qin Feng did. So Qin Feng could not defeat these puppets at all. The puppets stepped out of the darkness, saw Qin Feng, and instantly became restless. A puppet in the form of a tiger jumped up high in an instant and grabbed Qin Feng with one claw. Qin Feng's quick eyesight and quick hands allowed him to dodge the tiger puppet's attack within milliseconds. The tiger puppet continued its trend and grabbed its claws directly towards the main hall. In an instant, the walls of the main hall that had endured for countless years exploded, and rubble splattered in the sky. Qin Feng looked at the damage caused by the tiger puppet's attack and couldn't help but feel lucky that he had reacted quickly. Otherwise, he might have been caught to pieces. Qin Feng looked at the tiger puppet, and then at the remaining dozens of different puppets watching eagerly over there, and understood his current situation. Just a puppet at the 9th level of the Tianwu realm can cause such huge destructive power. If the remaining puppets come together, he will definitely die without a place to bury himself. Chapter 414 Battle. Qin Feng immediately turned around and flew in the direction he had just come from, with dozens of puppets behind him chasing after him. Fortunately, those were just puppets, and their mechanical bodies greatly limited their speed. Not only did they fail to keep up with Qin Feng, but they were pulled further and further away. Qin Feng flew all the way past the place where he had just come. Those restrictions, floating boards, and the forbidden area covered by the light of swords and shadows had also lost their effect because of Qin Feng's successful entry. So Qin Feng passed through unimpeded, and then fled out of the hall. Just when Qin Feng came to the place where he was teleported by all the divine beasts, Qin Feng heard the voice of Qilong. "Inheritor, do you want to leave here?" "Leave. I want to leave," Qin Feng said quickly. Qilong glanced at Qin Feng and knew what happened. He immediately used teleportation to teleport Qin Feng back outside the gate. Qin Feng couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw that he had come out of the Hall of Heritage. He immediately flew towards the volcano, and along the way, he actually saw the giant lava beasts. But this time, there were not just a few of the giant lava beasts, but a large group, which was at least as similar to the monster puppets just now. The quantity is about the same. Qin Feng looked at these lava behemoths and couldn't help but think, are these lava behemoths trying to take back the volcano's territory? But all the flame flowers there have been picked by me, And there are no more flame flowers. If I want to take them back at this time, I won't mind at all. Qin Feng thought that he had already flown to the volcano, and the thick burning aura made Qin Feng extremely shocked in his eyes. This burning heat was several times stronger than when he left. Qin Feng didn't know what happened. He kept flying towards the place where he had met the giant lava beasts before. When Qin Feng arrived at that place, Qin Feng became even more surprised, even more shocked than when he saw the gathering of giant lava beasts just now. Moreover, this shock also made Qin Feng think clearly why the lava beasts had gathered together just now. What Qin Feng saw was a patchwork of red flame flowers blooming in staggered patterns on the land. Qin Feng made a rough count and found that there were thousands of flame flowers. Qin Feng became excited. With just a dozen flaming flowers, he was able to break through from the 5th level of the Tianwu realm to the 6th level of the Tianwu realm. What is the concept of these thousands of flaming flowers? They would definitely allow him to break through to the heavenly realm. A treasure of the demon general's strength. Qin Feng admitted that he was moved. However, Qin Feng is also thinking about how to kill all the dozens of lava beasts. Does he really have to rely on his death poison to eliminate them one by one? In that case, Qin Feng himself would be consumed to death by the lava beast due to lack of energy before he died of exhaustion. Just as Qin Feng was thinking about it, the sound of fighting suddenly came out, and Qin Feng listened carefully to the sound of fighting. It was like the attack of a giant lava beast, an endless stream of earth-shaking sounds. Qin Feng quickly flew towards the place where the sound came from. He wanted to find out. Arriving at the other side of the volcano, where Qin Feng had just come from the inheritance hall, Qin Feng saw the figure of the lava beast. Opposite the lava beast, Qin Feng saw the monster puppets in the inheritance hall. The two groups of monsters now met head-on. The giant lava beasts had a relatively hot temper, and coupled with their strong defenses, they were not afraid of any monsters at all. Even monsters that are 1 or 2 smaller realms higher than the giant lava beasts will fight with them as long as they anger the giant lava beasts. However, the giant lava beasts will not always have a hot temper. They are usually very peaceful, unless provoked by other monster races. They will not launch large-scale group battles. But it seems that the current situation is definitely because the group of monster puppets came to question these giant lava beasts in order to find Chung. How could the giant lava beasts endure such grievances? So they did not tell the monster puppets. Then the two of them started to do it. Qin Feng watched the battle between the two parties here and discovered that although the lava behemoth's defense was extremely powerful, and those monster puppets could not defeat the lava behemoth, the strength of its defense was naturally inversely proportional to its attack power. Under the powerful attack of the monster puppets, they could only passively defend, without even the ability to resist. Qin Feng saw that if this situation continued, the two sides would not be able to decide the winner. He might as well take advantage of the time when the two sides were fighting to collect those flame flowers. Qin Feng quickly turned around and returned to the volcano, violently scraping the flame flowers on the ground. Just when he had picked nearly 200 flowers, suddenly, several weak voices came from behind Qin Feng. Outsider, you have touched the formation of the Hall of Heritage. As the protective envoys of the Hall, we will now capture you and bring you back to the Hall of Heritage, where you will be trained for eternity. When Qin Feng heard these words, he knew that the lava beast had been defeated. He turned around and saw only a dozen demon beast puppets standing in front of him. Qin Feng looked at the dozen or so puppets left, and each of them was even injured. Qin Feng smiled and said, "Oh, do you think you can keep me here just by yourself?" The monster puppet ignored Qin Feng's ridicule and said, "I'm not just keeping you here, but I'm going to capture you back to the inheritance hall." Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. "Humph, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep me. System, pass the glory worker bee over." Ding! The glorious worker bee delivered successfully. In an instant, tens of thousands of glorious worker bees appeared around Qin Feng. As for why the glory worker bee can be teleported in now, Qin Feng only discovered this just now. It seems that something happened on this piece of land, because the ban on the inheritance hall was opened and the rules were changed, and Qin Feng's glory worker bee was able to teleport over. Qin Feng looked at the dozens of demon beast puppets and couldn't help but yelled at the glory worker bee. "Come on and destroy them." "Yes, our king." Suddenly, tens of thousands of radiant worker bees rushed forward, and the dense swarm was like a whole dark cloud, covering all the light in the sky. Looking at this scene, more than a dozen demon beast puppets no longer persisted in the idea of capturing Qin Feng. Just kidding. In this case, it's not certain who will capture who. They quickly ran away in the direction of the inheritance hall. But how can their speed compare to the glorious worker bees with wings?
Chen Feng watched the monster puppet being overwhelmed by the army of bees, and stopped looking at it, because it was already a certain death situation. Chapter 415, Improving Strength. And those monster puppets were completely wiped out by the underworld bees and glory worker bees. The bee returned to Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the remaining hundreds of flame flowers, then looked at his bee, and suddenly thought of an idea. The shining worker bees and the underworld bees obeyed the order and absorbed all the flame flowers here. The bees rushed forward. They could clearly sense that these flame flowers were absolutely useful for improving their strength. But before, they did not dare to absorb them without Chen Feng's permission. Now that Chen Feng has let them absorb it, they will naturally not miss this opportunity. While the glorious worker bees and the underworld bees were absorbing the flame flowers, Chen Feng was not idle either. He sat cross-legged on the ground and began to cultivate the energy he had consumed while escaping. Then Chen Feng once again took out the flower of flame and prepared to absorb it to enhance his strength. But this time, Chen Feng found that he seemed to be vaguely immune to the flaming flower. And as more flame flowers are absorbed, the feeling of immunity becomes stronger. Finally, after Chen Feng absorbed 100 flame flowers, Chen Feng turned into a ball of flame again, and his aura reached its peak. After a long time, Chen Feng finally started his breakthrough. Not only that, under the volcano, among the hundreds of flame flowers, there are countless fire points. These are the glorious worker bees and the underworld bees who are breaking through their own strength. The flames around Chen Feng once again surrounded Chen Feng into a fireball. This time the fire and heat were more powerful than the last time he broke through here after driving away the lava beast. The flames circled and burned continuously, tempering Chen Feng's body. Chen Feng's body also turned red. Finally, a burst of breath burst out from Chen Feng's body, directly blowing up the flames around him and spreading them around. That explosive aura also spread between heaven and earth. And Chen Feng also took another step from the middle level of Tianwu Realm to the 7th level of Tianwu Realm. Chen Feng slowly opened his eyes and saw a lot of fire exploding among the flame flowers. Chen Feng watched the glorious worker bees flying out of the fire one after another, as if they had been reborn. And when they gathered together, the sky-shattering aura was no worse than a real powerful legion of monster beasts. He could feel that the strength of the current glory worker bees was definitely above the 5th level of Tianwu Realm, and could even be more powerful. Seeing here, the glorious worker bees have changed so much. So Chen Feng will wait and see whether the Huangquan bees can transform. Chen Feng stayed here for almost half an hour. During this period, Chen Feng originally wanted to try to absorb the flame flowers again. But after Chen Feng absorbed nearly 50 flame flowers, his body seemed to have not changed at all. Give up. Chen Feng shook his head and said, "It seems that it is a bit unrealistic to use this flower of flame to improve my strength in the future." He looked at the fireball transformed by the underworld bee, and couldn't help but look forward to it, hoping to make the underworld bee appear faster. Finally, when Chen Feng heard a different sound, the fire around Huangquan bee finally dissipated. Thousands of underworld bees exuding terrifying power flew out from the fire, and their figures were like lightning, flashing in front of Chen Feng's eyes. At the 8th level of the Tianwu Realm, Chen Feng had already judged the underworld bee's current strength the moment he saw it. Chen Feng originally thought that the underworld bee would only be able to break through after absorbing these flame flowers. After reaching the 6th level of Tianwu Realm, the fact appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes. There was actually the 8th level of Tianwu Realm. This really gave Chen Feng a huge surprise. Chen Feng could imagine that in front of his army of underworld bees, with the 8th level of Tianwu Realm, the monsters at the peak of Tianwu Realm would also die under their attack. Okay. Chen Feng said, okay 3 times in a row, which showed how excited Chen Feng was. Chen Feng then continued to say to these bees, "Now, these flame flowers have been absorbed by you, and your bodies have also experienced unparalleled tempering. So now, the place I am going to take you to is not for physical training. It's not a place, but to exercise your soul's strength." He looked at all the bees. What Chen Feng was most worried about now was that the soul strength of these bees was too low. If they met the flower that looked like him in the inheritance hall in the future, they would enter that extremely lifelike place. When in the dreamland, I wonder if these bees can hold on to themselves. Even if Chen Feng knows that there is a hive that has carved orders for these bees to obey him, Chen Feng cannot guarantee whether they can persist in the face of that powerful illusion. So now, Chen Feng wants all the bees to go to the soul flower. There, absorb all the soul flowers. Anyway, those soul flowers will be found and absorbed by other monsters after he leaves, so they might as well fulfill themselves. However, Chen Feng still has some concerns. He doesn't know where the weapon spirit of the inheritance hall is now. Now here, the restriction has been destroyed. And even Qinfeng's glorious worker bees can be brought here from other places. I wonder if the weapon spirit can escape from the inheritance hall. If possible, Qinfeng must be vigilant. Otherwise, he would be seriously injured by the weapon spirit's sneak attack, which would really outweigh the gains and losses. But now, the most important thing is to bring the glorious worker bees and the underworld bees into the Sea of Soul flowers, so that these bees can improve their strength. This is the most important thing now. With this thought in mind, Qinfeng quickly led countless bees toward the Soul Flower Sea. At this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Qinfeng. This figure was extremely familiar. If Qinfeng looked back, he would be able to recognize it. This was the artifact spirit of the inheritance hall. Qi-Ling looked at the direction in which Qinfeng and the bees were leaving, with the corners of his mouth raised slightly.
Humph. Even if you beat me seriously, how can I have no backup plan? Those monster puppets are just an appetizer. If you want to leave here, I don't agree.
As he spoke, the figure of the weapon spirit gradually disappeared. During Qinfeng's flight, he couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart. But when he looked around, he didn't find anything. Qinfeng laughed at himself.
It seems that there are too many things going on recently. I am so nervous now, and I am really a bit disappointed.
Chapter 416 Backhand. Qinfeng and the bees finally flew to the area of the Soul Flower Sea. Qinfeng pointed at this flower and said to the Glory Worker Bee and the Huangquan Bee,
"Here are the soul flowers that can enhance your soul strength. You start to absorb it now. How much can you absorb?"
"How many?"
"Yes. The Glory Worker Bee and the Underworld Bee have been cultivating their own cultivation, and their soul cultivation is really poor. Now that there is something as heavenly and precious as the soul flower, they are naturally extremely eager for it." Seeing the bees rushing forward, Qinfeng stopped looking at them and turned his head elsewhere. "It seems that I really need to take a rest this time when I go back. Whether it was the 3 days of sailing on the mixed sea, or the battle of wits and courage with the weapon spirit in the inheritance hall, I was almost deceived, and even had to be cheated by that weapon. The spirit seizes the body." Qinfeng was really exhausted mentally and physically now. He felt like that at that moment, but he didn't find anything. Qinfeng couldn't help but feel that he was delusional. Although his soul strength has increased to the 7th level of Tianwu realm, this kind of consumption cannot be sustained forever. Qinfeng also flew into the Sea of Soul Flowers. He first borrowed some soul flowers to restore his consumed soul power, and then prepared to enter the water drop space to see what he had obtained from the inheritance hall. But before Qinfeng entered, he heard some different voices, which was extremely noisy. Qinfeng quickly turned his gaze to the direction of the sound, only to find that it was the Sea of Souls. But now the Soul Sea seems to have undergone some changes. The waves that had never been caused by the wind are now several meters high and are hitting the land. The noisy sounds that Qinfeng heard came from this large sea wave. Qinfeng stared closely at the wave. There were actually an extremely large number of souls in it. Qinfeng couldn't help but become nervous as he watched. It seemed that what he had just felt was right. There was real danger in front of Qinfeng now. The wave crashed onto the shore with a bang, and countless souls flew over in an instant, standing there looking at the scene around them. Then, in an instant, a shocking shout came out.
"The seal is broken. We can finally come out. This damn sea of souls can no longer restrain us." Ha ha ha.
Countless souls were laughing and dancing in the sky. Qinfeng looked at the number of hundreds of thousands of souls. Qinfeng knew that these hundreds of thousands of souls were just the tip of the iceberg in the entire Soul Sea. If all the souls in the Soul Sea were released, there would definitely be more than hundreds of millions. So, while Qinfeng was looking at these souls, they seemed to have noticed Qinfeng and looked towards Qinfeng. But they only glanced at Qinfeng and then were attracted by the sea of soul flowers around Qinfeng.
"Everyone, look! What are those things? And why do I feel extremely strong soul power from those flowers?"
Some souls asked loudly. Among them, there are inevitably some souls who have experienced a lot in life. After observing these flowers for a while, they all shouted excitedly,
This is the soul flower."
This roar directly ignited all the souls. Maybe they have never seen what the soul flower is, but this does not prevent them from hearing about it.
This soul flower is definitely the best choice to help their current souls increase their strength. For them, even if a treasure of greater value is given to them, they will not exchange it. Qinfeng saw their looks and knew that he could not stay here any longer. So he immediately ran away regardless of the other bees trying to break through. He was not a fool. He naturally knew which one was stronger between himself and so many souls. There are so many souls. No matter how low the strength is. If one soul hits Qin Feng will not be able to bear it. In the process of escaping, Qin Feng also picked off nearly 100 soul flowers, and then fled towards the distance. And the moment Qin Feng escaped from the sea of soul flowers, the countless souls entered it as if they were crazy. And some glorious worker bees and HLBs that had not yet succeeded in breaking through were instantly overwhelmed by countless souls. Those souls have stayed in the soul sea for countless years, but this has not smoothed away the violence in their hearts. They watch the glory worker bees and the underworld bees absorbing the energy of the soul flower, and they do not let go of the glory worker bees. Countless souls rush directly towards the bees, tearing them apart, and then snatched away the soul flower that the glorious worker bee was absorbing. Qin Feng was extremely angry as he watched his bees die at the hands of these souls. But Qin Feng still had no choice but to leave the sea of soul flowers and run somewhere else. Qin Feng now desperately wants to leave the soul sea, but he doesn't know how to teleport out. At this moment, an illusion suddenly flashed in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately stopped and looked at the illusion in front of him warily.
Outsider, you have reached the time to leave. But you must solve the rebellion in this sea of souls. The only way is to kill the culprit who created this chaos and let these countless souls return to their souls again. In the sea. If you fail to stop this chaos, then you will be killed by all the souls in the sea of souls.
Qin Feng couldn't help but feel a little better after hearing this. But although he already knew the way to leave, he didn't know who was the culprit of causing this chaos. Qin Feng asked.
Who created this chaos?
The illusion told Qin Feng a vague answer.
The one thing that wants to get out of here more than anything.
After saying that, the illusion completely disappeared.
Hey! I didn't even finish what I said. I wanted to leave half of it. It's true.
Qin Feng complained about the illusion and cursed. Then Qin Feng remembered what he had just said.
The thing that wants to leave here the most? Who is it? Could it be?
A figure instantly appeared in front of Qin Feng's eyes. It was the weapon spirit in the inheritance hall.
It should be it. From the moment I saw it, it has been talking about going out.
Qin Feng's eyes turned cold. And then Qin Feng immediately turned around and flew towards the inheritance hall. But just as Qin Feng set off, he heard a familiar voice.
Outsiders, you're welcome. How about it? The soul in the sea of souls tastes pretty good. Right.
Qin Feng looked in the direction where the sound came from and saw the face of the weapon spirit. He heard the weapon spirit's ridicule just now again, and couldn't help but feel angry.
It seems that this outbreak of the soul sea is probably caused by you?
Qin Feng looked straight at the weapon spirit, his aura gradually rising. Chapter 417 Change of Form. Qi Ling looked at the furious Qin Feng and laughed.
Oh, you said those souls came out? Yes, it was me. Since you don't let me leave, then everything in this soul sea will be destroyed with me, including you.
The weapon spirit went crazy. Looking at it, it no longer had the demeanor that the weapon spirit of the inheritance hall should have. Qin Feng stared at the crazy Qi Ling indifferently without saying a word. Qi Ling looked at Qin Feng without any reaction, and said even more angrily,
Why? Aren't you afraid? I want you to scream. I want you to beg me to let you go.
Qin Feng said.
I know you are very pitiful. You have been waiting here for countless years and cannot get relief. But now you can no longer be described as pitiful,
but pathetic.
Then, Qin Feng said,
since ancient times, evil has always prevailed over good. With your current appearance and injured body, you can't defeat me at all.
Qi Ling looked at Qin Feng and said,
You just attacked me sneakily, and that's why I suffered such serious injuries. In terms of evil, your method is despicable.
Qin Feng had no intention of talking to Qi Ling anymore. The current Qi Ling couldn't listen to any words at all. Moreover, Qin Feng also accepted what the group of illusions said, and personally admitted to the weapon spirit that the restriction was damaged by it. Now, as long as he kills the weapon spirit, he can leave the Sea of Souls. Qin Feng suddenly rose up, leading the glory worker bees to attack the weapon spirit.
The glorious worker bee obeys my command and seals all its escape directions. Yes, King. Underworld bee obeys the order and uses the underworld water. I want to kill this weapon spirit.
After Qin Feng issued a series of instructions, all the bees were mobilized. Tens of thousands of glory worker bees surrounded the weapon spirit in 3 layers and 3 layers outside. It could be said that the surrounding was impenetrable. The underworld bee immediately flew high and used the underworld water towards the weapon spirit. These bees who have experienced the baptism of the flame flower and the soul flower are no longer what they used to be. Even the bees who just thought they had broken through after absorbing the soul flower were driven out of the soul flower sea by hundreds of thousands of souls in the soul flower sea without Qinfeng taking a closer look. Now that the bees were all attacking with all their strength, Qinfeng suddenly felt something was a little different. The reaction speed of the shining worker bees and the underworld bees became obviously faster and more agile. Qinfeng couldn't help but feel happy and sighed that his judgment in letting the bees absorb the flame flower and soul flower just now was extremely correct. The weapon spirit was alone among tens of thousands of bees. It looked at the bees around it and listened to Qinfeng's instructions, and its face couldn't help but darken. Ling did not expect that there would be so many bees under Qinfeng, and the strength of these bees was all above the 5th level of the Tianwu realm, and none of them was lower than the 5th level of the Tianwu realm. Ling looked at the glorious worker bees around him, and then looked up to see that the underworld bees in the sky had launched an attack. The water from the underworld merged into a river of underworld, and the eyes of the tool spirit became desperate. It is now truly at the end of its rope. It didn't have any capital to compete with these tens of thousands of bees, so it could only stand there blankly. The swarm obeys the order, and there is no need to show mercy. After killing the weapon spirit, we can leave the soul sea. Listening to Qinfeng's words, the bees were very happy, but the weapon spirit standing in the middle was no longer calm. Stop. What are you talking about? You can leave after killing me? Who told you this? They lied to you. After killing me, not only will you not be able to leave, but you will also be like me, forever and ever. If you stay here, you will never be able to leave the Sea of Souls. Originally, Qinfeng didn't pay much attention to Ling's words, but suddenly, Qinfeng heard Ling's words and instantly became nervous. Impossible. This is what a ball of illusion told me. As long as he kills you, he can let me leave this Sea of Souls. The weapon spirit seemed to suddenly think of something, and it said loudly, "No, that is not someone who manages the Soul Sea, but an extremely powerful soul that was once sealed and bound by the Soul Sea. It was composed of several people at that time. The extremely powerful ancestors were sealed together. Unexpectedly, this time I broke the taboo and actually released the soul." Qinfeng looked at Ling and did not see that Ling was lying, so Qinfeng only half believed it. But just when Qinfeng wanted all the bees to withdraw, the river of bees in the sky was already rushing to the body of the weapon spirit at an extremely fast speed. Qinfeng was shocked when he saw it. If what the weapon spirit said was true, then if he killed the weapon spirit, he would never be able to find the exit. Qinfeng relied on his intuition. He just wanted to save the weapon spirit and ask for the truth. Xianquan technique. Qinfeng flashed from where he was in front of the weapon spirit in an instant, and rescued the weapon spirit from the center of the Yellow Spring River in the blink of an eye. Qinfeng took Ling aside and ordered both Guangyo Worker Bee and Huanghuan Bee to rest where they were, waiting for Qinfeng's order. Then, Qinfeng turned his attention to Ling and said, "What on earth is going on?" Ling said to Qinfeng, "I already know that I was wrong. I have been guarding this Soul Sea for countless years, but now I have personally liberated all the souls from the Soul Sea." Qinfeng said, "It's okay. Tell me, how can I go back?" The weapon spirit looked at Qinfeng and said, "The only way now is to go to the Inheritance Hall again. Summon the legacy of the Divine Beast, and let it seal all the souls that have escaped, and seal them again enter the Sea of Souls." Qinfeng said, "How should I be sure that you can help me leave here?" The weapon spirit laughed to itself. It knew that because it wanted to seize Qinfeng's body, it had already made Qinfeng suspicious. But it had no choice. It said to Qinfeng, "Look, is there anything different in the sky above the Inheritance Hall?" When Qinfeng listened to what Ling said, his eyes couldn't help but look in the direction of the Inheritance Hall. Then Qinfeng looked up at the sky of the Heritage Hall. Qinfeng immediately discovered that the sky above the Heritage Hall was different from other places. It was a slightly black sky, only slightly different from the white in other places. But Qinfeng also saw it through careful identification. Ling pointed at the black mass and said, "That's the formation that teleports away from the Soul Sea. Originally, you could only leave the Soul Sea through that formation after accepting the inheritance of one of the Divine Beasts. But now you don't. Accepting the inheritance you have received, you cannot actually leave from any formation. However, if you successfully prevent this disaster, I can open that formation and allow you to leave successfully." Chapter 418, The Mythical Beast Appears. Qinfeng heard Ling's explanation, although he believed it a little bit. But regarding this weapon spirit, Qinfeng still adheres to the mentality of not having the intention to harm others,
and not having the intention to guard against others. Chen Feng said to Qi Ling.
Even if what you say is true, I don't have much trust in you. Then what do you want from me, so that you can believe me? Time is running out now, and the seal of the Soul Sea is gradually loosening. If you don't believe it, look at the other side of the Soul Sea.
Chen Feng looked in the direction pointed by the weapon spirit. And sure enough, Chen Feng saw a wave that was countless times larger than the wave that contained hundreds of thousands of souls. Even though they were dozens of kilometers away, Chen Feng could still see souls crowded and struggling in the huge waves, trying to escape. The number actually exceeds tens of millions. Chen Feng couldn't help but feel frightened when he saw it. He now knew that he could not delay it any longer. He quickly said to the weapon spirit,
I have no other requirements. I want you to swear that everything you say now is true. Otherwise you will disappear forever.
Hearing Chen Feng's request, Qi Ling couldn't help but smile and said,
I thought it was some kind of poisonous oath. Since it's just such an oath, then I will definitely do it.
After saying that, Qi Ling looked up to the sky, imitated what Chen Feng said, and swore an oath. Chen Feng saw that the weapon spirit really swore, and finally let down his guard in his heart. He quickly said,
Then let's go to the inheritance hall quickly. It is estimated that there is still about half a day before the wave falls on the shore. We will decide we cannot let this large wave fall. Otherwise it will be difficult to seal tens of millions of souls if they appear.
The weapon spirit immediately moved and said,
Well, as long as the divine beasts use their magic to seal the sea of souls between heaven and earth again during this period of time, then even if these souls fall on the shore in the waves, they will jump out of the waves. Without further ado, let's go quickly. After that, Chen Feng and Qi Ling flew directly to the inheritance hall. Both of them were extremely fast and moved forward at the fastest speed. Finally, the two came to the gate of the heritage hall, and they hurried in. This time, there were no divine beasts to help teleport Chen Feng. Qi Ling saw Chen Feng's doubts and quickly explained while flying.
This hall was originally hidden in a space, but you entered from the outside, so that space was exposed. So now, through this gate, you can enter the inheritance hall, which means that every monster that comes can directly enter the inheritance hall and try to accept the inheritance of the divine beasts.
Chen Feng was immediately surprised. And then he said,
In that case, wouldn't every monster be able to accept the inheritance? Of course that's not the case. If so, can the mythical beast still be called a mythical beast? That's not a bad thing. Only after the first demonic beast that enters the mythical beast inheritance formation appears. No matter whether it is chosen or not, it will be the inheritance formation has failed, and we can no longer enter.
Chen Feng nodded, and it made sense.
In that case, I will go into the inheritance formation to take a look after a while.
Hearing that Chen Feng wanted to enter the inheritance formation, Qi Ling smiled, but froze the next second because Chen Feng did not say whose inheritance he wanted to accept. He quickly said,
Are you really not going to choose the inheritance of any divine beast? That is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it will definitely make you reach the sky in one step.
Chen Feng heard the weapon spirit's persuasion and smiled. Then Chen Feng said extremely seriously,
No preparation. I embark on the path of the strong, and I don't want to follow the direction of others, even if it is a divine beast.
Qi Ling was shocked by Chen Feng's words. It stared at Chen Feng and almost hit a pillar. The weapon spirit recovered and continued flying, but the shock in his heart was already written on his face. Qi Ling secretly thought,
How is this possible? Why do I see the shadow of the divine beast from this little demon beast at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm? This is impossible. Impossible.
Although the weapon spirit tried its best to deny it, there was another voice in its heart that was opposing it.
The future achievements of this demonic beast will not even be inferior to those of the divine beast.
The weapon spirit didn't dare to think about it anymore. Quickly cheered up and continued flying forward. Finally, the two finally came to the inheritance formation again. Chen Feng looked at the inheritance formation, and the dozens of divine beasts were still engraved in it. Qi Ling said,
Do you want to go inside? Don't worry. I will never try to frame you again.
Chen Feng nodded and looked at Qi Ling.
Open it. I want to go in. Take a look at what was once on the top of the world.
The weapon spirit said,
Okay. Since you want to go in, I will activate the formation. However, I still hope that you can consider accepting one of the inheritances, and don't let the inheritance of the divine beast be lost.
Chen Feng turned his head and looked at Qi Ling.
No need. I'll go my own way.
Seeing Chen Feng's determination, Qi Ling stopped trying to persuade him. He pointed to the formation and motioned for Chen Feng to enter. Chen Feng slowly flew in. and the weapon spirit also activated the formation. Suddenly, the entire hall was filled with colorful lights, and various lights illuminated the hall, making the entire hall bright as if it were daytime. Chun Feng, who was within the formation, suddenly felt a warm breath, covering his whole body. Then, Chun Feng felt a flash before his eyes. The whole world changed, and he seemed to be traveling through time and space. When Chun Feng opened his eyes again, the scene in front of him was no longer the simple scene in the inheritance hall, but on a barren land. Chun Feng looked at the endless desolation around him, and suddenly felt a desolate atmosphere in his heart. Chun Feng just watched like this, and stayed there for nearly half an hour, when the desolation in Chun Feng's heart suddenly turned into a feeling of loneliness. Suddenly, the world began to change. Countless storms were everywhere. The vicissitudes of the sea began to change, and the 4 seasons began to change. The sun and the moon are constantly changing, and time is constantly beating. Chun Feng looked at all this, as if he was at the center of the world. Suddenly, a voice appeared in the sky and earth. The top is loneliness. Just when this sound sounded, the changes in the world finally stopped. Chun Feng looked at the transformed scene. It turned out to be a sea of fire, and in the middle of the sea of fire, there lay a monster beast that looked like a bird but not like a bird. The monster felt Chun Feng's gaze, and slowly opened its eyes, and looked at Chun Feng. Suddenly, Chun Feng seemed to be stared at by a terrifying monster, and he did not dare to move. Chapter 419 Peak. Suddenly, a monster with terrifying strength flew up in an instant, spread out a pair of wings made of flames, and flapped its wings in the sky, like a noble queen. Behind it, 9 tails swayed in the air. Chun Feng looked at this monster and his heart skipped a beat. This monster is actually a phoenix. The phoenix hovered in the sky, and then flew away. The scene around Chun Feng changed, and he came to the center of a war. Countless monsters were fighting. Phoenix watched all this with cold eyes. It spread its wings and turned into phoenix feather arrows, covering the sky and covering the sky, bringing all the monsters into the attack range. The feathers were like sharp arrows, directly inserted into the body of every monster. No matter how powerful the monsters were, they were all killed by this attack. Chun Feng looked at the ground, and there were even Demon King and Demon Saint level demon beasts, but they were all shot into a blood hole by the phoenix's feathers. One after another, the monsters fell unwillingly, and the originally noisy world suddenly became extremely quiet. Phoenix watched the calm world and slowly disappeared. Just when Chun Feng was shocked that Phoenix killed hundreds of millions of monsters in the world with just one blow, a new scene changed before Chun Feng's eyes. This time, around Chun Feng, there was nothing in the vast sky. Only a monster beast nearly 10,000 meters in length could be seen soaring among the clouds in the sky. Chun Feng was once again surprised. This time, he saw Qinglong. Qinglong appeared from it, and a clear and loud moan came from Qinglong's mouth, shaking the world. The world in front of him changed again. A monster with a snake head and a turtle body walked over with heavy and slow steps. Chun Feng understood that this was Xuanwu, and the 4 great beasts had already gathered. Xuanwu walked slowly. Suddenly, Xuanwu's foot stepped on the ground, which caused the earth to tremble and opened countless huge cracks. Xuanwu slowly walked in. Chun Feng also came to a sea. At this time, countless waves were rolling on the sea surface, which was extremely unstable. A huge wave appeared on the sea and was about to reach the shore. Xuanwu looked at the wave, and a roar came from Xuanwu's mouth. Suddenly, the heaven and earth did not know what kind of power appeared, and the huge wave slowly lowered, until it finally calmed down, and there were no more waves on the sea surface. Seeing Xuanwu destroying all the energy of the world, Chun Feng became stunned. Then, the world continued to change, and the Dapeng, Suzaku, and Qilin all appeared in front of Chun Feng. Chun Feng looked at each of the divine beasts, and he was no less surprised than Qinglong and the others. Finally, after watching all the mythical beasts, Chun Feng came out without choosing to accept the test. Qilin watched Chun Feng slowly wake up from the side, and quickly stepped forward and asked, "How is it?" Chun Feng still stayed on the screen of each mythical beast, and couldn't help but sigh. "It's really too powerful. Is this the pinnacle between heaven and earth? Of course, those are only a few dozen divine beasts that have existed in the world for countless years, so they're naturally powerful." Chun Feng listened to what Qilin said and nodded. Then, Chun Feng seemed to remember something and said quickly, "How much time has passed now? Have those souls appeared between heaven and earth?" The weapon spirit closed its eyes, as if sensing something. After a while, Qilin said, Not yet. It is estimated that it will take about half an hour before the waves hit the shore.
Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and said,
That's all right. By the way, how can we summon Qinglong's will and let Qinglong come and seal this world again?
Qi Ling also remembered this matter, but did not answer Qin Feng immediately. Qin Feng asked,
What's wrong?
Qi Ling did not answer Qin Feng. After a while, Qi Ling seemed to have finally made a decision and said to Qin Feng resolutely,
Come with me. I have a way to summon Qinglong's legacy.
With that said, Qi Ling walked towards a room. Qin Feng quickly followed and looked at a small room in front of Qi Ling. The two walked in, and the weapon spirit began to move around in the room. It seemed that every step was chaotic, but Qin Feng could see clearly. The weapon spirit is activating the formation. Qin Feng stood aside, waiting for the weapon spirit. However, when the weapon spirit took all the steps, Qin Feng's imagined scene of seeing the green dragon did not appear. Instead, he saw the weapon spirit flying up again and groping on the wall. Qin Feng asked in shock,
Is this a formation within a formation?
The weapon spirit said,
Yes. The two formations here are combined into one to protect the legacy of Qinglong. But it can only be summoned once. I originally thought that you could accept the inheritance of Qinglong. I will seize your body again and find you here again.
The Azure Dragon's legacy has greatly increased my strength. But now it seems that it is really not. Okay.
Qin Feng thought for a moment and nodded. He knew that the weapon spirit had always wanted to take him away. But because this time, the weapon spirit opened the restriction of the Soul Sea, allowing all the souls in the Soul Sea to begin to break through the restriction and prepare to appear in the world. The weapon spirit originally not only guarded the inheritance hull, but also guarded the Soul Sea. But this disaster was caused by it alone. So the weapon spirit felt extremely guilty. Even if the weapon spirit wanted to leave the Soul Sea again, it would not use such a method. Chapter 420, Leaving the Soul Sea. Although the weapon spirit wanted to seize Qin Feng's body, it was a little too extreme. But after all, the weapon spirit had stayed in the Soul Sea for countless years, and it really couldn't stand it anymore.
But now, after knowing that the Soul Sea is facing a crisis, Qi Ling no longer thinks about seizing Qin Feng, but wholeheartedly saves the Soul Sea from the crisis. This couldn't help but make Qin Feng feel that the weapon spirit was very good. At this time, Qi Ling had opened the second formation and then retreated to Qin Feng's side. Said to Qin Feng,
Get ready. Qinglong's legacy is about to come out.
Qin Feng quickly became serious.
Bring it on.
Qi Ling suddenly activated the formation, and a sound of movement appeared. Qin Feng stared closely in front of him. In the space, a wisp of white eyes suddenly appeared, and then slowly grew longer. It transformed into the appearance of a blue dragon. Qilong hovered in the air, then stabilized his body, and looked at Qi Ling and Qin Feng in front of him. As the strongest person in the inheritance hall, Qilong naturally knows the weapon spirit. It said to the weapon spirit,
Item spirit, this is my only remaining will. Tell me why you summoned me.
The weapon spirit quickly said,
Qinglong, the restriction of the Soul Sea has been broken. Please use your magic power to repair the restriction and seal all souls in the Soul Sea again.
Qilong heard what the weapon spirit said and quickly felt the energy between heaven and earth. After a while, Qilong spoke.
Sure enough, the ban on this world has now been broken. The ban on the mixed sea has become extremely weak, and many souls have escaped. This is not a small matter. The ban is still being broken bit by bit. Weakened. Soon all the souls in the Soul Sea will escape. And in that case, there will definitely be a chaos between heaven and earth.
The weapon spirit said quickly.
That is indeed the case. So the top priority now is to strengthen the seal again.
Qilong looked at the weapon spirit and said,
This time I will strengthen the seal between heaven and earth, and I will completely dissipate and leave. I hope you can take good care of the Soul Sea and never let the soul escape.
Qi Ling listened, glanced at Qin Feng, and then said,
This time you seal the world. I hope to use my power, because I want you to help him return to his original world.
Qilong followed what the weapon spirit said and looked at Qin Feng and said,
But if this happens, you will disappear completely.
Qin Feng was shocked.
Disappearing? No way.
Before Qin Feng could finish speaking, Qi Ling looked at Qin Feng and said,
There's no need for this. I'm the guardian of this Soul Sea. I can't stand by and watch. As for me, I want Qinglong to help you leave the Soul Sea. My apology to you.
Then, without waiting for Qin Feng's refusal, the weapon spirit asked Qinglong to start repairing the restriction. After saying that, Qilong activated his energy and began to repair the restriction between heaven and earth. The weapon spirits around Qinfeng instantly turned into bits and pieces of energy, pouring into Qinglong's body. With the supply of weapon spirit energy, Qinglong's speed suddenly accelerated. It only took a quarter of an hour for Qinglong to stop. Qinfeng looked at Qinglong, then looked at the place where the weapon spirit was standing just now, and couldn't help but said uncomfortably,
"Will the weapon spirit not appear again now?"
Qinglong nodded and said,
"The weapon spirit has used all its power to repair the restriction between heaven and earth, and it has completely disappeared."
Then, Qinglong looked at Qinfeng, who was a little choked, and said,
"It's okay. The weapon spirit used his own method to still survive forever between heaven and earth."
Qinfeng still didn't speak. Qinglong looked at Qinfeng and said,
"Okay. Now it is time to abide by the promise of the weapon spirit. I will send you away from the Soul Sea now. I hope that after you leave, you will not tell everything about the Soul Sea. Moreover, I will send you away. After that, I will also disappear because my energy is exhausted. In that case, there will be no way in the world to prevent others from destroying me."
Qinfeng looked at Qinglong, and thought that Qinglong would completely disappear between heaven and earth in a while, and he couldn't help but have mist in his eyes. Qinglong said,
"Okay, I'm going to send you away."
After that, Qinglong circulated the energy in his body, and a channel was opened by Qinglong's powerful strength. Qinglong said to Qinfeng,
"Okay, leave. After passing this passage, you can return to your original world."
Qinfeng was still looking at Qinglong.
Okay, let's go. This legacy of mine should have dissipated long ago, but it was only through the formation that I was forced to stay until now. If you don't leave, I will disappear soon. So, don't blame yourself. Let's go.
Qinfeng stepped onto the passage, and a teleportation power filled his body. Qinfeng watched the green dragon disappear behind him, feeling extremely uncomfortable in his heart. Qinfeng walked through the passage and left the Soul Sea after a while. Appearing again, he came to the familiar hall. In front of them were still the countless corpses of monster beasts. Qinfeng didn't stop and immediately flew out, leaving the ghost forest and flying towards the Tsar city. On the way, Qinfeng once again came to the Snow Demon Valley ruled by Qishan Ape. The Snow Demon Valley has now become extremely peaceful and stable. The Snow Demon Valley monsters headed by Qishan Monkey have gathered all the surrounding small monster forces together, becoming the overlord of one party. Qinfeng went in and saw the Qishan Ape. The Qishan Ape was confused when he looked at Qinfeng. After not seeing each other for a few days, Qinfeng unexpectedly jumped from the 5th level of the Tianwu realm to the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. His strength was a bit slow even if it was so rapid. The Qishan Ape is still at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. It looked at Qinfeng and said,
"If we were to fight you now, I feel like I wouldn't be able to sustain even 3 moves."
Qinfeng laughed and said,
"You're not bad either. Your strength at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm is extremely solid. In addition, you manage such a large place, which is also very powerful."
Qishan Ape listened to Qinfeng's words and said,
"If I had known that the place you went to could actually improve your strength so much, I also went with you. Compared with your strength, this small Snow Demon Valley is nothing."
Qishan Ape was extremely upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. Seeing Qinfeng's strength improve so quickly, he could only feel envious. The two chatted a lot, and Qinfeng also asked some questions about the desert. But Qishan Ape's answer made Qinfeng feel something was wrong. Qishan Ape said,
"Recently, I have felt the aura of several powerful monsters in the direction of the desert, and I have never seen the auras of these monsters. They probably came from other places."
Qinfeng quickly asked,
"Then what is their approximate strength level?"
Qishan Ape said sternly,
"The lowest level is no less than the peak of Tianwu realm. Those auras were really too powerful. Once, those monster beasts were near my Snow Demon Valley. My feelings were extremely real."
Chapter 421 Exploration of the Supreme Demon Palace. Qishan Ape continued,
"Those monster beasts only released a little bit of strength, and they were only used to explore the situation in your desert. But the aura they revealed has already made it difficult for me to resist."
When Qinfeng heard Qishan Ape say this, he couldn't help but become concerned about one thing. Qinfeng asked again,
"Then why didn't they enter my desert?"
Qishan Ape thought for a while and said,
"I guess these monsters came to look for you. They didn't enter after checking that there was no scent of you in the desert."
Qinfeng thought for a moment, and he realized that right now, only the Qishan Ape theory could make sense.
"Then are you going back now?"
Qinfeng said.
"Even if there is no way, I have to go back. It's okay. The soldiers will come to cover up the water and the soil. Since they are coming to find me, let them come." I will wait for them. Then I'll leave first. I want to take a look to see if these sneaky monsters are trying to do something.
Chishan Ape nodded and said,
Okay. Then you should be careful.
Chen Feng said goodbye to Chishan Ape, and then flew quickly towards the desert. Chen Feng thought to himself,
The only one who can come to me now is the Supreme Demon Palace. I guess these monsters may be sent by the Supreme Demon Palace. It seems that these monster beasts still have doubts about me. Just come. I'm not as weak as before.
After saying that, Chen Feng had already flown to the desert territory and flew quickly towards the Czar city. Along the way, countless monsters greeted Chen Feng. They were very proud as they watched their Ma Huang become more powerful. Chen Feng returned to Czar city and entered the city directly. He first came to the shop of the nine-tailed demon fox. The nine-tailed demon fox saw that Chen Feng's strength had become stronger, and it was even difficult for him to see through it. He quickly asked,
Lord City Lord, what state are you in now?
Chen Feng smiled and said,
This is all thanks to the talisman you gave me. With that thing, I was able to completely understand the difficulties and be able to enter that secret realm. Then through there, I have now broken through to 7th level of Tianwu realm.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, the nine-tailed demon fox couldn't help but be shocked.
Oh my god! I'm already at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. The speed of improvement must be too fast.
Then, when the nine-tailed demon fox heard what Chen Feng said just now, using the talisman he gave him to clear the obstacles, the nine-tailed demon fox quickly said,
Well, sir, what did you promise me before you left?
Chen Feng laughed and said,
I came here this time just to tell you something. You have done me a great favor this time. Don't worry. I will definitely promote you in the desert.
The shop of the tailed demon fox. Let all the demon beasts in the desert make deals with you. I will tell you in the desert tomorrow.
Hearing Chen Feng's words, the nine-tailed demon fox quickly said happily,
Then I really have to thank you, Lord City Lord. It's okay. By the way, if you have something more powerful here recently, I can trade it.
The nine-tailed demon fox thought carefully, then clapped his paws and said,
There really is such a thing. It was a treasure given to me by a pangolin. Please take a look.
With that said, the nine-tailed demon fox entered the warehouse and came out holding something. Chen Feng looked at it and found that this thing was actually wrapped in a cloth. It looked like a stone. The nine-tailed demon fox held this thing in front of Chen Feng's eyes, and then said to Chen Feng,
By the way, City Lord, this thing is said to be a magic weapon. Be careful. Don't break this thing, or the old pangolin, they will definitely find trouble with me. The most important thing is not this, but that the pangolin knows many monsters, and it is also a professional treasure hunter. The talisman last time came from its hands.
Chen Feng smiled and said,
I know. What else can I do? Just open this thing.
Okay. The nine-tailed demon fox carefully opened the cloth, and then the contents inside were displayed in front of Chen Feng. It was something like a bead, but Chen Feng could feel that the bead contained powerful energy. Chen Feng said, What is the use of this bead? I heard from the pangolin that this bead is a thunder bead, which can release extremely destructive thunder and is extremely powerful.
Chen Feng looked at this bead. His earth meditation had not been strengthened for a long time since he had practiced it. The previous divine martial sword shadow had already turned into a holy martial sword shadow, but the earth meditation had not changed yet. This was originally Chen Feng's attack method. The earth that had never evolved was already a bit useless in Chen Feng's battle. This time he entered the Soul Sea, relying on the countless flame flowers to let his earth the silence became flaming. Now, Chen Feng looked at this thunder bead. The powerful thunder power inside was definitely what Chen Feng needed now. Chen Feng quickly asked,
Did that pangolin ever say what it wanted to exchange for?
When the nine-tailed demon fox heard Chen Feng ask about this matter, his expression felt a little wrong.
Huh? What's wrong? Didn't it say anything? I told you. It's just this thing. It's really hard to find. Then tell me what it is.
Chen Feng looked at the nine-tailed demon fox and was about to take action. The nine-tailed demon fox said,
That pangolin needs to be replaced with something that can restore its soul.
When Chen Feng heard this, he was stunned, and the nine-tailed demon fox was still chattering over there.
City Lord, it's not me who said that this kind of thing is too rare in the world. If there is such a thing, how can you come to exchange for this kind of thing? It's really not worth it.
Then the nine-tailed demon fox looked at Chen Feng's dull expression and thought he was right. Then the nine-tailed demon fox was about to take away the thunder bead, and the nine-tailed demon fox's claws just touched the thunder bead. Then Chen Feng heard a loud roar, frightening the nine-tailed demon fox half to death.
City, City Lord, what's wrong with you? Well, this thing can't be robbed by force.
Hearing the idiotic words of the nine-tailed demon fox, Chinfeng wanted to kick it aside.
I'm just kidding. Am I like that?
The nine-tailed demon fox also knew that he had made a mistake, and he quickly said,
Then do you want the City Lord? Nonsense. Of course I want to change it.
With that said, Chinfeng took out the soul flower obtained from the soul sea from the water drop space. The nine-tailed demon fox originally wanted to persuade,
City Lord, it's okay. It's just a treasure. It's nowhere to be found.
As a result, before the nine-tailed demon fox finished speaking, he saw Chinfeng taking out something like a flower. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at it, and as a result, he was completely stunned when he saw it. Chapter 422 Come. The nine-tailed demon fox only saw a blooming black flower in Chinfeng's hand. After taking a look at it, its soul seemed to be attracted by that flower. The nine-tailed demon fox lost his voice and asked,
Is this flower related to the soul?
Chinfeng smiled and said,
Yes. This flower is a soul flower. It has extremely powerful effects on cultivating the soul and improving the soul's strength.
Chinfeng did not lie. The first time Chinfeng absorbed this soul flower, he exceeded his soul strength at that time. Chinfeng did not exaggerate the efficacy of the soul flower when he said this. But even if it is slightly exaggerated, the nine-tailed demon fox will not doubt it, because it has already felt the strong soul power from this soul flower. If you get this soul flower, it will not only directly improve the soul realm, but it will definitely be of great benefit to the soul. The nine-tailed demon fox looked at Chinfeng and said in disbelief,
This kind of treasure is not only found in our place. Even if you take it to Zhongzhou, it will definitely be a marketable and priceless rare treasure. You actually exchanged such a treasure for this a thunderball.
Chinfeng burst out laughing and said,
To you, those are definitely treasures. But I even regard these things as junk.
The nine-tailed demon fox instantly found a part of Chinfeng's language. It said in disbelief,
Are you talking about these? Yes. That's right. That's it.
As he said that, Chinfeng took out a few soul flowers again, making the nine-tailed demon fox's eyes widen in an instant. Seeing that the treasure of heaven and earth that he just mentioned was taken out by Chinfeng like tatters, the nine-tailed demon fox didn't know what to say.
How come you have so many of these? How about I got it in the secret realm? Now I can exchange it for this thing. This, of course.
The nine-tailed demon fox said, giving the thunder bead to Chinfeng. Chinfeng took it, and once again felt the extremely strong power of thunder and lightning. He thought to himself, anyway, the soul flower is of no use to me anymore, so I might as well exchange it for something that can help me with my strength. After Chinfeng exchanged the things, he left the nine-tailed demon fox and rushed towards the city lord's mansion. As soon as he arrived at the city lord's mansion, Jihu immediately felt Chinfeng's aura and came out quickly. I heard Chinfeng shout loudly,
Jihu, come here. I have something good for you to see.
The giant tiger walked over with its head held high, even more powerful than before.
Oh, you are already at the 5th level of Tianwu realm. You are fast enough.
The giant tiger scratched his head and said,
It's just a lucky breakthrough recently. Seeing the embarrassed look on Jihu's face, Chinfeng laughed and scolded.
Okay, you've got an advantage and behaved well. Come on. I have something to give you, which will be of great help to your current strength.
Chinfeng even took out 5 flame flowers and soul flowers and handed them to the giant tiger. The giant tiger looked at the treasure in front of him, and he could feel that it definitely contained powerful energy. He quickly asked,
What are these? These red flowers are called flame flowers. They are definitely good for your physical body. Moreover, you are also a monster who specializes in physical training. These flowers are a perfect match for you. There are also these 5 black flowers, called soul flowers, which can improve the strength of the soul. It just so happens that your soul strength is a big weakness now. Using this thing can help you get rid of the trouble of having a weak soul.
Jihu listened to Chinfeng's explanation, and the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. Chinfeng looked at the giant tiger's sparkling eyes and smiled.
These are yours now. Take them back and practice.
Jihu looked at Chinfeng and opened his mouth, as if he was saying, Is it true? Chinfeng gave all the flowers to Jihu, and then waved his hand to let Jihu go back to practice. After Jihu understood the meaning, he left with a smile on his face. Chinfeng also entered the room to rest. The next day, as soon as Chinfeng got up, he heard the giant tiger shouting,
I'm sorry. This is the city lord's palace. No monsters are allowed to break in at will.
Then, there were several sounds of monsters that Qinfeng had never heard before.
We are here to find your city lord. We are envoys from the Supreme Demon Palace. This time, we are here to find your city lord to understand the situation. Didn't our city lords all say that? This matter has nothing to do with it.
Before Jiuhu could finish speaking, he heard Qinfeng's voice saying,
Jiuhu, since several distinguished guests from the Supreme Demon Palace are here, how can we neglect them?
The giant tiger heard the sound, turned his head, moved his mouth slightly, and said,
City Lord, these monster beasts have never been here before you came back. Now that you have just come back, they have come to your door. I guess they are just here to find you.
Seeing Jiuhu's mouth shape, Qinfeng shook his head slightly. Jiuhu understood and stopped talking. Standing motionless beside him, Qinfeng walked up and said,
I don't know what the purpose of the Supreme Demon Palace envoy is here to do.
Qinfeng's face was full of smiles. Several demon beasts from the Supreme Demon Palace did not immediately attack. One demon beast stood up and said,
This time we are here. It is still about the matter about the celestial wolf. Since our investigation, the gorilla once stayed in your place for a period of time. Is this true?
Qinfeng's brain was working rapidly and he said,
That's right. The rat wolf did stay at my place that day.
Jiuhu heard this from behind and wanted to move. He didn't understand why Qinfeng would admit that the celestial wolf had stayed here.
Because the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace in front of him came here just to find trouble. If you say this isn't it exactly what you want? As a result, the giant tiger looked at Qinfeng with his paws behind his back, telling him not to act rashly. Only then did the giant tiger stop his urge to speak. And those monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace did not expect that Qinfeng would admit this matter. They were stunned for a while. And then the monster continued.
Then do you know that our Supreme Demon Palace has been looking for that person? You wolf. If you do this, you will be punished by death.
Qinfeng smiled and said,
When the celestial wolf came to me, my strength at that time was only at the Tianwu realm. How could I be the opponent of the celestial wolf? Moreover, it placed a ban on me. I can't reveal its whereabouts. Otherwise I will die.
Those monster beasts looked at Qinfeng without looking like he was lying. And they had no choice but to say,
Then why did you lead the moon-swallowing monster wolves into the dark abyss? And let the celestial wolf set up a formation to catch them all? What should you say?
Qinfeng did not expect that the demon beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace also knew about this matter. After all, the only ones who knew about this at that time were the moon-swallowing demonic wolf and his group of demonic beasts and the celestial wolf. And no other demonic beasts knew about it. Now that they say this, they probably have some evidence. Chapter 423 Breath Exposed. Qinfeng looked at several monster beasts and quickly thought about countermeasures. Qinfeng asked,
I did not lead them to the dark abyss.
Those monster beasts looked at each other. And one monster beast took out something and said to Qinfeng,
We felt your breath in the dark abyss, which proves that you have been there before.
When Qinfeng heard that it was just a breath, he breathed a sigh of relief and said,
I have indeed been to the dark abyss before. But it was because there was a treasure in the dark abyss. I needed it to break through the realm. So I entered it. Then, there were several monster beasts next to the treasure. I had no choice but to fight with them. And then snatch the treasure away. Only then did I leave my breath there.
Several monster beasts listened to Qinfeng's words and didn't know how to refute.
Okay. I hope you won't lie to us. We must kill the squirrel. If you lie to us, you can't afford the consequences.
After that, several monster beasts left Qinfeng. The giant tiger watched them leave, then stepped forward and asked,
City Lord, how can you say that the rat wolf stayed in our place that day?
Qinfeng said,
This is a psychological battle. If I admit this directly, they will have no chance to attack.
The giant tiger seemed to understand a little bit, and then he said,
Then why do you need to explain? Because I want them to know that this kind of thing is not something I can control. Everything is forced. Then what should we do now? They will probably come back.
When Qinfeng heard this, he also said in a deep voice, Be prepared for the worst. When the giant tiger heard this, he stopped talking. Then, Qinfeng said to the giant tiger,
Today, I am preparing to make another breakthrough to enhance my strength. I have also seen the situation just now. Those 5 monsters are all at the peak of the Tianwu realm. Although you and I now, we are getting closer and closer to this realm. But we still have not reached it. So improving our strength is still the most important thing now.
Jiuhu said,
Okay. I will start to absorb those flame flowers and soul flowers when I go back later. I feel that these things are enough to help me improve to 2 realms.
Qinfeng nodded and said,
That's good. Let's go!
The giant tiger left. And then Chen Feng looked at the direction in which the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace were leaving, and said secretly,
"Even if you want to attack me, you must first consider whether you can leave intact."
Then, Chen Feng also entered the room and took out the thunder bead.
"Now let's see if you can surprise me."
Chen Feng looked at Lei Zhu and thought silently. Immediately afterwards, it began to absorb the majestic thunder power within the thunder bead. Suddenly, the thunder from the thunder ball surged out and surrounded Chen Feng. At first glance, he thought it was a thunder ball. Chen Feng absorbed the thunder and lightning, and his earth meditation skill was slowly growing. Finally, Dadi Shanin seemed to have broken through a bottleneck, and then became extremely violent. Chen Feng felt the power contained in it, and couldn't help but nodded with satisfaction.
The Earth's meditation skill has been upgraded successfully. It is currently upgraded to endless thunder power. The effect generates a thunder and lightning explosion when hitting the target.
Chen Feng couldn't help but get excited after listening to the introduction of the system. Chen Feng currently lacks explosive damage. Whether it is the Holy Martial Sword Shadow or the Death Poison, they all deal continuous damage. Even though the Death Poison is extremely powerful, it has a fatal flaw. It can only attack one opponent. And now for so many days, Chen Feng has always met people in groups. Using Death Poison would be a waste of time. And this time the upgrade of Dadi Shen has undoubtedly given Chen Feng an extremely powerful skill that can cause a wide range of damage. Then, Chen Feng took out the moon-swallowing demon wolf's demon crystal. Even now that Chen Feng has reached the 7th level of the Tianmu realm, he still feels that the energy in the moon-swallowing demon wolf's demon crystal is extremely rich, and can definitely help him improve his strength. Chen Feng directly crushed the demon crystal, which shattered into countless tiny particles. They gathered towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng took a deep breath and began to refine the moon-swallowing demon wolf's demon crystals around him. During the refining process, Chen Feng only felt that his strength was rising rapidly. But the demon crystal of the moon-swallowing demon wolf did not feel weakened yet.
Sure enough, it is the essence of a monster beast. It can actually have such energy. It seems that if I want to break through the realm in the future, this kind of thing is indispensable.
Chen Feng was thinking as he tried his best to absorb the demon crystal. The demon crystal also slowly disappeared as Chen Feng absorbed it. The particles without energy became dim under Chen Feng's absorption, and finally turned into powder and fell to the ground. And Chen Feng's aura became more and more powerful. When the absorption reached the end, only 1/5 of the demon crystal particles were left, and Chen Feng's momentum had reached its peak.
It's just the last bit before I can successfully break through. I'll just absorb all the last bits of demon crystal particles.
With that said, Chen Feng instantly unleashed all his strength to absorb all the demon crystal particles with all his strength. Suddenly, the demon crystal particles turned into energyless powder at a speed visible to the naked eye. And Chen Feng finally broke through that bottleneck. Suddenly, the entire room instantly turned into a place where energy was raging. Everything was completely destroyed by the powerful energy released by Chen Feng due to his breakthrough. The door was pushed open by energy with a bang. Violent energy swirled in the City Lord's palace, immediately attracting many monsters to watch.
Everyone, come and see. The City Lord is about to break through again. It's so amazing. This time the City Lord broke through and reached the 8th level of the Tianmu realm. It seems that soon, our desert will have monsters with the strength of the Tian'ao General.
The giant tiger also slowly came out of his training room. Looking at the powerful energy caused by Chen Feng's breakthrough, he couldn't help but frown. Jihu secretly thought,
why is this energy so familiar? It's as if I have felt it before. There is a little bit of domineering in the violent energy, as if the world doesn't care about it.
Jihu thought about what kind of powerful monsters he had come into contact with recently. It immediately thought of the monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace. This thought finally made Jihu think of who this familiar aura belonged to.
The moon-eating demon wolf.
The giant tiger quickly thought.
No, the aura of the City Lord this time is extremely exposed. Basically,
most of the monsters in the Czar City know about it. But if only the monsters in the Czar City know. That's it. The key is to be afraid those monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace also felt this aura.
Looking at Chen Feng, who was making a breakthrough, Jihu couldn't help but feel anxious. Chapter 424 Fierce Fight. Chen Feng must be informed of the current situation as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the aura expands to a wider area again and is sensed by several monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace, then no matter how they explain it, it will be useless. Don't be afraid of 10,000. Just be afraid of the worst. This is a relatively good outcome. After all, even so, they can still have the opportunity to be prepared. Even if the group of monsters comes, they will not get any good results. But if those monster beasts from the Supreme Demon Palace are around the Tsar City, after feeling the breath of the moon-swallowing demon wolf, they will definitely rush over quickly, leaving no resistance for them. Opportunity. Jihu now knows that he cannot wake up Chen Feng. He has now reached the most critical moment. If Chen Feng's breakthrough is interrupted, his strength will at least decline, or he will go crazy and completely lose his mind. The giant tiger was watching from the side, hoping in his heart not to attract the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace. In this way, Jihu waited in fear for Chen Feng to make a complete breakthrough. Chen Feng's breath gradually stabilized. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the giant tiger running over quickly, his expression full of anxiety. Chen Feng quickly dodged and asked, "What are you doing? So impatient?" The giant tiger stopped, took a steady breath and said, "City Lord, during the process of breaking through just now, you suddenly emitted the aura and power of the moon-swallowing demonic wolf, and it has been spreading outwards rapidly. Now, that aura it's not gone yet." Chen Feng listened and didn't know what to do. He didn't expect that after absorbing the demon crystal of the moon-swallowing demonic wolf, he would actually emit the aura of the moon-swallowing demonic wolf. If he had known that this would be the case, Chen Feng would not have started to absorb the demonic crystal of the moon-swallowing demonic wolf. The moon demon wolf's demon crystal is gone. This is an extremely special situation. If there were not those monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace probing nearby, Chen Feng would not have any problem even if he released the aura of the moon-swallowing demon wolf. But that is not the case now. It is unknown whether several monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace are around the Tsar City, and the presence of the moon-swallowing monster wolf's aura is really very dangerous. Chen Feng said, "Now that the aura has been released, there is no other way. It depends on whether they are no longer on our side." However, as soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, several voices sounded from the horizon. "Little black bee, how dare you lie to us?" Several monster beasts came from the sky in an instant, their faces full of anger. A monster beast was extremely fast and came to Chen Feng from the horizon in the blink of an eye. "Little black bee, you actually absorbed the demon crystal of the moon-swallowing demon wolf, and you kept saying that you didn't frame the moon-swallowing demon wolf. Are you leaving our Supreme Demon Palace in vain?" Chen Feng knew that it was useless to say anything now. The aura of the moon-swallowing demon wolf appeared from his body. There was no other explanation except that it had absorbed the moon-swallowing demon wolf's demon crystal. Peep. Ding. The peek was successful. Target, bloodthirsty insect. Realm, peak of Tianwu realm. Skill, blood stealing. Bloodthirsty. Ding. The spying was successful. Target, armored lizard. Realm, peak of Tianwu realm. Skills, stone armor. Fist of the lizard. Chen Feng couldn't help but look down as he listened to the information given to him by the system. They are all monsters at the peak of the Tianwu realm. If Chen Feng goes one-on-one, there is still a high chance that he can win. But now, with 5 monster beasts at the peak of Tianwu realm in front of him, it is really difficult. Humph. Little black bee, what kind of explanation do you have this time? Let me hear it. Chen Feng said. No need. The bloodthirsty insect's eyes turned cold and he said, "Since you have admitted it, those who frame the monsters of my Supreme Demon Palace should die. Anyone who stopped my Supreme Demon Palace from chasing the Celestial Wolf should also die. My life is up to me, not you." The bloodthirsty insect seemed to have heard some joke and said, "Ha! It's up to you and not me. Today I have to take a look. How can you, a monster at the 8th level of Tianwu realm, deal with us?" Blood stealing. The bloodthirsty worm instantly ejected towards Chen Feng. The bloodthirsty worm jumped with its feet, and its speed was even faster than the flying speed of ordinary monsters at the peak of the Tianwu realm. Chen Feng saw the bloodthirsty insect's eyes flash before it came to him. Light shield. Chen Feng could only use the light shield at the last moment to reduce the attack of the bloodthirsty insects. I saw the bloodthirsty insect instantly hit the light shield. Although the bloodthirsty insect did not expect that Chen Feng would have such defensive skills, he did not panic. I saw the bloodthirsty insect spitting on the light shield, and the light shield was filled with bursts of halo as it was attacked by the bloodthirsty insects. The bloodthirsty insect rotated faster and faster, and finally, a crisp sound came out from the light shield. Chen Feng only saw a few fine lines appear on the light shield, and then exploded instantly. Chen Feng reacted instantly. Xianquan technique. Chen Feng left the spot in an instant. The bloodthirsty insect hit something in the air, stopped, looked at Chen Feng in shock, and said, "Space skills."
Then the bloodthirsty insect looked at the remaining monsters and said,
"Don't look at it. Let's go together. I don't believe it can hide them all."
The armored giant lizard said with a smile.
"Aren't we just looking at you? After all, if we go together, it wouldn't be good to bully the smaller ones. It's not because of your size. You wanted to escape, right? The Palace Master will definitely not let you go when the time comes. You should know the Palace Master's methods."
The armored giant lizard suddenly stopped talking. And then it seemed to think of what the bloodthirsty insect said about the methods of their Palace Master. And it suddenly shuddered. It once witnessed the methods of their Palace Master when it executed traitors together with the Palace Master. The master of their palace cut open the monster beast from its abdomen with a sharp weapon, and then took out the internal organs one by one. The monster beast waited for death in fear, and finally squeezed its heart slowly. This process was enough. It lasted for half an hour. If the monster's heart hadn't burst, it would have been longer. The armored giant lizard immediately started moving with the remaining 3 monsters.
"Fist of the Lizard! Winter is coming!"
Several monster beasts displayed their skills one after another. Among them, the skill of the monster that was completely cold. The coming of winter directly caused the surrounding air to drop to a temperature of dozens of degrees below zero. This kind of temperature directly made Qin Feng's movement slow down. And then he saw the huge claws of the armored monitor lizard coming in front of him. Qin Feng was unable to dodge, and was sent flying by the blow. He fell to the ground, vomiting blood. The armored giant lizard shook its claws, and said to the bloodthirsty insect,
"It's just a matter of punching."
The bloodthirsty bug glared at it angrily. How long had it been before it was actually comparing itself to itself? He was just a reckless man who only knew how to use brute force. What an arrogance. Chapter 425 Death of the Bloodthirsty Insect. The bloodthirsty insect said, Okay.
"I know you are awesome. What should this little black bee do now?"
A demon beast suggested.
"How about we take this little black bee back to the Supreme Demon Palace and hand it over to the Palace Master for disposal?"
As soon as he finished speaking, another demon beast hit it.
"You are stupid. If the Palace Master finds out that it is just a little demon beast that has not reached the peak of the Tianwu realm, let us fight against the Sky Rat.
If there is no progress in the wolf matter, then we will lose any face in front of the Palace Master. And how will the Palace Master trust us in the future?"
The beaten monster originally wanted to fight back, but after hearing these words, it also said,
"Oh, that's right. I said we should kill this little black wasp on the spot. It has blocked our search for the celestial wolf again and again, which is already unforgivable."
The bloodthirsty insect nodded and said to the armored giant lizard,
"Then kill it."
"Good." The armored lizard slowly walked towards Qin Feng, huge power surging from its claws. Qin Feng lay on the ground and looked at the armored giant lizard approaching.
Pass the glory to the worker bees. Ding. Transmission successful.
The swarms of bees appeared and rushed towards the armored monitor lizard. The armored lizard watched as countless bees suddenly appeared. Although each of them was only about the 5th level of Tianwu realm, the number was extremely huge. The armored monitor lizard struggled to resist the attacks of the glorious worker bees and the underworld bees. Then he turned around and shouted to the bloodthirsty beasts,
"Come and help me. There are too many of these bees. It's hard for me to resist them alone."
The bloodthirsty insects also noticed it, and they all attacked the glory worker bee. Qin Feng watched the battle between the glory worker bees closely. Although the glory worker bees were a great threat to the armored lizard, the situation changed after the remaining monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace joined in. It tilted towards the side of the Supreme Demon Palace. He thought to himself,
"I must hold on for a while."
Qin Feng has been recovering himself now, preparing to use the death bee fire to kill these monster beasts. But what makes Qin Feng despair is that the energy in his body is extremely short now. Even if he uses the death bee fire, the power will not be too great. But all Qin Feng's hopes now are only pinned on Zhu Mingbi fire. If Zhu Mingbi fire can kill all the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace, then it will not be very difficult for Qin Feng. But now he is afraid of Zhu Mingbi fire. The power of the bee fire is really too small, and it is difficult to kill even a monster from the Supreme Demon Palace. But even if this is the case now, it can only be used as a living horse doctor. Qin Feng watched the bloodthirsty insects gradually approaching, and Qin Feng, who had been lying on the ground, finally moved.
The death bee fire.
A flaming red flame appeared from Qin Feng's mouth and flew straight in the direction of the bloodthirsty insect. The bloodthirsty insect was originally killing the glorious worker bees in the sky, but suddenly, it felt a chill behind its back. It quickly turned around and saw the fireball emitted by Qin Feng. The bloodthirsty insect looked at the fireball with great fear in his heart. It felt a fatal threat from this fireball. What is this? Seeing the fireball approaching rapidly, the bloodthirsty insect simply couldn't understand why Qinfeng, a monster who was only at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm, could deliver such a terrifying blow in front of the bloodthirsty insect. This attack always felt like it was an attack from a monster at the level of a demon general. The bloodthirsty insect wanted to escape, but found that no matter what he did, the fireball was always following him. Cracker lizard, save me. The bloodthirsty bugs were screaming in the sky. The threat of death had made the bloodthirsty bugs completely crazy, shouting loudly for help to their companions. But the sound of the flying bees was too loud. The armored dragon and the other monsters didn't even hear what the bloodthirsty insect was saying. They were only focused on fighting the glorious worker bees in front of them, so they couldn't be distracted at all. A huge number of radiant worker bees can give them a fatal blow in the moment they are distracted. Finally, the bloodthirsty insect still did not escape, and the fireball sent by Qinfeng exploded in the sky. A brilliant flame exploded directly in the air. The breath of the bloodthirsty insect also disappeared instantly. The sound of the explosion was extremely loud. Several monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace were still fighting, but they were suddenly directly attracted by the explosion. They turned around and saw the bloodthirsty insect completely disappearing into the sky and being drowned by the fire. They looked at each other, unable to hide the shock in their hearts. They also couldn't understand why Qinfeng could launch such a powerful attack. They looked at Qinfeng, but Qinfeng was almost exhausted now, and could only maintain himself floating slowly in the sky. Qinfeng no longer has any strength. And now, several demon beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace have basically killed all the glorious worker bees. There are only a few thousand glorious worker bees left. Qinfeng looked at its glorious worker bees, and felt very heartbroken. How many days will it take for so many glorious worker bees to be replenished? But there is no way. After all, these monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace are extremely powerful. The reason why I just set the target of death be fire to be bloodthirsty insects is not because the bloodthirsty insects are very close, but because the defense of bloodthirsty insects is extremely weak at the peak of Tianwu realm. That's why Qinfeng set the target of the death be fire to be the bloodthirsty insect. Now the bloodthirsty insect is dead, but he is exhausted, and his glorious worker bees were no longer able to fight after being massacred by the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace. Qinfeng didn't know how he could avoid the attack of this group of monsters. The armored lizard looked at Qinfeng. Even based on its own defense, the attack just now could only seriously injure itself. But you must know that the armored dragon's defense is already one of the best. Even so, it would be difficult to survive under Qinfeng's desperate bee fire. The cracked armored monitor looked at the surrounding radiant worker bees, and had been completely eliminated by it. Then the cracked armored monitor had nothing to worry about. It looked at Qinfeng and said, "Little black bee, I didn't expect that you could actually activate with such a powerful attack. It can be considered that the bloodthirsty insect was unprepared, and it actually allowed you to kill it like this. But I guess that even if you can launch such an attack, it will be extremely draining on yourself." Qinfeng looked at it without saying anything. The armored lizard smiled and said, "In that case, you can surrender." Qinfeng still didn't speak. This finally pissed off the armored giant lizard. Originally, the cracked armored monitor was very impatient. Seeing Qinfeng whining like this, the cracked armored monitor was furious. The armored giant lizard immediately rushed towards Qinfeng. Chapter 426, Killing the Monster. But on the road, the armored monitor lizard is still very cautious. It first blessed itself with a stone armor, and then rushed towards Qinfeng quickly. It seems that the armored dragon is still a little afraid of the fireball just now. Qinfeng watched the cracked armor lizard running towards him. Qinfeng, who was so weak that he couldn't run at all, could only let the cracked armor lizard punch his body again. Qinfeng immediately flew upside down like a kite with its string broken, and bright red blood spurted out from his mouth again. This time, Qinfeng felt death for a moment. Qinfeng's eyes were completely black, and his body felt severely traumatized. He kept coughing up blood and couldn't stop. The world in front of him began to become blurry, and all he knew was that the armored giant lizard and those monster beasts were walking towards him. The armored giant lizard looked at Qinfeng, who had completely turned into a wasted appearance, and the hanging stone in his heart also fell. When it was in front of Qinfeng just now, the armored giant lizard was really afraid that Qinfeng would give it another fireball that killed the bloodthirsty insect. After all, the two were extremely close. If they were really attacked head-on by that ball of fire, even another layer of stone armor, let alone stone armor, would be unable to withstand the power of the fireball just now. But now, the armored monitor lizard is no longer afraid.
It led several demon beasts from the Supreme Demon Palace and walked slowly towards Qin Feng, looking at Qin Feng as if he were looking at a corpse. Qin Feng closed his eyes. It had foreseen that he was about to die, so it simply closed its eyes and refused to watch the last moment before his death. It waits quietly for the arrival of the armored monitor lizard. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a shock. Qin Feng opened his eyes and took a look, only to find that a phoenix egg suddenly appeared in front of him from his water drop space. When the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace saw this scene, they couldn't help but froze there. They looked at this monster egg that exuded a powerful aura. For some reason, they always felt like they wanted to worship it. A monster beast asked,
"What is this thing? Why do I feel that there seems to be some very terrifying monster beast hidden in this monster egg?" Yes, I feel the same way.
The remaining monsters all agreed with it. The armored giant lizard also looked at this monster egg, with a strange light shining in its eyes. With its eyesight, it can naturally tell that this monster egg is extraordinary. The armored giant lizard said to those monster beasts,
"This is bloodline suppression."
The remaining monsters were surprised.
This is actually bloodline suppression. But what exactly is in this monster egg? How can it have such powerful bloodline energy?
The cracked armored lizard also fell silent when he heard this question, just looking at the monster egg at this moment. He refused to move his eyes. Qin Feng was surprised as to why the phoenix egg ran out of his water droplet space. But before the surprise occurred for a second, the sound of the system was heard.
Ding! Hive evolution item. Do you agree to evolve it?
Qin Feng listened to the sound of the system and looked at the phoenix egg again, and couldn't help but wonder.
Can this phoenix egg help him improve the strength of the hive?
He thought for a while. He might not even be able to survive now. If he died, then this phoenix egg would be of no use to him, and it might even be used as a wedding dress for other monsters. Qin Feng thought like this and replied to the system.
I agree to use it.
Immediately, the phoenix egg disappeared in front of Qin Feng and the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace. Qin Feng felt a flame-like feeling penetrate into his body. The hive also gave off the smell of being burned by fire. Above the hive, a huge phoenix shadow appeared. A powerful blood pressure descended from the sky and fell on all the monsters. The armored giant lizard and several other monster beasts immediately knelt on the ground with their legs. All the monster beasts except the armored giant lizard shrank into a ball, kneeling on the ground and shaking constantly. The armored lizard relied on its powerful strength to raise its head and look at the phantom. Seeing it, the cracked armored lizard became more and more shocked. Finally, when the cracked armored giant lizard recognized what kind of monster this phantom was, the cracked armored monitor lizard could no longer maintain its calmness.
This is Phoenix.
The remaining monsters also saw what the phantom was.
Phoenix! Phoenix!
The screams of the monster beasts came and went one after another. They have never seen what a phoenix looks like. And now, the phoenix appeared in front of them. Although it was just a shadow, its powerful pressure could not be imitated. The phantom of the phoenix exudes powerful power, almost destroying the world. Qin Feng saw this attack and rushed towards the monster in the Supreme Demon Palace. Because Qin Feng absorbed this one, he transformed into a phoenix shadow. The phantom of the phoenix carried unparalleled power and stood in the air with its wings.
Phoenix Phantom. How is it possible? Why does this kind of divine beast appear on the body of a monster that is not even at the peak of the Tianwu realm?
These monsters were afraid of big things, but they had no choice but to go forward. The armored monitor lizard is like the swallow that takes the stone easily. Qin Fengka couldn't help but get excited while hiding the powerful shock wave he sent out. Several demon beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace dodged in a panic. They didn't dare to fight against this phoenix shadow. The phoenix immediately began to change. Just like the phoenix that Qin Feng saw standing on the pinnacle of heaven and earth in the inheritance hall before. The phoenix shadow immediately spread its wings, and its feathers fell from the sky, turning into feather arrows, which quickly pierced the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace on the ground. A demon beast from the Supreme Demon Palace was unable to dodge, and was directly pierced through its body by a feather arrow, and was firmly nailed to the ground. The armored monitor lizard looked at the huge shadow, and then at the arrows in the sky. It knew that it could no longer escape. And Qin Feng also recovered all his strength because the honeycomb absorbed the phoenix egg. And not only that, Qin Feng's strength also broke through to the 9th level of Tianwu realm. Now Qin Feng can kill these monsters even without the help of Phoenix Shadow. Qin Feng quickly caught up and looked at several monster beasts from the Supreme Demon Palace fleeing in embarrassment. Qin Feng will not show mercy at all. Finally, several monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace were killed one by Phoenix Phantom and Qin Feng. Qin Feng looked at the corpses of several monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace in front of him, and then looked at the direction of the Sky Demon Continent in the distance. I couldn't help but think in my heart, Supreme Demon Palace, when I become stronger, I will destroy you. Chapter 427 Escape. Qin Feng looked at the body of the armored monitor lizard on the ground, and knew that he could no longer stay in the desert and the Scarlet Swamp. Now not only has he been targeted by the Supreme Demon Palace, but even his glorious worker bees have been severely injured. Now there are tens of thousands. If he stayed here any longer, he might not be able to protect himself the next time the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace came. And he might even be affected by the monsters in the desert and swamp. So now we must clean up the scene first. And then we can't stay here for too long. No one knows when the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace will come looking for them. If they collide head-on, it will be completely over. Qin Feng quickly asked the giant tiger to drag away these monster beasts, clean the blood stains on the scene, and then sprayed the scene again with a kind of dust-purifying water specially used to remove the smell of monster beasts, killing several monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace. The beastly aura was completely covered up. Qin Feng felt relieved. And then when the giant tiger woke up, Qin Feng told it everything. The giant tiger hadn't reacted yet. It had been beaten unconscious by those monster beasts. At the moment of unconsciousness, Jihu only felt that these monster beasts this time were really too powerful, and maybe even Qin Feng couldn't defeat them. But now when he heard Qin Feng say that he had killed all those monsters, the giant tiger felt a little bit unbelievable. Then the giant tiger looked at Qin Feng. The aura around Qin Feng, who had just broken through to the 9th level of the Tianwu realm, had not completely disappeared, and he was immediately seen by the giant tiger. Jihu's shocked expression was hard to describe.
City Lord, didn't you just break through to the 8th level of Tianwu realm a few days ago? Why are you now at the 9th level of Tianwu realm?
Qin Feng also had a hard time describing it. How should he say it? Could it be that he swallowed a phoenix egg and then broke through? He had no choice but to say that he had broken and then stood up. And he realized the truth of breaking through on the edge of death. The giant tiger also believed it. After all, the opponent was 5 monster beasts at the peak of the Tianwu realm. It was normal to have a life and death crisis. The giant tiger nodded and said to Qin Feng,
Then City Lord, what should you do now? After killing these monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace, I estimate that the Supreme Demon Palace will never let you go.
Qin Feng also sighed.
The only way now is for me to stay away from the limelight for a while. When the Supreme Demon Palace has forgotten this matter, I will return to the desert.
Jihu said.
Okay, that's all. Then, City Lord, if you need to take anything with you when you leave,
I'll collect it.
Qin Feng thought for a while, and then said only one thing.
I'm going to see the 9-tailed demon fox.
The giant tiger asked in confusion.
Why do you want to see it? It can help me find a monster. What I actually want to see is that monster. It is said that that monster has some excellent things in its hands. It can even be said to be a treasure. I want to find it just because in exchange for something.
The giant tiger said.
Then let's go find the 9-tailed demon fox now.
Qin Feng nodded and said. Let's go. The two of them went to the 9-tailed demon fox's shop together. Qin Feng now wants to find the pangolin that the 9-tailed demon fox said, just to ask if the pangolin has any fire attribute treasures in its hands. Because Qin Feng had just explored his body and Hive when he broke through to the 9th level of Tianwu realm. Among them, Hive has a new skill that interests Qin Feng extremely.
Bee Fire Transformation. The first transformation raises the first level of realm and ignores the crossing of major realms. The second transformation raises the level of 3 realms and ignores the crossing of major realms. The third change raises the level of 5 realms and ignores the crossing of major realms.
Qin Feng looked at this skill introduction and couldn't help himself. Because this skill was too tempting. And the side effects are also extremely small.
The beacon fire changes to the first level. It consumes 10 fire attribute treasures from the upper level of the Tianwu realm. It can be upgraded to the first level without damage and lasts for a day.
As long as you consume treasures, you can avoid any damage. However, the treasures consumed are really a bit too much. This is only the first change. The second change and the third change may use Demon Generals and Demon King level treasures. In that case, it will even more difficult to find. But in this case, consumption and gain are directly proportional. If there was really a life and death crisis, then I would be extremely happy to use 10 treasures in exchange for a chance of survival. For example, Qin Feng is currently at the 9th level of the Heavenly Martial Realm. If 10 fire-attributed treasures are used to protect Qin Feng from being harmed, Then he can stay at the first level of the Heavenly Demon General for a day without any side effects. So Qinfeng is looking for the pangolin for this reason. The pangolin often lives underground and even occasionally searches for treasures in the center of the earth. In that case, it might have something in its hands. A lot of fire attribute treasures. Qinfeng just had this idea. He and Jihu quickly arrived at the nine-tailed demon fox's shop. But they did not find the nine-tailed demon fox. Qinfeng was now in a hurry. Then I heard the voice of the nine-tailed demon fox coming from a warehouse in the nine-tailed demon fox's shop.
I really can't save your child. The soul-healing treasure I gave you before was only given to me by our city lord. So I exchanged it for you.
Then I heard another monster with a lower and hoarse voice say,
Mr. Fox, please help me introduce him to the lord of the city. I really need that kind of soul-healing treasure to save my child.
Well, okay.
The city lord is at the city lord's mansion. Come with me, and I will help you find it.
Before the nine-tailed demon fox finished speaking, Qinfeng heard a loud laugh.
No need to look for it. I'm already here.
When the nine-tailed demon fox heard this, he was stunned for a moment, and then said to the pangolin,
You don't need me to take you there. The city lord is already here.
The pangolin was also stunned when he saw a small black wasp flying in from outside the warehouse door. The choice was between it and the nine-tailed demon fox. The pangolin looked at Qinfeng and immediately became furious. He accused the nine-tailed demon fox and said,
Humph. Even if you are not willing to help me introduce him to the city lord, I will forget it. At worst, I will go find the city lord myself. It's better now. You actually deceived me. Is this little be the city lord?
When the nine-tailed demon fox heard this, he was immediately confused. He looked at the pangolin like a fool and said to the pangolin,
What are you talking about? You have been staying underground and don't know anything?
What do you know? The lord of the Czar city has already been this person. Not only that, he is also the lord of the desert. The desert emperor.
The pangolin looked at Qinfeng with a look of contempt in his eyes. Chapter 428, Conquer. The pangolin looked at Qinfeng and said,
If this little bee can be the desert emperor, then I will still be the lord of Zhongzhou. Come on! Don't stop me from finding the city lord to find the medicine to heal my soul. Otherwise, I'm going to be rude to you.
The pangolin's strength suddenly burst out, and the strength of the Peak Tianwu realm suddenly filled this small warehouse. The nine-tailed demon fox was immediately knocked to the ground by this wave of air.
Don't fight here. This is my warehouse.
But the pangolin seemed not to hear. The nine-tailed demon fox had no choice but to say to the pangolin,
I hope you can take care of yourself. Otherwise, I will ask the city lord not to make any more deals with you, and your child will die completely.
This sentence seemed to touch the heart of this pangolin, and he quickly said,
Okay, then we won't fight here.
Then, the pangolin said to Qinfeng,
Do you dare to fight with me outside?
Qinfeng was already extremely annoyed by the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace, and now he was ridiculed by this pangolin. Although this pangolin seemed to have been underground for half a year, Qinfeng had not come yet at that time to the desert. It is also normal for pangolins not to know it. But such words made Qinfeng very unhappy. The pangolin he looked at just now was only at the peak of the Tianwu realm, but because it often survived in the high temperatures underground, at least it was physically trained by the high temperatures to become extremely powerful. The point, therefore, it is really the best target for Qinfeng to use this pangolin as a living target. The skin is thick and resistant to beatings. It is really the best choice for Qinfeng to try the first level of fire transformation. Qinfeng said,
Okay, let's go outside and fight.
Qinfeng said, turned around and left the shop. There was a roar of sound on the road. As soon as Qinfeng left the door of the nine-tailed demon fox shop, he flew into the sky, immediately attracting the attention of all the demonic beasts.
Hey, isn't that the city lord? Why do you fly so high? No matter what you do, you are not afraid of falling. Are you stupid? Are you stupid? What kind of person is the city lord? He is a monster that unified our desert and accomplished an unprecedented historical feat. How could he fall while flying?
Only then did the monster react and said quickly,
Oh, yes. Why did the city lord fly up this time? How would I know?
At this moment, the monsters once again saw a monster appear from the gate where Qinfeng came out just now. The monster seemed to be very old, but it was still a young monster full of energy. Qinfeng nodded and said,
Come on!
The pangolin was extremely disdainful. It raised its hand and said to Qinfeng,
Come on!
The reason why it is like this is because it can also see that Qinfeng's strength is only at the 9th level of Tianwu realm, and it does not pose any threat to itself. Chen Feng looked at the pangolin and couldn't help but smile.
The beacon fire change. The first stage.
Suddenly, Chen Feng's aura suddenly became extremely strong, directly breaking through the scope of the Tianwu realm and breaking through to the first level of the Heavenly Demon General. A calm pangolin finally panicked when it felt Chen Feng's suddenly powerful aura. Maybe the strength of the 9th level of Tianwu realm does not pose any threat to it, but the demon beasts at the level of Tianwu General can seriously injure it. The pangolin looked at Chen Feng, suddenly feeling a trace of regret in his heart. But even regrets are too late now. Chen Feng instantly shouted,
"Endless thunder power!"
Suddenly darkness fell between the sky and the earth. Countless dark clouds gathered, and lightning and thunder thundered in the clouds, which was extremely violent. All the monsters felt an extremely depressing atmosphere under the sky. Even the pangolin at the peak of Tianwu realm was no exception. The pangolin looked at the thunder and lightning in the sky and was eager to strike down. He suddenly had a tenacity attached to him. The pangolin immediately wrapped itself into a round ball, curling up together without leaking anything. The winding thunder and lightning in the sky finally fell. Some thunder and lightning fell on the ground, exploding directly into a huge deep pit. Other lightning strikes actually hit the pangolin's body.
Boom! Boom!
The explosion directly blew away all the armor plates on the pangolin. The pangolin's back turned bloody.
Ah!
The pangolin screamed in pain. Chen Feng stood in the sky, and thunder and lightning kept falling from Chen Feng's side, making Chen Feng look like a thunder god.
Sacred martial sword shadow.
Chen Feng continued to attack. Originally, Chen Feng's principle was to attack someone by
taking advantage of his illness to kill him.
So now Chen Feng is basically throwing out his skills all at once. Sword shadows with snow-white blades and enchanting sparks descended from the sky. Based on the explosion of thunder and lightning just now, these red flowers exploded again. The ground suddenly became more dilapidated. The pangolin couldn't stand such torture at all, and said quickly,
"Stop! Stop! Stop! I give up!"
Several monster beasts on the ground immediately started to boo.
"The city lord has won! Oh!
On the ground, it has become extremely lively. The injured pangolin heard their shouts and said quickly,
"Are you really the city lord?"
Chen Feng looked at the pangolin and said,
"Of course it is. It's true."
Pangolin's face was filled with regret, and he said to Chen Feng,
"City lord, I'm sorry. I really didn't know it was you. And I just thought you were lying to me with that 9-tailed demon fox. That's why I was so angry. But now that you have hit me again and scolded me, I hope you can forgive me."
Chen Feng looked at the pangolin,
and he naturally knew that the pangolin was not lying.
Chen Feng said, "Of course I can forgive you. Then can you tell me why you need such a treasure as a soul? It's not impossible to say that since the last time my child and I entered that formation together, from that moment on, my child was severely injured by one of the souls. So from that moment on, I started seeking medicine." Chen Feng said,
"I can find it for you, but I hope you can exchange it with me. Then, city lord, what treasure do you need? Do you still have fire attribute treasures here?"
Suddenly, the pangolin looked at Chen Feng and couldn't recover for a long time.
"Hey, what's wrong? Give me a letter?"
The pangolin swallowed and said,
"Lord, city lord, to tell you the truth, if you want some other treasures, I may not have them. But if they are fire attribute treasures, I have them all in my house."
Chapter 429 The Endless Sea. Chen Feng was a little happy after hearing what the pangolin said.
"A lot of?"
The pangolin nodded seriously.
"Lord, city lord, I can give you all the treasures. Please come to my residence to save my child."
Chen Feng said.
"Then let's talk while walking."
The pangolin hurriedly stepped forward to lead the way for Chen Feng. It was worried that it would offend the city lord. In that case, its child might be lost. Chen Feng followed the pangolin into the cave and learned about the condition of the pangolin child on the way. The baby pangolin was only injured by a bat that specializes in attacking the soul. Soul flowers are overkill for such injuries. But there is nothing that can be done. He only has soul flowers on his body now. It has the effect of repairing the soul. Not long after, Chen Feng came to the pangolin's lair. As soon as he entered the pangolin's lair, Chen Feng felt the strong aura from many fire attribute treasures. Chen Feng calmed down and said,
"Let me save your child first. Okay, just in the room."
Having said that, when the pangolin saw this, he felt ashamed for his previous prejudice against Chen Feng, and gratefully took Chen Feng into the room. I saw a little pangolin lying on the bed in extreme pain. On the surface, the little pangolin didn't have any scars on its body, but from its expression, you could feel that the little pangolin was enduring extreme pain. It was indeed soul damage. Qin Feng took out a soul flower from the water drop space, flew forward, placed the soul flower, and then guided the power of the soul flower into the body of the little pangolin. The huge soul power repaired the injured soul of the little pangolin. Finally, Qin Feng guided all the power of the soul flower into the little pangolin's soul, and the little pangolin's expression gradually relaxed. Qin Feng calmed down, turned to look at the pangolin standing aside, and said,
"Okay, you can feel its mental state."
The pangolin hurriedly stepped forward to check. The child's breathing had gradually stabilized, and there was no major mental fluctuation. He couldn't help but feel relieved.
"Thank you, City Lord, for saving my child. I have a lot of fire energy treasures here. City Lord, please wait here for a moment, and I will get them right away."
With that said, the pangolin left quickly, leaving Qin Feng alone. Qin Feng simply looked around at the pangolin's nest, and out of boredom, he helped check on the little pangolin's condition. I don't know how long it took before I heard the sound of a pangolin approaching, accompanied by heavy breathing. Qin Feng quickly turned his head and looked over. In an instant, Qin Feng's eyes widened, and he saw a pangolin pushing a cart full of fire attribute treasures over with difficulty. Qin Feng didn't know what to say. There were so many fire attribute treasures, and they were of high quality. I saw the pangolin slowly pushing the mountain of carts in front of him and pouring out all the fire attribute treasures in the cart.
"Lord, City Lord, I have nothing to repay you. Here are the fire attribute treasures I have stored. There are about 100 of them. Are you satisfied after taking a look at them?"
Qin Feng gradually recovered and looked at the pangolin solemnly.
"Are you going to give me all these fire attribute treasures?"
The pangolin nodded.
"I can't thank you enough for saving my child. These treasures are nothing more than personal possessions to me. But my child is priceless. If you don't think it's too much, then I'll shamelessly add more."
I take this as an apology for being disrespectful to you before, and I hope you will accept it.
Qin Feng looked at the pangolin as if it was not a joke, and was no longer polite. He put all the fire attribute treasures into the water drop space, and secretly counted them. There were 100. Qin Feng's hands were shaking when he got them, thinking back to the time when I thought the soul flower was overkill. How could one soul flower be exchanged for so many high-level treasures? Qin Feng cleared his throat.
Your child doesn't have much of a problem now. Just wait until it wakes up on its own.
After hearing this, the pangolin thanked Qin Feng repeatedly. Even though Qin Feng was so shameless, he almost turned red in the face and hurriedly prepared to leave.
Now I have provoked the Supreme Demon Palace, and they are preparing to hunt me down. Now I have to leave the desert quickly. Then, City Lord, do you have a place to go to now? Not yet.
Pangolin thought for a while and said,
I boldly gave the City Lord an idea. There is a place that is very chaotic. Even some powerful Zhongzhou forces dare not take over the jurisdiction. However, the strength of the monsters there is not very high, so it should be suitable.
Lord, City Lord, please go.
Qin Feng didn't know there was such a place, so he quickly asked,
Where is that? The Endless Sea.
Qin Feng shook his head and said he had never heard of it.
Tell me more about the situation there.
The pangolin thought for a moment and said,
When I went there before, there were 3 major forces there, namely the Deep Sea Beast Clan, the Blazing Bird Clan, and the Sky Demon Mink Clan. They occupied the 3 major territories of sea, land and air respectively. At that time, there the strength of the lords is basically above that of the heavenly demon general.
Qin Feng was confused.
Then their strength is not very high. Why don't the forces in Zhongzhou dare to take charge?
Pangolin said mysteriously.
Because of the contract signed by a strong man from the Endless Sea and various major forces. Oh, what contract? Back then, that strong man was about to break through to the realm of the demon ancestor. This undoubtedly broke the balance of the forces of all parties. The strong men of the major forces couldn't help but gather in the Endless Sea, just to strangle the strong man of the Endless Sea here. I don't want the strong man's soul to escape and break through to the realm of the demon ancestor. He will kill all the major forces, causing heavy losses to all the forces. In desperation, the major forces can only negotiate with the strong man, and finally reach a decision. The strong man can continue to survive in the Endless Sea, and all forces are not allowed to invade the Endless Sea. To this day, I heard that the strong man is still living in the Endless Sea, and his soul has not dissipated. Qin Feng was shocked when he heard the last part. The soul of a strong man who was about to break through to the demon ancestor could still exist until now.
Are you saying that the soul of the demon beast that is about to break through to the demon ancestor still exists in the Endless Sea? It shouldn't be wrong. It's just that I haven't heard of that strong man for a long time, but I'm sure he still exists. Those powerful forces in Zhongzhou and other places can't be so trustworthy. Presumably the strongman still exists. So don't dare to go to the endless sea to make trouble now.
After hearing this, Chen Feng knew that the strongman must be living in seclusion. After calming down for a while, he decided to go to the endless sea.
Okay, I'll go to the endless sea to take a look. You go back first. And remember to take good care of your child. Thank you, City Lord.
After Chen Feng said goodbye, he fluttered his wings and left. Chapter 430 Departure to the Endless Sea. Chen Feng flew straight into the Tsar city, found the giant tiger, and asked about the Endless Sea. Unexpectedly, the giant tiger shook his head.
City Lord, you haven't forgotten, have you? Before you unlocked the seal, we couldn't live without the Tsar city. Our understanding of the outside world only came after you unlocked the seal. Naturally, I have never understood the endless sea you are talking about. Okay then. I will leave for the endless sea tonight. If the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace come again, try not to conflict with them. After all, there is still a big disparity in our strength. Yes, City Lord.
Then Chen Feng went to explore the Sea of Scarlet Roses. This time, the loss of the glorious worker bees was really serious, which can be said to be a great loss of vitality for Chen Feng. Other than that, no other abnormalities were found, except that the glorious worker bees were about to return to their original state. The quantity will take at least half a month. After inspecting the Sea of Scarlet Roses, it was getting dark, and it was time for Chen Feng to leave. Chen Feng took advantage of the night to cross the desert and came to a primitive forest. The area here was huge and confusing, like a huge maze. But this was the only way to the Endless Sea. The desert was far away from the Endless Sea. There is a distance of nearly 10,000 miles. We have just left the desert, and there is still a long distance. As soon as Chen Feng entered this primeval forest, he felt that there was a monster looking at him in the dark. The look in his eyes was very strange. Just by noticing that he was being targeted, Chen Feng couldn't help but feel terrified. Chen Feng followed his feeling and looked over, and the monster moved at a strange speed. Several times in succession, Chen Feng couldn't see clearly what kind of monster it was.
I want to see what kind of thing it is.
Chen Feng flashed and came to a place where the monster was hiding. He shot a death poison in instantly, but it only hit the ground. Chen Feng pushed aside the weeds and saw that none of the monster beasts were gone. But Chen Feng still felt the presence of many monster beasts.
Endless Layway.
Chen Feng immediately summoned countless thunder and lightning, and one after another fell in the forest.
Boom.
Immediately, Chen Feng felt auras appearing from everywhere, and monster beasts appeared in front of Chen Feng's eyes to avoid lightning strikes. Chen Feng looked at these monsters and asked,
"Why are you observing me in the dark? When a powerful monster comes to its territory, out of precaution, the native monster will naturally observe it?"
Chen Feng sounded a little embarrassed and cleared his throat.
"I'm just passing by and will leave in a while." After Chen Feng finished speaking, he fluttered his wings and prepared to leave, but was suddenly stopped by an old voice.
Please stay here. This strong man."
Chen Feng turned his head and saw an old monster standing in front of him, raising his head and looking at him.
"I wonder what you should call a strong person." "What? What's the matter? Strong man, where are you going in this direction?"
Chen Feng hesitated for a moment and said truthfully,
"The Endless Sea."
"Endless Sea," the old monster murmured, and then said respectfully,
"Your Excellency is very powerful. I have a merciless request here. I hope you can help me."
Chen Feng said nothing and just looked at the old monster. The old monster didn't get a reply, and he lost confidence in his heart. But he still spoke frankly.
"I have the courage to be shameless and ask for your help to send a letter to a monster called the Cloud-Stepping Beast. I just regret that I am old and can no longer travel long distances to the Endless Sea."
As he spoke, the old monster bent his waist to show his sincerity. Chen Feng was a little hesitant. They were strangers to each other. Even if the old monster dared to come to ask for help from a strange monster, Chen Feng still had concerns. But in the dark, Chen Feng felt that he had to accept it, even if there were difficulties. You could also improve your own strength through this matter. This is probably something destined by God. Thinking about it, Chen Feng flew forward and put the letter handed over by the monster into the water drop space.
"I helped you with this, but I don't know where the cloud-walking beast you mentioned is. I should help you send this letter to the cloud-walking beast,"
the old monster said gratefully.
"Thank you, strong man. You can go look for it in the city. It is very famous. You can find it as soon as you arrive."
Chen Feng nodded and said,
"In that case, I will take the first step."
With that said,
Qin Feng turned around and flapped his wings to leave, continuing his journey to the endless sea. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Feng arrived at a large mountain after running around for a long time. Judging from the route, he could reach the endless sea after climbing over this mountain. But as soon as Qin Feng stepped into this mountain, he felt an extremely gloomy aura surrounding him, which made Qin Feng feel very uncomfortable. This aura seemed to be invading Qin Feng's body and kept approaching in Qin Feng's direction, wandering around, trying to attack Qin Feng's body. Qin Feng felt that the discomfort was gradually getting worse, and he instantly turned on the light shield to resist the invasion of the surrounding aura, and continued flying forward, hoping to leave the mountain as soon as possible. Suddenly, Qin Feng felt a cold ray of light coming from behind from the left. Qin Feng's alarm sounded, and he hurriedly dodged. Qin Feng turned around and saw that the cold light was actually a dart with venom attached to it. The dart flew past Qin Feng's body and stuck in a big tree. In just 2 breaths, the big tree began to wither at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then withered and decayed. Qin Feng looked shocked. If this poisonous dart had hit his body just now, even though Qin Feng's body is now extremely immune to poison, he still couldn't resist such terrifying poison. If Qin Feng compared it, this one darts are definitely not any worse than your own death poison. Qin Feng looked at the direction in which the dart was flying. It was dark there, and he had no idea what was hidden inside. Sacred martial sword shadow. Since it was invisible to the naked eye, and there was still great danger there, Qin Feng didn't want to go in to explore anymore, and directly summoned the holy martial sword shadow to clean up the area. Qin Feng watched as the holy martial sword shadows shot towards the darkness one after another. But there was still no sound. Qin Feng couldn't help but feel confused. Could it be that this monster had left? After thinking about it for a while, Qin Feng didn't think it was particularly possible, so he walked towards that place. As a result, a suction force suddenly came over, and Qin Feng was directly pulled into a long dark passage by the suction force, and fell towards a certain place. Chapter 431 The Edge of the Endless Sea. Qin Feng suddenly felt a bad premonition. Ding! Host, please pay attention. There are a lot of life signs 1 kilometer below you. The news said to Qin Feng from the system also made Qin Feng feel that his current situation was somewhat dangerous. But he had no choice. He himself could not escape from the strong suction force coming from underneath him, which made Qin Feng unable to do anything. So, he could only let his body fall, getting closer and closer to those lives. Qin Feng looked under him, and saw a little light in the distance. As his body fell, the little light became brighter and brighter, and finally, it was right in front of him. Qin Feng finally reached the end. The suction power was gone. Qin Feng stabilized his figure in midair, and then looked around with the help of the light, discovering that this place was actually a ruin. Qin Feng also saw many insect eggs, and then he suddenly realized that these eggs were what the system said had life characteristics. Qin Feng's eye carefully observed the surrounding situation and found something wrong. This ruins actually looked like a worm grave, and these insect eggs with life characteristics are like a kind of sacrificial offering, arranged in the shape of a sacrifice. And then all the insect eggs are surrounded by a huge circle. And then in the middle, there is a black place. It's like a mechanism that turns something on. Qin Feng looked at all this, and was not particularly understanding. He couldn't help but think about what kind of place this was, and why he was being attacked for no reason while walking. Moreover, there was still such a strong suction force at the beginning. He sucked himself from the original ground to this place. Just when Qin Feng was confused, suddenly, a huge insect crawled out from a hole in the wall. Qin Feng heard a noise coming from behind him, turned around quickly, and saw this huge insect lying in front of his eyes. He couldn't help but get scared and was about to retreat. The insect saw that Qin Feng was so nervous and said quickly, "Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you." When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but be surprised. This insect was actually a female. Then when Qin Feng was thinking about it, he suddenly saw so many insect eggs. And then, he remembered that only females can reproduce. Qin Feng looked at this huge insect. Peep! Ding! The peek was successful. Target, bitter insect. Realm, level 1 Sky Demon General. Skills, bitter fang. Corrupting insect liquid. Looking at the introduction of this monster, Qin Feng thought of the poisonous dart just now, and couldn't help but ask, "When I was on the ground just now, why was there a poisonous dart attacking me? Is that yours?" Bitter Worm heard that Qin Feng asked this question and said, "Yes, that's right. That poison dart was indeed made by me. It was originally intended to deal with some enemies, but I didn't expect that you touched the mechanism. Otherwise, the poisonous dart would not have been sent out at all."
Qin Feng heard the bitter insect say that the dart was used to deal with the enemy. Qin Feng couldn't help but curiously asked,
To deal with what?
The bitter worm was silent for a while, but did not reject Qin Feng's question. He just said,
There are no fixed monsters. It's just because we are very close to the endless sea. Basically, every half there is a large-scale monster beast in U City starting from the endless sea, looking for treasures everywhere. And my place is the closest place to the endless sea. So we can't escape the disaster caused by the monsters of the endless sea. And my place is hundreds of meters away from the ground. And those monsters can't even detect there is no breath of life from me. So I have managed to survive dozens of times when the endless sea was swept away.
Qin Feng couldn't help but be surprised when he heard what the bitter insect said. Qin Feng asked,
Those monsters from the endless sea often come here to explore for treasures. In that case, wouldn't all the treasures be taken away by them?
Bitter worm seemed to have thought of something and nodded gently. Qin Feng looked at the bitter worm and suddenly wanted to ask the bitter worm what it knew about the endless sea, so that Qin Feng could gain a firm foothold here. After all, if you know yourself and your enemy, you will be victorious in any battle. Qin Feng still wanted to know how powerful the endless sea was. When asked by Qin Feng, bitter insect also told Qin Feng what he knew.
This endless sea is very large and vast. There are many large and small islands in it, and there are countless forces. But the three largest forces still occupy the Deep Sea Beast clan. The Flame Bird clan and the Sky Demon Mink clan have occupied the three major territories of sea, land and air for thousands of years. If you go to the endless sea, try not to conflict with these three clans.
Qin Feng knew in his heart that although he came to the endless sea to avoid the pursuit of the Supreme Demon Palace, what he needed to do more was to improve his strength and gain a foothold in the endless sea. Otherwise, he would not have the strength to rely on, and hiding far away would be of no use.
Thank you for your advice. I will remember it.
Qin Feng thought in his mind. There are countless islands in the endless sea, and there are countless forces. Now the three major clans that need to be feared are the sea, land and air.
Well, you can rest here temporarily and start your journey again tomorrow. Ordinary monsters can't get in here,
the bitter worm said before crawling back into the hole in the wall.
Wait a minute.
Qin Feng thought of the old monster's instructions in the primeval forest and quickly called out to the bitter insect. I saw the bitter poisonous insect turn around and looked at Qin Feng with some confusion.
Is there anything else? May I ask if you know about the cloud-stepping beast? Cloud-walking beast?
Bitter worm was a little surprised, and then smiled with relief.
You went to the endless sea to find the cloud-walking beast. Go down the south side of the mountain, and you will reach the endless sea. There is an island on the edge. It should be there now. It's on that island. Thank you. I won't bother you too much, and I'll be on my way first.
After Qin Feng said goodbye to the bitter insect, he fluttered his wings and set off towards the south, quickly arriving at the edge of the endless sea. Looking down from the mountain, the endless sea surface was flashing with sparkling waves in the sea breeze. Islands stood in the sea, covering a huge area. The nearest island was less than 100 miles away from the mountain. Qin Feng flew towards it, dodging the baptism of waves from time to time. Qin Feng quickly arrived at the island. The island was very large, but it was only middle to lower in size among the many islands. The island was lush with dense trees, and there were clumps of flowers on the edge, but there were no visible ones. A monster. Chapter 432 Red Flame Bee. After looking around to no avail, Qin Feng found a big tree to rest on. Intending to take a rest here temporarily, Qin Feng took out the royal jelly and sucked it through a straw, but did not relax his vigilance. Sure enough, several worker bees twice the size of Qin Feng quietly approached and stared at the royal jelly that Qin Feng drank. Just as the thought passed through their heads, Qin Feng appeared in front of them. Before they could be surprised, Qin Feng spoke.
Whose worker bees are you?
Qin Feng crossed his chest with his front legs and looked at the 5 worker bees in front of him. They were twice as big as him, and they were darker red overall. Their level was a little lower than his own. He probably restrained his momentum and thought that he had hit him by mistake. Wild bees came out with the best royal jelly.
We are red flame bees, and this area is our territory. We just took a fancy to the honey in your hand. Hand it over to us. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude.
Sure enough, a red flame mad bee stood up, and what he said confirmed Qin Feng's suspicion.
Sorry, I'm new here. I'm not familiar with this place. I don't know that this is your territory. I'll leave now,
Qin Feng said, and was about to leave. The scarlet flame bee was struck by the scarlet flame bee who had just spoken.
I said, keep the honey just now.
The moves were fierce, and the tone was arrogant. But Qin Feng was not one to be bullied. He dodged and hit the back with a death blow. Naturally, the Scarlet Flame Beetle had no chance of surviving and fell directly to the ground. The remaining 4 Crimson Flame Bees immediately raised their alarms and looked at Qin Feng in a prepared manner. They had underestimated Qin Feng's strength before, so they dared to step forward and ask for it. They never thought that Qin Feng could kill his comrade with one blow.
You, an outside intruder, dare to kill our worker bees. Aren't you afraid of the revenge of our red flame bees?
A red flame bee shouted boldly, and the other red flame bees responded.
That's right. You little black bee. I'm afraid you don't know that we, the red flame mad bee, are a well-known family on this island. Our queen bee is a strong person in the Tianwu realm.
Qin Feng listened to their words and couldn't help but sneer.
You are the ones who made the move first. Why do you still blame me for the accidental killing in defense? Now you think you can't beat me. So why are you pretending to be powerful?
The Crimson Flame Bees were speechless when they heard the first half of Qin Feng's words. But after listening to Qin Feng's words, they were instantly angered. For Crimson Flame Bees flew straight towards Qin Feng with red eyes. But under Qin Feng's absolute power in front of me, the Crimson Flame Bee was destroyed in an instant. Qin Feng looked at the 5 corpses of worker bees on the ground and knew that it was not suitable to stay here for a long time. He wanted to fly to the island and check out the topography of the island. Only in a shadow, a trembling red flame mad bee witnessed all this. After Qin Feng left, it flew in another direction. The more Qin Feng flew into the jungle, the more he saw many red flame bees. He estimated that these red flame bees accounted for basically 1/3 of the island. Compared with his current glorious worker bees, these red flame bees, the flame crazy bee, is also a considerable force on this island. Qin Feng came to the Endless Sea alone. He had just arrived. He was nameless and had no status in the Endless Sea. Therefore, he was only on the fringe. Even a worker bee could not take him seriously. If not for the blessing of strength, they had lost their lives just now. And although those Scarlet Flame Bees were unknown and not very powerful, they had huge forces behind them and had their own arrogance. Qin Feng knew that he had just affected the whole body with a single move. Even if he killed a few unknown people, if they were found on him later, he would have offended the entire Crimson Flame Bee family. It seems that his first step in establishing a foothold in the Endless Sea is to exterminate the Scarlet Flame Bees, and then further occupy this island. Thinking about this, Qin Feng relied on his own anti-reconnaissance ability to find the nest of the Crimson Flame Mad Bee. Judging from the previous words about the Crimson Flame Mad Bee, this Crimson Flame Mad Bee Queen Bee must be at least a top-level monster in the Tianwu realm. Qin Feng knew that he needed to think carefully about wiping out a family that occupied 1/3 of the island. When he quietly slipped out of the territory of the Red Flame Bees and was about to find a place to stay, he was unexpectedly discovered by several patrolling Red Flame Bees.
What kind of bee are you?
Qin Feng's size is really no bigger than that of the Red Flame Mad Bee. But the Red Flame Mad Bee has never seen or heard of the existence of a small black wasp like Qin Feng on this island. Qin Feng didn't want to have a direct conflict with the Red Flame Quanfeng now. So he had to say,
I got lost and accidentally broke in here. May I ask which direction the Cloud-Stepping Beast is? Cloud-Walking Beast?
When the several Red Flame Bees in front of them heard this name, they couldn't help but look at the little black bee in front of them.
The Cloud-Walking Beast lives by the Jungle Lake in the east. What is your relationship with it? Friends,
Qin Feng said casually, seeing the Scarlet Flame Bee put down its hostility. He couldn't help but think that the name of this Cloud-Walking Beast is really useful.
Thank you for your guidance. See you soon.
Qin Feng flew towards the east under the gaze of the Scarlet Flame Bee. Not long after Qin Feng flew far away, the Scarlet Flame Bee was informed by his companions and all alerted to a small black bee. When discovered, they needed to report to their superiors as soon as possible. The reason for the bee roundup was that the little black bee killed 5 of the Red Flame Mad Bee's companions in a row. Several Red Flame Wild Bees shouted in their hearts after hearing that the thin little black bee was so powerful. But they did not dare to pursue it alone, so they had to go to the nest to report it first. As Qin Feng flew towards the east, he soon saw a lake with shady trees around it. Even though the warm wind blew slowly from the sea, it gave people an inexplicable coldness and solemnity. Looking around, Qin Feng always felt that there was something cold and quiet. Some monster looked at him, as if he was staring at its prey.
May I ask if the Cloud-Stepping Beast is here?
Qin Feng raised his voice, seemingly relaxed, but always alert to his surroundings. This was Qin Feng's experience gained over the past few days. Sure enough, a fierce move came from behind Qin Feng. Qin Feng immediately activated the Qianquan technique. The move turned the big tree in the distance, and the tree collapsed suddenly. Qin Feng was shocked. Fortunately, he was prepared. Otherwise the one who got hit was himself.
What a force! What kind of bee are you? Why have I never seen you before?
Only his voice was heard, but his person was not seen. Some elderly voices came from all directions, making Qin Feng unable to tell where the cloud-stepping beast was.
I came from the desert. On the way, I was asked by an old monster to deliver a letter to the cloud-stepping beast.
Qin Feng's voice was neither humble nor arrogant. After speaking, he took out the letter from the water-drop space and placed it by the lake.
If there is any disturbance, Senior, please bear with me and excuse me first. Wait a minute,
Cloud-stepping beast said, emerging from the lake, taking the letter and checking it. After reading it, his eyes showed a little shock, but it was fleeting. Chapter 433 Chase.
How can I trust you? This letter is genuine, and you did not forge it,
Cloud-stepping beast warned. Qin Feng was speechless after hearing this. He just helped a strange monster and did good deeds without leaving his name. But in the end it seemed like he was plotting something evil.
If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. The old monster didn't give me a token. I just dropped by to deliver the letter. I didn't open the letter. There must be something in it that proves it was a token sent to you by the old monster. Right,
Qin Feng said. He said, turning around and preparing to leave.
I came from the desert, and I didn't know that there was a person like you before. Do you really think that you are famous in the world and that everyone knows you?
Cloud-walking beast knew that he had misunderstood the little black bee in front of him, and quickly called out to Qin Feng again.
Little black bee, thank you for traveling thousands of miles to send me a letter. This letter means a lot to me, and I will need it soon.
Leave to the virgin forest, and as an apology, I will give you a treasure.
After the cloud-walking beast finished speaking, the water surface rippled with layers of ripples, and then a spray of water splashed 3 or 4 meters high. After the water spray gradually disappeared, a small purple flower was suspended in midair.
Ding! I found the Hive upgrade item. The best heaven-level elixir. Purple scale flower. Purple scale flower?
Qin Feng murmured, originally wanting to take a peek at the effect of the purple scale flower. But he didn't expect the cloud stepper's ears to be so good. Hearing Qin Feng's whisper, he was very surprised.
Little black bee, do you actually know the purple scale flower?
Qin Feng came to his senses and quickly told a lie.
An old friend described the purple scale flower before. I just saw this flower and couldn't help but blurt it out. I didn't expect it to be right. I see. The purple scale flower is given to you. Please don't dislike it.
As he said that, the cloud-stepping beast slowly moved the purple scale flower in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was overjoyed, but on his face, he just said politely,
I don't mind. Thank you very much.
Afterwards, Qin Feng said goodbye to the cloud-stepping beast. When Qin Feng saw the cloud-stepping beast leaving for the virgin forest, he was also about to leave in the other direction. Suddenly, a black cloud came from the sky towards the lakeside. Qin Feng looked up and saw a group of the red flame mad bee arrived. The little black bee is down there. Brothers, come on up.
An unknown bee shouted this. And then a swarm of crimson flame bees rushed down towards where Qin Feng was.
Don't overestimate your own capabilities.
Qin Feng put the purple scale flower into the water drop space, while appraising the strength of the red flame mad bee. The highest level red flame mad bee was only at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm. There were only about 100 of them, and the rest were thousands. Qin Feng, the red flame mad bee, ignored it and said,
System, pass on the glorious worker bees of the past few days. Ding! The transmission of the glory worker bee was successful. Please pay attention to the host.
The moment the crimson flame bees came down, the glory worker bees from the 9th level of Tianwu realm had already reached Qin Feng. Before the crimson flame bees could realize why there were so many more little black bees, the glory worker bees had already arrived. They went on a killing spree against the flame bees. Dozens of crimson flame bees also surrounded Qin Feng and launched an attack on Qin Feng. After Qin Feng used the Xingquan technique, he ducked out of the attack range of the crimson flame bees and hit
Earth Silence,
which made the thunder roar. After the explosion, the red flame bees within a few hundred meters were fighting with the glory worker bees while dodging the thunder attacks. They looked very embarrassed. But many red flame bees were still shot down by the thunder. The momentum of the red flame bee was greatly defeated, and the glory worker bee took advantage of the situation to eliminate several red flame bees.
Stick up my fighting spirit. I'll reward you for killing the little black bee.
A crimson flame mad bee at the 8th level of the Tianwu realm shouted angrily. which made the Crimson Flame Mad Bee's fighting spirit rise even higher. But the Red Flame Mad Bee was targeted by the Glorious Worker Bee and killed in an orderly manner. Qin Feng looked at the Crimson Flame Bee from the 8th level of the Tianwu realm that was closest to him and started to attack, launching the Death Poison to directly kill the bee. All the Crimson Bees who saw this scene shouted in their hearts. These bees were actually able to kill the masters at the 8th level of Tianwu realm. They seemed to be no less inferior to those at the 8th level of Tianwu realm, and they couldn't help but want to quit. Sacred Martial Sword Shadow. Qin Feng made a killing move and launched countless sword shadows. Seeing such a formation, the Red Flame Bees didn't have the fighting spirit that they had just charged straight down. They ran around, but they couldn't resist the power of the Holy Martial Sword Shadow. After that, there were only a few dozen Red Flame Bees left, surrounded by Glory Worker Bees, always ready to kill them. As long as you go back and give your Queen Bee a message, I will definitely not kill you. Qin Feng flew over leisurely and looked at the few remaining Scarlet Flame Bees with contempt. Just say, if the bees don't offend me, I won't offend the bees. If it dares to touch me again in the next few days, then I will naturally not show mercy and take its life directly. These words angered several Red Flame Bees. Don't humiliate us, Queen Bee, like this. Our Queen Bee is the top-level demon beast in the Tianwu realm. There is nothing you can do to make a difference. You have said so much. Don't be killed when the time comes when you fail to kill the bees. These words resonated, and the Scarlet Flame Bees who dared to speak also angrily attacked Qin Feng. Of course, the fate of these Scarlet Flame Bees who dared to speak was naturally solved by the Glory Worker Bees before Qin Feng took action. This made the other cowardly Crimson Flame Bees did not dare to speak. Did you hear that clearly? Qin Feng directly took out a Red Flame Bee and asked. Listen carefully. Please ask my Queen Bee not to offend you or else. Seeing the Red Flame Mad Bee stumbling in fear, Qin Feng didn't want to embarrass himself anymore. Okay, it's good to know. You all can go back. Qin Feng waved his hand and asked the Glory Worker Bees to let go of the remaining Red Flame Bees. The Red Flame Mad Bees were freed and quickly rolled and crawled towards the West Base camp. King, my subordinates think they can kill the Red Flame Bees directly, a Glory Worker Bee said to Qin Feng. Qin Feng sighed. If it were before that battle, I might have done this. But we have already lost many brothers, so we should not act recklessly again. The Glorious Worker Bee stopped answering and followed Qin Feng to find a place on the south coast of the island that was easy to defend and difficult to attack, and re-establish the hive. Perhaps Qin Feng had put the words of the Scarlet Flame Bee in place, and it had not been disturbed in the past few days. Qin Feng has visited the island in the past few days, and found that all the big and small family forces on the island are basically surrendered to the Red Flame Mad Bee Queen Bee. This makes Qin Feng very glad that he did not recklessly take down the Red Flame Mad Bee family directly, just in case. Therefore, he became the public enemy of the whole island in one fell swoop. That is, attacking them in groups. And occupying this island is not that meaningful. The gain outweighs the loss. Qin Feng was drinking royal jelly in the hive and thinking about how to further capture the entire island, when the Glorious Worker Bees came to report. King, there are some Red Flame Bees coming outside. They say that their Queen Bees want to coexist peacefully with us, and invite you to go to the Red Flame Bee hive tonight. Chapter 434, Keeping an Appointment. Let's get together in their hive. Yes, they just let one go alone. Qin Feng frowned, but he couldn't think of a reason. Is this a real show of goodwill, or are you giving me a hung-in banquet? I killed so many of their bees myself. Speaking of it, this show of goodwill should be a drunkard's intention. However, the construction of my hive has been developing rapidly in the past few days, and many families have indeed come to show their goodwill. However, after observing and observing, I can show my goodwill. The family basically came to gather information on behalf of the Crimson Flame Bee family. Pretending to be ignorant seemed to make them relax their vigilance towards Qin Feng, making it easier for them to take action. Whatever. Qin Feng felt that he would know whether it was true or false after a while. Then let them go back and recover. I will go to the appointment later, Qin Feng said, and thought of something else. After the Scarlet Flame Crazy Bee leaves, send the bee to investigate. Yes, King. The Glory Worker Bee took the order and retreated. Qin Feng continued to drink the royal jelly while holding the straw with his front foot. The sweet and delicious taste made Qin Feng unintentionally think too much. He just waited for the spies to report back. Qin Feng did not wait too long. As soon as he finished drinking the royal jelly and was about to take a nap, the Glorious Worker Bee came back to resume his life. King, my subordinates are back with inquiries.
Speak. The Crimson Flame Mad Bee family does not know the exact strength of the king, and intends to test the king. Listening to the gossip of the Crimson Flame Mad Bee worker bees. If the king is inferior to the Crimson Flame Mad Bee queen, then if the king is willing to surrender and pay tribute to the royal jelly, there is still an island on the edge of the endless sea. A remnant.
The more the glorious worker bee talked, the more aggrieved he became for his king.
My king. The Red Flame Mad Bee queen is just a peak expert in the Tianwu realm, and the king is only a little lower in level. But your strength is not inferior to others in any way. And as long as you give an order, come on. We glory bees can conquer the island for the king. There is no need to condescend.
Qin Feng knew that the Guanyu worker bees were loyal to him, but he had to consider this matter in the long term. Qin Feng asked the Guanyu worker bees to go ahead. Qin Feng carefully recalled the words brought back by the glorious worker bee. If the queen bee is inferior to the Red Flame Mad Bee, there is still room for survival. However, Qin Feng has killed so many Red Flame Mad Bees. If he shows that he is inferior to other monsters in strength, then he must be will it only be annexed, putting aside whether he is inferior to the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee Queen Bee. Even if Qin Feng is stronger than the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee Queen Bee. So what? Will the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee Queen Bee surrender to him? The Scarlet Flame Crazy Bee Queen Bee has been monopolizing an island for many years. So how could she be willing to succumb to others? When night fell, Qin Feng walked out of the hive at his leisure, looked to the west where the Red Flame Bees were, recalled all the glorious worker bees, and after guarding the hive, he flew towards the territory of the Red Flame Bee family alone. But before flying very far, Qin Feng realized that he was being followed. It seemed that although the Scarlet Flame Crazy Bee was no longer wary of him, it still didn't trust him to go there on his own. So he sent the bees to monitor him. Qin Feng couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and accelerated towards the Crimson Flame Bee's nest. As soon as Qin Feng accelerated, the Crimson Flame Bee behind him couldn't catch up despite speeding up. But seeing that the route was heading towards the territory, he had no choice but to give up. Qin Feng quickly arrived at the Crimson Flame Bee's nest. As soon as he stepped in, he was surrounded by the Crimson Flame Bee.
What are you doing?
Qin Feng asked knowingly.
We are here to escort you to the main hall on the order of Queen Bee,
a Red Flame Mad Bee said, looking at Qin Feng with a somewhat fearful look. He must have heard about the deeds at the East Lake a few days ago. Qin Feng looked at the formation that was escorting him in disguise, and they were able to claim that they were escorting him. Should he say that they had too many people and were useless? Or should he think that he was a fool? Qin Feng didn't say much, and just let the Scarlet Flame Bee lead the way. He arrived at the main hall calmly, but could not see the Queen Bee of the Scarlet Flame Bee for a long time. Qin Feng was a little puzzled, and only heard the system in his mind sounding an alarm.
Ding! There is an enemy attack within 1,000 meters of the hive. Please pay attention to the host. Please pay attention to the host.
Qin Feng's heart sank, and he stood up and looked at the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee outside the hall. He had long been replaced by a master at the 8th level or 9th level of the Tianwu realm.
It seems that the Queen Bee of the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee is also arrogant.
South shore of the island, the glorious worker bees performed their duties. One post every 5 steps, one sentry every 10 steps, and a large black cloud swept across the already dark sky.
Kill!
With that murderous cry, the glorious worker bees realized that it was not a cloud at all, but a swarm of Red Flame Mad Bees. In an instant, the alarm bells of the glorious worker bees sounded loudly, and all the glorious worker bees quickly gathered in groups and surrounded the hive.
Now your Queen Bee is detained in my hive. Let's see how you fight with us this time.
The Red Flame Mad Bee Queen flew high in the sky, looking down upon the glorious worker bees below.
Hack me!
The Crimson Flame Bees immediately launched an attack on the glory worker bees at the Queen Bee's order. However, the ones guarding the periphery were the 9th level Tianwu Realm glory worker bees produced by the system in the past few days. In terms of strength, the Crimson Flame Bees were slightly inferior. For a moment, the Scarlet Flame Mad Bee Queen couldn't help but be shocked when she saw this. In just a few days, there were so many masters of the 9th level of the Tianwu realm. Who was this little black bee? I couldn't help but feel glad that I had acted early and decisively. The glory worker bees fought with the Red Flame Crazy Bees in an orderly manner. Seeing this, the Red Flame Crazy Bee Queen also fought off a glory worker bee and went down to boost the momentum of the Red Flame Crazy Bees. However, before they reached the battlefield, only a small child was seen. The black dot flashed in front of him from the hive. The Red Flame Mad Bee Queen quickly stopped and took a closer look. It turned out to be a small black bee.
Is this your plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain?
Qin Feng snorted coldly. Fortunately, the red flame mad bee hive he sent out earlier was his clone. The real body is still hiding in the hive, fearing that the red flame mad bee family will destroy what a moth.
Are you?
A thought suddenly came to Queen Bee's mind, but it disappeared in an instant. Chen Feng leisurely circled in front of the red flame mad bee Queen Bee. Just when he was about to say something, he saw a previously captured red flame mad bee shouting,
"No! It's a little black bee! Protect the queen bee!"
The little black bee appears. "Oh! My line was stolen. Yes, I am the little black bee you are chasing."
Chen Feng pursed his lips, looking helpless. When the Scarlet Flame Crazy Bee Queen heard this name, she was shocked.
"How is this possible? How is it impossible?"
Chen Feng said, and directly used the clone technique again. Separated 3 small black bees, surrounded the red flame mad bee Queen Bee, and then said in unison,
"Do you believe it now?"
The red flame mad bee Queen was a little embarrassed and angry, so she directly launched her killing move and hit the little black bee in front of her. But Chen Feng was already prepared.
Light shield. The poison of death.
The 4 little black bees swung out their tails and stabbed straight at the red flame mad bee Queen. The short distance gave the red flame mad bee Queen no time to react and dodge. Chapter 435 Extermination. There were just a few corpses of crimson flame bees in front of me. They were the crimson flame bees who came to save their own queen bee. However, no matter how many there were, they could not defeat Chen Feng. After the 4 little black bees killed all the red flame mad bees in front of them, they took turns chasing and beating the red flame mad bee Queen Bee. They had a great time. The red flame mad bee Queen was so irritated that she became angry and started a fight with Chen Feng.
Firestorm.
A tornado with blazing fire hit the little black bee that was chasing him, and actually hit the little black bee. The little black bee burned up in the fire. Chen Feng's real body was naturally affected, and he couldn't help but shake. Body. Seeing this, the red flame mad bee Queen struck the other little black bees with bunches of fierce winds of flames. Chen Feng quickly dodged and passed by, but in a blink of an eye, there was only 1 clone left in front of him, and Chen Feng immediately took back the clone.
"It seems that I underestimated you,"
Chen Feng said, and began to show his true feelings and take this battle seriously.
The earth groans.
As soon as he finished speaking, thunder suddenly appeared and struck at the red flame mad bee Queen Bee. The Queen Bee had no time to dodge and was hit. She was numb for a few seconds before being hit by Chen Feng's
death poison
and fell to the ground.
Ding. The evolution points are full. Will the host be upgraded? Upgrade.
Many crimson flame bees were affected by the indiscriminate attack of the earth. They were unable to dodge and were shot down to the ground. After struggling for a while, they stopped moving. The crimson flame bees that had dodged were attacked by the glory worker bees, also fell one after another. The earth was rumbling and shaking, and as time went by, it became more and more intense. All kinds of monsters came and saw the scene of the red flame mad bee Queen being killed, and they couldn't help but stop.
The red flame mad bee Queen was killed by the little black bee.
After a while, someone shouted out. They were all small families on the island, and they were all ordered to come and suppress the little black bees. It was just that the current backbone died before everyone came to support, which made most families want to quit, and there was a lot of discussion. Only some monsters continued to move forward and kill the glorious worker bees and Chen Feng. But the result was still the same. That is, they went to accompany the queen bee they had relied on for many years. Chen Feng looked at the frightened and chattering monsters in the distance, and Luck said in a deep voice,
"If you go forward, it will be the same. You might as well go back and think about what to do next. If you obey, you can still survive on the island. If there is a fight, then I, Chen Feng, will accompany you to the end."
After Chen Feng said this, he silenced all the monsters. Some monsters led their family to take a step forward, but it was not for a decisive battle with Chen Feng.
"My family just wants to survive on this island and has no intention of war. Since you will not wipe out the entire family power on the island, then we are not enemies."
After saying that, he led the group to leave. If there is one, then there are two. Of course, everyone takes survival as the first and most important principle, and you must be self-aware as a monster. If you can't defeat it, don't attack it with eggs. Chen Feng then led most of the glorious worker bees towards the Crimson Flame Crazy Bee Hive, completely wiping out the Crimson Flame Crazy Bee family. At this time, Chen Feng's clone in the Red Flame Mad Bee Hive also started killing the Red Flame Mad Bee Hive. Although the Red Flame Mad Bee Queen left a lot of strength in the hive, She was still defeated by Qin Feng's clone, who possessed Qin Feng's true strength. Sword shadows and thunder struck down from high altitude. When Qin Feng led the army of glorious worker bees to arrive, the strength of the Crimson Flame Beehive had been reduced by more than half.
Our army is back. The king is back. We are saved.
A Crimson Flame Mad Bee noticed the black cloud in the sky and immediately shouted loudly. However, before he finished speaking, he was killed by a sword shadow. When Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees and appeared in front of the Crimson Flame Bees, the Crimson Flame Bees were very surprised.
Why is it little black bee? What little black bee? Aren't the little black bees fighting in our hive? The army of little black bees is coming. What about our worker bees? Where is the queen bee?
Qin Feng came to the clone amidst the divergent opinions among the red flame bees and gave a more considerate answer to everyone.
Your queen bee has died outside my hive, and we are here to encircle and suppress you.
After saying that, Qin Feng's eyes revealed a charming smile. As if the god of death was coming, the red flame bees struggled to resist amid doubts. However, under the absolute strength of Guangyu worker bee and Qin Feng, looking at the countless casualties of their companions, they gradually accepted the cruelty. Fact,
we want to avenge the king,
a red flame Mad Bee said as it rushed over to Qin Feng. But before it could reach Qin Feng, it was poisoned by the death poison from its clone. Under Qin Feng's bloody strangulation, not even a single larvae was left alive by the scarlet flame bee. Because of what Qin Feng said at the time,
being kind to the enemy is cruel to yourself. If you keep them, you will only be born again if the spring breeze blows.
The glorious worker bees, as the battlefield was cleared, there was no longer any Crimson Flame Bee family on the edge of the endless sea. Qin Feng, a force, arose. This battle would become one of the well-known deeds on the islands on the edge of the endless sea. The system followed Qin Feng to the interior of the Crimson Flame Bee's hive and began to ding. Qin Feng quickly led the glory worker bees to the Crimson Flame Bee's treasure house to sweep it. After taking away the treasures that were useful for upgrading the hive, Qin Feng returned to the hive. Let the glorious worker bees clean up on their own. After this battle, Qin Feng has reached the peak of the Tiamu realm, and is even slightly looser. He is about to break through the Tiamu realm, but there should be no monsters to practice with to improve his strength recently. When the sky was getting slightly brighter, the glory bee came to report that almost all the small families on the island were outside. Qin Feng was woken up and stared in confusion, hearing that this soul had returned.
All the families? Why are you here?
Qin Feng thought. Could it be that what he said yesterday made the forces on the island plan to come here to fight after they returned?
They are here to send congratulatory gifts. Wang,
the glory worker bee said quickly as if she could see what Qin Feng was thinking. Qin Feng coughed lightly, as if to regain his dignity. He stood up and said,
then I'll go out and take a look.
With that said, Qin Feng flew out of the hive. It was okay not to look at it, but he was a little shocked when he saw it. Basically all the families on the island, sea, land and air who could come were here. The outside was full of blackness, which looked very spectacular. It seems that only a small number of families were called to help by the Scarlet Flame Bees last night. But they did not expect that Qin Feng's strength and tricks were not fully displayed.
And he underestimated the enemy and fell.
The little black bee is out,
a sharp-eyed vulture shouted. And the monster beasts who were still talking about each other fell silent for an instant, and lined up in an orderly manner, taking out their treasures as a sign of goodwill. Qin Feng naturally accepted them one by one. There were benefits, so he couldn't refuse them. Besides, he had occupied this island, so he had to collect taxes and other things. When they were all collected, the sun would set in the west, so he could rest. Chapter 436 Ancient Ruins. Only then did Qin Feng realize that it was not easy to be the owner of the island. As soon as he was able to rest, the glory worker bee came to report that he had discovered an ancient ruins and didn't know what to do with it.
Ancient ruins? Where are they?
Qin Feng was a little confused. He had wandered around all the places on the island. Why didn't he find any ancient ruins?
In the western jungle occupied by the Scarlet Flame Bees, there is a huge stone ruin.
Only then did Qin Feng realize that he had rarely gone deep into the interior of the Scarlet Flame Bee. But he was not very impressed with the western jungle. After all, Qin Feng only dug into well-garrisoned treasure troves. So it was not surprising that he did not discover this ancient ruins.
You lead the way. Let's go and have a look.
Although Qin Feng was a little tired, he moved his body and followed the glory worker bees to flap their wings and leave the hive, heading for the western jungle, deep in the western rainforest occupied by the red flame bees. There is indeed an ancient boulder ruin preserved. But the treasures in the ruins have been emptied by the red flame bees. Perhaps some of them are still in Qin Feng's waistband. You know. But it is also true that all the treasures and mechanisms were emptied by the red flame bee. Qin Feng took a tour around the ruins and was a little disappointed. There were not many useful things. He could only stop by the river to wash his face and wake up. This tour was like looking at a scenery. And he could only look at it. See the mountains of boulders and the long and wide river in front of you. Just when Qin Feng was disappointed and about to turn around and leave, the system beeped.
Ding! The ancient killing array is found 100 meters ahead. Host, please go there.
Qin Feng stopped turning around for a moment, a little surprised, and immediately flew forward, crossing the river. What he saw was a killing array made of huge rocks. But it looked very dilapidated, and could only be vaguely recognized from some trends. And the surrounding area is overgrown with weeds. And the stone pillars are even wrapped in vines. It is obvious at a glance that even if the Crimson Flame Crazy Bee discovered this place, it did not pay much attention to it.
System, are you really not kidding me?
If this is valuable, it should have been repaired by the Scarlet Flame Bee.
Ding! I discovered the ancient killing formation, and its perfection level is 5%. Ding! Please host repair the ancient killing array.
Perfection level 5%? Need to be repaired? Qin Feng was shocked by the system's words. How long would it take to repair this? At that time, he thought that the system would not be able to arrange any trivial tasks for him. Qin Feng also became interested in this. He immediately went back and summoned the glorious worker bees to clean up the ancient killing array on the surface and guard the nearby areas to prevent other people from doing so. The main point is close. After a few days of busy work, the ancient killing formation finally showed its original appearance. Nearly 10 of the dozens of bare stone pillars fell down, after Qin Feng ordered the stone pillars of the ancient killing formation to be re-erected. The system finally prompted again.
Ding! The ancient killing array is 15% perfect. Well, it seems like we have to upgrade the hive and find some materials to perfect and repair the ancient killing array.
Qin Feng turned around and went to the former nest of the Crimson Flame Bee Queen. After it was occupied by the glorious worker bees, it has been transformed into his own nest. When Qin Feng came to the nest, he took out the royal jelly and held the straw with his forefoot to drink it, thinking that now he not only had to upgrade the hive, but also repair the ancient killing array. Qin Feng felt a lot of pressure, and the future was endless. He took out the things he had collected before. The materials were slowly added to the hive one by one, listening to the beeping sound of the system to pass the time.
Ding! I found the ancient killing array repair material. Purple scale flower. Please pay attention to the host.
The system seemed to be unable to tolerate Qin Feng's behavior and issued a prompt. Purple scale flower? The one that Cloud-Stepping Beast gave to me before? Qin Feng quickly took out a small purple flower from the materials in front of him and added the others to the progress bar of the hive.
System, can it be repaired remotely? Ding! The use of purple scale flower is successful. The repair time of the ancient killing array is 3 days. Please pay attention to the host.
The purple scale flower in his hand disappeared out of thin air. Qin Feng felt that the system had become a lot more sensible. It knew how to be considerate of the host, and no longer had to travel long distances. However, it was still necessary to go out to find some materials in the past 3 days. Qin Feng's current inventory was as empty as the progress bar. Yes, within 3 days, Qin Feng had basically plundered all the usable materials on the island. Now that the monsters knew that Qin Feng was around, they all avoided it, fearing that their few treasures would be looted by Qin Feng. But despite this, the repair level of Qin Feng's ancient killing array is only 30%. Adding the materials again, Qin Feng is a little stunned. These low-level treasures basically have little effect on the ancient killing array. It seems that he still has to find some treasure. Just as Qin Feng in the main hall was thinking hard about how to obtain the treasure, a radiant worker bee flew in a hurry.
King, there are demon beasts from the water tribe coming to report. The island owner of the island near the east, the Qinquan Leopard King, is preparing to attack our island.
Oh! Qin Feng became interested. Nowadays, there is still a good thing about monster beasts giving pillows when they fall asleep?
It is said that the Universe Leopard King has a good relationship with the Crimson Flame Bee Queen Bee. After learning that our glorious worker bees had exterminated the Crimson Flame Bee clan, he became very angry and summoned monsters to prepare ships in the past few days to attack us. Islands.
Qin Feng pondered for a moment. Just when the glorious worker bee thought that Qin Feng was worrying about how to deal with it, he heard Qin Feng murmur.
No wonder it's been so quiet recently. It took so long to take revenge. It turns out that I can't swim and can't survive.
So come to think of it, on weekdays, the only thing the red flame mad bee queen bee could do was fly over to visit. After that, I may have to go around to find materials. But I have indeed been constrained by the ancient killing array recently. I didn't expect that. I originally wanted to establish a foothold in the endless sea. Since I want to establish a foothold, it is natural to fight and kill. Don't you have all the materials you should have for Sha Sha? Qin Feng thought, and immediately counted the number of glorious worker bees. It has been half a month since he left the desert. The number of glorious worker bees has basically returned to the past. However, most of the glorious worker bees at the peak of the Tianwu realm are active in the hive. After all, such a terrifying growth rate will definitely alarm other families on the island. If this spreads, Qin Feng will only become the target of public criticism. When the monsters on the edge of the endless sea attack in groups, it will undoubtedly be a battle for Qin Feng. Disaster of destruction. Although the shining worker bees are produced by the system, it still takes time to develop to a certain scale. Qin Feng still knows what kind of strength it should show now. So Qin Feng will not mobilize all the shining worker bees for action unless it is absolutely necessary. Qin Feng ordered a group of glory worker bees to guard the shore and report regularly, while he went out to find monsters and inquire about the strength of nearby islands. Chapter 437 Qianquan Leopard. There are only a handful of islands on the edge of the endless sea that can surpass those at the peak of the Tianwu realm. And there are many surrounding islands. The most powerful ones are only those at the peak of the Tianwu realm. This is nothing to be afraid of for Qin Feng. It's just that the Qianquan Leopard in the east has many peak Tianwu realm masters, occupied 3 islands in the east. It is said that there is a large-scale top-grade spiritual vein on one island, but it is still unable to be mined for unknown reasons. After sorting out the information, Qin Feng couldn't help but lick his lips. A large, top-quality spiritual vein was something that many people could only ask for. But now that he knew about it, Qin Feng felt that it must be in his pocket. The next day, the glory worker came to report that the Qianquan Leopard King's troops had already attacked and would land on the east bank soon. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng took the glory worker bee and flew to the east bank. When the troops of the Universe Leopard King landed, they saw a large swarm of glory worker bees flying towards them.
The little black bee appears. Get ready to kill the enemy.
2 Universe Leopards at the peak of the Tianwu realm issued instructions to their subordinates. When the glory worker bees rushed down, the monster beasts from the eastern island fought hard to kill the enemy. However, the glory worker bees were small in size and fast, making it difficult to kill them. On the other hand, each one was bigger than the other, and each one was stung by countless needles easily. What Qin Feng came face to face with were 2 Universe Leopards at the peak of the Tianwu realm. After one Universe Leopard rushed over, it struck Qin Feng with a palm. It must have heard about Qin Feng's deeds, and did not underestimate the seemingly weak one. Qin Feng used 100% of his strength in one blow.
Light shield.
Qin Feng formed a light shield to block the Qianquan Leopard's palm, but the light shield still shook and almost cracked. Seeing this, Qin Feng did not dare to be careless. The moment he mentioned the god, Qin Feng discovered another the Universe Leopard attacked his back. Qin Feng quickly ducked sideways and stung the death poison, suddenly. But he didn't expect that such a powerful poison would have little effect on the Qianquan Leopard.
Peep! Ding! The host used peeping successfully. Target, Qianquan Leopard. Peak of Tianwu realm. Skills, Immortal True Body. Qianquan Divine Claw.
Qin Feng was a little surprised. The Qianquan Leopard's defense ability was so good, so this battle would be very difficult. Before Qin Feng could recover, the Qianquan Leopard struck again. Qin Feng quickly used his speed to dodge. He didn't want another Qianquan Leopard to hit him with its palm. The 2 Qianquan Leopards struck one after another, not giving Qin Feng a chance at all. Activate the move again. Qin Feng was panting as he dodged. He really didn't have the energy to continue dodging, so he had to grit his teeth and activate the light shield again to buy himself some time.
Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
At the moment when the light shield was split open by the Qianquan Leopard's palm, countless sword shadows appeared around Qin Feng and attacked the 2 Qianquan Leopards. The Qianquan Leopard in front of him was a little panicked and was repelled by the sword shadow. He didn't hold back his palm. By chance, it hit the companions who were fighting with the glorious worker bees. The 2 Universe Leopards were attacked by sword shadows and were covered with scars. They were in a daze for a moment, looked at each other, and then attacked Qin Feng again.
The earth groans.
Naturally, Qin Feng would not let the embarrassing situation happen again. He released his move again, and the thunder exploded. The two heavenly martial realm peak Qianquan leopards closest to Qinfeng were hit by the thunder and fell to the ground. The monsters on the east bank were also attacked by the thunder. Spread indiscriminately, the universe leopards were in a state of embarrassment. But fortunately they had high defenses. Otherwise, they would have been on the verge of death under the groaning of the earth and could not stand up. However, the thunder blow numbed the whole body, and the two universe leopards still staggered a little after they stood up. Stagger. Sacred Martial Sword Shadow. Qinfeng used the Holy Martial Sword Shadow again, and the Qianquan leopard was knocked to the ground again. But this time, it did not stand up again. The monsters who saw this scene were very frightened, and even the timid ones ran towards the boat. However, before they could run a few steps, the thunder attack struck again. Only a few monsters ran back to the boat in embarrassment and sailed away, just as the glorious worker bees were about to chase after them. Qinfeng raised his hand to signal the glorious worker bees not to pursue them. After all, it would be pointless to kill them all this time. Qinfeng used the Qianquan technique alone to hide on the top of the sail and follow these fleeing survivors. They returned to the eastern island, and the glorious worker bees who stayed at the scene understood. Because they believed in the strength of their king, they simply started to clean up the battlefield spontaneously. Qinfeng followed the survivors all the way back to the eastern island. After seeing the survivors coming ashore, Qinfeng appeared directly and killed all the surviving monsters with the earth meditation. Then Qinfeng began to explore this new island. After visiting less than half of the island, Qinfeng could probably summarize the situation here. The entire island was based on respecting the strong and based on family power. Collectively, the Qianquan leopard has risen because of this generation of the Qianquan leopard king. Many masters have emerged, and the family is extremely powerful. Therefore, other families are basically suppressed and enslaved by the Qianquan leopard clan. It can be said that as long as the Qianquan leopard king lives in the world, that Qianquan, the power of the leopard clan, is the sky here. As long as you are a universe leopard, no matter how high your level is, you can walk sideways here.
Ding! The ancient killing array repair materials are found ahead. Host, please pay attention.
Qinfeng's heart moved and he sped up and flew forward. Through the jungle, he saw more and more people overseeing the Qianquan leopard. There was also an island in front of him. A small island standing on the lake. There were also, it was just pure grass, with just a few grasses taller than weeds, swaying in the wind with their fragrance. Qinfeng couldn't help feeling that this island was vast and rich in resources. After quickly assessing the strength of the Qianquan leopard guarding the island, Qinfeng flapped his wings and flew quickly towards the island. The highest level Qianquan leopard here was only at the 7th level of the Tianwu realm. Even if he noticed that Qinfeng was passing by, he would only feel that a gust of wind blew away. After Qinfeng quickly arrived on the island, he felt that the weeds were 3 or 4 feet high. As soon as he settled on a cluster of weeds, Qinfeng heard the sound of the system again. At this time, the system was dinging, as if it had discovered something. Many treasures.
Ding! Found repair materials. Wu Xi and Chow. Ding! Found the Hive upgrade material. Qinzhou read.
Qinfeng glanced at the lakeside and knew that he could not see his existence clearly with normal vision. Qinfeng took the courage to wander around the island. Except for the few careless grasses, there was no trace of others.
Why do you feel like there are little black dots swaying on the island in the middle of the lake? Why did not I see? Didn't you see it? Is it because I haven't slept well recently and am feeling dizzy?
Several universe leopards on the lakeside were whispering to each other, causing the heavenly martial realm peak universe leopards, who were having a good time in the jungle, to look over. And several universe leopards couldn't help but scream.
What are you arguing about? Why don't you patrol properly?
The Qianquan leopard master's words were so powerful that even Qinfeng, who was wandering around the island in the middle of the lake, heard it and hurriedly hid in the grass and observed. Chapter 438, Looting the Lake Island. It seemed that he had missed a universe leopard hiding in the jungle. Qinfeng thought that he would wait until the Qianquan leopard, who was at the peak of his martial arts realm, laid down again that day before he prepared to continue his journey. Just as Qinfeng was about to move, he discovered that there was a cave under the weeds. Many tiny treasures were growing under the cover of the weeds. But he had not noticed it because he was flying high just now. As soon as Qinfeng had an idea, he started to put the treasures into the space. After the space was full, he started to pull out the tallest careless grass. On the lakeside, the universe leopards finally sensed something unusual and hurriedly got into the water and came over. When Qinfeng heard the sound of falling water, he turned around and saw all the universe leopards surrounding the island in the middle of the lake from all directions. After placing the heartless grass into the water drop space, Qin Feng was just about to fly away when he felt the ground shake. Several the Qinquan leopard, who was at the peak of the Tianmu realm, jumped from the lakeside and stared at Qin Feng.
How dare you, a little black bee, steal the spiritual field of my Qinquan leopard clan?
The universe leopards looked around for a week, plucked weeds and looked at the ground. They were very angry and slapped the grassland where Qin Feng was. However, Qin Feng got out of the way very quickly and occupied the high altitude. This made the universe leopards even more angry. For anger. Even though he was angry, the Qinquan leopard also reacted.
Little black bee? How come I heard that there are also little black bees on the island we are attacking today?
When Qin Feng heard that he was so famous, he couldn't help but smile and said,
Yes, I am the little black bee who destroyed the Crimson Flame Mad Bee clan. And you even sent monster beasts to attack us today.
At this time, most of the universe leopards came ashore and surrounded Qin Feng. Everyone who heard this sentence had murderous intent in their eyes, and they wanted to kill Qin Feng on the spot to vent their anger. This made Qin Feng speechless. Is it possible that the Qinquan leopard and the Scarlet Flame be of such a good relationship? The Qinquan leopard, who was unable to participate in the battle on the shore, began to talk.
Is it this little black bee that caused us to lose the opportunity to mine large-scale, top-quality spiritual veins? Isn't that right? The king has waited for so long and finally got the right time, place, and people. But it was ruined by this little black bee.
Even though Qin Feng's ears were very good, he still heard a bit of confusion. Wasn't he talking about the Crimson Flame Bee clan? Why was it related to the large-scale top-grade spiritual veins?
Sorry to interrupt. Is there any connection between the Scarlet Flame Bees and your top-grade spiritual veins? You are so angry with the Leopard King for asking me to destroy them.
Qin Feng showed his good character of not being ashamed to ask questions.
I'm not afraid of you knowing this. The king originally planned to use the Crimson Flame Mad Bee clan to mine the large-scale top-grade spiritual veins, and then destroy the Crimson Flame Mad Bee clan. I didn't expect that you, a little black bee, would be better off. You would kill the Crimson Flame Mad Bee clan first. Are you angry that the Bee clan is annihilating the clan and disrupting our Qinquan leopard clan's plans?
Only then did Qin Feng realize that he had ruined someone else's good fortune. Suddenly, a gust of wind came from his palm, and Qin Feng immediately activated his light shield to block it.
If you want to fight, can you tell me first? I'll fight you all at once without giving you time to react,
Qin Feng said, with a hook of his tail.
The poison of death.
One move hit the Qinquan leopard, who had just hit him. In an instant, Qin Feng struggled with many Qinquan leopards, because he was afraid that the powerful killing move would destroy the rare fertile land on the island in the middle of the lake. Qin Feng only used the poison of death. Shot back.
Ding! Poison warning. Host, please replenish it in time.
As soon as the system finished speaking, the light shield formed by Qin Feng to protect his body was shattered by the Qinquan leopard at the peak of the Tianmu realm. The Qinquan divine claw of another Qinquan leopard was close in front of him, which made Qin Feng's heart sink.
Qinquan technique.
Qin Feng immediately activated the Qinquan technique and flashed himself to the lakeside. But he still received the slap, which greatly boosted the Qinquan leopard's morale. Qin Feng looked at the many Qinquan leopards that were swooping over, and he didn't dare to worry about the island in the middle of the lake anymore. But he still felt regretful in his heart.
The earth groans.
As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, countless thunder attacks were attacking indiscriminately within nearly a kilometer around him. The Qinquan leopard that wanted to kill Qin Feng was shot down and twitching. Qin Feng knew that the enemy was outnumbered, so he immediately took the opportunity to launch Qinquan techniques continuously and directed towards him, flying towards the shore, preparing to return to the original island. The endless sea was either big or small. Before Qin Feng could escape to the shore, a universe leopard attacked from the side. Qin Feng was unable to dodge and was hit hard. Qin Feng felt like his head was being beaten evenly. He shook his body and tried to see clearly the monster in front of him. It was much larger than what he had seen before.
King of the Universe Leopard?
Qin Feng asked tentatively. But before the other party could even reply, the Heavenly Martial Realm Peak Universe Leopard following him had already knelt on the ground to show his submission.
Are you the little black bee who disrupted my plan?
The Universe Leopard King approached step by step. Qin Feng was surrounded by the approaching Universe Leopards and had no way to retreat.
King! The little black bee just looted the treasures on the island in the middle of the lake.
A Universe Leopard spoke boldly.
King! The brothers we sent to kill the little black bee were all killed.
A Universe Leopard came over and said. After hearing this, the Universe Leopard King became angry and glared at Qin Feng, who had not yet recovered from his anger. He angrily said to the Universe Leopard present,
Trash!
Qin Feng thought about ways to escape. And even more so, he thought about handing over the treasure in exchange for a life. Just as if he had been beaten. In exchange for a memory.
Little Black Bee, hand over the treasures on the island in the middle of the lake, and I will spare your life.
The Qinquan Leopard King struck with a palm, and the tone in his mouth still seemed to be open to discussion. But this face was really disgusting in Qin Feng's eyes. Even if he had the idea of handing it over just now, it turned into nothing at this moment. Nothing. Qin Feng tried his best to dodge the attack of the Qinquan Leopard King and flew high into the sky. However, this was a jungle, and the Qinquan Leopard climbed up the tree in a few seconds, blocking the dusty road.
Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
Qin Feng held a dead pig in a posture that was not afraid of being scalded by boiling water, and launched his killing move. He saw several sword shadows sliding down from a high place, killing some small Qinquan leopards, opening a path for blood, and activated the Qinquan technique again, killing himself. Moved to the endless sea. After countless Qinquan spells, Qin Feng finally escaped from the domain of the Qinquan leopard clan.
The vast land and abundant resources also have shortcomings. It is too difficult to escape.
Qin Feng panted and slowed down, knowing that the Qinquan leopards could not catch up with him. Checked his injuries.
That's really cruel.
Qin Feng couldn't help but sneered. He pushed himself up, leaned on the sky without any sunset, found the direction of his island, and flew around. It was already midnight when Qin Feng returned to the hive. Seeing the scarred appearance of their king, the glorious worker bees stepped forward to welcome him into the hive. Qin Feng was lying in his hive, exhausted both physically and mentally. He didn't want to move anymore and fell asleep directly. Directly asked the glorious worker bees to bandage their injuries and the like. Chapter 439 Battle of Defense. Qin Feng woke up the next day. It was already noon. As soon as he woke up, he began to add the collected treasures to the ancient killing array and the beehive. The progress bar of the beehive reached 78%, and the bottleneck would be broken soon. Qin Feng also can take a step towards a new realm. Thinking about this, Qin Feng still felt that it was useless that he could only follow the hive level upgrade. He took out the royal jelly, held the straw with his front foot and drank it. The sweet taste immediately covered Qin Feng's entire mouth, replenishing physical energy and death poison by the pinch. Qin Feng almost suffered from yesterday's carelessness, and the sudden appearance of the Universe Leopard King was also unexpected. Things other than that made yesterday's battle so embarrassing.
King! It's not good!
A glorious worker bee that was supposed to be patrolling the shore flew in from outside.
A large number of people have been found on the eastern island. I'm afraid they are going to be detrimental to us.
Qin Feng's heart sank. He saw that the progress bar of the ancient killing formation still needed to be updated in 5 days. He thought that the Qinquan leopard clan would not be able to give him that long time. So he had to make a foolproof strategy.
Calling the glory worker bees to gather in the main hall. Yes, King.
Soon. Excluding the glorious worker bees who were patrolling and collecting honey. They were all assembled in the main hall. Qin Feng now had many soldiers and horses to defend this battle.
Starting from today, every 100 Tianwu Realm Peak Glory Bees will lead 1,000 Tianwu Realm 9th level Glory Bees. The remaining Glory Bees will work together to make up for whatever is missing. They will patrol and defend every port of the island in shifts. As long as there is an invasion by foreign enemies, a monster kills a monster without mercy.
Afterwards, Qin Feng made complete strategic arrangements for the terrain in each port, so that as long as the Qinquan leopard clan dared to send people to attack, there would be no return.
Now the Qinquan leopard clan will definitely not come out in full force. We just need to defend according to the deployment. Yes, King.
The glory worker bees are gearing up and are full of confidence in this battle. Especially the glory worker bees who have been hiding in the hive at the peak of the Tianwu realm. It can be said that they have high fighting spirit and are quite ready to kill them and start a fight. The Qinquan leopard indeed came with great ferocity. As soon as Qin Feng finished his deployment, he had already sent out troops and horses to attack the island occupied by Qin Feng. However, Qin Feng had already made precise arrangements for this battle. Therefore, the arrival of the Qinquan leopard troops is destined to have no good end. This time, the Qinquan leopard sent several experts at the top of the Tianwu realm. As soon as they landed, they were attacked by the glory worker bees. Every 10 of the glory worker bees formed a group and attacked an alien monster. The Qinquan leopard clan was defeated, too busy to take care of themselves. When Qin Feng arrived to help, the battle was an overwhelming victory.
The earth groans. Sacred martial sword shadow.
Thunders and sword shadows suddenly appeared. Qin Feng's moves all fell on the universe leopards. Coupled with the human sea tactics of the glorious worker bees, the universe leopards fell to the ground one after another, no longer alive. After the battle, more backup workers, the glory worker bees, came on top and cleared the battlefield. Their orderly deployment made the forces that were originally going to help the Crimson Flame Bee clan attack Qin Feng very frightened. But they were more thankful that they did not temporarily go into battle impulsively. What's more, some forces took the initiative to ask for help to help Qin Feng attack the Qianquan leopard clan, which expanded Qin Feng's defense lineup from land to 3 major camps: sea, land and air. Groups of Qianquan leopard clan members were unable to come back in Qin Feng's defense. In order to thank the various forces for their help, Qin Feng also used the treasures he collected from the Red Flame Beehive Hive as a thank you gift to repay everyone. The various forces are even more willing to help Qin Feng. After all, they are short of resources. Now in the cave where the Qianquan leopard clan is dormant, the Qianquan leopard king has received reports from the sea clan forces around the island. The content made the Qianquan leopard king gradually realize that something was wrong.
King! According to the shark tribe, Qin Feng brainwashed the family forces on the island. What's more, the water tribe around the island joined Qin Feng, so that the manpower we sent out had not even arrived at the island occupied by Qin Feng. After being attacked, once we get ashore, our troops will not be strong enough to fight against Qin Feng and the others.
Qianquan leopard's tone of reply became more and more grief-stricken. He felt that his brothers of the same race, who died in the battle, were very unjust. But he also resented that he was powerless. The same is not true for the Universe Leopard King. It is not without reason that the forces of the Universe Leopard family were able to occupy 3 islands in just a few decades. Not only is the strength and means of the Universe Leopard King higher than other family forces, but also because the Qianquan Leopard clan has always been very united under the leadership of the Qianquan Leopard King. This also makes other family forces want to replace the Qianquan Leopard. But one of the reasons has never been successful. For the Qianquan Leopard, their love and justice, and their behavior of being able to save their compatriots, are in the eyes of other families. It can be said that it reaches the point of being crazy. Qianquan Leopard thought for a while and said, "Go and gather the forces of the 3 islands, and we will come out to avenge our brothers." "Yes, King." After receiving the order from the Qianquan Leopard King, the 3 islands occupied by the Qianquan Leopard clan also sent people to come. But they did not understand why their own family had to join the battle and make unnecessary sacrifices. The Qianquan Leopard clan has been our island master for so many years, and has never allowed us to participate in any war. Why did they suddenly call us here? Yes, I heard that the island occupied by the little black bees is too strong and cannot be defeated. So that's why they called us. This little black bee just came to the Endless Sea. He only arrived at the edge of the Endless Sea for a few days, and he wiped out the Crimson Flame Mad Bee clan. What a ruthless method. No one of the monsters sent by the Qianquan Leopard clan will survive. How can we fight? Is this treating us as a shield that can be used in battle? Yes. There is no comparison between our clan's strength and that of the Qianquan Leopard clan. Why would they invite us? The representatives of various forces who came were arguing a lot outside the Qianquan Leopard's lair. Many monsters couldn't help but sigh, feeling that if they joined the battle, they would be killed in the past. At this time, the Universe Leopard King slowly walked out of the cave, causing the originally chaotic monster beasts to silence themselves. "I'm sorry, but I gathered you here at this juncture to fight against the little black bee forces on the Western Islands." The Leopard King of the universe greeted the monsters present with a courtesy before attacking. "They wiped out our ally Red Flame Quang. The Bee clan conquered the family forces on the island and surrounding sea areas. When we went to rescue them, the family forces on the island had been successfully conquered by the little black bee clan and became their fighting tool." Chapter 440 Fight Back. When the Universe Leopard King said this, he couldn't help but paused and looked at the reactions of the various monsters in the field. Because before coming out of the cave, the Universe Leopard King heard some of their words, and they were all very dissatisfied with their participation in this battle. And you can't have 2 minds in war. So I smoothed things out a little and told them. After seeing the expressions of realization on the faces of the monster beasts in the audience, the Qianquan Leopard King continued. "Many of our compatriots were intercepted and killed on the sea. There was a double-headed octopus in the water. The Sea Clan interfered, and there were attacks from the Vulture Clan in the air, which did not allow our compatriots to retreat, and drove our ships towards the island occupied by the little black bees. And no matter how much resistance our compatriots made when they arrived on the shore, it was in vain." The monsters in the audience looked at each other after hearing this, and some even whispered to each other in low voices. Did we misunderstand the Universe Leopard King just now? Actually, it should be for the sake of the overall situation. Right? If the Little Black Bee clan is so evil, it is inevitable that we will not be under control in the future. That's the misfortune of the Endless Sea. I think we should send troops to support the Universe Leopard King in attacking the Little Black Bee. Under the guidance of a few monster beasts, public opinion began to gradually change, and everyone began to agree with the Universe Leopard King.
My millipede clan is good at poisoning, and I am willing to serve the Leopard King of the universe. My clan is willing to serve the Leopard King of the universe.
Qin Feng didn't even know how the Qinquan clan fabricated their island. At night, they took out their honey on the east coast, as an extra reward for all the families participating in the battle. The monsters of all clans didn't take it seriously. The treasures Qin Feng had given him before were all high-quality treasures. And honey is one of the most important things in a bee's life. So it was very appreciated. When the glorious worker bees brought the honey, the fragrance of the honey made the monsters present salivate. After tasting it, they were all impressed by the honey produced by the glorious worker bees. Everyone showed an expression of endless aftertaste.
You will have no regrets in this life if you can get a mouthful of honey from fighting for the glory bee.
A monster bee sighed with emotion. Qin Feng happened to be on the sidelines and heard it, and couldn't help but find it funny. To him, it was just some honey. If he took out his royal jelly, according to this monster's words, even if it would cause a massacre? But yes, the origin of the previous battle with the Crimson Flame bees was the royal jelly produced by Qin Feng. So why couldn't the royal jelly produced by the glorious worker bees cause the killing? It's just that the Crimson Flame bees incident gradually became more serious, and no one investigated the origin of the matter. All they knew was that after Qin Feng killed 5 Crimson Flame bees, he aroused the fear and dissatisfaction of the Crimson Flame bees. When Qin Feng launched a counterattack, his family was destroyed.
Everyone, I intend to take over the 3 islands occupied by the Qinquan leopard. If there are family forces that are willing to assist, after the battle is won, I can reward you with 1/3 of the loot.
The monsters were all shocked after hearing this. 1/3 of the treasures of the Qinquan leopard clan was to give them the treasures of an island as a reward. This reward was quite tempting. Even if all the families went there to get a piece of the pie, every force can get a lot.
My clan is willing.
After one monster stood up, countless monsters stepped forward, which finally caused all the monsters to shout loudly.
We do. We do. I will go through fire and water for the island owner. I will do whatever it takes.
After receiving everyone's obedience, Qin Feng has become the unanimous leader of the monster. So everyone began to respectfully call it the Island Master, a title that even the Qinquan leopard clan has not had. This night, everyone was excited all night, and finally fell asleep. The glorious worker bees on Qin Feng's side continued to be responsible for patrolling and inspecting at night. The next day, when the sky was still dark, Qin Feng received a first-level alarm. A glorious worker bee came over and reported that the Qinquan leopard had also gathered its strength from the sea, land and air to launch an attack on the island.
King! The monster beasts we have summoned are obviously not as many as the Qinquan leopard clan. The human sea tactics you mentioned before, especially in the sea, can no longer be implemented in battle.
In the main hall, a glorious worker bee kneeling on the ground. He reported to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was also somewhat powerless in this regard. They had no problem with the glory of the worker bees in land and air combat, which makes the enemy become more and more courageous as they fight. Qin Feng flew straight towards the sea.
The earth groaned.
Thunder suddenly appeared. Qin Feng controlled the thunder and attacked the sea tribe brought by the shark clan. Many sea tribes lost their vital signs after being hit by Qin Feng and floated on the sea. The electric current crackled on the sea, causing the shark tribe did not dare to approach easily. The sea tribe on Qin Feng's side quickly made new arrangements because of Qin Feng's joining, which gave them a chance to breathe.
All the monsters obeyed the order and tried their best to lure them out of the water, especially the low-level monsters. The island owner was on the surface to help them.
After the double-headed octopus king gave the order, he used attacks to drive the opponent's monsters to the sea. Qin Feng also understood everyone's intentions. He just had to take care of other monsters while dodging the seawater to avoid splashing on his wings. Qin Feng was overwhelmed by the beast's attack.
The earth groans.
When everyone was struggling to catch up with the wave of monsters, Qin Feng launched another thunder attack. Groups of sea tribes died silently under the attack of electric current.
Sacred martial sword shadow.
Qin Feng transformed into countless sword shadows and slashed at the other monster beasts. Many monster beasts were unable to dodge and died on the sea. The blood quickly filled the edge of the endless sea.
Ding! We found a large number of enemy attacks. Please pay attention to the host.
When Chen Feng heard the system prompt, he immediately became alert, only to hear a voice above his head suddenly come to mind.
Little black bee, take a hit from me.
Chen Feng quickly used his light shield to block the attack of a hunting goose. When he turned around, Chen Feng bent his bee tail.
The poison of death.
Chen Feng stabbed the hunting geese with one blow. The hunting geese fell into the endless sea due to the poison attack. However, Chen Feng killed one, and there were countless others staring at him eagerly. Chapter 441 Cooperation. Because he had seen the strength of Chen Feng's Qianquan technique before, the Qianquan Leopard King also cleverly arranged a formation, using many Sky Clan monsters to surround Chen Feng in an orderly manner, leaving no way to escape.
The earth groans.
Chen Feng used his thunderous attack again, and knocked down several monster beasts. However, at the same time as they were shot down, many monster beasts came up to take their place, which made Chen Feng's attacks too much. When the thunder appeared, the glory worker bees realized that something was wrong. They increased the frequency of vibrating their wings, summoned more glory worker bees to come for support, and then rushed towards Chen Feng. The addition of the glory worker bees obviously dispersed some of the monsters. The energy gave Chen Feng a chance to repel the monster and break out. Just as shark swung its tail suddenly, and water splashed on the wings of many glorious worker bees. The thick wings made it impossible for the glorious worker bees to continue flying. They fell into the water one after another, and were strangled by the monster beasts on the side of the Universe Leopard King. Chen Feng, although the monsters in the sea tried their best to stop them, because there were not many people to stop the spray attacks of these monsters. Many glory worker bees fell into the water, and were killed. One of them even stared at Chen Feng who was fighting, and a splash of water splashed up. Although the glory worker bee noticed the obstruction, it did not block all the splash. Chen Feng's wings got wet, and fell into the water.
Not good.
Chen Feng's heart sank.
Protect the island owner. Protect your king.
The glorious worker bees and the monster beasts fought back the monster beasts that surrounded Chen Feng, protecting Chen Feng from being hurt by the attacks. A two-headed octopus stretched out its tentacles and caught Chen Feng firmly, preventing Chen Feng from falling into the seawater. Chen Feng's wings became very thick due to the splash of water, and it was difficult to even stand up. He could only support half of his body on his front feet, looking at the glorious worker bees and monster beasts in front of him, who were protecting him one after another. Chen Feng felt very sad, moved, but knowing that this is just pointless resistance.
System, send over some glorious worker bees who are at the peak of the Tianwu realm. Ding! Transmission successful.
Many glory worker bees suddenly appeared around Chen Feng. Before the enemy could show up, they flew towards them in groups of 10, relying on the strength at the peak of the Tianwu realm and their own toxins. They strangled each monster to death. Seeing Chen Feng's strength, the sea monsters of the Universe Leopard King fled one after another. Some sea monsters wanted to chase them, but were stopped by Chen Feng. After all, if they were fighting in the sea, no matter how high the level of the glory worker bee was, they would not be able to help them. Chen Feng didn't want to make unnecessary sacrifices. Chen Feng was lifted up by a group of glorious worker bees, and then the glorious worker bees surrounded Chen Feng airtightly and flew towards the hive. During this period, the forces of the Universe Leopard King came to kill one by one, and they came to kill a group of them. Even Chen Feng's side the monsters also didn't understand why Chen Feng's glorious worker bees suddenly became so powerful that they could strangle these monsters. But they are more excited in their hearts. This proves that their strength far exceeds that of the Qianquan Leopard King. It will not be difficult to capture the 3 islands of the Qianquan Leopard King. Many people have already seen 1/3 of the treasures of the Qianquan Leopard clan. The work is in his pocket, and the efficiency of killing enemies has been greatly improved. The more he kills, the more red-eyed he becomes. Only Chen Feng is very worried whether he has exposed his strength too early. But that is a helpless move. He can only take a look at each step. Chen Feng returned to the hive, shook off the water from his body, dried himself, and then thought about what happened next. The Qianquan Leopard clan has occupied 3 islands, and its power is naturally much greater than that of Chen Feng on one island. There are even more powerful opponents with monsters. Now, especially water warfare, is Chen Feng's weak point. Even if he does not take the initiative to fight, it is inevitable that monsters will attack our forces. Then we need to find a force that can check and balance. After Chen Feng's glory worker bee, the peak of the Tianwu realm, killed all the forces sent by the Qianquan Leopard clan, Chen Feng went to the shore to ask the 2-headed octopus about the forces of the Sea clan.
Island owner, if you are looking for someone to cooperate, It is better to find the enemy of your enemy. The island to the south of us has a giant poisonous crab clan. They are the second oldest on their island. They have long been eyeing the top spiritual veins of the Chinquan leopard clan. It's just that even though we are evenly matched, we have never succeeded. The enemy of my enemy,
Qin Feng murmured. The enemy of his enemy. Isn't he a friend?
Yes. If the island owner is interested, he can try to see if he can cooperate. They live in the piles of rocks along the coast.
Qin Feng was overjoyed and said,
Thank you so much for telling me. This jar of royal jelly will be regarded as a thank you gift.
Qin Feng took out a jar of honey from the water drop space, and then returned to the hive to prepare for heading to the southern island tomorrow.
Ding! The repair of the ancient killing array is completed, and the progress is 50%. 5 days are up?
The ancient killing formation's 5-day repair time had arrived, and the system also issued relevant prompts. Qin Feng looked at the progress bar and his few remaining treasures, and couldn't help but sigh.
Looks like I'm going to find some treasures again.
Thinking that other people's treasure houses were full, and only his own was eaten up by the system as soon as he was full, Qin Feng felt that the road to fortune was very long. Qin Feng thought about it, and slept peacefully. When it got bright, he flew towards the southern island, avoiding the water splashed by the sea breeze. Qin Feng didn't reach the island until noon. Qin Feng found a tree for shade and rested for a while. He took out the royal jelly to replenish his strength. When he was worried about where the giant poisonous crab was, he heard a few small monsters discussing it.
The giant poisonous crab king on the west coast seems to be interested in attacking the Chinquan leopard again. Really? If he gets the best spiritual vein, the strength of the entire clan should be greatly improved. Right. Yes. By then we may become the overlord of the waters at the edge of the endless sea. Shh. Don't let the six-clawed monkey king hear this. Otherwise our lives will be in danger. Yeah. Let's get on with it.
With that said, several little monsters left in a hurry. Qin Feng flew out from the shade of the tree. With a plan in mind, he identified his location and flew towards the west bank. On the west bank, a group of giant poisonous crabs patrolled alone and orderly, and saw a small black bee flying towards them.
Stop! What kind of monster are you? Invite the little black bee in. Yes.
The giant poisonous crabs took the order and quickly invited the little black bee in. Of course, after hearing about the strength of this little black bee in the past few days, they were also very worried about the safety of their king. After the giant poisonous crabs introduced Qin Feng into the nest, and did not leave.
I've seen the giant poisonous crab king.
Qin Feng knew the purpose of the giant poisonous crabs staying here, and would not allow the giant poisonous crabs to retreat, because that would only make them distrust him. So Qin Feng secretly activated peeping.
Ding! The host successfully used peeping. Target, giant poisonous crab king. Peak of Tianwu realm. Skills, powerful clamps. Venom.
After getting the general information, Qin Feng said,
I'm here to discuss cooperation with King Crab. I wonder if King Crab will make a deal with me.
Oh! The giant poisonous crab king showed his identity and motioned for Qin Feng to continue speaking on his own.
You must also know that we have had a tense relationship with the Universe Leopard King in recent days. And I heard that you are very interested in the large-scale top-grade spiritual veins occupied by the Universe Leopard King. So I want to talk about cooperation.
Qin Feng said. He raised his eyes to look at the giant poison crab king, and saw that its eyes were closed, seemingly unmoved, and continued to speak.
Our bee tribe was targeted by the Leopard King of the universe, and was attacked continuously for many days, causing heavy losses. Of course, I believe the same goes for the Universe Leopard King. You must have made plans and want to take action against the Universe Leopard Clan. Right.
The giant poisonous crab king opened his eyes, and was very confused.
This is our internal military issue. How did you know about it?
Qin Feng was secretly stunned. How did he know? There were groups of patrolling monsters, and so many troops were dispatched at once. Either their own troops were too sufficient, or something went wrong, and there must be monsters. Otherwise, how could even the little monsters notice it?
This is just my guess. I didn't expect it to hit the point.
Qin Feng covered up the topic in a few words.
Now that the Leopard King of Chinquan has sent troops to attack the island where I am, the number of troops defending the island has naturally decreased. We only need to by cooperating with each other. We can capture the 3 islands occupied by the Universe Leopard King in one fell swoop. By then, will the best spiritual veins be captured soon?
Qin Feng's words made the giant poisonous crab very tempted, but it was also very wary of Qin Feng's tricks.
I know you, King Poison Crab. Have concerns. To be honest, the strength of our Island Sea clan is really weak compared to the 3 islands of the Chiankuan Leopard King, considering that we all have a common enemy, and our goals are different. Our island is to save your life, and you're here for the ultimate spiritual vein, so there won't be any conflict between us. So that's why I want to cooperate with you.
Qin Feng said his words without blushing, which made the poisonous crab king feel excited. After careful consideration, he accepted Qin Feng's cooperation.
Okay, on behalf of my giant poisonous crab clan, I agree to cooperate with your island. I hope we can have a happy cooperation,
the giant poisonous crab king said, stretching out his giant claws and giving Qin Feng a slap in the face. After Qin Feng reached a cooperation with the giant poisonous crab clan, and after a little deployment, Qin Feng and the giant poisonous crab king decided to kill the Chiankuan leopard clan by surprise tomorrow. After a few words of greetings, Qin Feng set off to return to his island, and met with the 2-headed octopus. The Hive clan talked about this and made arrangements. On the side of the Chiankuan leopard clan, yesterday when they learned from the shark tribe that Qin Feng could suddenly summon thousands of top Qin realm masters to fight against their forces, the Chiankuan leopard king was slowly shocked. And then he was filled with worries. But he knew that high combat must be the Achilles heel of Little Black Bee and the others. So they strengthened their deployment strategy at sea. Little did he know that at this time, Little Black Bee had already reached a cooperation with the giant poisonous crab clan that had been hostile to him for many years, and wanted to annex the 3 islands of their Chiankuan leopard clan in one fell swoop. It wasn't until the next day that the Universe Leopard King received news that the Little Black Bee marched towards the island with a large number of troops.
Let the Shark Clan launch an attack on the Little Black Bee immediately, while we, the Chiankuan Leopard Clan, will guard the shore first. Yes!
The Chiankuan leopards were all ready, and the follower, the Chiankuan Leopard King, accelerated towards the shore. Qin Feng led the Guangyu worker bees in a fierce battle on the sea against the Hai tribe led by the Shark tribe. The Hai tribe seemed to have taken precautions against the Guangyu worker bees, and knew how to use seawater as a response. Qin Feng struggled to dodge in the front line and issue the attack, leading the glory worker bees to break through the siege of the Sea tribe and head towards the shore. The Universe Leopard King had been waiting at the shore for a long time with all major forces. When Qin Feng led the glorious worker bees to the shore, he launched a series of attacks.
The poison of death.
Qin Feng aimed at the opportunity, curved his bee tail, and stabbed at the Chiankuan Leopard King with 100% strength to avenge the previous slap. However, the Chiankuan Leopard King moved quickly and dodged with a leap. Qin Feng directly had stabbed another Chiankuan leopard. The Chiankuan leopard was still fighting the enemy bravely, but it fell to the ground after being stung like this. Many monsters surrounded Qin Feng, and dozens of glory worker bees quickly attacked the surrounding monsters with Qin Feng as the center.
The earth groans.
As soon as Qin Feng finished speaking, countless thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit many monsters. Many low-level monsters couldn't bear the blow and fell to the ground. Many other monsters were not much better. After being anesthetized for a while, they were attacked one after another by the glorious worker bees. Those who were unable to fight back were directly strangled. The Universe Leopard King suddenly broke away from the siege of the glorious worker bees and clawed his way towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was on guard and immediately got out of the way, launching a frontal attack with the Universe Leopard King.
The earth groans. The poison of death. Sacred martial sword shadow.
Qin Feng dodged one after another in a very embarrassed manner. But the scars on the Chiankuan Leopard King were no better than Qin Feng. The two beasts faced each other for a long time, panting.
King! It's not good!
A Chiankuan leopard hurriedly dodged the attack and came to the side of the Chiankuan Leopard King, panting.
The Sea Clan was attacked by the giant poisonous crab clan and was unprepared. Now the swarm of bees and giant together. The poisonous crabs are heading towards the ultimate spiritual vein.
The Universe Leopard King was surprised. He suddenly understood something and glared at Qin Feng fiercely.
It's you? It's you, isn't it? Yes. I have reached an agreement with the giant poisonous crab king. I will help him cover it, and he will lead his troops to capture your large-scale top-grade spiritual veins.
Chapter 443 Falling into the Trap. Qin Feng confessed to this, and even said provocatively,
Actually, this is also thanks to your years of disagreement. Otherwise it would not be so easy to reach an agreement. You mobilized so many monsters to eradicate me. The top-grade spiritual veins must be weak in force. The Universe Leopard King was furious, but knowing that what was more important was its large-scale top-grade spiritual veins, he asked the monsters to go to the lair to mobilize support. He took several universe leopards and ran all the way in the direction of the top-grade spiritual veins. Qin Feng fell behind and did not let the glorious worker bees intercept him. Instead, he fell behind and followed the Qinquan Leopard King flying with the best spiritual veins. After all, when he learned that the Qinquan Leopard King had a large-scale best spiritual vein, Qin Feng had the idea of taking it for himself. Most of the previous conversations with the Poisonous Crab King were false. It is true that Qin Feng's clan is unable to resist the Qinquan Leopard clan. And it is also true that in order to protect the island, if the giant Poisonous Crab King is interested in other treasures, Qin Feng may give it up. But Qin Feng is also very greedy for large-scale top-grade spiritual veins. How could you give it up to others? Ding! A top-quality spiritual vein was found 1,000 meters ahead. Host, please pay attention. With this thought in mind, Qin Feng also came to the vicinity of the top-quality spiritual veins. The aura of the spiritual veins was floating in the air, giving people a sense of clarity and clarity. However, Qin Feng did not feel it for long before he heard a fierce fight had begun not far away. For the future of our Universe Leopard clan, we will fight to the death. Come on! Qin Feng, who stayed not far away and watched the fierce fighting scene, couldn't help but sigh. It's really violent, systematic, and passed on to workers. Ding! Transmission successful. A large number of glory worker bees appeared around Qin Feng. The glory worker bees hid themselves and asked in a low voice to Wang, who was still watching the show. Wang, do we want to come? Come on! It's just not the right time yet. The Universe Leopard King and the Giant Poison Crab King haven't fought against each other yet, Qin Feng said, rolling his eyes. You guys stay hidden here. I'll go explore the top-quality spiritual veins first. Yes, King. The glorious worker bees responded in a low voice, and then dispersed one after another, hiding under the shade of the trees. As long as the monster didn't look carefully, it would be impossible to notice that there were so many bees hiding under the leaves. Qin Feng flew toward the mountains at high speed, looking for the large, top-grade spiritual vein. Ding! I found the best spiritual vein. Please pay attention to the host. Qin Feng heard the prompts from the system one after another and felt the strong aura of spiritual veins. But he could not find the entrance. It was not until he found a place to stay that he saw a crack as big as a thumb. Qin Feng came closer and felt the surging spiritual pulse aura before he even looked inside. Only then did Qin Feng know why the Leopard King of the universe couldn't really use it even after he obtained the best spiritual veins. He also needed to cooperate with the Scarlet Flame Bee to achieve his goal. Thinking about it, Qin Feng climbed in along the gap and found that there was no cave at all. It could accommodate about 15 universe leopards, and the purity of the top-grade spiritual veins was even higher than what Qin Feng had obtained before. There is more than enough. Climbing down the gap, Qin Feng pressed close to his spiritual veins and absorbed the breath. He felt that his realm had consolidated a lot, and it had become even more loose. If it weren't for the restrictions of the hive level, Qin Feng felt that he could directly break through the realm. After Qin Feng calmed down and determined that removing this top-grade spiritual vein was a big project, he climbed out of the gap, marked it, and flew back to the jungle. Looking at the two monster beasts that were already fighting together, he ordered some glory worker bees to follow him. Come forward and start a fight. Giant Poison Crab King, our glory worker bees are here to help you. Qin Feng shouted loudly, and then joined the battle between the Universe Leopard King and the Giant Poison Crab King. However, Qin Feng's joining brought trouble to the Giant Poison Crab King. Sometimes Qin Feng was clearly in front of him to resist the attack, but he suddenly got out of the way, leaving the Giant Poison Crab King in trouble. The Poison Crab King couldn't dodge, and was directly hit by the Qinquan Leopard King's claw. The Giant Poisonous Crab King was sulking, but seeing Qin Feng trying to help, the Giant Poisonous Crab King couldn't say anything to ask Qin Feng not to cause trouble. He could only say, Brother Feng is serious about it. Please be on guard for me from behind. The Qinquan Leopard clan only needs to make a sneak attack. There is no need to do anything else. No, I am fighting with the Universe Leopard King at the front. You, the Giant Poison Crab King, are too seriously injured now, and it is not appropriate to fight with him anymore. You can go directly to find the location of the best spiritual veins. After saying that, Qin Feng seemed to show his determination and attacked the Universe Leopard King. The Giant Poisonous Crab King looked very moved. Thank you very much. As long as I, the Giant Poisonous Crab King, live in this endless sea for one day, I will protect your island from being invaded by other clans for one day.
the giant poisonous crab king said, and quickly walked towards the mountains, but was immediately stopped by several Chinquan leopards at the peak of the Tianmu realm, and fell into a very unpleasant situation. On Qinfeng's side, the Universe Leopard King was now covered in cuts and bruises due to fighting with the giant poison crab king for a long time. Seeing this situation, it was not difficult for the Universe Leopard King to see Qinfeng's trick.
I never expected that as the king of the Chinquan leopard clan. I have made countless calculations for so many years. I never expected that I would fall into the calculations of a little black bee like you. This round of defeat really defeated me. And King Crab are included. Praise.
Reward. Qinfeng said, curved his tail and stabbed towards the Universe Leopard King. At this time, the Leopard King of the Universe had already exhausted all his strength when Qinfeng and the giant poison crab king took turns to fight. At this time, he no longer had the strength to dodge. As soon as he moved, Qinfeng's wasp tail had already stung him. The poison spread, and the Universe Leopard King struggled to hold on without falling, and ran towards Qinfeng with all his strength, and tried his best to hit him with his claws. But the hit was in vain.
Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
The sword shadow struck down at the Universe Leopard King, and the Universe Leopard King finally fell to the ground, lifeless. The glorious worker bees also finished strangling the lone Universe Leopard and came to Qinfeng. The Universe Leopard clan was very angry when they saw this scene. They attacked the giant poisonous crab even more quickly, eager to kill it. A little black bee came to avenge his own king. The Chinquan leopard here was furious, but it did not attract Qinfeng's attention. Qinfeng locked his eyes on several Universe leopards and the giant poison crab king who were wrestling together in the distance. The fighting situation was obvious, and the giant poison crab king was obviously at a disadvantage. Will soon be defeated by those Chinquan leopards using the human sea tactics.
Venom.
The giant poisonous crab king recognized the dark purple venom in his mouth, but it was dodged by the Universe leopard and all fell to the ground. The weeds instantly withered and even turned black. The toxin was obviously very powerful. Several Universe leopards shot out their palms one after another, shattering the giant venom. King Crab's heart SHL. The giant poisonous King Crab swayed, and finally he could feel a needle piercing his flesh, and fell to the ground. In a daze, the giant poisonous crab king only saw a small black shadow showing off his wealth in midair, and a bee's tail shining in the sunlight.
Surprisingly, I fell into your trap.
Chapter 444 Capture 3 Islands. Qinfeng looked at the giant poisonous crab king, who fell to the ground, with an innocent look on his face. He looked up at the Chinquan leopard that was staring at him eagerly. After using earth meditation to kill the Chinquan leopard and anesthetize it, the glory worker bees all went into battle, one after another. In just a few seconds, they were all strangled. The monsters on Qinfeng's island have already used the ships that the Chinquan leopard clan had built to attack Qinfeng. It can be said that the Chinquan leopard king was making wedding clothes for others. Qinfeng gathered the glorious worker bees and monsters on the shore.
Now that the Universe Leopard King has fallen, we are preparing to march on the other two islands previously occupied by the Universe Leopard King. What do you think? Attack the island. Never retreat.
I don't know which monster beast took the lead in shouting something, which seemed to resonate with everyone, and they shouted one after another, each one louder than the other.
Attack the island. Never retreat.
This battle was so loud that all the monsters on the island heard it, but no monster dared to come and intrude, because everyone knew that no matter how hard you struggled now, it was pointless. After the death of the Leopard King of the universe, it was not the little black bee who became the new one. The island owner who dominates one side will also have other monsters to compete with him. At Qinfeng's signal, everyone gradually became silent.
Ready to go!
As soon as Qinfeng finished speaking, the monster beasts formed a formation. Under the leadership of Qinfeng, many monster beasts headed towards the nearest island. As soon as he landed ashore, Qinfeng was attacked by the remaining Chinquan leopards. The Chinquan leopards seemed to be in a desperate posture and became red-eyed in the battle.
The poison of death.
Watching the universe leopards rushing towards him one after another, Qinfeng bent his tail and launched an offensive, using his rapid speed to stab at the universe leopard that was approaching him.
The earth groans. Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
As soon as the Chinquan leopard in front of him slowly fell down, Qinfeng launched a series of killing moves. The sword shadows carried the aura of thunder and struck at the surrounding universe leopards. Even if a few experienced monsters dodge, they would not be able to survive. He was hit by thunder that suddenly appeared in the air and struck down. Qin Feng defeated the monsters that fought back one after another, which also aroused the fighting spirit of his own monsters. Although sacrifices were inevitable in the battle, each one had a high fighting spirit, and every move was full of energy and more capable. The monsters who were not of the same race joined forces to defeat their opponents, making the monsters, who were still resisting in despair, feel desperate. In less than an hour of fighting, Qin Feng won an overwhelming victory. After leaving some forces, and the glorious worker bees, to clean up the scene, Qin Feng marched towards the last island. Soon, with the concerted efforts of everyone, the Qianquan leopard clan was wiped out in one fell swoop. All the forces of the Qianquan leopard king were wiped out, and they occupied the 3 islands of the leopard king. This made Qin Feng's reputation spread in the area on the edge of the endless sea. Near the top spiritual veins, a few surviving giant poisonous crabs carefully escaped back to the southern island. When they finally returned to the rocks on the west coast, they still felt like they were surviving the disaster. After informing the entire clan of the death of the giant poison crab king, it caused chaos among the giant poison crab clan. When the subordinates who were originally loyal to the giant poison crab king were preparing to assist a new giant poison crab king in a crusade against the little black bee, the giant poisonous crab, who had long been determined to usurp the leadership position, launched a rebellion. Killing and death have exhausted the giant poisonous crabs for several days. The whole clan is full of complaints. But the position of leader still causes many strong people to fight among themselves. This has also affected the livelihood of the families around the coast. Some families have repaid the money to the 6-clawed monkey clan that dominates the southern island. The 6-clawed monkey clan is already afraid of the strength of the giant poisonous crab clan, which is the second largest force on the island. There have always been rumors that the giant poisonous crab king wants to seize his position, but because there is no clear evidence, they cannot suppress them. At this time, their internal chaos is an opportunity. The 6-clawed monkey king immediately sends monsters to attack the giant poisonous crab clan, use force to subdue. But in fact, how could it be that just by simply suppressing it, the 6-clawed monkey clan directly wiped out the giant poisonous crab clan? After this series of incidents subsided, it was 10 days and a half before the incident reached Qin Feng's ears.
King! That's probably what happened. I really didn't expect things to develop like this. But it's no wonder.
Qin Feng originally expected that the giant poison crab clan would attack him. Although he did not have a complete response strategy, Qin Feng had the confidence to make the soldiers sent by the giant poison crab clan, just like the Qianquan leopard clan. But actually it became like this. And it became a lot simpler. Speaking of which, since Qin Feng occupied the 4 islands, he had many things to do, and had no time to think about what was happening around him. These days, some turbulent families were annihilated one by Qin Feng. Later, Qin Feng divided the hive into 3 sub-hives, and placed them on the 3 islands of the Qianquan leopard king, allowing him to more fully grasp the power of each island. Trends. After settling the disputes on the 3 islands, Qin Feng distributed some of the treasures to the original island families as promised. This move also improved Qin Feng's prestige and credibility on the original islands. But it also aroused the jealousy of many families on the 3 islands. But because Qin Feng was under the supervision of the hive, he didn't dare to mess around. The Qianquan leopard clan had previously taken away many of their treasures, and even held many treasures born on the 3 islands in their own hands. It would be difficult for other family forces to snatch even one of them. So the number and weight of the treasures possessed by the Qianquan leopard clan can be estimated. Just imagine, now that Qin Feng had just occupied 3 islands, he, without blinking an eye, directly distributed the treasures of almost an island of the leopard king Qianquan to a small island family force that they had not taken seriously before, making them feel very regretful. If I had known this outcome, I would have helped Little Black Bee to attack the Universe Leopard clan. Qin Feng didn't know the thoughts of these monsters, and didn't want to know. After Qin Feng got the treasures, he added them to the progress bar. Because there were so many treasures, the hive was directly upgraded to a level. Qin Feng was very happy because he could do it too. Elevate your strength to a new level. The ancient killing array has also been repaired to 70% in the past few days. Qin Feng got close to the ancient boulder killing array, and could already feel the killing intent of the ancient killing array. Qin Feng even estimated that he would probably kill monsters 1 level higher than himself. The beast is no problem. Qin Feng has deep expectations for the ancient killing formation. The complete restoration of the ancient killing formation will definitely be of great help to his future cross-class battles. This also led Qin Feng to carry out a certain degree of crusade against the islands in the surrounding sea areas, while Qin Feng improved his evolutionary points. It attracted the attention of the surrounding powerful family forces and sounded the alarm. Chapter 445 Repair. At this time, Qin Feng had already asked the glorious worker bees to dig out the top-grade spiritual veins. With the assistance of the top-grade spiritual veins, he upgraded his level to the first level of the Heavenly Demon General. Even though he was just entering a new realm, Qin Feng, with the assistance of the top-grade spiritual veins, he quickly consolidated his realm. It can be said that there are only a handful of monsters that can rival Qin Feng in the surrounding sea islands. Under the pressure of Qin Feng's absolute power, many islands even took the initiative to show their goodwill with treasures, asking the little black bee to show mercy to their own islands.
King, this is a new batch of treasure sent.
The new treasures brought in by the glorious worker bees were brought to Qin Feng for Qin Feng to choose from. With just a quick glance, Qin Feng asked the glorious worker bees to put them into the treasure house.
Take it to the treasure house and keep it. If you like it, you can pick it up.
Qin Feng pinched it with his forefoot and sucked the newly brewed royal jelly into his mouth, speaking vaguely to the glorious worker bees. This is not because Qin Feng is too arrogant, but the things that the system does not prompt are not what Qin Feng urgently needs. Therefore, for each batch of treasures, the glorious worker bees will be sent to Qin Feng for Qin Feng to select first. Qin Feng will sometimes take some, but he will not take them away. Most of them are, and the rest will be selected by the glorious worker bees. After Qin Feng finished sucking the royal jelly, he touched his bulging belly and entered the water drop space. The water drop space continued to increase in area as Qin Feng grew. So after digging out a large-scale top-quality spiritual vein, Qin Feng vacated the space.
Ting!
Cleared a space and put the best spiritual veins into the water drop space so that he could practice here at any time. The killings in these days have also allowed Qin Feng to improve the hive a lot. Qin Feng's level cannot stand still. So on the premise of actual combat training, he also uses the best spiritual veins to assist him.
Ding! The repair of the ancient killing array is about to be completed. There are 30 minutes remaining. Please pay attention to the host.
The system's words shocked Qin Feng, who was immersed in cultivation. The treasures he had obtained in these days could be said to be countless. And it could be said that the rare treasures that were thrown on the ancient killing array accounted for most of them. Qin Feng immediately exited the water drop space, flapped his wings and flew towards the ancient killing array. Along the way, Qin Feng saw many old monsters also rushing towards the ancient killing array. Out of curiosity, Qin Feng stopped an old bat and asked about it.
Island Master, you have just arrived here not long ago. So you may not know that this ancient killing formation was a mythical story in my grandfather's generation. Oh, how should I say it? Back then, a demon ancestor appeared in the endless sea and was feared and killed by the major family forces. This ancient killing array was created by our endless sea demon ancestor in order to fight against the major family forces. It's the demon ancestor again. What kind of person is he?
Qin Feng was a little stupid. How could even an ancient killing array be related to the demon ancestor?
It seems that the island owner has seen and heard about it. Where the demon ancestor came from and where it went. We of this generation have no idea. We only know that it has kept our peace with its own efforts. It has been too many years. The demon ancestor has I don't know where my soul ended up recuperating. Okay. Thank you. We should be the ones thanking you. I know that it was you, the island owner, who restored it perfectly. In fact, our generation no longer believes that the ancient killing formation has any effect. After all, it is already dilapidated. It is you, the island owner. I have the ability to repair it.
Qin Feng was stunned by the sudden praise and was speechless. After all, he repaired the ancient killing array for his own selfish gain, and it was not something worthy of praise. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly, said goodbye, and headed towards the ancient killing array. He flew in the direction of the formation again, and he didn't take it seriously when he saw monsters that wanted to go and watch along the way. Arriving at the ancient ruins, the monsters were already surrounding the river, looking at the ancient killing array on the other side.
Is this the ancient killing array? My grandparents have never seen this thing before. Don't ask me. That's right. It was because of this ancient killing formation that our island survived a great battle. Our area is indeed difficult to defend. It faces the mountains facing the outside world and faces the boundless endless sea at its back. The demon ancestor fought here for days and nights. It was only through this killing formation that he had the chance to escape.
The monsters below had different opinions, and fragments of messy words entered Qin Feng's ears. Under the gaze of the monsters, Qin Feng flew directly towards the ancient killing array.
It's the island owner.
while Chen Feng was flying forward at high speed. He looked back and nodded at the monsters.
Ding! The repair of the ancient killing array is about to be completed. There are 10 minutes left. Please pay attention to the host.
Several old monsters also rushed towards the ancient killing array. Chen Feng did not stop them. In the meantime, the old monsters came to Chen Feng and bowed their heads slightly to show respect.
Hello, Island Master.
After the simple greetings, everyone quietly waited for the restoration of the ancient killing array to be completed. In everyone's eyes, the ancient killing array restored its former charm. There are many boulders, arranged in an orderly and intricate manner to form a chaotic and orderly killing array. If you are not careful, you will be strangled by the boulders.
Ding! The repair of the ancient killing array has been completed. Please pay attention to the host. Please pay attention to the host.
When the sound of the system rang again, it was like the sound of nature to Chen Feng. He immediately threw stones tentatively into the ancient killing formation. But there was no reaction at all. Chen Feng was very confused. The things the system asked to repair could not be useless at all. Could it be that living things were required to enter? Chen Feng thought, gritted his teeth, and prepared to fly towards the ancient killing array. But an old monster saw it and stopped Chen Feng.
Island Master, the repair of the ancient killing array has indeed been completed. It is not that there is any damage. After all, this appearance is indeed as handsome as our fathers described it. However, the operation of the ancient killing array still requires a certain amount of energy to maintain operation. Energy? How do you say this?
Chen Feng was a little confused. He could understand the maintenance of this energy. But where did this energy come from?
Energy is to maintain the operation of the ancient killing array. I believe the island owner is smart and can understand this. It's just how to provide energy and what to use. The source of this energy has actually been taken by the island owner.
A thought flashed through Chen Feng's head.
Large-scale, top-quality spiritual veins? Yes. Legend has it that after the demon ancestor built this ancient relic, he created the ancient killing array. What maintained its energy was a piece of top-grade spiritual veins. However, in the war that year, although this ancient killing array defeated family forces from all over the place, the elites lost a lot, but they worked together to defeat the ancient killing array, and the best spiritual veins were also taken away by them.
Chapter 446, Gray and Gloomy.
This happened many years ago. In the subsequent revenge, the demon ancestor also gave himself a piece of pure land to protect the peace of our side.
Everyone's words reached Chen Feng's ears, and Chen Feng thought about how to put in the best spiritual veins. After dispatching all the monsters, Chen Feng flapped his wings and flew towards the inside of the ancient killing array. Although I feel very distressed, it is a life-saving weapon after all, and the pursuit of the Supreme Demon Palace will definitely not stop because of my escape.
System, how do you put the top-grade spiritual veins into this ancient killing array? Why can't you find the mouth? Ding! The ancient killing array has successfully placed the best spiritual veins. Please pay attention to the host.
As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the system turned on, as if waiting for Chen Feng to say this. Chen Feng immediately checked the water drop space. Sure enough, it was empty. The top-grade spiritual veins were gone. The entire ancient killing array was also exuding the surging energy aura. Chen Feng felt a twinge of pain in his heart. Why didn't the system know what to say first when it used its own host tools? Not long after his body ached, several message boxes popped up in front of Chen Feng's eyes. Chen Feng looked at them one after another and couldn't help but burst out a few beautiful words, and then said in shock,
"You can control the ancient killing array with your consciousness. System, this ancient killing array is really so powerful."
How can it be controlled so easily?
Although Chen Feng said this, he still flew towards the ancient boulder killing array with joy, and activated the ancient killing array. The boulders moved around in an orderly manner, which was very dazzling to outsiders. But they didn't know where they were. What would happen in this situation? But Chen Feng didn't dare to try it. This was a formation that killed elites from all continents and major forces. Gathering his mind, Chen Feng turned off the ancient formation, thinking that he had just handed over the top-quality spiritual veins. His heart ached again, and he was thinking about which treasures to search for next time to make up for the empty water drop space. On the way back to the hive, Chen Feng saw the gray mountains on the edge of the endless sea. He felt a little strange that he happened to meet the patrolling glory worker bee. "King, is that the mountain you climbed over when you came to the endless sea before?" "Yes. Why is it so gray?" "My subordinates and others don't know that this happened all of a sudden. I will lead the bees here to check."
Qin Feng felt very strange when he heard the answers from the starry worker bees. He directly stopped the worker bees, who were about to lead the starry worker bees to investigate, and flew towards the mountain himself. The Xingyu worker bees looked at each other, and for some reason, they were very worried about Qin Feng's trip. They immediately accelerated their wings and summoned manpower to support him in the direction of Qin Feng. Qin Feng naturally felt the call. He knew that the starry worker bees were worried about him, so he didn't care so much. He just slowed down to let the starry worker bees keep up with him, and then led the starry worker bees to avoid the sea breeze. After half an hour, the waves finally arrived at the mountain. The dark patch in the sky seemed to cover the entire mountain, preparing to spread towards the edge of the endless sea. There were even rustling sounds in the jungle, and Qin Feng had a bad feeling in his heart.
Ding! There is an enemy attack ahead. Host, please pay attention.
Qin Feng's heart sank, and he became more vigilant towards the swaying vegetation in front of him. He bent his bee's tail, and was ready to attack at any time, when he saw a huge insect covered in wounds appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a little surprised.
Bitter insect?
Qin Feng was a little confused.
What's wrong with you?
After seeing Qin Feng, the poisonous insect seemed to have broken some nerve, and struck Qin Feng with an angry look.
It's all your fault. If you hadn't appeared in the endless sea, my children would not have died.
Qin Feng quickly dodged. Hearing these words, he was confused and didn't know what was going on. However, the bitter insects attacked him one after another, without giving him a chance to ask. Qin Feng could only keep dodging the attacks of the bitter insects. The glorious worker bees saw that the king kept dodging and did not fight back, although they did not know the reason. They also knew the appropriateness. They just surrounded Qin Feng to prevent the bitter insects from harming their king.
Bitterworm, what happened?
Under the cover of the glorious worker bees, Qin Feng asked the bitter bugs. The bitter bugs seemed to have received some stimulation and attack even more rapidly.
You brought in those monsters to destroy my children, and you still have the nerve to ask me what happened? Why are you pretending to be in a situation like this? What do you mean? I attracted the monster?
Qin Feng had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he didn't know where it came from.
Ding! There are a lot of enemy attacks ahead. Host, please pay attention. Host, please pay attention.
The system kept issuing warnings, and the premonition in Qin Feng's heart continued to strengthen. This time, before the bitter insect could reply, the bitter insect was pierced and killed by a hairy arm. A group of monsters slowly walked out of the jungle and headed towards. He was coming from the direction where Qin Feng was.
Is this little black bee the one who openly opposed our supreme demon palace?
His arm was pulled back, and the bitter worm slowly fell to the ground, gradually revealing a candle ice baboon looking at it with a playful expression. Qin Feng.
Yes. Otherwise this bitter insect wouldn't be so embarrassed and angry to find it.
The wind dog replied.
Supreme Demon Palace?
Qin Feng was shocked, and he could probably guess what was going on. The bitter insect clan must have been killed by the Supreme Demon Palace. When they fought back in anger, the people from the Supreme Demon Palace told them about their relationship, allowing the weak bitter insect to turn their anger on themselves. After escaping, he came towards this direction with wounds all over his body. The moment he saw himself appearing, he even more aggressively attacked him. However, this action of the bitter venomous insect also happened to help the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace lead the way and find them. Killed the little black bee they were chasing.
Little black bee, you make it easy for me to find you,
Zhuping Baboon said, and then punched Qin Feng. The movement was so fast that Qin Feng almost had no time to dodge.
Peep! Ding! The spying was successful. Target, Candle Ice Baboon. Sky Demon General's 7th Mirror. Skills, 1 heavy punch, 2 layers of ice and fire. Peep! Ding! The peek was successful. Target, Wild Wind Dog. Sky Demon General's 5-layered mirror. Skill, Howl in the Sky. Gale Wind Strikes.
After Qin Feng activated Peep in succession, he knew that this battle was going to be a fierce one.
1 punch.
Before Qin Feng could recover, the Zhuping Baboon punched Qin Feng again, regardless of Qin Feng's state. As the saying goes, a soldier never tires of deceit, and launched a series of heavy punches at Qin Feng. The battle around him also appeared in an instant. The glory worker bees also faced off against other monsters. But in terms of numbers, the glory worker bees could not match the opponents. They quickly fell behind, and one after another the glory worker bees were shot down one after another. Chapter 447. The Chase is Coming. Qin Feng knew that the glorious worker bees could not last long. If this continued, he would only be besieged by the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace.
The earth groans. With one move, several thunderbolts struck everyone as soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, giving the glorious worker bees a chance to breathe. Withdraw! Chen Feng took the glorious worker bees and immediately flew towards the endless sea, because the Supreme Demon Palace did not consider entering the water when they were sent to chase them. It would take some time to catch up with Chen Feng. After Chen Feng returned to the island, he immediately used himself to fight for it. Deployment was done when the time came. Afraid that the Supreme Demon Palace would cause trouble for other families' monsters, Chen Feng did not let other families go into battle this time. Instead, he asked them to go back and restrain their own family's monsters and not wander around to avoid innocent deaths. All the starry worker bees on the island will go to the hive to stand ready. The low-level starry worker bees disperse one by one following Chen Feng's deployment, while most of the high-level starry worker bees follow Chen Feng to face the enemy head-on. The monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace soon came to the coast and started fighting with the starry worker bees led by Chen Feng. The Xingyu worker bees took advantage of their numbers and strangled the monsters in an orderly manner in groups. However, because of the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace, the bee's strength is rapid and fierce, and it does not gain too much benefit from its quantity. Chen Feng faced two monsters, the Storm Dog and the Candle Ice Baboon. Obviously, the Candle Ice Baboon was the leader, but he was brave and foolhardy. Many strategies were planned by the Wind Dog. Punch to the left! As soon as the Storm Dog finished speaking, the Zhubing Baboon punched Chen Feng on the left. When Chen Feng dodged, the Storm Dog happened to arrive at Chen Feng's position. The strong wind is blowing. A small tornado came towards Chen Feng with blazing fire. Chen Feng secretly thought something was wrong and immediately launched a defense. Light Shield! Xianquan Technique! Chen Feng managed to dodge the moves of the Storm Dog, but the Zhubing Baboon punched him down again. Chen Feng had no skills and could only use his light shield to carry it down. However, the light shield shattered and could no longer protect Chen Feng. Clone Technique! Chen Feng immediately transformed into 3 clones, paired with himself in 2s, and separately launched attacks on the 2 demon beasts in the realm of celestial demon generals. The Poison of the God of Death! The 4 little black bees attacked the Storm Dog and the Candle Ice Baboon from different angles. The Candle Ice Baboon directly punched the 2 little black wasps and withstood the blow with its own iron fists, while the Storm Dog sighed, but it was not as capable as the Zhubing Baboon, so he could only use Fire Wind Attack, again, burning out one of Chen Feng's clones, but the other one stung directly into the body of the Violent Wind Dog. Chen Feng's real body was affected and his figure was shaken. Fortunately, the Zhubing Baboon was so big and thick that he didn't notice that there was something wrong with the little black wasp in front of him. Otherwise, if the Zhubing Baboon made a killing move at this time, Chen Feng would probably die. After all, using a clone will reduce one's resistance ability, and if you are not careful, your life may depend on it. The earth groans. After Chen Feng was stunned, he launched a killing move with the other 2 clones, and thunder exploded. Some monsters in the supreme shop around him couldn't bear it, so they fell to the ground under the joint efforts of the glorious worker bees. With the help of the Candle Ice Baboon, the Storm Dog barely escaped this attack. The Candle Ice Baboon also directly launched its killing move. 2 heavens of ice and fire! I saw 2 fireballs, 1 ice and 1 fire, suddenly condensed between the Zhubing Baboon's hands, and then mixed together to form a huge sphere emitting countless red and blue light spots, and pushed hard towards Chen Feng. The attack was so fierce that Chen Feng had no chance to activate the Xianquan technique. He could only quickly withdraw the 2 clones and activate the light shield to resist. It's just that this attack can't be resisted by a light shield. After the light shield was broken instantly, Chen Feng could only rely on his physical body to take down the attack. It's just that the Zhubing Baboon used the Sky Demon General's 7-fold mirror to attack this attack. With 10 strength, Chen Feng would have vomited out his intestines if he had it in his current body. Chen Feng almost lost consciousness and fell to the ground. After the nearby glory worker bee noticed it, he immediately rushed in the direction of Chen Feng to catch Chen Feng and prevent Chen Feng from falling again. The Guangya worker bees turned Chen Feng into a giant bee ball. Under heavy attacks, they fled with Chen Feng in embarrassment. They divided it into several bee balls for protection and flew in different directions. Chen Feng was also caught by the Guangya worker bees, a hive on another island. System, help me repair my body. Chen Feng knew that he could not fall at this juncture. After all, with the strength of the glorious worker bees, he was actually just stealing time to survive in the world. System, if you don't help me, my life will be over. Chen Feng saw no response from the system and spoke again.
The system was probably very helpless. Every time it came to this juncture, it had to help its host clean up the mess.
Ding! It will automatically repair the body and consume 50% of royal jelly.
With the help of the system, Qin Feng slowly repaired and perfected his body. He knew that the glorious worker bees did not buy much time for him. When he had the strength to stand up, Qin Feng summoned the glorious worker bees. He had a plan. The plan is called sacrifice, and requires the help of many glorious worker bees.
King! I am willing to sacrifice for the king and the future of the glorious bee. King! Me too. I am willing to. King! We are willing to sacrifice for the king and the future of the glorious bee.
The glorious worker bees knelt under the main hall and shouted loudly. Qin Feng did not expect that as a result of this plan, the glorious worker bees would take the initiative to volunteer and rush to the battlefield. Qin Feng knew that the glorious worker bees were all produced by the system and were loyal to him. They would be responsible for all the decisions he made. It was acceptable. But at this time, Qin Feng felt that they were also flesh and blood warriors who dared to sacrifice in order to protect their family.
Okay. Since everyone has taken the initiative to ask for help, I will not shirk it. Now the monsters chasing after the Supreme Demon Palace are far stronger than us. My plan is helpless. I hope that there will be bees. The monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace are continuously drawn into the formation of the ancient killing array. And the energy of the ancient killing array is used to strangle them in the ancient ruins.
Yes. Qin Feng's plan is to use the ancient killing array left by the endless sea demon ancestor. After all, the ancient killing array can strangle the elite Sith from all continents. And the demon beasts with the strength of the demon general can also be strangled with ease. Under the arrangement of Qin Feng, the Guangyu worker bees led the monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace, who were chasing all the bead balls to the ancient ruins along the way. The fights along the way made the monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace even more hostile to Guangyu. The worker bees regarded them as ants. And the more they killed, the more courageous they became, chasing them in the expected direction. Chapter 448 Lure the enemy with your body. Qin Feng also started taking action. He knew that it was impossible to lure the Candle Ice Baboon and the Storm Dog to the ancient killing array by relying on the shining worker bees alone. He could only attract their attention by himself. After all, they were the ones who killed them. The purpose of this trip. The Candle Ice Baboon and the Storm Dog have been guarding the original island. And they even raised their troops to attack Qin Feng's hive here. The glorious worker bees struggled to resist the foreign invaders. But due to the disparity in strength, the glorious worker bees fell from the sky one by one under the full attack of the monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace.
The two heavens of ice and fire.
Zhu Bing Baboon hit the hive with one move, directly punching a hole in the huge hive. Streams of honey mixed with royal jelly began to flow out, and the sweet smell began to spread to the surroundings. The hive was the breakdown resulted in the leakage of royal jelly, which made the glorious worker bees particularly angry, and they all went berserk. At this time, the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace have become more and more aggressive, and the rampage of the glory worker bees has not improved the situation. The glory worker bees gradually began to be overwhelmed by themselves. It is expected that in a short time, the glory worker bees will be destroyed. All the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace were wiped out. However, fighting hard is now the only instruction of the glorious worker bees. When more than half of the number of glorious worker bees were lost, there were bursts of rustling sounds in the woods, causing a wave of excitement at the edge of the woods. Attention of the Storm Dog.
Who is it?
Storm Dog shouted angrily. As soon as he finished speaking, several monster beasts emerged from the woods and attacked the monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace. The monsters who joined the battle were of varying levels, but they already regarded death as if they were home. One by one, they rushed forward desperately. Their moves were fierce, and there was no unified path. They charged forward to help the glory worker bees repel the incoming enemies. When Qin Feng led the glory worker bees of the Sky Demon General Yi Zhongjing to arrive, they saw such a sight. Almost all the demon beasts that should have been hiding in their nests came out and rushed towards the direction of the hive to help the glory worker bees. They launched an attack on the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace and defended the already dilapidated hive. Qin Feng would be lying if he said he was not moved at this time. But he knew that he was touched at this time, and the battle was still going on. Qin Feng knew that the Wild Wind Dog was the brain of the Zhu Bing Baboon. As long as the Wild Wind Dog was determined enough to pursue him, it would not be a difficult problem to bring all the monsters brought by the Zhu Bing Baboon to the ancient killing array.
The poison of death.
Thinking about it, Qin Feng bent his tail and launched an attack on the Wind Dog outside the forest. The Wind Dog seemed to sense something. and rolled sideways vigilantly. Qin Feng's death poison fell directly on the body of another Supreme Demon Palace monster. The poison spread instantly. Qin Feng regretfully pulled away the beetail, and the monster became powerful. He fell straight to the ground.
The island owner is here. We are going to win. Don't relax. The island master will lead us to repel these foreign monsters soon.
In the usual disputes with other islands, every time Qin Feng appears is a change of crisis. Therefore, even if everyone is very weak in defense against the powerful attack of this group of Supreme Demon Palace monsters, facing their companions one by one after falling down, the monsters on Qin Feng's island were also very frightened. But when they saw Qin Feng, they always felt reassured. Qin Feng did not relax even after confronting the Storm Dog. He launched a series of moves to make the Storm Dog retreat step by step and retreat into the woods. Qin Feng quickly opened the distance between the Storm Dog and the Candle Ice Baboon, allowing the Storm Dog to instantly unable to call the Candle Ice Baboon to come to help.
The earth groans. Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
Seeing that the time was almost up, Qin Feng began to unleash his killing moves one after another, causing the Wind Dog to fall on him before it could recover. The Wind Dog was beaten to the ground by Qin Feng, breathing heavily, and looked up, full of killing intent. Having achieved his goal, Qin Feng immediately wanted to fly out of the woods. However, before he turned around and flew very far, he was knocked away by the
long sky roar
blow from the strong Wind Dog. His internal organs were in agony. Qin Feng vibrated his wings to stabilize. He had to hold himself back. But just as he stabilized his body and regained his composure, a furry palm punched him.
Xianquan technique.
Qin Feng gritted his teeth and immediately dodged a few hundred meters away. The Storm Dog staggered out of the woods and shouted in the direction of Qin Feng.
Over there!
The Zhubing Baboon immediately ran in the direction of Qin Feng. Qin Feng activated the death poison again. This time, he dodged the fist that was blocking him and stung the Zhubing Baboon on the face. The poison obviously greatly weakened Qin Feng. The demon beast had little effect, so Qin Feng could only retreat to a distance again.
Chase! Kill the little black bee!
With an order from the Wind Dog, the Zhubing Baboon and the Wind Dog led the monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace to pursue Qin Feng. Qin Feng flew towards the ancient killing formation at high speed, dodging the attacks that came at him from time to time. Qin Feng also occasionally launched counterattacks against them, dispelling most of the Storm Dog's doubts.
Little black bee, you can't escape the fate of being killed by our Supreme Demon Palace, no matter how much you run. It's better to stop and die,
Zhubing Baboon said wildly, while punching Qin Feng. Qin Feng quickly dodged, chasing each other, and successfully brought them into the range of the ancient ruins.
I didn't expect that this small island has a cave and ancient ruins.
Zhubing Baboon looked excited. Qin Feng smiled lightly and flew towards the river ahead.
There are many things you don't know here.
Compared to the excitement of the Zhubing Baboon, the Storm Dog showed some hesitation when he saw the ancient ruins. But just when he was about to devote some time to thinking about what was wrong with this matter, he was noticed by Qin Feng and directly launched a sneak attack. The Storm Dog was immediately attacked by Qin Feng, and the Storm Dog was so angry that it itched its teeth.
Come on! Kill this little black peak!
The Wind Dog flew towards Qin Feng crazily.
The strong wind is attacking.
A strong wind with flaming light hit Qin Feng immediately. Qin Feng immediately activated the Qianquan technique, turned the strong wind in a direction, and hit the minions of the Supreme Demon Palace. Several monsters obviously could not withstand the strong wind. The force of the attack was so powerful that he was knocked to the ground in one blow and fell behind the team, rolling around for several times before he was able to stop. Soon, Qin Feng arrived at the bank of the river, turned around and said provocatively,
"Let's see how you chase after me now."
After saying that, Qin Feng flew towards the other side of the river. Seeing this, the Zhubing Baboon even shouted,
"Ice and fire!"
angrily. Unfortunately, Qin Feng dodged and hit the big tree on the other side of the river. The tree exploded. The Candle Ice Baboon immediately followed the Storm Dog and led the monsters from each Supreme Demon Palace down to the river and swam toward the other side, unaware that death was spreading quietly. Chapter 449, Team Destroyed. Qin Feng looked at the monsters of the Supreme Demon Palace that kept approaching, with a sneer on his lips. In order not to discover the truth of the matter, he launched another attack on the monsters in the river.
The earth groans. The poison of death. Sacred Martial Sword Shadow.
One after another, the monsters were attacked by Qin Feng's thunderous sword rain. Monsters kept sinking into the river, or drifting along the river. This made the Zhu Bing baboon and the storm dog furious. After all, this little black peak was fighting himself. From the first time I saw it, it was because of it that I succeeded every time. After dodging, the monster beasts finally swam ashore and launched an offensive against Chen Feng. Chen Feng kept dodging and pulled a group of monster beasts into the range of the ancient killing array.
The strong wind is blowing. The two heavens of ice and fire.
Two killing moves came towards Chen Feng. Chen Feng quickly transformed into a light shield and dodged the attack under the protection of the light shield. However, he was still injured. The scope of the power of the two heavens of ice and fire was too great. At Chen Feng's speed, unable to completely escape, he could only take a hard blow. There were faint cracks in the light shield, and Chen Feng was also shocked. He gritted his teeth and flew in the direction of the ancient killing array. Along the way, he could see the remains of the glorious worker bees from time to time, when he saw the remains of the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace. At that moment, the stormy dog seemed to have thought of something and became furious.
You little black bee! How dare you plot against us?
Chen Feng secretly thought that something was wrong. He saw that the raging wind dog had stopped the monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace and only fought with the little black bee within this area. Surrounding the little black bee, Chen Feng could only change his strategy. Speed up the vibration frequency of his wings, and summon the glory worker bees lurking around, making the wind dog think their trap was an ambush. A group of radiant worker bees came from all directions and launched an offensive against the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace. Seeing this, the storm dog looked down at the ants and was a little proud.
It is indeed an ambush.
The storm dog killed the glory worker bees and smiled scornfully.
With such strength, it seems that this little black bee has no way out.
Zhu Bing baboon was even more proud when he heard this.
Come here, kill the little black bee, and then we can go back to eat and drink spicy food.
Zhu Bing baboon's words made all the demon beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace become enthusiastic, and they used 10% of their strength to kill the glory worker bees. Chen Feng immediately ordered to evacuate, not to be reluctant to fight, and flew towards the killing array with the glory worker bees. In the eyes of the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace, this move seemed like they were unable to defeat and were about to run away. Zhu Bing baboon ordered the pursuit of victory and ran in the direction of Chen Feng. As the glory worker bees fled along the way, one after another followed the offensive of the monster beasts in the Supreme Demon Palace and fell, or hid in the shadow of the leaves without leaving a trace. In the end, only dozens of glory worker bees and Chen Feng were left. Flying, entered the giant stone forest. The ancient boulder killing formation, which had been covered up by Chen Feng, looked like an ordinary boulder forest. When the Candle Ice Baboon and the Storm Dog troops all entered, the other monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace were also attracted by the glory worker bees. The Wind Dog saw the monster sent to chase the bee ball appear in the giant stone forest, and secretly thought something was wrong.
Run out quickly!
As soon as the Storm Dog finished speaking, the ancient killing array was activated by Chen Feng.
System, activate the ancient killing array. Ding! The ancient killing array was successfully activated.
The moment the ancient killing array was activated, he seemed to have noticed the intruder. It was different from the way Chen Feng activated it repeatedly before, but the boulders were staggered in an orderly manner. This time, the speed became faster and faster, and he had the consciousness of getting faster and faster. The monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace had no time to care about anything else. They could only dodge the scurrying boulders. If they were not careful, they would be hit by the boulder onto another stone pillar, suffering pain as if every inch of their bones were broken.
Today, you will be wiped out in this ancient killing formation.
Chen Feng murmured in the air. The monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace all wanted to run out of the ancient killing array, but their speed could not be compared with the huge stone pillars that were so fast that they were invisible to the naked eye. They were hit back into the ancient killing array every time. The Candle Ice Baboon and the Raging Wind Dog even launched a frantic attack on the giant stone pillar, but it couldn't be broken. Seeing flowers visibly growing on the ground and spraying gas, all the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace entered a state of madness. Chen Feng's heart sank. He knew it was poisonous gas, and the ancient killing array's attack had just quietly launched. Chen Feng quickly summoned the glory worker bees to leave. Although the glory worker bees were somewhat immune to toxins, the ancient killing array could kill most of the monster beasts that came to kill the demon ancestor. This was definitely not flattering, so he ordered to kill them. Kill all the monsters in the Supreme Demon Palace that have not entered the ancient killing array. Not long after, the original monsters from the island came to the other side of the river, and Chen Feng also came down quickly. Qin Feng had no words to express to these family forces who bravely helped.
I'm used to fighting together for so many days, so the island owner doesn't have to worry too much. Now that I don't participate in a battle, I feel itchy and can't help but run over. Yes. Besides, we have been comrades in arms for so many days. Even if you are not the island owner, you can't watch you being exterminated. Otherwise, it would be too unjust.
The monsters saw Qin Feng's psychology, and they tried to ease Qin Feng's mood with each beast. Such actions moved Qin Feng even more. But Qin Feng felt that everyone should know the nature of the matter.
This group of monsters comes from the Supreme Demon Palace beyond the Endless Sea. Their sphere of influence is extremely wide, and the monsters under their hands are also very powerful. You should have felt something about them just now. I thought you would just hide them this time. Then we can calm down the matter. But you came out. I just hope that the ancient killing array can annihilate them all. Otherwise it may provoke the Supreme Demon Palace, which is not a result this island can bear.
The original monsters looked at each other, with panic clearly shining in some of their eyes.
Don't be afraid. I believe in the strength of the ancient killing array. Yes. We believe in the ancient killing array left by the demon ancestor.
If one comes, there will be two. Everyone comes and goes again and again, feeling reassured and not afraid of death. When everyone began to talk happily about how to celebrate, bursts of screams came from the ancient killing array in the forest on the other side of the river, making those who heard it feel timid and frightened. Qin Feng signaled to everyone and flew high into the sky, overlooking everything in the ancient killing formation.
Ding! There is an abnormality in the ancient killing array. Please pay attention to the host. Please pay attention to the host.
Within the ancient killing array, the scarred candle ice baboon was holding the storm dog in one hand, dodging the attacks from the giant stone pillars. A breath surged from the wind dog's body, which the candle ice baboon quickly ate, waiting for the breath to be absorbed. When all was exhausted, the candle ice baboon knocked down the stone pillar with one punch blow. Chapter 450. It's not advisable to stay for a long time. Qin Feng looked at this scene in astonishment. The one that Zhu Bing baboon just sent out was obviously the strength of the Sky Demon King. Probably the ancient killing formation changed with his own strength, and it was completely unable to withstand the blow from Zhu Bing baboon. It's just that the Zhu Bing baboon also knew some evil tricks to make himself a little stronger. After finally running out of the ancient killing array, his momentum had returned to the sevenfold mirror of the Sky Demon General, and he ran desperately towards the outside of the island. Qin Feng immediately pursued him. But even if he was seriously injured, the sevenfold mirror was still stronger than Qin Feng was now.
The two heavens of ice and fire.
The candle ice baboon landed on Qin Feng's light shield with every move. Although it did not break Qin Feng's light shield with a single blow, it still shook Qin Feng's light shield to pieces. The candle ice baboon took advantage of the situation and punched again. One punch. Qin Feng's light shield shattered directly, and his whole body was blown away. The candle ice baboon immediately took the opportunity to escape from the island. When Qin Feng was caught by the shining worker bees who arrived, he could only see the departing back of the candle ice baboon.
King, do you need us?
Before the glorious worker bee could finish his words, Qin Feng immediately objected.
No. If you can't defeat them, let the monsters of the Sea Clan stop chasing them to avoid unnecessary casualties. Yes, King.
A glorious worker bee took the order and rushed towards the coast. The remaining glorious worker bees helped Qin Feng back to the hive. The honeycomb had a big hole made by the Zhu Bing baboon. The glorious worker bees were busy repairing it. Unfortunately, the honey and royal jelly in the hive were basically gone, and Qin Feng could only drink a few sips of it. Feeling tired, he laid down to rest. The Guangya worker bees did not disturb Qin Feng. They pushed everything to wait until Qin Feng woke up. They assigned tasks themselves: collecting honey for collecting honey, repairing beehives for repairing beehives, and patrolling for patrols. When Qin Feng woke up, if he hadn't watched when he arrived at the big hole in the hive, Qin Feng still felt that nothing had happened. It was just a dream. Qin Feng summoned several of the island's more powerful monster beast kings to gather on the coast to discuss the current affairs of the island.
It is no longer suitable for me to stay here for a long time. The Supreme Demon Palace will not give up. I need to move towards the depths of the Endless Sea,
Qin Feng said, looking at the monsters in front of him.
The ancient killing array seems to only be able to strangle and launch. There were monsters with the same level of strength. I went to check and didn't come back, but I found that one monster absorbed the strength of other monsters, broke through the Sky Demon King in an instant, and escaped.
Qin Feng's words made the monsters panic.
What can we do? If the monster breaks through the Sky Demon King, plus the powerful Supreme Demon Palace. Then after the island owner leaves, shouldn't we be targeted? How to deal with it? This is how to do all. I'm afraid our island will be gone. We are the most talented at the Tianwu realm.
The monsters and beasts all agreed, and Qin Feng quickly put an end to everyone's suspicions.
The Zhubing baboon that left was a mindless monster, and the Sky Demon King maintained its strength and soon regained its original strength. It is now seriously injured and cannot return to the Supreme Demon Palace in a short time. Nor can it do anything to the island. Take revenge and bring people here later. As long as you can't find me on this island, you won't do anything to the island.
Qin Feng's firm tone calmed the monsters' minds, and they began to speak comforting words. At this time, the two-headed octopus couldn't help but speak.
Then where does the island owner want to go in the depths of the endless sea?
The two-headed octopus said. One of its tentacles took out a transparent crystal ball and looked at it in the sun. There was also a rainbow-colored soft light swimming inside the ball.
Excuse me for my humble opinion, but I wonder if the island owner is willing to live under the sea. Ding! I found a honeycomb fusion item. A top-grade waterproof bead. Please pay attention to the host. High-quality waterproof beads?
Qin Feng blurted out inadvertently that there was something different about the two-headed octopus.
The island owner knows this treasure of mine?
Qin Feng quickly objected.
No. I just heard from my friends that there is such a treasure in this world. I never thought I would be lucky enough to see it. It doesn't matter. This is what my two-headed octopus accidentally found in a clam SHL, thinking that the island owner has to survive in the endless sea now. If he is afraid of water,
that is also a disadvantage. After all, the endless sea is boundless and has a huge area. Although there are countless islands, big and small, but it is inevitable to run around on the sea. It can be said that there are only a few of these top-grade waterproof beads in the world, which can allow land monsters to lurk on the seabed for dozens of hours. So I thought of giving it to the island owner. Body.
The double-headed octopus followed and used its two tentacles to hand the high-grade water-repellent beads to Qin Feng. Qin Feng had no way to repay him, so he could only take out the soul flowers and other treasures he had collected before in exchange, leaving the other monsters to watch for a moment. No who to envy. Qin Feng took the high-quality waterproof beads and put them into the water drop space, allowing the system to fuse the honeycomb.
Ding! The honeycomb successfully fused with the high-quality water-avoiding beads. The time required is 3 days. Island owner. Now that you have the water-avoiding beads, the island owner can intervene in all 3 realms, sea, land and air. Why not find an island group?
A monster suggested.
Island group?
Qin Feng was a little hesitant. After all, he came here not long ago and didn't know as much as they did. He was very confused about what the island groups here were like.
Is this island group like a continent? Yes, just like a continent. The strong survive, and the weak are eliminated. With the strength of the island owner, we can already go to the Fenghua Island group. The Fenghua Island group is thousands of miles north of our island. It takes about 4 or 5 days to travel. The island group there is a mixture of fish and dragons. The islands are several times or even 100 times larger than ours. They are occupied by various major forces. And there are many secret realms. So the island owner can get some training there.
The double-headed octopus added. Qin Feng's heart skipped a beat. There were so many secret realms and so many treasures. After the battle with the Supreme Demon Palace, his realm had become loose enough to reach the 2nd level of the Sky Demon General. He really needed to hone it.
Okay. I will set off tomorrow. Please take care of yourself in the future. If the monsters from the Supreme Demon Palace come looking for me, just obey them. If they can't find me, they won't make things difficult for you.
Qin Feng followed and said goodbye to everyone one by one, flew back to the hive, and arranged the glorious worker bees on each island. Qin Feng moved the hive on the original island to the ancient ruins, got close to the ancient killing array, and used the system to kill the ancients. The formation has been arranged so that whenever a monster appears that is detrimental to the glory worker bees, it will be activated instantly. Another hive was also moved by Qin Feng, and moved to the gap where the large-scale top-quality spiritual veins were previously found, so that the hive was within an area that was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Even if it could not be defeated, the location of the hive would not be discovered. After Qin Feng finished doing this, he took a short rest. The sky was already getting slightly brighter, and he began to prepare to set off towards the Fenghua Islands in the north.
Chapter 451 Beacon Islands. Qin Feng flapped his wings and flew towards the north, dodging water splashes and jumping fish from time to time along the way. He passed several islands and only stopped for a short rest. The whole journey was almost non-stop, and it took 4 days. Only then did they arrive at the edge islands of the Finghua Islands. The Finghua Islands are hundreds of miles away from the coast. They are located in the depths of the endless sea. They occupy a very vast territory and are formed by many large and small islands. The land is vast and rich in resources. There are many kinds of monsters and monsters. Each island has many forces. Qin Feng found a small island on the edge of the archipelago and settled down. Qin Feng flew around the island and found a relatively large lake to hover over. There was a mist that lingered here. There were thick trees on the lake shore, but there was no sign of monsters living there. Half of the lake is surrounded by woods, and the remaining half of the lake is against the cliff. The steep mountain wall is very suitable for a short-term residence.
System. Transmit the Glory Worker Bee. Ding! The transmission was successful. Please pay attention to the host.
The system's prompt sounded slowly, and a dense group of glorious worker bees appeared next to Qin Feng. Then, under Qin Feng's instructions, the glorious worker bees performed their duties. Most of the glorious worker bees began to divide their work to build a hive on the mountain wall. A small number of glorious worker bees, the worker bees, go out to collect nectar from nearby flowers. Qin Feng also went to the forest to search for building materials. After working for an unknown amount of time, several glory worker bees flew over in a hurry and stopped in front of Qin Feng. Their faces showed anxiety.
What's wrong?
Qin Feng put the found materials into the water drop space with a calm tone.
King, there are monsters attacking our hive territory. Yes, they came in small numbers, and we were merciful. But they left harsh words before they left. We didn't know what to do, so we came looking for the king. Wait a minute.
The glorious worker bees were talking to each other, but they didn't get to the point. Qin Feng quickly stopped and asked,
What kind of monsters are they? It's a group of ice centipedes.
A radiant worker bee replied.
Then what words did they leave behind? They have been friends with the Uranus family for generations. If we dare to offend them this time, we will have to wait and see. Mess with them?
Qin Feng's mind was full of doubts. The glory worker bees had always been operating in an orderly manner under his own management, and never easily crossed paths with other monsters. It could even be said that for so long, the glory worker bees had never caused any trouble to him. Therefore, Qin Feng honestly did not believe that these ice centipedes were provoked by the glorious worker bees.
A group of glory worker bees were entangled by ice centipedes when they were looking for materials to build a honeycomb. But we were able to bypass them. After that, they probably thought that we were new outsiders who were easy to bully. So they gathered some troops and followed us quietly.
Make trouble. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, it was someone else who was making trouble. But Qin Feng was not afraid of this. When he was a human, there was a saying,
I will not offend others if they don't offend me. If someone offends me, I will retaliate twice as much.
This sentence is very popular among demons. The same is true in the world of beasts. Qin Feng is never afraid of trouble. He flapped his wings and flew in the direction of the hive. The hive had already appeared with the tacit division of labor among the glorious worker bees. The scale was considerable, but it was probably because the model had just been built and was not bound to the system. So it was criticized by others. During the assault, there was no system prompt. Qin Feng inspected the situation around the hive for a week, and nothing special happened. Then he flew towards the main hall inside the hive, waiting for the arrival of the ice centipede.
System. Set this hive as a branch base of the main hive. Ding! The system has been successfully bound to the hive and has been set up as a new hive stronghold. Ding! The hive perfection is 60%. Host, please pay attention.
Standing in the simple hall, Qin Feng took out the building materials he had collected from the water drop space and added them to the hive one by one. The hive instantly took on a new look. Qin Feng was really satisfied with the system settings, which saved a lot of construction time. However, Qin Feng held a straw with his front foot and sucked the royal jelly from the honey pot. He was very dissatisfied. He had been waiting for a day, but no ice centipede came up to cause trouble again. This made the honey not very fragrant for him. Finally, a glory worker bee hurriedly flew in.
King! The ice centipedes are coming to kill us!
When Qin Feng heard this, he quickly flapped his wings and flew out of the hive. He saw a group of dark blue centipedes confronting the glorious worker bees, and the atmosphere was very anxious.
We, the Ice Centipede clan, have been on good terms with the Uranus clan, which controls the waters on the edge of the Beacon Island, for generations. Your area belongs to our Ice Centipede clan. Please leave quickly. Find another place.
An ice centipede, a celestial demon general with a heavy mirror, was polite and gentle, and Xiaoji spoke with emotion and reason, which made Chen Feng chuckle softly, causing it to look sideways. When Chen Feng saw that the ice centipede had noticed him, he flew in front of the glorious worker bees, looked directly at the group of centipedes, and said seriously,
"You said that this territory belongs to your ice centipede clan. Do you have any evidence?"
"This,
According to my observation, there have been no monsters for a long time. Maybe there are no monsters living there. That's because this area is a forbidden area on the island, and the fog can't be dispersed. If it's not a sea creature, it will get wet if it lives too much. You ice centipede clan are not sea creatures. Are you?"
"We." The leader of the ice centipede could not answer, as his throat was blocked by Chen Feng's continuous questions.
"Besides, the strong are respected in this Finghua Islands. We have the ability to defeat you and win this territory. Should this territory belong to us? You?"
Ice centipede held it in for a long time and couldn't say a word. He could only blush and curse.
"Shameless. Come on. I want to see how you, a bunch of little black bees, can defeat you.
Get past us."
As soon as the ice centipede finished speaking, it flew towards Chen Feng like a spring, opening its two fangs. Chen Feng directly used his light shield to resist the bite of the two fangs. Ice centipede saw the little black bee being bitten by his mouth. A light shield with a pale golden light was protecting the little black bee, but somehow it couldn't be bitten, like a piece of hard black iron.
Xianquan technique.
Ice centipede felt his teeth suddenly loosen, and the two teeth collided hard together, making his head buzz. At this time, Chen Feng had already moved himself behind Ice centipede.
The poison of death.
Chen Feng bent his bee tail and stung the ice centipede hard on the back. The ice centipede kept twisting its body in pain, and the toxin from the bee tail spread in the ice centipede's body. Chapter 452: The Strong Are Respected. As the poison spread, the ice centipede gradually stopped struggling under Chen Feng's body and lost its breath. It only took less than 5 minutes for Chen Feng to kill the ice centipede, who was the first level mirror of the Sky Demon General. This made the ice centipede who stared at Chen Feng's side feel scared.
"Is there anything else you just wanted to have sex with?"
The ice centipedes looked at each other, as if they had some calculation, and a wave of ice centipedes attacked in the direction of Chen Feng. Chen Feng looked at the ice centipedes that were ejected towards him, with a flash of contempt in his eyes. In Chen Feng's eyes, they were just evolutionary points that were about to be obtained. After Chen Feng signaled the glory worker bees not to interfere easily, he flew towards them.
The poison of death. The earth groans.
As soon as the bee tail eliminated one ice centipede, the other ice centipedes fell sparsely towards the ground under Chen Feng's rapid thunder attack. The ice centipedes that were not in the battle took a few steps back and did not dare to step forward when Chen Feng turned to face them.
Most of the timid ice centipedes ran into the jungle and left in a panic. The few remaining ice centipedes shivered for a long time and could not say a word.
"Is there anyone else you want to have sex with?"
Chen Feng said to the ice centipedes while floating leisurely in midair. The ice centipedes looked at each other again, but no one came forward. Instead, one was forced out to negotiate.
"It is true that the strong in these Finghua Islands respect the survival of the fittest, but we are just not ready this time. Let's have another showdown."
After listening to the trembling ice centipede, Chen Feng finally answered.
"Why do you have to wait for you to be ready? Don't you know what raising tigers is? This is us."
This time, Chen Feng showed no mercy and directly wiped out all the remaining ice centipedes with one move. Earth meditation.
"Call it done."
Chen Feng waved and asked the glorious worker bees to clean up the scene and leave. The ice centipede, who fled back to its lair, immediately reported what happened to the ice centipede king. After hearing this, the ice centipede king became furious and sent someone to find King Uranus to make a decision. Uranus is the top family in the Starfish clan, and is considered a mid-level family in the Finghua Islands. It controls many edge islands of the Finghua Islands, including the small island where Chen Feng currently lives. Among the Finghua Islands, the strong are indeed respected. Survival of the fittest. The ice centipede family is one of the more feared families among the families under the Uranus family. This report from the ice centipede clan made King Uranus very happy. He felt that the sudden appearance of the little black bee could check and balance the ice centipede clan. However, besides the joy, there was more fear. The rise of every family can be traced back, and according to the description of the person sent by ice centipede, this is the first time I have seen these little black bees, and there are a large number of them. The queen bee is so powerful that even the demon beasts of the first level of the Sky Demon General cannot fight.
"I will report to the ice centipede king first. I already understand it. Try not to conflict with the little black bee. Let's observe it for a while. Whether it is an enemy or a friend can only be determined after observation. King Uranus looked like a peacemaker, but he revealed his majesty everywhere, which made the ice centipede lying on the ground shiver. Yes! After receiving his fate, the ice centipede immediately resigned and returned to the lair of the ice centipede clan. After the ice centipede king learned about the marriage, he couldn't help but get angry. This King Uranus's wishful thinking was clearly revealed to him. Now that we have provoked those little black bees, how can we not have a conflict? Observe for a moment. How to observe? A conflict has already occurred. This starfish just wants us and the little black bees to suffer losses. The ice centipede king roared angrily, and the ice centipedes below did not dare to say anything. They could only stay close to the ground one by one, trembling and listening to their own king's anger. Since this starfish wants us to lose both sides, then I am not as good as what he wants. Ice centipede king gritted his teeth and said, Reply to Uranus king. The little black bee attacked us and replaced the ice centipede clan. So we have to crusade. And now I want to lead my tribe to capture the little black bee's nest. Huh? After the ice centipede king finished speaking, he didn't see any reply from the monster below and glared fiercely. What? All of them died? Not even a word was heard. Yes, king. I'll go right away. An ice centipede immediately accepted the order and quickly escaped from the area hardest hit by the ice centipede king's anger. Qin Feng also began to send glory worker bees out to find out information about this island and surrounding islands. He probably also understood the relationship between Uranus and the ice centipede king. The ice centipede clan has been a little wary of powerful demonic beasts for generations. So one of them is friendly. This generation of ice centipede king is not very old, but he has the realm of the triple mirror of the heavenly demon general. Rumor has it that in this life at least he can break through to the sky demon king. And the realm of the Uranus king has stopped at the 5 mirrors of the sky demon general for a long time. So he has been dissatisfied with this rumor that he will be far better than the ice centipede king for many days. Ding! There are a lot of enemy attacks. Host, please pay attention. Qin Feng was thinking about the relationship between the two clans, but the system prompt sounded in his mind. Before Qin Feng had time to move, he saw the glory worker bee flying in. King! It's not good! Qin Feng immediately stood up and flew out of the hive, leaving behind the glorious worker bees, who had not yet had time to fully report. Looking down from the mountain wall, although there is a thin layer of fog, it can still be seen that a group of ice centipedes and radiant worker bees on the lakeside are always ready for war. The dark blue giant centipede at the head is obviously the ice centipede king. Peep! Ding! The peek was successful. Target, ice centipede king. Sky demon general triple mirror. Skills, diamond fangs. Ice needle explosive rain. Qin Feng listened to the information from the system and flew towards the lake. When he appeared in front of the ice centipede king, the ice centipede king said angrily, You are the little black one who killed the monsters of my ice centipede clan. B? Yes. That's right. Qin Feng's brows twitched. He really didn't expect that the ice centipede king would come here to punish his own monster. That's right. Come on! As soon as the ice centipede king finished speaking, the ice centipede started fighting with the glorious worker bees. The scene was in full swing and full of blood. Seeing the ice centipede king being so cheerful, Qin Feng always felt that something was wrong. But he felt that it was all within reason. Diamond fangs. While Qin Feng was still distracted, the ice centipede king immediately launched his moves. With a posture that would kill you while you were sick, Qin Feng quickly came to his senses and concentrated on dodging the ice centipede king's successive attacks. The ice centipede king is indeed the best in the eyes of others. His attacks are ruthless, and he doesn't give his opponents any chance to attack. Chapter 453 Reconciliation. Qianquan Technique. Under the constant attacks of the ice centipede king, Qin Feng had to use the Qianquan technique to get a chance to breathe. The poison of death. Taking advantage of the ice centipede king's miss, Qin Feng bent his bee tail and stabbed the ice centipede king in the back. The ice centipede king relied on years of practical combat experience to easily dodge and dodge Qin Feng's death poison move. Qin Feng was very surprised. It was the first time he saw a monster hiding so easily. In just a moment of confusion, the ice centipede king had already swooped over again. Qin Feng was unable to dodge and was about to confront him head-on when a figure flashed in front of him and blocked the ice centipede king's attack. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw that it was a starfish. You too! Please stop! King Uranus shouted loudly. King Uranus? What are you doing out here? I almost killed this little black bee. The ice centipede king said coldly.
staring at the Uranus king, who suddenly appeared in front of him with dissatisfaction. In fact, he knew that the move just now was not enough to kill Chinfeng. The purpose of his coming was also to attract people who wanted to sit back and watch. King Uranus, who fights against mountains and tigers, made him face the problem squarely.
I'm here to make peace. Everyone who comes is a guest. The source of all this is that you, the Ice Centipede clan, are provocative first, and the little Black Bee clan is just for defense.
King Uranus smiled brightly, looking like a peacemaker.
This is the territory of my Ice Centipede clan. What's wrong with our clan coming to take it back? The strong are respected, and the fittest survive. The little Black Bee won this land because of his ability. I appreciate it very much. Please give me some face.
The Ice Centipede king stretched out his front hand to signal everyone to stop. Seeing the Ice Centipede stop, the glorious worker bees naturally stopped fighting and returned to Chinfeng's side. The situation was obvious, and King Uranus also smiled with satisfaction.
Thank you, King Ice Centipede, for your compliment. I, King Uranus, will definitely give you a big gift in return. I'll go back and forth.
Chinfeng said something behind King Uranus, then flew to King Uranus, took out a few soul flowers and treasures from the water drop space, and then stepped forward to hand them to the Ice Centipede king.
Just think of me, the little Black Bee, as thanking the Ice Centipede king for the land.
Chinfeng took out so many treasures at once, and King Uranus couldn't help but have a flash of greed in his eyes, knowing that Chinfeng must have more treasures than the ones he took out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to take them so easily. But Chinfeng now has his back to King Uranus, and King Uranus's expression was not seen. But King Ice Centipede saw it clearly, but did not remind the little Black Bee in front of him to pay attention.
Okay, this area will be given to you even if the Ice Centipede clan doesn't come,
the Ice Centipede king said, preparing to withdraw his troops. But he didn't mention a word about why no Ice Centipede lives in this territory. After watching the Ice Centipede king leave with the Ice Centipedes, Chinfeng thanked the Uranus king.
Thank you very much for your mediation. You're welcome. If nothing happens, I'll take my leave first.
King Uranus said goodbye to Chinfeng with a smile on his face and left. Chinfeng took out a small jar of royal jelly and gave it to King Uranus, and then watched King Uranus leave. This incident could be regarded as absurdly over after it started happily. After King Uranus returned to his lair, the more he thought about it, the more troubled he felt. He went to help reconcile, but did not get a good result. Instead, King Ice Centipede took away a lot of treasures. The little Black Bee was afraid that he had not harmed himself. To put it in perspective, it would be a thankless task to reconcile this time. Chinfeng didn't expect that he would offer some treasure to sell the lot, which would shake its authority in the eyes of King Uranus, who was obviously smiling and came to act as peacemaker. King Uranus didn't notice how precious the royal jelly was, but instead dumped it on him as soon as he returned. Don't ask about the scriptures. King Uranus stared at the small jar of royal jelly with venomous eyes.
Take a few monsters and follow me to deliver the sea wine to the little Black Bee clan. Hi, Joe!
Uranus, who had been waiting under the highness, couldn't help but be stunned when he heard what King Uranus said.
Don't go yet. Yes, King.
Uranus agreed quickly, left, and took a few Uranus to carry out the so-called sea wine. The Uranus family is born to excrete toxins. Sea wine is wine brewed from the toxins excreted by Uranus. It is brewed from toxins and is naturally poisonous wine. Only the Uranus family will be fine if they drink it. Now the king of Uranus has given a large amount of wine was given to the little Black Bee clan, and naturally they did not want to leave anyone alive. King Uranus looked at the several large jars of sea wine in front of him, with a satisfied smile on his face. This little Black Bee is an untimed bomb. It appears suddenly, and is very powerful. It is not easy to deal with at first glance. In fact, the little Black Bee when the fight with the Ice Centipede king began. King Uranus arrived at the scene, but did not stop it immediately. Just listening to the introduction of the people sent by the Ice Centipede clan, King Uranus could not estimate the size of the little Black Bees. Seeing the scale and their envy-inducing fighting mode on the spot, and their absolute support for their own king, King Uranus was jealous at the same time. There was no thought of continuing to peek.
Let's go find the little Black Bee.
King Uranus led his fellow monsters towards the coast, heading towards the direction of Chinfeng's hive. While Chinfeng was drinking royal jelly leisurely, he was notified of the arrival of King Uranus. Chinfeng was confused, but he still went out to greet him. When King Uranus saw Chinfeng, he put on a smiling face again. Chinfeng felt somewhat in response. He always felt that King Uranus's smile was very hypocritical, but he couldn't see any other flaws, which made Chinfeng feel that he was being suspicious.
I'm here to deliver wine to your clan. I welcome you to settle on the island I manage. These are the wines produced and brewed by our Uranus clan. We call them sea wine. They taste delicious. Please don't be polite. Thank you.
Chen Feng felt that the monster Uranus king was indeed a good monster. And he was so considerate.
Your tribe has a large number of people. And I don't know if you have brought enough. Why don't you divide it up now and take a look?
King Uranus said, but with a hint of urgency. Chen Feng was not suspicious, and directly called the Guangya worker bees to share some of the sea wine. Each bee got a small amount of 1 or 2 sips. And King Uranus smiled obviously with satisfaction.
Since the sea wine is enough, let's take our leave first. Thank you. I won't send more.
After Chen Feng watched King Uranus leave again, he took the sea wine handed over by the glorious worker bee. As soon as he took it in his mouth, and before he could swallow it, the system issued a warning.
Ding! I found that poison has entered the body. Please pay attention to the host. Please pay attention to the host.
Chen Feng quickly spat out the wine in his mouth. His eyes were horrified.
Toxin? Is this wine poisonous?
Chen Feng quickly flew high into the sky and loudly warned the glorious worker bees.
This wine is poisonous. Stop drinking it.
Chapter 454 Surrounded. However, many of the glorious worker bees had already drank the sea wine. And Chen Feng looked ugly. However, he did not see any abnormality among the glorious worker bees for a long time. And then he realized that the glorious worker bees were already immune to toxins like himself. Probably because care leads to chaos. He didn't expect this. But Chen Feng still couldn't calm down his anger. If he didn't increase the secondary attribute value of the hive, his carelessness this time would cost him many bees. This king of Uranus really is I made a good calculation. Fearing that because of my sudden appearance of strength and large numbers, I would threaten the status of King Uranus. It's just that he didn't do anything yet. So he started like this. King Uranus was a little too anxious. Chen Feng suddenly had a plan in his mind to let the glorious worker bees put on a big show for the Uranus clan. After King Uranus left, he did not return to his nest on the bottom of the sea. He walked around the island, estimated the time, and rushed towards the little black bee's nest. He looked at the glorious worker bees scattered around the lake and on the trees as if they had lost their life. And even the surface of the lake. It was huge, and there were no traces of fighting. The smiling look on King Uranus's face immediately switched to a sinister one.
Find me that little black bee.
After King Uranus gave the order, the Uranus patrolled around. But none of them found Chen Feng.
Report. No body of little black bee was found. What? How is that possible?
King Uranus immediately looked around and gritted his teeth.
What's going on? What's going on? What do you think is going on?
A familiar voice sounded from the woods. King Uranus immediately looked sideways, and saw Chen Feng flying towards him with a group of radiant worker bees.
How is that possible?
King Uranus looked at him in astonishment, then immediately retracted his expression, and put on a smile again very naturally.
I suddenly wanted to come back to ask for you, but I found that you were all poisoned and died. Really?
Chen Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Unexpectedly, King Uranus was still thinking about how to lie.
Who said they were all poisoned and died? What's the meaning? Everyone, get up.
As soon as Chen Feng finished speaking, the glorious worker bees, who seemed to have lost their vitality, immediately stood up. King Uranus' current position happened to be surrounded by glory worker bees. He was ashamed and angry, and said to Chen Feng,
What do you mean by this? Reciprocity is a courtesy.
Chen Feng directly broke through the invisible veil between the two parties and spoke frankly.
You designed us Guangya bee. Seeing that we are new here, we are not familiar with how important your hospitality is. It's poisonous wine. You,
King Uranus said for a long time, unable to say anything good or bad. Finally, he took a deep breath and calmed down before speaking out.
How did you find out? I obviously drank a lot of them when I saw them. Toxin immunity.
Chen Feng only said these few words, and King Uranus reacted for a long time before he knew what he meant.
The sea wine produced by Uranus is the best poisonous wine. Even if you are immune, why don't you have any side effects? Impossible.
With King Uranus looking like this, Chen Feng could only think of those women in palace fighting dramas when he was in the human world. Chen Feng looked at them disgustingly and clicked his tongue for a long time, making King Uranus blush with shame.
No matter how you explain it, it's not as good as the facts in front of you. We have recorded your special battle sticker.
As soon as Chen Feng said this, King Uranus became angry and rushed towards Chen Feng. But as soon as he started, before he could reach Chen Feng, he was noticed by the glory worker bees, and was quickly surrounded. The other Uranus were also surrounded by the glorious worker bees in an instant. Qin Feng saw King Uranus' face darkening little by little. And then, he spoke out.
We are not as easy to bully as you think. Even if we have to fight today, we are not afraid.
The Uranus King has the absolute strength of the Sky Demon General's fifth mirror. But he does not bring many Uranus. No matter how powerful he is, he cannot fight against so many glorious worker bees of the Sky Demon General's first mirror at once. But the Uranus King cannot hold him down. I'm going to show my face to the little black bee. I heard a sudden rustling sound in the woods, and it was obvious that a monster beast was coming towards the hive. However, the humidity here was very heavy, and no monster beasts live there. How could a monster beast come at this critical moment?
Why don't you quickly get your glorious worker bees to retreat?
King Uranus said angrily. Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling for the glorious worker bees to retreat immediately. This would not only leave some room for himself, but also save King Uranus's face on the island. As soon as Uranus was free, he ran towards King Uranus, and the monster beasts in the woods also ran out. They turned out to be the Ice Centipede family, and the Ice Centipede King also crawled out of the woods slowly. The Ice Centipede King didn't know if he knew what happened. He was not surprised when he saw the two of them. Instead, he said in a teasing tone,
I didn't know you two could still be so close to each other and still get together here so late at night.
Only then did Qin Feng and Uranus King realize that the sun had set and the moon had quietly climbed to the treetops. It was probably because the scene was so anxious just now that no one noticed this problem. But why did the Ice Centipede King appear here? As soon as Qin Feng thought of this question, King Uranus asked,
I wonder why the Ice Centipede King is here.
The Ice Centipede King chuckled.
I came here to settle the differences with Little Black Bee. Oh, I went back and conducted a thorough investigation. It was indeed our fault first. Now that I have given this territory to the Little Black Bee, I naturally cannot let what happened before affect our future friendship.
When King Uranus heard this, he looked at the ice centipedes around him. He hadn't paid attention just now, but now he took a closer look. Indeed, each of them was dragging a lot of treasures behind them.
Then you get busy. It's getting late, so I should.
Back to the nest.
The Uranus King led the Uranus people away in the direction of the lair. But when they entered the forest, where the Ice Centipede King did not find them, he glared at Qin Feng fiercely. Qin Feng was willing to let King Uranus leave, because it was still difficult to annihilate the Uranus clan with his own strength. Since he could avoid it for the time being, Qin Feng was naturally very willing. However, the sudden look from King Uranus aroused Qin Feng's inner unhappiness.
King Uranus, do you have anything else to say to me?
Qin Feng's words made the Ice Centipede King look sideways. The Uranus King also didn't expect that this little black bee would say such words at this time. He didn't have time to converge his eyes, so he could only close them slightly and slow down. When he opened them, he smiled again.
It's okay. I wish you a happy stay on the edge of the Beacon Island.
Chapter 455 Hypocritical Face. After King Uranus finished speaking, he turned around and left in a hurry without waiting for Qin Feng to reply, for fear of causing further trouble.
Qin Feng watched indifferently until he could no longer see the figure of King Uranus. Then he turned back to look at King Ice Centipede, not wanting the King of Ice Centipede to look directly at him.
He's always been this hypocritical.
The Ice Centipede King did not mention him by name, and just spoke softly. But Qin Feng also knew that he was talking about the Uranus King, and was a little surprised. He did not expect that the Ice Centipede King actually knew the hypocritical face of the Uranus King. Qin Feng just shook his head and said,
I don't know what the Ice Centipede King is talking about. Did he attack you just now?
The Ice Centipede King seemed to be asking sincerely, but his tone was a little more certain. Qin Feng was silent. After all, he didn't know whether the Ice Centipede King was an enemy or a friend. He had just fought with him not long ago. How could he suddenly talk about all the good things to him, unless it was beneficial to him?
I know that you have formed a feud. Our Ice Centipede clan can help you, because I have been coveting his position for a long time.
The Ice Centipede King said calmly. Qin Feng was very puzzled by this.
Isn't King Ice Centipede afraid that I will sue you? Don't be afraid, because you don't know how. There has been an irreconcilable conflict between you. As the saying goes, the enemy of your enemy is your friend. Although some unpleasant things happened to us before, we can still temporarily form an alliance and cooperate.
The Ice Centipede King looked straight at Qin Feng, directly exposing the relationship between Qin Feng and the Uranus King. This made Qin Feng couldn't help but think about it from beginning to end. Although he had taken this lakeside as his own from the beginning, he was provoked by the Ice Centipede. But these were all trivial things. Later, because of the ownership of this territory and his sudden appearance of power, Two monsters, the Ice Centipede King and the Uranus King, who seemed to be on good terms with each other, appeared one after another. Wait, this lakeside area is already too humid, making it uninhabitable for ordinary terrestrial monsters. And it is impractical for undersea creatures to move here. So it became empty. This territory is actually dispensable to the Ice Centipede clan. Otherwise, he would not have sent monster beasts to garrison, so that he could take advantage of it. King Uranus may have been dragged here by the Ice Centipede King. Knowing King Uranus's temperament and the sudden appearance of a force like his, he will definitely not be able to sit still, and will not leave him alone. When the time comes, if he cannot survive, then he will not be able to survive. Ability. But if he survives, it will be his own ability. And he has also formed a rift with the Uranus family, and there is no room for turning around. This also laid a solid foundation for the cooperation between the two. After thinking about all this, Chin Feng couldn't help but laugh out loud.
The Ice Centipede King is really well-intentioned. He made me and Uranus King follow your plan step by step. A prize. A prize. A prize.
The Ice Centipede King was not afraid of Chin Feng's knowledge, and he looked frank.
I wonder if you want to cooperate with us. Cooperate.
Chin Feng spoke decisively. Although the Ice Centipede King was not a good person, at least he would not harm himself now. Moreover, compared to the Ice Centipede King's step-by-step plan, he could not forgive the Uranus King for his calculations against him. The Ice Centipede King's final plan, the purpose is only to replace King Uranus, and it does not conflict with himself.
This is a courtesy I bring. I hope you can do it.
Chin Feng looked at the treasures that the Ice Centipede dragged over, and it could be said that he was sincere. If it weren't for the fact that the system had already started tinkling when the Ice Centipede came over, Chin Feng might have been dumbfounded.
Thank you, Ice Centipede King.
Chin Feng immediately called over the glorious worker bees to accept the treasures, and he discussed cooperation with the Ice Centipede King. The discussion ended in the middle of the night. After King Uranus returned to the nest in despair, he was furious, thinking that he had been plotted by a little black bee. He felt that he couldn't swallow this breath. Moreover, the little black bee was developing rapidly, and it had already grown in less than 2 days. The scale is considerable. If it is allowed to develop further, with the current relationship, my current position may not be guaranteed. King Uranus regretted his previous impulsiveness. Originally, his relationship with Little Black Bee could have coexisted for a long time, but he was too reckless.
King, what should we do now?
Uranus asked tremblingly.
It doesn't matter. That little black bee is not capable of fighting us. Besides, how can it get into the water and fight with us?
King Uranus was breathing heavily, and it was obvious that his breath was hard to calm down. Although the little black bee's glory bee could not destroy the Uranus clan, it was feasible to strangle himself. But he could not leave a chance for the little black bee.
Lead the little black wasps out of the nest tomorrow and strangle them. Yes, King!
Under the instructions of King Uranus, the Uranus clan started the war preparation mode and was ready overnight. They only waited for the order from King Uranus to encircle and kill the glorious worker bees. Chin Feng didn't know the plan of King Uranus, but he knew that the war with the Uranus clan was just about to break out. So he prepared to deploy defenses overnight. The hive was simply located on the mountain wall, surrounded by fog, making it difficult to see clearly. So it was relatively easy. In a difficult-to-defend area, we no longer have to worry about punching a hole in the hive like the monster in the Supreme Demon Palace did before.
Ding! We found a large number of enemy attacks. Please pay attention to the host.
When it was getting dark, Chin Feng was woken up by the system prompt.
King! The Uranus clan is coming! King! Uranus's army is almost at the lakeside.
The glory worker bees flew in one after another and reported the real-time battle situation. Chin Feng also woke up in an instant, immediately got up and fluttered his body, and spoke.
Go out with me and have a look.
As soon as Chin Feng spoke, the glory worker bees also immediately set off. Chin Feng, his follower, flew out of the hive in an orderly manner. However, the speed of the Uranus family was not weak, and they had already arrived at the lakeside. Through the heavy fog, Chin Feng looked at the Black Sea below, listening to the shouts of battle. He could predict that a large number of Uranus stars were engaged in a fierce battle with the glory worker bees.
The poison of death.
Chin Feng rushed towards the Uranus closest to him, bent the bee's tail, and stung it. A group of radiant worker bees fighting with it received divine help and quickly knocked the Uranus to the ground.
How come you got it so quickly?
After hearing Chin Feng's inquiry, the group of glorious worker bees came to Chin Feng and told him the cause and effect.
When these Uranus came to the lakeside, they called you by name and asked you to go with them, so as to calm their anger. We were very angry when we heard that, so we took action first.
Qin Feng couldn't help but frown after hearing this. Although King Uranus was impulsive, he was not so mindless as to think that he would follow the monsters sent by the Uranus clan. This move made Qin Feng very suspicious. Chapter 456. Lure the bees out of the nest. But before Qin Feng had time to think carefully about what was wrong, he saw several Uranus trying to kill him.
The little black bee appears. Catch the little black bee alive.
The moment dozens of Uranus saw Qin Feng, they seemed to have been hit with some kind of hormones. Their fighting spirit was raised. They defeated the glorious worker bees that had been defeated for a while, and attacked in the direction of Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved away a few glory worker bees who wanted to come forward and face the enemy directly. After all, Qin Feng was not polite at all with an evolutionary point like this coming to his door. As long as he sprinted onto the Sky Demon General's triple mirror, he would be facing King Uranus. I have a high probability of winning.
The earth groans. Sacred martial sword shadow.
Thunder suddenly appeared, and among the lightning and thunder, a series of thunder attacks hit the oncoming Uranus. Then, they were pierced by sword shadows one after another, and the ground was instantly dyed red. Each Uranus could not withstand the two killings. After attacking one after another, he fell to the ground leisurely, and did not get up again. As soon as Qin Feng finished killing this group, a group rushed over. Qin Feng responded with one move after another in an orderly manner, as if he was using the monsters of the Uranus clan to improve his own fighting skills, which made many Uranus very angry. But rushing forward would only lead to death, which made them very angry. Seeing that they were at a disadvantage, someone from Uranus immediately ordered,
"Don't be obsessed with fighting. Withdraw."
But Uranus, who was facing Qin Feng, seemed to be unable to escape Qin Feng's moves. He took the moves and retreated into the woods. Qin Feng looked at Zhou Wei's Uranus fighting with the glorious worker bees, as if he was going to fight against him one after another at any time. This gave Qin Feng a clue. Those Uranus are clearly trying to cut off their connection with the glorious worker bees, and are trying to distance themselves from them as much as possible. Even though these Uranus are trying to fight against themselves, they are probably also trying to move themselves towards what they want little by little. It seemed that King Uranus was trying to lure the bees out of the nest. It's just that such poor acting skills are really not as good as the one he performed yesterday. Uranus King, who tried to intercept and kill him in one fell swoop, figured it out. So Qin Feng immediately launched his move.
The earth groans.
The large-scale thunder attack greatly injured the surrounding Uranus. Some of the ones whose level was too low could not withstand Qin Feng's attack. The Uranus was thrown into disarray by Qin Feng's attack. How could they still have the confidence to lead Qin Feng out of the lair, and even bring him into the encirclement? Strangled. Looking at the fleeing Uranus clan, Qin Feng couldn't help but snorted. He actually wanted to plot against him twice. Did he think that he, Qin Feng, was really that stupid and would fall into the trap again and again?
The earth groans. Sacred martial sword shadow. The poison of death.
Under Qin Feng's successive attacks, the Uranus clan had no room to escape. It would be better if they could leave a whole body. The glory worker bees quickly started hunting and killing the Uranus, so that no one in this large group of Uranus survived. Possible.
Ding! The evolution points are full. Will the host be upgraded?
With the support of Qin Feng's long battles and treasures, Qin Feng's realm has once again reached the critical point, and he can once again break through and upgrade.
Upgrade! Ding! Upgrade successful.
Qin Feng restrained his momentum and calmed down his mind, so as not to reveal that he was already the second level of the Demon General.
Clean up the battlefield and send a few corpses to the beach of the Uranus clan.
After Qin Feng gave his instructions, the glorious worker bees immediately set off to clean up the battlefield, while Qin Feng himself flew towards the back of a big tree in the distance.
Ice Centipede King, you're alright.
Qin Feng slowly stopped on a rotten tree that had collapsed on the ground and said to the ice centipedes, who had been hiding behind the tree for who knows how long. The leader, the Ice Centipede King, did not show any inappropriate expression, and smiled directly at Qin Feng.
I did not misjudge the person. You are very strong. You are a great comrade.
You are also a strong opponent. It's just that the Ice Centipede King didn't say the following words. But Qin Feng knew that the Ice Centipede King was both an enemy and a friend, and he could choose to be friends with him. However, the Ice Centipede King had a moody temperament, and he also had some palaces that made it difficult for him to have a close friendship.
I wonder why the Ice Centipede King is here at this time. I heard that King Uranus sent many monsters to come towards your hive. I was very worried. So I brought some monsters over to see if they could be of any help.
Chen Feng glanced at the dozens of ice centipedes behind the Ice Centipede King, and then at the Ice Centipede King's calm and composed appearance.
The Ice Centipede King is really serious. He must have known that King Uranus sent thousands of monsters. Only then did he brought so many ice centipedes here.
Chen Feng said with gritted teeth. But the Ice Centipede King still looked frank.
The ultimate purpose of the old monster King Uranus sending these monster beasts is to encircle and suppress you. I don't have many monster beasts with me. But it would be great if I can help you break out of the encirclement at the most important moment.
The Ice Centipede King explained aloud. Road. What Chen Feng heard made some sense. But after thinking about it, he realized that he had been bypassed by the Ice Centipede King again. It is true that King Uranus wants to encircle and suppress him. But it is also true that King Ice Centipede does not want to confront King Uranus yet. Sending out a large number of monsters will only make King Uranus wary of King Ice Centipede, and even attack directly like the Glory Bee. Poisonous hand. The Ice Centipede King simply sent out this small force to lead troops on patrol. And he had just made friends with him. He didn't know the grudge between himself and the Uranus King. And he simply came to save him. King Uranus was very concerned about his face. So naturally, he would not tell anyone about poisoning the Glory Bee. He could only say that his subordinates were ignorant and suppressed the newly arrived power groups. After Chen Feng thought about these key points, he said with a pun,
The Ice Centipede King is really thoughtful. Since there's nothing else, let's leave first.
The Ice Centipede King said goodbye to Chen Feng and led dozens of ice centipedes away towards the nest of his own group. After Chen Feng watched them off, he returned to the hive to consolidate his newly ascended power. King Uranus learned from the news sent by his subordinates that all the thousands of brothers he sent out had been killed by Chen Feng. He was furious again and made Uranus, who was reporting the situation, huddle down directly, not daring to take a deep breath.
King! After the monsters we sent out were killed by the little black bees, their bodies were piled directly on the beach, which made our clan feel chilled. What a little black bee! So capable!
King Uranus was also very surprised that Chen Feng killed thousands of his compatriots at once. But now that the matter was over, King Uranus calmed down his emotions, and then directly ordered again.
A 3-day truce and redeployment. This time we am going to have a water fight with the little black bee.
Chapter 457 Sifong Water Prison. Returning to his hive, Chen Feng knew that after this battle, the Uranus clan's vitality was severely damaged, and it would be impossible to attack again today, unless King Uranus was really a brainless fool. After taking stock of the damage from today's battle, after destroying these thousands of Uranus, I also lost hundreds of glory worker bees. Next, King Uranus will never let him go. How to defeat King Uranus while preserving his own strength. You must know that what you are facing is not just the enemy of King Uranus. Once you and the Uranus family fight, both sides will lose. I believe the Ice Centipede King will not sit idly by. At this moment, a glory worker bee flew in.
King! The Ice Centipede King is outside and said he wanted to see you.
Hearing these words, Chen Feng raised his eyebrows. The Ice Centipede King actually came to his door by himself?
How many men did he bring with him? There are only dozens of them. King, do you want to catch them?
The suggestion of the glorious worker bee is very tempting. However, the biggest enemy Chen Feng faces now is the Uranus King. It is definitely not a good idea to quarrel with the Ice Centipede King now.
I'll go out and greet you.
Chen Feng flew out of the hive and arrived at the meeting place with the Ice Centipede King. He also brought dozens of glory worker bees with him. When the Ice Centipede King saw Chen Feng, he also smiled slightly and said with a very calm expression,
Xiao Haifeng, we meet again. I've only met you before. Are you usually so idle? Ice Centipede King? You came to my place twice in one day while patrolling the territory.
Chen Feng satirized the Ice Centipede King in this way. The Ice Centipede King was not angry. He still looked calm and composed.
I came here just to tell you that after the Uranus clan was defeated by you this time, it is very likely that they will treat you like this.
Launch a water attack in this area.
Water attack? This is land. Where does the water come from?
After hearing this, the Ice Centipede King just smiled and said,
I'm afraid you don't know. King Uranus has a magic weapon called the Sifong Water Prison, which can summon a large amount of seawater in an area. You must know that the Uranus family is under the sea. The fighting power of living things in water is twice as strong as on land.
Sifong Water Prison? This news is very important to Chen Feng. If he didn't know that King Uranus has such a magic weapon, he might be in trouble the next time the Uranus clan attacks. The Ice Centipede King glanced at Chen Feng.
Each king has his own trump card when establishing a foothold in this land. The Uranus King's trump card is the Seafong Water Prison. With the Seafong Water Prison, even land creatures must be in awe of him. As for its trump card, I don't know. That thing is life-saving. If exposed, I'm afraid death is not far away. After saying that, the Ice Centipede King waved his hand. These are the things I know. Don't lose to that guy. I wish you good luck. Watching the Ice Centipede King's leaving figure, Jin Feng frowned slightly. The Uranus King's square water prison was indeed a tricky thing. You must know that once your glorious worker bees enter the water, they will immediately lose their ability to move. But it's not impossible. After knowing King Uranus's trump card, Jin Feng can choose the evolutionary direction of the glorious worker bees based on his trump card. In the past few days, Jin Feng frantically devoured the treasures presented by the Ice Centipede King. No matter how small the mosquitoes were, they were still meat. Ding! Get the water-based blessing skill. With water-based blessing, the Radiant Bee will gain underwater combat skills and can operate underwater for 30 minutes. The time is extended to 1 hour after skill evolution. Jin Feng only felt numbness all over his body. When he raised his hand, he saw a layer of fine fuzz growing on his body. These fuzz could form a protective film to protect him from the influence of the water flow. Even his wings secrete a special layer of waterproof oil so that they can stay dry at all times. Looking at the changes on his body, Jin Feng smiled. These days, as long as the glory worker bees complete their evolution, they will have the ability to fight underwater. At that time, King Uranus will definitely be given a big surprise. In the blink of an eye, 3 days have passed. King Uranus summoned a large number of Uranus and landed in a mighty manner from their lairs on the seabed. For a time, animals and birds flew around, and even some land races gave way. My God! Isn't this the Uranus clan? Why did they come ashore? It's such a mighty clan. It's that clan that's going to be in trouble again. You don't know this yet, but a little black bee came to the edge of the island. It somehow killed thousands of Uranus members of the Uranus family a few days ago. Now the Uranus army is dispatched. The number must be tens of thousands at least. That little black bee is really not a safe owner. King Uranus is personally taking charge this time. That little black bee is probably going to die. You really don't know how to live or die. King Uranus is a 5th level demon general. Wouldn't crushing him be as simple as crushing an insect? In the hive at this time, Jin Feng had already learned the news. King Uranus was so aggressive that he couldn't do it even if he didn't want to know. With a crash, I saw that the big trees around the lake were cut down by the Uranus clan, and the Uranus army pushed everything across like a road roller. At this moment, a large black cloud in the sky came from the depths of the lake. King Uranus signaled his men to stop advancing and stay on alert. Only when the black cloud got closer did he realize that it was a group of radiant worker bees. I saw a passage branching out from the Guangyo worker bee center. Jin Feng walked to the front. King Uranus snorted coldly. You little black bee! I kindly invited you to be a guest, but you slaughtered my men. If you don't give me an explanation today, I will tear down your nest. When Jin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but chuckle. What a villain to complain first. This is the first time I heard that someone wanted to use thousands of soldiers to kill my people and attack me. What a treat. It's useless to talk more. Today I'll let you know what the rules are. In an instant, King Uranus rose into the sky, and a large number of water dragons appeared around him. As soon as he raised his hand, these water dragons attacked the glory worker bee. Holy martial sword shadow. Not to be outdone, Jin Feng also saw a large number of sword shadows appearing around him. With a wave of his hand, these sword shadows rushed towards the water dragons like a torrent. Boom! There was a loud noise. 2 huge energies collided, and the world was shaken. This loud noise started the war between the 2 races like a war drum, and the 2 torrents converged together. Uranus King and Jin Feng exchanged dozens of moves. After Uranus King and Jin Feng exchanged one move, they took a few steps back to create distance. Little black bee, you are very strong. A mere 1st level demon general actually fought against me. A 5th level demon general. But today you are doomed to fail. Chapter 458 Underwater Soldiers. Seeing King Uranus's confident smile, Jin Feng chuckled. It's not certain who will lose or win. You must know that this is my home court. Look at your men. They are all at a disadvantage. In the battlefield below, the glory worker bees used their flexibility to frequently dodge Uranus attacks. Uranus could only grit his teeth as he watched the glory worker bees flying all over the sky. Helpless. Where they excel is in the sea, and there is no way to show their true strength on land.
If this continues, the Uranus clan will definitely lose. King Uranus did not panic at all. Instead, he looked at Chinfeng with contempt and said,
"Just so you, the little black bee, know the trump card of our Uranus clan.
Sifong Water Prison. I saw King Uranus offering a water blue square magic weapon. In an instant, the sky and the earth changed color, and a large amount of sea water spewed out from the water blue square magic weapon. The sea water fell from the sky, and the huge impact directly crushed the glorious worker bees, and a large number of glorious worker bees were swept into the ocean currents. Then, something surprising was still to come. The sea water seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, forming a square water cube. Those Uranus stars immediately came back to life in the water cube, twice as fast as before on land. Looking at those glorious worker bees suspended one by one in the water prison in all directions, it seems that they have no ability to move. Seeing the glory worker bee like this, King Uranus burst out laughing.
"Little black bee, you didn't expect that this is my trump card. Do you really think that I can't do anything to you if you are hiding on land?"
Seeing this scene in front of him, Chinfeng's expression changed drastically.
"How could this happen? How could you have such a magic weapon?"
King Uranus looked at Chinfeng's face with great satisfaction, and then said,
"But if you surrender to me, maybe I will let you live. Did you think I would say that?"
Chinfeng showed a smile. This smile fell in the eyes of King Uranus. King Uranus felt a thump in his heart. Things seemed to be beyond his expectations. I saw the glory worker bees, who had been pretending to be dead in the water prison in all directions, suddenly came to life. For a moment, those Uranus stars did not react, and were succeeded by the glory worker bees, causing a large number of casualties. At this time, even the idiot King Uranus understood that he was being plotted, and someone revealed his trump card to Chinfeng. Therefore, Chinfeng already knew that his trump card was the Sifong Water Prison, and he was well prepared to use it with one move. A large number of Uranus were killed by the glory worker bees, which made King Uranus furious. A large number of water dragons condensed from the water cube when he raised his hand. This time the water dragon was not as slender as the previous water dragon. Roar! The water dragon let out a roar of anger. As King Uranus waved his hand, the water dragon attacked Chinfeng. Chinfeng turned around and submerged into the water cube. And then Chinfeng, the follower of the water dragon, entered the water cube. Unexpectedly, after Chinfeng entered the water cube, his speed actually increased again, and the water dragon could hardly catch up with him. Moreover, Chinfeng specially selected the places where the Uranus gathered. The water dragons were not divided into friends and foes, and those Uranus who blocked the way directly became cannon fodder. When King Uranus saw the water dragon, he had condensed. Instead of catching up with Chinfeng, he knocked his men upside down. In anger, he waved his hand to cancel the water dragon's skill. Seeing the water dragon behind him disappear, Chinfeng raised his head and looked at King Uranus. King Uranus now wanted to cut Chinfeng into pieces. With a plop, King Uranus sank into the water prison in all directions. After King Uranus entered the Sifong Water Prison, his speed suddenly increased, and he turned into an afterimage and attacked Chinfeng. Chinfeng waved his hand and saw a large number of glorious worker bees standing between him and King Uranus. King Uranus was now completely dominated by anger, and his body was rotated to create a huge current, and a huge tornado instantly swept through the entire water cube. Chinfeng watched as the tornado transformed into King Uranus tore apart the barrier formed by the glorious worker bees. With ease, Chinfeng rushed towards the place where the Uranus clan gathered without looking back. That's right. He wants to repeat his old tricks. Now King Uranus is invincible. If he confronts him head-on, there will only be death. When those Uranus stars saw Chinfeng coming to the door automatically, they immediately prepared to intercept Chinfeng. Unexpectedly, Chinfeng just passed between them quickly and ignored them.
"These little minions! Your Majesty will deal with you personally."
King Uranus went on a rampage, and a large number of innocent Uranus were involved. I don't know how long it took, but King Uranus finally stopped spinning.
"You coward! Do you dare to stand face to face with me?"
Chinfeng sneered, laughing that he was at the 2nd level of the Heavenly Demon General. But he was at the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Standing head-on would be courting death. Seeing that Chinfeng had no intention of fighting with him, King Uranus looked at those glorious worker bees. After a series of sneak attacks, water dragons and tornadoes, the Uranus clan was now at a disadvantage.
"Since you are unwilling to fight me head-on, then I will start with your people."
Having said that, King Uranus was about to take action. The earth groans. In an instant, a large number of thunder and lightning attacked King Uranus like a spiritual snake. King Uranus sneered,
And then the sea currents around him protected his body. The lightning hit the sea current and was instantly sucked in. Then, when King Uranus raised his hand, the body-protecting sea current turned into a small waterspout and attacked Qin Feng. Qin Feng dodged the blow of King Uranus and turned into an afterimage and quickly approached King Uranus. The corners of King Uranus' mouth raised slightly. The 5th level of the Sky Demon General was enough to crush the 1st level of the Sky Demon General. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and Qin Feng raised his stinger and pointed it directly at King Uranus' vital parts. King Uranus summoned water to cover his whole body. Qin Feng stabbed King Uranus' water shield hard. Suddenly King Uranus' expression changed. Qin Feng actually broke through his own water shield. Immediately, King Uranus summoned a huge stream of water, and Qin Feng was repelled. A ray of blood appeared on King Uranus' body. King Uranus looked at Qin Feng with an ugly expression. You actually broke through and entered the double mirror. Qin Feng smiled slightly. It was just a lucky break. Looking at the wound on King Uranus, although the wound was fleeting, the bee venom has been injected into his body, and the wound can be easily healed. But the bee venom has already entered his body, and it will only happen sooner or later. King Uranus gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Feng. He had to find a place to remove the bee venom from his body as soon as possible. But the Qin Feng in front of him would not let him rest easily. Chapter 459 Surprise. I have a question. Who told you that my trump card is the Seafong Water Prison? Facing King Uranus' question, Qin Feng did not answer. Instead, he smiled slightly. This smile was full of ridicule in King Uranus' eyes. King Uranus immediately thought of King Ice Centipede. It was impossible for Qin Feng to know other kings when he first arrived. The only one who might be able to tell Qin Feng the information about his trump card was the Ice Centipede King. At this time, the Uranus King had another target to hate. When Qin Feng saw King Uranus motionless, he seized the opportunity and appeared in front of King Uranus in a flash. King Uranus reacted instantly and slapped Qin Feng with the water attached to his limbs. Qin Feng quickly stopped himself and then retreated frantically. The earth groans. A large number of thunderbolts lay between the two. King Uranus stopped his pursuit and spun around to create a huge waterspout around him. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. Qin Feng once again swung out a large number of sword shadows, and King Uranus repeated his old trick, setting up a sea current around him to block the opponent's attack. Suddenly, he felt his body become weak, and the sea current that had just risen around him suddenly stopped. Those sword shadows were so close. King Uranus suddenly spit out a mouthful of water, and it was this water that gave him the motivation to retreat. However, there were still a few scars on his body from the sword shadow. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He had a panoramic view of the scene just now. It seemed that the bee venom in King Uranus's body had taken effect. Qin Feng would not miss such an important opportunity, and turned into an afterimage and attacked King Uranus. The poison of death. As long as this blow hits, the battle can be over in advance. A sudden change occurred, and King Uranus cut off his own arm. This scene left Qin Feng confused. He did not remember that his bee venom had a hallucinogenic effect. So why King Uranus suddenly started to mutilate himself? Just when Qin Feng was confused, King Uranus chuckled. Don't underestimate me. After saying that, King Uranus rolled his eyes and turned into a corpse and slowly sank to the bottom of the water cube. King Uranus is dead? Even Qin Feng was confused about this result. But Qin Feng looked at the Seafong Water Prison above his head. The Seafong Water Prison has not disappeared yet. Qin Feng looked at King Uranus's body. He was sure that King Uranus was not dead yet. Not only because the Seafong Water Prison was still running, but he did not receive a notification from the system after killing King Uranus. Logically speaking, he had received the notification now. A reminder that you have reached the point of evolution. Suddenly Qin Feng thought of the arm that King Uranus had cut off before. The arm was missing. Looking around, Qin Feng had a bad feeling in his heart. Where did King Uranus' arm go? Now, the enemy is in the dark, and we are in the light. Qin Feng chose to hide among the glorious worker bees, and use the glorious worker bees to protect himself. Roar! At this moment, a dragon roar came from the sky, and a water dragon descended from the sky and rushed into the colony of glorious worker bees. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. Qin Feng raised his hand, and a large number of sword shadows turned into a giant sword and collided with the water dragon. Above, Qin Feng rushed out of the water and saw King Uranus hanging in the air, seemingly unharmed. Qin Feng glanced at the body at the bottom of the water cube, and then looked at King Uranus in front of him. At this moment, Qin Feng finally determined King Uranus's trump card, which was regeneration. King Uranus looked at Qin Feng. You are one of the few who can force me to reveal my trump card. But in this case, I cannot keep you alive. And my trump card cannot be exposed. So your trump card is to regenerate a lost limb? That's right. I just forced the toxins in my hands into other parts. This healthy hand became the cornerstone of my rebirth. As long as I leave a complete part, I can be reborn into a brand new body.
As if Qinfeng was convinced, King Uranus did not rush to take action, but instead explained his trump card to Qinfeng. Qinfeng smiled slightly.
As long as a complete body part can be reborn, this trump card must have a certain number of times.
Otherwise you would have dominated the entire seabed long ago.
The skill of regenerating a severed limb is indeed unbelievable. But its restrictions are also very strict. First, the severed limb must be a healthy one without any defects. Otherwise the reborn new body will inherit the defects of the severed limb. The second thing is that he can only use this skill once a month. If he is killed within this month, he is really dead. Qinfeng looked at King Uranus in front of him with a smile on his face. Seeing Qinfeng's smile, King Uranus couldn't help but feel a little angry, and snorted coldly.
You are still so happy when you are about to die. I have said all that needs to be said. It's time to send you on your way.
Now that King Uranus is at his peak, Qinfeng has no chance of making a comeback.
When are you going to take action?
As soon as he finished speaking, a wisp of cold air blew in, and a wall of ice rose from the water in front of King Uranus and Qinfeng. Qinfeng took the opportunity to retreat tens of meters, and when Uranus saw the ice wall in front of him, he immediately understood who was coming. I saw the Ice Centipede King descending from the sky and landing on the ice wall.
King Uranus. Long time no see. Ice Centipede King. It was you, the bastard, who told the little black bee my trump card.
Uranus was furious. If it hadn't been for this guy Ice Centipede King telling Qinfeng his trump card, how could he be in such a mess? Hearing King Uranus's roar, the Ice Centipede King sneered and said,
King Uranus, you have ruled this area for so long. It's time to move your position. I don't want to be the second child for 10,000 years. Just you? There is only one king in this area, and that's me.
King Uranus looked at Qinfeng and King Ice Centipede and sneered.
You two come together. You can't be my opponent.
As soon as he finished speaking, King Uranus controlled the water flow and shattered the ice wall under King Ice Centipede. The Ice Centipede King took a few steps back and looked at Qinfeng aside. Qinfeng understood what he meant.
It's really difficult for the two of us to defeat him. But as long as we can deal with these Uranus minions, the strength of our two clans will be enough. So you should understand how to do.
The Ice Centipede King sent out a special sound wave, followed by a large number of ice scorpions coming from all directions. Qinfeng glanced at the Ice Centipede King, and then said,
You hold the Uranus King, and I will destroy the Sifong water prison.
Before the Ice Centipede King could react, Qinfeng turned into an afterimage and rushed toward the aqua blue square magic weapon in the sky. In desperation, the Ice Centipede King exhaled a big mouthful of cold air, and the surrounding water instantly turned into thick ice. King Uranus saw Qinfeng's intention, raised his hand, and summoned two water dragons, only to see these two water dragons attack directly towards Qinfeng. Chapter 460 Cleaning Up the Mess. At this moment, a cold wind blew by, and the two water dragons turned into two ice sculptures in the blink of an eye. King Uranus looked at the Ice Centipede King on the side and said coldly,
Ice Centipede King, you must go against me. Do you think I still have a chance to regret it?
This plan, if it doesn't work out, will be successful. This is also a big gamble for the Ice Centipede King. Once he succeeds, he will go from being the second child in 10,000 years to becoming the boss of this area. As for failure, the best result is to leave this area. King Uranus will not let him go. Then, King Uranus directly turned his spear and aimed at King Ice Centipede. King Ice Centipede held his breath and concentrated, hoping in his heart that Qinfeng could break this square water prison as soon as possible. Otherwise, his tribe would not be able to participate in the war at all. After all, Ice Centipede cannot fight in the water like Guanya Peak. The next second, King Uranus rolled up a large amount of seawater and set off a big wave. King Ice Centipede raised his hand and erected a huge ice wall in front of himself. The huge wave slapped the huge ice wall, and there was only a click, and the huge ice wall shattered. Not only that, but the ice surface that the Ice Centipede King was fighting on was also shattered.
At this time, Qinfeng came to the core of the Sifong water prison. He lifted up the stinger and stabbed the core hard. There was a click, and a layer of cracks appeared on the surface of the core. With the creation of cracks, a large number of cracks also appeared on those invisible barriers.
Effective!
Qin Feng no longer hesitated and used all his strength to pierce directly into the core. In an instant, a large amount of seawater poured out from the water prison in all directions. Those ice centipedes quickly grabbed onto the trees to avoid being washed away. After Qin Feng destroyed the core, without saying a word, he transformed into an afterimage and attacked King Uranus. King Uranus roared angrily and raised his hand to condense a large amount of water in the void. But compared to the previous water flow, it was not worth mentioning at all. With the collapse of the Sifong water prison, the Ice Centipede clan joined the battlefield. The Uranus clan was already at a disadvantage, and with the collapse of the water prisons in all directions, they were instantly defeated. The next scene was simply a one-sided massacre, and King Uranus was extremely angry when he saw his people being massacred. But no matter what, now that he can't protect himself, he still has the energy to take care of them. At this moment, Qin Feng caught a flaw in King Uranus and used the death poison and bee sting to pierce King Uranus's body fiercely. The next second, King Uranus collapsed on the ground. The death poison was completely different from ordinary bee venom, and King Uranus could not regenerate again. Soon, under the influence of the death poison, King Uranus died. After receiving a large number of evolution points, Qin Feng finally breathed a sigh of relief. King Uranus was finally dead. After that, there is the issue of the inheritance distribution of King Uranus, which is a very sensitive topic. Qin Feng looked at the Ice Centipede King and saw the Ice Centipede King smiling and saying, "I told you! All I want is the status of King Uranus. The territory and inheritance of King Uranus belong to you." After saying this, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at the Ice Centipede King and smile. "Then I'm not welcome." Afterwards, Qin Feng summoned the remaining glorious worker bees to go to Starfish Island. Now that King Uranus is dead, the remaining Uranus clan has nothing to fear. Qin Feng easily occupied Starfish Island. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng began to search for the remaining treasures of King Uranus, and then found an invitation letter. Opening it, Qin Feng discovered that this invitation letter was actually sent to King Uranus by the Heilongma clan. The content above was probably an invitation to King Uranus to explore an ancient secret realm together. In this ancient secret realm, there is the rumored Heavenly Emperor's ship. According to legend, the owner of this Heavenly Emperor's ship is the Endless Demon Emperor. He single-handedly created the Endless Sea, and the entire Endless Sea is his territory. In the early years, the Endless Demon Emperor drove the Heavenly Emperor's ship across the Endless Seas, and there was no place in the world that he could not go. After he disappeared the day after tomorrow, the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor's ship were also unknown. Later, they finally discovered that there was a trace of the Heavenly Emperor's ship in an ancient secret realm. As long as you get the Heavenly Emperor's ship, you can go to various places in the Endless Sea, including some forbidden places and secret realms. Seeing this, Qin Feng was already excited. He must know that there are various opportunities in the Endless Sea, but these opportunities are accompanied by a lot of dangers. Even where there are opportunities, just getting in is a challenge. With this Heavenly Emperor ship, he can go wherever he wants, and those restrictions and barriers are like nothing to him. How can such a good thing happen without me? Qin Feng decided to take the invitation letter from King Uranus and go to the secret realm. The opening of this secret realm will be in a month. It just happened to be a month to recover the damage caused by the battle with King Uranus. The news of the death of King Uranus spread like crazy. King Ice Centipede blocked all the credit, and even Qin Feng became his subordinate in his mouth. The glory worker bee under his command reported this matter to Qin Feng, but Qin Feng didn't pay attention. What the Ice Centipede King wanted was reputation, and everyone just got what they needed. Now, the Ice Centipede King has become the king of this area, and all races must pay tribute to him, except Qin Feng, and Qin Feng is under his protection. No one dares to trouble him. Later, the Ice Centipede King came to Starfish Island alone. He was in a good mood at this time. Qin Feng glanced at the excited Ice Centipede and showed him the invitation letter. This invitation letter is a piece of information. Instead of letting the Ice Centipede King know about the gap between the two later, it is better to present it openly. Qin Feng knew about this anyway, so why not share it with the Ice Centipede King and get a favor? The Emperor's ship? Seeing this word, the Ice Centipede King looked at Qin Feng. Have you decided to go? Then you will face the first-class forces in the Fenghua Islands. People die for money and birds die for food. How will you know if you don't try it? Hearing Qin Feng's words, the Ice Centipede King smiled. I know that you are definitely not a pond creature, little black bee, so I will give you this ice crystal stone. Maybe it can save your life. The Ice Centipede King said a piece of ice crystal was placed in front of Qin Feng.
I still need to manage some affairs in the territory. So I will leave first. After that, the Ice Centipede King left Starfish Island. Qin Feng directly gave the Ice Crystal Stone to the system to devour. It was not easy for him to accept what the Ice Centipede King had given him. Qin Feng's departure is definitely a good thing for the Ice Centipede King. In this case, this area will no longer pose a threat to him. Then, a month passed in the blink of an eye, and Qin Feng led the Hive and large troops to the ancient secret realm. Chapter 461 Sea Dragon Horse King. After traveling across the ocean for a period of time, Qin Feng finally brought his hive to the place marked on the invitation. What appeared in front of me was a very peculiar island, with 4 completely different elemental auras rising into the sky. It is obviously an island, but it is divided into 4 parts by an invisible force. From high in the sky, Qin Feng could even see an area with volcanic lava on the left and strong winds on the right. Weird. Really weird. For completely different harsh terrains actually exist on one island. When he came to the edge of the island, he did not get closer. Instead, he stopped on a desert island on the edge of the island. The location on the invitation is on this desert island. Not that weird island. All that's left is to wait for the arrival of the other 3 ocean races. And it's not known what the attitude of those 3 ocean races towards King Uranus is. But what is certain is that the relationship between King Neptune and King Uranus is definitely not simple. Otherwise, he would not take the initiative to send an invitation letter to King Uranus. I hope other ocean races will arrive first, so I still have some room for maneuver. Qin Feng temporarily placed the hive in a secret place on the desert island. At this moment, the sea in the distance began to gradually turn black, as if something huge was rising from the bottom of the sea to the surface. Upon seeing this, Qin Feng immediately prepared for battle. Poof! I saw a figure rushing out of the sea, and Qin Feng secretly screamed that something was wrong when he saw that figure. Because the guy who rushed out of the sea was the Sea Dragon Horse King, the king of the Sea Dragon Horse clan. Immediately afterwards, a large number of Sea Dragon Horses rushed out of the water. When the Sea Dragon Horse King saw Qin Feng, he was slightly startled for a moment, and then said, "Where did the little bug come from? If you know what you are doing, get out of this island." It seems that the Sea Dragon Horse King mistook Qin Feng for an ordinary bee clan who accidentally entered this place. Qin Feng secretly thought that since the Sea Dragon Horse King did not recognize him, it would be better to retreat temporarily and wait until other marine races arrive before negotiating. Thinking of this, Qin Feng has decided to retreat temporarily. After all, Sea Dragon Horse King is the 5th level of heavenly demon general like King Uranus. Suddenly, a greedy look appeared on the face of Sea Dragon Horse King, and he sneered and said, "You are a bee. Right. Hand over all your honey. Otherwise you won't be able to leave this place." Honey? Suddenly, Qin Feng was angry. Honey was his bottom line. This Sea Dragon Horse King had already given in, but he still wanted to push further. Qin Feng looked gloomy and said in a cold voice, "There is no honey, but do you want to taste the bee venom?" After saying that, a large number of glory worker bees appeared from the darkness and surrounded the Sea Dragon Horse King in the center. However, when those Sea Dragon Horses saw this scene, instead of supporting the Sea Dragon Horse King, they just watched the show from the sidelines. Are all the monsters today so careless? How dare you resist the king even if you don't look at how much you weigh? The king is usually arrogant by nature. If we rush forward rashly, we will disturb his mood. For the sake of mere honey, these little bugs actually dare to contradict the king. These guys are finished." Those Sea Dragon Horses had great confidence in their king, and the Sea Dragon Horse King did not let his men come up to help. As a member of the Heilongma clan, because they have a trace of dragon blood in their bodies, they claim to be the people of the dragon and are very proud by nature. It was obvious that this was the case for Sea Dragon Horse King. He looked at Qin Feng in front of him and chuckled. "If the honey is gone, you can brew it again. If your life is gone, it is really gone. But even if you want to regret it now, it's too late." As soon as he finished speaking, the sea surface around the desert island began to boil like boiling water. Sea Dragon Horse King gave a soft drink, and a large amount of water rushed out of the sea surface. These water flows rose into the sky, and then Sea Dragon Horse King waved his hand again. In the next second, these water flows turned into thousands of water arrows and attacked the bee swarm. Not to be outdone, Qin Feng struck out with a holy martial sword shadow, and thousands of sword shadows met those water arrows like a torrential rain. There was a muffled bang. The two collided, and a large amount of sea water fell from the sky. This scene shocked the Heilongma clan.
They never expected that this inconspicuous little black bee in front of them could be so powerful. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng turned into an afterimage and attacked King Heilongma. Sea Dragon Horse King recovered from the shock and gathered several water spears around his body, preparing to attack Qin Feng. Unexpectedly, a large number of glorious worker bees swarmed up and enveloped the Sea Dragon Horse King in the blink of an eye.
Get away!
Sea Dragon Horse King let out a roar, and a pressure erupted from his body, instantly blasting away the surrounding glory worker bees. Just when Sea Dragon Horse King regained his sight, Qin Feng was already in front of him. The poison of death. The end of the bee's sting faintly flashed with black poison, and King Sea Dragon's expression changed drastically. At the critical moment, a golden light appeared on King Sea Dragon's body, and this golden light blocked Qin Feng's fatal blow. Qin Feng frowned slightly. What kind of skill was this? If he missed a hit, Qin Feng no longer lingered and quickly retreated. A large amount of water flow appeared around King Sea Dragon Horse, which protected him like a shield. At the same time, he also retreated into the group of Sea Dragon Horse.
Damn it! You actually wasted one of my dragon scales!
This dragon scale is the life-saving magic weapon of Sea Dragon Horse King. It can help Sea Dragon Horse King block a fatal blow at critical moments. Sea Dragon Horse King was so angry that he actually fell on a small insect, and his arrogance was severely damaged. At this moment, Sea Dragon Horse King looked at Qin Feng and thought of a Uranus, who came to his territory a few days ago and told him that King Uranus was tricked by a little black bee and died. Looking at Qin Feng in front of him, King Heilongma narrowed his eyes slightly.
Little black bee, it was you who killed King Uranus.
Sea Dragon Horse King has recognized him, and Qin Feng has not denied it. Even if he denies Sea Dragon Horse King, he will not let him go easily. Seeing that Qin Feng did not deny it, Sea Dragon Horse King flashed a murderous intent in his eyes, and his whole body exuded the aura of the 5th level Heavenly Demon General. The Sea Dragon Horse King started to get serious. He waved slightly, and the surrounding Sea Dragon Horse clan began to prepare for battle. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng also took a deep breath. If it didn't work out, he would have no choice but to cut off his wrist. Now he had a very low chance of winning in a head-to-head confrontation with Sea Dragon Horse King. What's more, he should have more than one life-saving dragon scale. At this moment, the water around Sea Dragon Horse King gathered, and in a blink of an eye, he became a water giant. He raised his hand, and a huge water ball appeared in his hand. The Sea Dragon Horse King threw the water polo at Qin Feng. Just when Qin Feng was about to defend, a figure blocked his face and raised his hand to hit the water polo in the sky with a huge fist shadow. Chapter 462 4 Elephants Island.
Oh! Sea Dragon Horse King turns out to be a monster that bullies weaker races. Is your arrogance all bullshit?
After seeing the person clearly, King Sea Dragon Horse's face became very ugly. The guy in front of him, who looked like a gorilla but had snow-white fur, was the Demon King of the Sea Ape clan, the Sea Ape King, and the highest level on Finghua Island. The Demon King. The Heavenly Demon General is in the 6th level. For a moment, Sea Dragon Horse King didn't know what to do. I saw the Sea Monkey King raising his huge fist and hammering the ground hard, causing the whole earth to tremble.
What? Do you want to touch me?
Sea Dragon Horse King glanced at Qin Feng, frowned slightly, and then said,
I bully the weak? Do you know that this little black bee killed King Uranus? Not only that,
he also shattered one of my life-saving dragon scales.
Hearing these words, the Sea Monkey King couldn't help but look at Qin Feng behind him, and asked angrily,
Is everything he said true?
Qin Feng did not deny it, and then said,
When I first arrived, King Uranus poisoned me, and I was forced to fight back. It was all his fault. Okay. Good job. I've known for a long time that King Uranus is not a good guy. I didn't expect that a guy like you, a 2nd level Sky Demon General, could kill King Uranus, a 5th level Sky Demon General. I admire you very much.
Then, the Sea Ape King looked at the Sea Dragon Horse King and said,
Now that King Uranus is dead, this little black bee is also very powerful. Why not let him replace King Uranus? I don't agree. This guy destroyed one of my dragon scales. I'm sworn in with him.
With a bang, the Sea Ape King slammed the ground with a gloomy expression, and a deep pit suddenly appeared on the ground. At the same time, a large number of sea apes rose into the sky from the seawater. These sea apes were actually wearing equipment, which made Qin Feng envious. The Sea Ape King exhaled a breath of white air and said in a cold voice,
Then do you mean to go against me? King Uranus is already dead. Do you want to offend both our forces because of a dead man?
Hearing these words, Sea Dragon Horse King hesitated. If he really offended the Sea Monkey clan, it would be a loss that outweighs the gain. The Sea Dragon Horse King snorted coldly and disarmed himself. If he insisted on killing Chinfeng, the Sea Ape King might not take action. These words were just a threat to him. But next, I will definitely take on the responsibilities belonging to King Uranus. It is better to let this little black bee work for them first and wait until they are in the ruins before taking action. Thinking of this, Sea Dragon Horse King snorted coldly and said very arrogantly, "For the sake of Sea Ape King, I will spare your life. Little black bee, you are so lucky." After that, Sea Dragon Horse King left here with his race. When the fighting was over, Chinfeng also breathed a sigh of relief. The Sea Ape King came over and took the initiative to express his goodwill to Chinfeng. "Hello. I am the king of the Sea Ape clan. The Sea Ape King. For the Glory Be clan. You can just call me Little Black Bee." Since the Sea Monkey King took the initiative to show his kindness, Chinfeng also responded enthusiastically. At this moment, the Sea Ape King suddenly changed the topic. "Little Black Bee, are you interested in becoming my dependent race? I, the Sea Ape King, still have a certain say in this Beacon Island." Good guy. Chinfeng knows that there is no such thing as a free lunch. To become the dependent race of the Sea Ape King is to worship the Sea Ape King and become his subordinate. Chinfeng smiled and said, "I can think about it." There was neither refusal nor agreement. After all, Chinfeng now still needs the umbrella of the Sea Ape King for protection. If he refuses rashly, he may arouse the other party's resentment. Seeing that Chinfeng did not refuse, the Sea Monkey King stopped forcing him. Not long after, the last mountain and Sea Lion clan also came to this deserted island. Immediately, the Sea Dragon Horse King found the mountain and Sea Lion King. Lion King of mountains and seas. Do you know that King Uranus was killed by a little black bee? Hearing these words, the Lion King of mountain and sea was slightly startled. King Uranus is dead? Then who will take his place? Sea Dragon Horse King said, "It's the little black bee who killed King Uranus. This shameless guy actually found King Sea Ape as his backer. Can you tolerate an unstable factor between us?" The Mountain and Sea Lion King glanced at the Sea Dragon Horse King and said coldly, "I am not interested in the grudges between you. If you have this time, you might as well think about how to deal with the next clan guarding the ruins." Having said that, the Mountain and Sea Lion King left without looking back. This guy, Sea Dragon Horse King, actually wanted to use him as a spear user. Sea Ape King was at the 6th level of the Sky Demon General, and he went to offend Sea Ape King for a dead Uranus King. Is it worth it? Sea Dragon Horse King returned to his tribe angrily. Not long after, Sea Dragon King sent his own soldiers to inform everyone to go to the center of the desert island for a meeting to attack Xixiang Island. The demon kings of the 4 races gathered together in the center of the island. The Sea Ape King looked at the Sea Dragon Horse King and the Mountain and Sea Lion King, and then said, "This is the newly joined Demon King, the Glory Queen Bee, and the Little Black Bee. Let me tell you first, Little Black Bee has already planned to become my dependent race. If any of you are rude to Little Black Bee, don't blame me for being rude. Now that we are here, we are all comrades in the united front." The Mountain and Sea Lion King greeted him warmly, but the Sea Dragon Horse King interrupted him unceremoniously. "Let's quickly discuss how to attack Xixiang Island." The 4 demon kings looked at each other, and then the Sea Ape King said, "Since this is the first time for the Little Black Bee to come, let me explain it to you. The island in front of you is where the ancient secret realm is located. But there are 4 guardian races on this island. They are the Windside Weasel clan, the Jungle Monkey clan, the Volcano Bug clan, and the Mountain Turtle clan. These 4 races guard the entrance to the ancient ruins. And if we want to enter this secret realm, we first need the blood of these 4 races as sacrifices. However, after the blood leaves the body, the internal energy will gradually disappear. So the 4 of us races need to go to the 4 guardian races at the same time to obtain their blood. Which 4 elephant race do you want to choose? Let me tell you. The demon kings of these 4 elephant races are all masters of the 6th level of Heavenly Demon General. Don't let anyone slap you to death." The one who made the sarcastic remarks was the Sea Dragon Horse King. The Sea Ape King said to Chinfeng, "The only demon king of the Volcano Insect clan is the 4th level of the Sky Demon General. You can try it." Chinfeng nodded, and then said, "Then I will be responsible for the Volcano Bug." Hearing these words, a trace of evil flashed in Sea Dragon Horse King's eyes. And then, the 4 demon kings assigned their tasks. Chinfeng temporarily hid the hive on this desert island, and then began to land on Xixiang Island.
Chapter 463 Volcano Insect King. After arriving at the edge of Seashung Island, the 4 demon kings separated, and Qin Feng led his Glory Bee clan to the volcanic area of Fenglin Volcano. Secretly, Qin Feng sent 3 Glory Bees to secretly track the other 3 demon kings, especially the Sea Dragon Horse King. This guy would never let Qin Feng go so easily. Qin Feng came to the volcano where the Volcano Bug clan was located, and saw that there was magma everywhere. A large amount of unknown gas continued to emerge from the bottom of the magma, and magma bubbles popped up one after another. When these magma bubbles explode, they will splash out a large amount of magma. Qin Feng has to be careful for fear of being splashed by the magma. At this moment, a bug whose whole body was filled with magma emerged from the magma. Without saying a word, it sprayed lava directly at Qin Feng. Fortunately, Qin Feng reacted quickly and avoided the lava attack. However, immediately afterwards, a large number of volcanic worms poked their heads out of the lava, and still sprayed lava directly without saying a word. Suddenly, fire rained down from the sky. Qin Feng frowned slightly, and commanded a large number of Glory Worker Bees to form a defense. A large number of Glory Worker Bees were burned by the lava. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. Countless sword shadows landed on the bugs from the sky, and the volcano bugs were immediately penetrated into their bodies. A large number of evolution points were pocketed by Qin Feng. But at this moment, Qin Feng couldn't be happy. These volcano bugs were ambushing here purposefully, and it didn't look like they were encountered by chance. The Volcano Bug clan has been stationed in this area, and there is no way they know their plan. Only the 4 demon kings knew his whereabouts. So one of the 4 demon kings deliberately betrayed his whereabouts to the Volcano Bug clan. No need to think about it. It must be that guy from the Seahorse Dragon King. Qin Feng snorted coldly. The Volcano Bug clan was just a batch of evolution points for him. There would be a battle sooner or later, and Qin Feng immediately began to kill the volcano bugs. At this time, in the underground lava lair, the Volcano Insect King looked outside. Just now, a Sea Dragon Horse ran into his territory and brought him a message. It is said that a little black bee is coming to their Volcano Bug clan, and the purpose is to get the blood of their Volcano Bug clan, and use their blood to open the gate to the ruins. Hearing this news, the Volcano Insect King was not calm. Their Volcano Insect clan is a race that exists to protect ancient ruins. Their ancestors have told them for generations that even if they die, they cannot let outsiders open the door to the ruins. Now, someone actually wanted to use their blood to open the gate of the ruins. Of course, the Volcano Insect King would not agree, so he directly sent his own tribe to snipe at the entrance to the territory. In fact, the Volcano Worm King did not believe what the Sea Dragon Horse said, but for the safety of the ruins, he had to believe it. At this moment, a volcano bug hurriedly ran in.
King! It's not good. There is a little black bee leading his group to massacre in our territory. That little black bee is too strong. We can't do it at all.
I can't resist it.
The Volcano Worm King said angrily.
How dare you massacre my people? I can't spare him.
At this time, in the volcanic insect territory, Qin Feng assassinated the last volcanic insect, and the system sounded again.
The evolution points are full. Do you want to upgrade?
Yes. As a warm current surged out of his body, Qin Feng felt that he had become stronger again. At this moment, a huge pillar of fire rose into the sky from the lava not far away, and a lava giant walked out of the pillar of fire.
You ant! You dare to massacre my people on my territory. I will crush you to ashes.
Just when the lava giant was about to take action, Qin Feng raised his hand and said,
Wait a minute. Before the fight starts, I want to ask you a question. Did a Sea Dragon Horse come before me?
So what? Hearing the words of the Volcano Insect King, Qin Feng was certain that it was indeed the Sea Dragon Horse King who was actually stumbling upon him secretly. First of all, we must first deal with the guy in front of us. If just now, the 2nd level of the Sky Demon General faced the Volcano Insect King's 4th level of the Sky Demon General, it would be a bit tricky. However, now I have broken through and entered the 3rd level of the Heavenly Demon General. The 3rd level of the Heavenly Demon General is compared with the 4th level of the Heavenly Demon General. The answer given by Qin Feng was, Crush! Holy Martial Sword Shadow! The earth groans! Suddenly thunder and lightning came from the sky, mixed with sword shadows, and attacked the Volcano Insect King. The Volcano Insect King was not a vegetarian either. The lava giant he transformed into opened his mouth and spat out a huge ball of fire. This ball of fire swallowed up thunder and sword shadow in the blink of an eye. Just when the Volcano Worm King was feeling proud, the fireball in front of him exploded directly. The shadow of the holy martial sword wrapped around the thunder of the earth, doubled in power, and instantly pierced the lava giant with holes. The Volcano Bug King had no choice but to abandon the lava giant and spread a pair of flame wings behind his back. After he showed his true form, Qin Feng directly attacked him without saying a word. But the Volcano Insect King was not to be outdone and quickly opened a flame shield around it. Looking at the flame shield in front of him, Qin Feng didn't know where to start. The Volcano Worm King mocked. "Ha! Let me see what you do. I am invincible in the flames." Qin Feng chuckled, took a few steps back, and then struck a blow from the sky directly on the Volcano Insect King. With a crackle, the thunder directly penetrated the Volcano Insect King's shield, and the Volcano Insect King fell to the ground with an embarrassed look on his face. Qin Feng came to the side of the Volcano Insect King, his Sharpie sting flashing with the cold light of death poison. "Get ready to hit the road. Wait a minute. Don't kill me. I can use the treasure in exchange for my life. This volcanic essence can generate a shield to allow you to enter the lava without harm." Qin Feng smiled. "After you die, your treasure will still be mine." After that, Qin Feng sent away the Volcano Insect King with a blow of death poison. At the same time, Qin Li used the volcano essence to raid all the Volcano Insect King's lair. Before the Volcano King died, he gave this volcano essence to Qin Feng to give Qin Feng an opportunity to raid his lair. Afterwards, Qin Feng gave the volcanic essence to the hive to devour. Ding! The swarm evolved and gained a fire-resistant barrier. Sure enough, after devouring the volcanic essence, the hive evolved new abilities. Later, Qin Feng set his sights on other races. Maybe he could gain new abilities from the treasures of other races. Qin Feng first set his sights on Sea Dragon Horse King. This guy actually tripped him up, so he needed to let him know that he was not someone to be trifled with. Chapter 464 Heavy Losses. Qin Feng quietly came to the area that King Heilongma was responsible for, the territory of the Wind-Side Weasel clan. At this moment, the Wind-Side Weasel King and the Sea Dragon Horse King were fighting together. The Sea Dragon Horse King directly summoned a large amount of water elements, and his entire body transformed into a water giant. The Wind-Side Weasel King took advantage of its terrain to fly back and forth in the strong wind. Seeing the Wind-Side Weasel King flying back and forth in the sky, Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but feel angry. When he saw this flying creature, he would think of the little black bee and wish he could tear it into pieces. The strength of Sea Dragon Horse King and Wind-Side Weasel King were almost the same, so it was difficult to determine the outcome of this battle for a while. Seeing this, Qin Feng knew that this was his golden opportunity to reap the benefits while the two of them were fighting each other. Afterwards, Qin Feng concealed his aura, waved his wings, and quickly headed to the lair where the Fengyan Weasel was. The glorious worker bees he dispatched had already understood the terrain of this place clearly, and naturally knew where the lair of the Wind-Side Weasel King was. Arriving at a high mountain, what is surprising is that only the lower area of the Fengyan Weasel's territory is subject to strong winds all year round, while the upper area is sunny and windy. Qin Feng quietly sneaked into the lair of the Fengyan Weasel. At this moment, he discovered that several Fengyan weasels were guarding the nest. It seems that we can only attack by force and win the battle quickly. After observing the lair of the Wind-Side Weasel King, there was no cover around it. I wanted to sneak in without being discovered, unless those Wind-Side weasels were all blind. Immediately, Qin Feng launched the attack first, and saw a large number of thunder falling from the sky. The three Wind-Side weasels were unprepared and died immediately under the thunder. Qin Feng rushed over without saying a word. Fengyan Weasel reacted at this moment and was about to sound the alarm. Qin Feng summoned several holy sword shadows and directly penetrated the remaining Fengyan Weasel's neck. Unexpectedly, a Wind Sickle Weasel displayed the cultivation level of the third level of the Heavenly Demon General, stretched out its claws, and actually shattered Qin Feng's holy martial sword shadow with one blow. Qin Feng couldn't help but stop. The opponent had the same cultivation level as himself. If he was careless and underestimated the enemy, he would suffer big losses. The two were confronting each other, and the Feng Kamitachi spread his wings. This was a fighting state. He could fly against the wind at any time. But unfortunately, there was no wind here. Are you with that Kaiba outside? Hearing these words, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth raised slightly. And then he said, I am a dependent race under the command of King Heilongma. Today, my king personally takes action. I advise you to stay at ease to avoid suffering some physical pain. This is the place that our fallen weasel clan has protected for generations. Even if we die, we will not let you despicable outsiders succeed.
After saying that, the Feng Sitten Weasel sent out a wind blade. Chin Feng flashed and came to the Feng Si Weasel in the blink of an eye. He raised his tail spine and stabbed it fiercely. At this moment, the Wind Sickle Weasel, lying on all fours, turned into an afterimage, even faster than Chin Feng. With a bang, a figure was seen flying high into the sky, then adjusted his body shape and flew down again. No need to look. Who else besides the Wind Cane Weasel King can perform such difficult movements in the air? Chin Feng looked at the Fengyan Weasel opposite, and then said,
"Your king is at a disadvantage now. Aren't you going to go down and help?"
The Windside Weasel's eyes were firm.
"I made an agreement with my brother. It is his duty, as a king, to protect his people. I am a general, and my duty is to eliminate the young people in the territory."
Silver glitter. In an instant, the Feng Sitten Weasel turned into a silver flash of light and attacked Chin Feng with lightning speed. Chin Feng's eyes were like lightning, and he snorted coldly. The earth groans. Rumbling. A large number of thunder fell from the sky. But that silver flash of light was like having eyes. It quickly dodged the thunder falling from the sky, and arrived in front of Chin Feng in a few breaths.
"In terms of speed, no monster can beat me." "Yeah."
I saw Chin Feng lift up his bee sting, the poison of death, and with a pop, the Feng Si Weasel actually hit his tail sting directly. Immediately, the Wind Sickle Weasel died. Chin Feng looked at the corpse on the ground with cold eyes and said,
"Do you think those sky thunders are used to attack you? No. They are just bait to lead you into my trap."
Fighting is not just about speed and attack power. Strategy is also a part of strength. Chin Feng did not dare to delay any longer, fearing that something might happen again. So he immediately entered the lair of the Windside Weasel King, taking everything he could see without caring about anything. Then, when Chin Feng was about to leave, he suddenly remembered something. He looked at the battle between the Sea Dragon Horse King and the Windside Weasel King below and sneered.
"If you trip me up, I'll give you a surprise too."
After that, he dropped a few drops of special bee venom on the body of the Feng Siam Weasel, and then threw the body of the Feng Siam Weasel from the high mountain. When throwing it down, Chin Feng deliberately unfolded its wing membranes to prevent the corpse from turning into meat paste after falling. With everything ready, Chin Feng smiled and said,
"Sea Dragon Horse King, I hope you can withstand it."
The Windside Weasel King fought with the Sea Dragon Horse King, and the Sea Dragon Horse King had the absolute upper hand.
"Submit obediently? Why bother struggling? If I surrender, will you spare my people?"
The Windside Weasel King knew that he couldn't defeat the guy in front of him. He didn't know how many strange shields he had. If he could protect his people by surrendering, he would be worthy of his title as king.
"That's impossible,"
Sea Dragon Horse King said simply and neatly. "Are you kidding me? He wants to use the blood of the Windside Weasel clan to open the gate of the ruins. How can he let them go?" Sure enough, King Feng Cam Weasel stopped procrastinating and stood up to start fighting again. At this moment, a black shadow fell from the sky and landed just in front of him. When King Feng Yin Weasel saw the corpse of Feng Chan Weasel, he let out a bang and his mind went blank. Brother. Seeing the corpses in front of the Windside Weasel King, Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but think to himself. Had his men already attacked the home of these Fengside Weasels? The Fengcan Weasel King held his brother's body, and a strange fragrance penetrated his nose. But he was immersed in great grief and didn't pay attention at all.
"You damn foreigners! I'll kill you!"
Boom! A huge caution burst out from the body of the Windside Weasel King. Violet bee venom is highly volatile. The monster that inhales the bee venom will fall into a frenzy, burning its own life to attack without distinguishing between friend and foe. Chapter 465. There is a gap in the heart.
"Kill! Kill! Kill!"
The eyes of the Windside Weasel King were bloodshot, and the terrifying murderous aura made even the Sea Dragon Horse King opposite him tremble with fear. At this moment, King Feng Cam Weasel let out a scream. And with this scream, a large number of Feng Cam Weasels heard the king's call and gathered next to the King Feng Cam Weasel. Seeing this momentum, even Sea Dragon Horse King was a little confused.
"What on earth do you want to do? Guy!
People,
lend me your strength!"
For a time, a large amount of blood surged out from the bodies of those Feng Sitten Weasels, and then gathered into the body of the Feng Sian Weasel King. Only then did the Sea Dragon Horse King understand that what the Windside Weasel King did was actually a blood sacrifice for the entire clan.
"No! Your blood is all mine!"
I saw those Feng Side Weasels, who had absorbed their blood, turned into mummy in the blink of an eye. Sea Dragon Horse King was furious. You must know that the purpose of coming here is for the blood of these guys. Now the blood of these guys has been absorbed by Feng-Side Weasel King. Isn't he working in vain? For a moment, the Sea Dragon Horse King transformed into a water giant, condensed a huge water ball, and smashed it towards the Wind-Side Weasel King. Whoosh! A cold light flashed, and a wind blade came in front of Sea Dragon Horse King in the blink of an eye. Sea Dragon Horse King's heart tightened, and the wind blade directly cut through his defense. A glimmer of golden light flashed across Sea Dragon Horse King's body, and it was his life-saving dragon scales that came into play again. The Sea Dragon Horse King's heart tightened, and he saw that the Wind-Side Weasel King was covered in scarlet blood. His strength had actually risen to the 7th level of the Sky Demon General. For a moment, the terrifying murderous intention shrouded the whole body of Sea Dragon Horse King. It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible for him to defeat this madman. Sea Dragon Horse King already wanted to retreat, but he had to collect enough blood from the Wind-Side Weasel clan. Otherwise he would definitely ruin this trip to the ancient secret realm by returning empty-handed. When the time comes, maybe the other two families will destroy themselves together with the little black bee. There must be no failure. Thinking of this, the Sea Dragon Horse King said to his subordinate Sea Dragon Horse,
I will delay the time. You can go and collect the remaining blood of the Feng-Side clan now. You must be fast.
Sea Dragon Horse King gritted his teeth and had no choice but to take the initiative to fight against the crazed Wind-Side Weasel King.
Kill!
In an instant, the Wind-Side Weasel King turned into a streak of bloody lightning. The speed was so fast that even the Sea Dragon Horse King could not react. The Wind-Side Weasel King had already arrived in front of him. Water Spear. The water flow condensed, and a war spear made of water appeared in front of King Feng-Chan Weasel, and it stabbed towards him. The wind wheel is dancing. The Wind-Side Weasel King turned into a wind wheel and actually split the war spear in front of him. The Sea Dragon Horse King looked solemn. In the blink of an eye, a big hand made of water fell from the sky and slapped the Wind-Side Weasel King hard. It slammed into the ground hard. Unexpectedly, the Wind-Side Weasel King directly used the wind blade to break the water flow, and without saying a word, he attacked directly towards the Sea Dragon Horse King.
You forced me to do so!
The trump card. Unlimited Heaven. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery changed, and they were actually at the bottom of the sea. Sea Dragon Horse King summoned a large number of water war spears, and the war spears all over the sky poured down like a torrential rain in an instant. Blood sacrifice of life. In an instant, King Feng-Yen Weasel ignited a ball of fire, and his overall strength increased to a higher level. Seeing this, Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but curse.
You madman! Once the life blood sacrifice is launched, you have no choice but to die. Kill!
Facing a lunatic who has lost his mind, Sea Dragon Horse King has no other choice but to fight. On the other side, Qin Feng came to the center of the ancient ruins. Here was a huge stone platform with many magic formations carved on it. There was a lot of blood that had long dried up in these magic formations. Surrounding this stone platform are 4 stone statues representing the 4 races. These stone statues hold a stone basin in their hands, which seems to be a place to hold blood. Qin Feng glanced at the blood bag in his hand, which was filled with the blood of volcano bugs. At this moment, the Sea Ape King came back for the second time. Seeing Qin Feng already here, he couldn't help but admire.
I thought I was fast enough, but I didn't expect you, little black bee, to be the first one to get here.
Luckily, I just came here not long ago.
Not long after, the Mountain and Sea Lion King also returned with a full load. But compared to Qin Feng and the Sea Ape King, he looked a little embarrassed. I saw the Lion King of Mountains and Seas complaining.
Those mountain turtles are just like a stubborn rock, and their defense power is amazing. If I hadn't had some tricks, I would have overturned their.
Later, Qin Feng took the initiative to donate some of his honey to the Lion King of Mountains and Seas.
My honey has healing effects, so I will give you some.
The Lion King of Mountains and Seas was slightly startled. He did not expect Qin Feng to be so kind and thanked him profusely after accepting the honey. Qin Feng also used honey to treat the Sea Ape King. And now the other 2 marine races were bribed by Qin Feng. At least after their little tricks were exposed. These 2 demon kings would definitely not sit idly by in the face of the Sea Dragon Horse King's attacks. Soon, the Sea Dragon Horse King came back. He suffered heavy losses. Not only did he lose most of his life-saving dragon scales, he also suffered considerable injuries. The question that really puzzled him was that when he first started fighting with him, King Feng-Chan Weasel was fine, Why did he go berserk after coming into contact with his brother's body? Sea Dragon Horse King felt something was wrong in his heart. No matter how angry he was, he would never commit a blood sacrifice to his own clan, because such an act would mean losing his qualifications as king. After arriving at the center of the ruins, Sea Dragon Horse King saw the two demon kings and the little black bee chatting happily, and was very angry.
Little black bee, you must have spent a lot of effort going to the Volcano Bug clan to collect blood this time,
Sea Dragon Horse King said in a sinister tone, and Chen Feng smiled slightly.
Thank you very much for your concern, Sea Dragon Horse King. Although there are some twists and turns, it is not as hard as Sea Dragon Horse King.
Hearing these words, Sea Dragon Horse King said coldly,
Are you laughing at me?
At this moment, the Sea Ape King said,
Sea Dragon Horse King, where's the blood you collected? I was tricked. The Windside Weasel King went crazy and almost beat me to death. I finally collected these.
As he said that, the Sea Dragon Horse King took out the blood he had collected. It was so little. For a moment, the Sea Ape King and the Mountain Sea Lion King looked a little unkind.
That's all you collected? I said that.
Before he could finish speaking, the Sea Ape King interrupted him and said,
Sea Dragon Horse King, it is the behavior of a weak person to make excuses for his failure. Prepare to open the ruins first. If you fail, you will be blamed this time.
The Sea Dragon Horse King was having a hard time telling the truth, so he had no choice but to step forward and hand his blood bag to the Sea Ape King. Chapter 466 Four Kings Fight the Demon Emperor. At this moment, Sea Dragon Horse King saw that the injuries on Shanghai Lion King's body began to heal after eating honey, and his heart moved slightly. Then, Sea Dragon Horse King came to Chen Feng.
Little black bee, give me some of your honey. I want to use it to heal my wounds.
Hearing these words, Chen Feng sneered. Is there something wrong with this Sea Dragon Horse King? What kind of relationship does she have with him? He actually has the nerve to ask for honey from himself. Chen Feng spread his hands and said,
What a coincidence. All my honey was used to heal my men's wounds, and now there is not a drop left.
Sea Dragon Horse King frowned, and then said loudly,
Impossible. Hand over the honey quickly. Don't force me to use violence.
At this moment, the Lion King of Mountain and Sea stood up.
King Heilongma, what are you doing? People say they will rob without you. Is robbery the pride of your Heilongma clan?
The weak should obey the strong. Lion King of Mountains and Seas, you just accepted a little bit of honey from the little black bee, and you actually helped him speak.
Listening to what Sea Dragon Horse King said, Chen Feng shook his head. Can Sea Dragon Horse King still not see the situation clearly? I saw the Sea Ape King walking over, punching the Sea Dragon Horse King away, and then said in a cold voice,
You loser! If you dare to talk nonsense here again, I don't mind getting rid of you first.
Sea Dragon Horse King stood up from the ruins, spat out a mouthful of blood, glared at Chen Feng viciously, and then said nothing again. He just saw murderous intent in the eyes of the Sea Ape King. If he really continued to cause trouble, the Sea Ape King might really kill him. Afterwards, Sea Dragon Horse King began to heal himself. At this time, Sea Dragon King poured the blood from the 4 blood bags into the 4 statues respectively. After absorbing the blood, the 4 statues suddenly became alive. For a while, the souls of the 4 races rose into the sky and entrenched themselves in the sky. For a moment, Chen Feng was a little frightened when he saw such a strange scenery. Then he looked at the Sea Monkey King aside and said,
Is the scene so weird every time the ruins are opened?
I saw the Sea Monkey King saying with some uncertainty.
I don't know either. This is the first time we have opened the entrance to the ancient ruins. I didn't know that something like this would happen.
Seeing the magic circle under his feet gradually being soaked with blood, the souls in the sky turned into wisps of white light. Then the stone platform under their feet began to shake, and a large number of souls were seen falling from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a white shadow appeared in front of them.
Who dares to disturb my eternal sleep? Who dares to pry into my secret treasure?
With a bang, the stone platform under their feet exploded, turning into countless fragments floating into the air, and then combined into the shape of a portal in the air. Sea Dragon Horse King saw the portal in the sky and shouted excitedly,
It's the entrance to the ruins!
Then, without saying a word, he rushed towards the entrance of the ruins. At this moment, a phantom hit the Sea Dragon Horse King hard, and a golden light flashed from the Sea Dragon Horse King. This blow turned out to be a fatal blow. After the Sea Dragon Horse King was knocked away, his body flashed back to the ground, and he felt even more frightened. I saw a white figure appearing in front of the portal, his figure shrouded in the entire fog. The only identifiable thing was the few sharks surrounding him.
Who dares to break into the ruins?
When the Sea Ape King saw this figure, he couldn't help but frown.
According to legend, the Endless Demon Emperor is surrounded by 4 protective demon kings. These 4 demon kings are all from the Sea Shark clan. If I guess correctly, this white shadow is the incarnation of the Endless Demon Emperor.
The incarnation of the Endless Demon Emperor? How to fight this? At this moment, Sea Dragon Horse King said,
although this is an afterimage of the Demon Emperor, his strength is still that of the Demon King. I just felt it.
The Sea Ape King frowned slightly as he looked at the afterimage of the Demon Emperor in front of him.
We are 4 demon kings, each of whom is responsible for a sea shark. After defeating these sea sharks, the Demon Emperor's shadow will no longer be a threat.
Qin Feng nodded, and then looked at Sea Dragon Horse King. During the battle, he must pay attention to Sea Dragon Horse King. This guy is probably thinking about how to kill himself all the time.
Superior!
Following the command from the Sea Ape King, golden light flashed in the Sea Ape King's hand, and a huge iron rod appeared in his hand. He raised his hand and struck at the afterimage of the Demon Emperor in front of him. Boom! In the sky, a huge shock wave rippled, and Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and summoned a large number of sky thunders to help him. Immediately afterwards, the Mountain and Sea Lion King summoned a huge stone pillar to fall from the sky, and the Sea Dragon Horse King did not dare to slack off. He summoned a huge water ball and smashed it at the afterimage of the Demon Emperor in front of him. For a moment, sea sharks attacked the 4 demon kings respectively. With such speed, only an afterimage could be seen, and all 4 demon kings were knocked away. Qin Feng took advantage of his body size and appeared behind Haisha in the blink of an eye. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. A large number of sword shadows condensed into a huge sword that fell from the sky, and with a bang, it directly penetrated the body of the sea shark. Unexpectedly, the sea shark turned into a large amount of sea water next, and broke away from the control of Shenwu's sword shadow in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, the sea shark surrounded Qin Feng but hesitated to attack. Just when Qin Feng was confused, the surrounding scenery changed, and the original ruins turned into a stormy sea field. I never expected that although the sea shark only has the strength of the sky demon general, it can summon a field. In this field, his strength will be greatly increased. Only by defeating him can he leave this place. The body of the sea shark swelled rapidly. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a huge creature and disappeared into the dark sea water. For a time, only the huge waves crashing against the sea and the gloomy white clouds in the sky were left between the sky and the earth. At this moment, the sea surface under Qin Feng's feet changed, and with a bang, the sea shark rushed out of the water like a huge whale trying to swallow Qin Feng. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. A large number of sword shadows fell from the sky like a heavy rain, and the sea shark's whole body was penetrated by swords. Even so, he still swallowed Qin Feng into his body. For a moment, Qin Feng was actually swallowed into the body by the sea shark. Qin Feng frowned, raised his hand, and hit the ground and groaned. For a moment, the sea shark's body thundered. Even so, this sea shark still tightly locked Qin Feng in his body. At this moment, a large amount of sea water squeezed in. Does this sea shark want to suffocate itself? It's a pity that Qin Feng has learned that he is not afraid of sea water at all. But he soon discovered that his idea was wrong. Chapter 467 Killing the Afterimage. He saw some dense black shadows appearing in the surrounding seawater. Qin Feng took a closer look and saw that they were sharks made of condensed water. The number of these sharks was at least thousands. These sharks were eyeing Qin Feng, and Qin Feng did not dare to ignore them. He flashed and began to move in the water, even faster than on land. The sharks were also slightly stunned. This little black bee could actually move in the seawater. Then, the sharks reacted and immediately began to chase Qin Feng. The earth groans. Qin Feng summoned a large number of sky thunders, and the shark behind him exploded instantly after being hit by the sky thunders. But not long after, the water began to condense the shark that had just been hit, and it came to life again. It seems that these sharks are just clones of the sea shark. Just hitting these sharks is useless. It won't take long for the sea shark to condense into a large number of shark clones.
It seems we can only find the core of the sea shark's body quickly.
Only by finding the core location of the sea shark can he kill the sea shark with the death poison. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. For a time, a large number of sword shadows penetrated the shark behind him. Qin Feng carefully felt the changes in the surrounding energy, and finally he found a clue. Qin Feng turned around and swam in the direction he sensed. But a new batch of sharks quickly regenerated. Without saying a word, Qin Feng used earth meditation to kill him again. Every time the sharks gather together, there will be a special force controlling them. Soon, Qin Feng finally found the place where the sea shark's core was. And then Qin Feng struck the death poison into his core. The world around him was spinning for a moment. Will he get evolution points? Thinking of this, Qin Feng was ready to make a move. But he was afraid that this demon emperor's shadow had other tricks. So, he sent a radiant worker bee to attack the demon emperor's residual image. The radiant worker bee only attacked slightly. But the demon emperor's residual soul actually started to flicker. At this moment, 3 sea sharks appeared from the water polo. At the same time, their target became Qin Feng. At this moment, Qin Feng finally realized that the remnant soul of the demon emperor was so fragile. Qin Feng instantly turned into an afterimage and used all his strength to fly towards the remaining soul of the demon emperor in front of him. Holy martial sword shadow. At the critical moment, a sword shadow fell from the sky, and the holy sword shadow directly penetrated the demon emperor's remnant soul. And the 3 sea sharks immediately turned into a pool of sea water in the air and fell. Ding! The evolution points are full. Do you want to upgrade? Ding! The evolution points are full. Do you want to upgrade? That's right. He heard this voice twice, which meant that he could level up 2 levels in a row. He never expected that this demon emperor's remnant soul was actually worth so many evolution points. At this time, the 3 demon kings were also rescued from their imprisonment. The first one to wake up was the Sea Monkey King. After all, he was the strongest. And then the other 2 demon kings also began to wake up. The Sea Ape King scratched his head and said, "Huh? Where are those sea sharks?" Qin Feng on the side said, "I have dealt with the demon emperor's remnant soul, and those sea sharks will naturally disappear." Hearing these words, the Sea Monkey King couldn't help but praise Qin Feng. "I never thought it was you who saved us," Qin Feng said modestly. "I just happened to find the core of the sea shark. When I came out, I found that the demon emperor's remnant soul was vulnerable to a blow. Then I destroyed it, and the sea sharks disappeared." At this moment, the Mountain Sea Lion King and the Sea Dragon Horse King also woke up. Now that the afterimage of the demon emperor has been resolved, let's enter the ruins. After entering the ruins, everyone's position will be randomly scattered. Whether you can find the Heavenly Emperor's ship depends on your ability. Having said that, the Sea Ape King jumped in, and the Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't wait even more, followed closely by the Mountain and Sea Lion King. Qin Feng was not in a hurry when he saw that the other demon kings had entered. He first commanded the glorious worker bees to move the hive hidden on the desert island. All his wealth was here. Then Qin Feng took the hive into the ancient secret realm. As soon as he entered the secret realm, Qin Feng appeared on the top of a mountain. Looking around, he saw no other demon kings. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief and then released the peaks from the hive. If he did not collect the peaks into the hive, he would be separated from the peaks as soon as he entered the secret realm. This would be detrimental to himself. After the peaks were released, Qin Feng ordered them to start searching for the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor's ship. His swarms were large enough, which was his advantage. After the swarm went out to investigate, Qin Feng began to upgrade. The 3 demon kings were all present at the time. If he upgraded rashly, he would be suspected. For a time, Qin Feng's cultivation reached the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Now, even if he met the Sea Dragon Horse King, he would be able to help him. But this does not mean that Qin Feng can defeat Sea Dragon Horse King. King Uranus said that every demon king has its own trump card and trump card. I don't know if the golden light on Sea Dragon Horse King's body is his trump card. So far, the infinite sky domain and life-saving dragon scales he has displayed, no matter which one they are enough for him to drink a pot. Therefore, Qin Feng decided not to take action easily when he was not strong enough to kill Sea Dragon Horse King instantly. Soon, news came back from the peaks one after another. Although no news about the Heavenly Emperor's ship was found, there were indeed many treasures in this mountain range. Thinking back on it, he hadn't swallowed the Windside Weasel King's treasure to the hive yet. Ding! The swarm gains the ability Wind Blade. I never expected that the latest evolutionary ability of the bee swarm was actually the Wind Blade of the Windside Weasel clan. This is a big killer. Ding! Get the skill, Wind and Flurry. Immediately afterwards, Qin Feng gained new abilities. At this moment, Qin Feng felt that the wind around him was under his control. When he raised his hand, a large number of wind blades swept across the top of the mountain like a tornado. After a flurry of wind, I saw a mess on the top of the mountain. The newly acquired skills are so powerful. There are so many treasures in this mountain range.
If they are eaten by the hive, I might be able to acquire more skills.
Chapter 468 Treasure Hunting in the Secret Realm.
Report to your majesty. We found a large number of flowers in a mountain range, and these flowers brood a lot of honey.
After hearing the words of this glorious worker bee, Qin Feng took the hive to a relatively hidden valley, where he saw many flowers. These flowers are not ordinary flowers. They exude amazing energy. Each flower alone is an extremely excellent elixir. For Qin Feng, this place was truly a paradise. Then Qin Feng placed beehives here, and a large number of bees began to collect honey from these flowers. After placing the hive, Qin Feng began to explore the surrounding mountains. He wanted to ensure that there were no monsters in the surrounding mountains. Otherwise, if you go out to look for the Heavenly Emperor's ship and come back to find that your home has been stolen, what's the point? As expected, the glorious worker bees soon brought back news that there were many powerful demon kings in the surrounding mountains. They each occupy the mountains as kings, and the valley they are in is the territory of a demon king called the Earth Scorpion King. This Earth Scorpion King has the strength of the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Qin Feng thought for a while, and decided to go and meet the Scorpion King in person. At this time, in an underground cave, the Earth Scorpion King was practicing. An Earth Scorpion King suddenly broke in and said,
"Oh no! King! The valley you like has been occupied by a group of unknown guys."
"What?
Where did this little thief come from to take over my resort?"
The Scorpion King stood up directly, and then ordered his men to bring 5,000 soldiers with him to destroy this guy who invaded his territory. At this time, Qin Feng also led 10,000 glorious worker bees to the place where the Scorpion King was. Then something dramatic happened. The two parties met at the center at the same time. Qin Feng never expected that this Scorpion King would be so unceremonious that he would directly lead his army to come and destroy him. And the Scorpion King never expected that the guy who had invaded his territory would be so vicious, and would attack as soon as he gained a foothold.
"Which mountain are you from? Why haven't I seen you?"
Facing the words of the Scorpion King, Qin Feng also smiled slightly and said,
"I am not from the top of the mountain. I am a newbie here, and need a place to rest. I would like to discuss with you how about ceding this valley to us." "Good guy. You little bug is still so arrogant without a backer."
As soon as he finished speaking, the Earth Scorpion King took the lead in launching an attack, and a large number of Earth Scorpions rushed towards Qin Feng like a tide. Raging wind. The earth groans. Holy martial sword shadow. A series of attacks came down, and for a moment, the people of the Earth Scorpion tribe on the opposite side were on their backs, with large numbers of casualties. Only then did the Earth Scorpion King see that Qin Feng was actually at the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. At this moment, the Scorpion King felt a little regretful. It was a very irrational behavior to offend an opponent who was as powerful as him. He never expected that this seemingly inconspicuous little black bee in front of him would actually have the strength of the 5th level of the Sky Demon General. At this moment, before he had time to think, Qin Feng was already in front of him, and he saw his bee sting stabbing the Scorpion King straight with a cold light. The Scorpion King knew that he could only fight head-on, so he raised his tail stinger and started to fight with Qin Feng. The poison of death. Qin Feng struck the death stinger on the Earth Scorpion King's tail sting. The Earth Scorpion King stung for a while, and then a large number of stings appeared all over his body. The stings rose up from the ground and surrounded Qin Feng in the center. The Earth Scorpion King took a few steps back. Qin Feng looked at the Earth Scorpion King, and the two looked at each other from afar. After a while, Qin Feng was a little confused as to why his death poison hadn't taken effect yet. The Earth Scorpion King seemed to notice Qin Feng's doubts, and chuckled softly and said,
"I'm afraid you don't know that I am also a poison. Your poison has no effect on me at all."
As soon as he finished speaking, the Scorpion King spit out a mouthful of black blood, and his whole body began to go limp. Qin Feng smiled. It wasn't that the death poison had no effect, but that the poison reacted slowly in this guy's body. Taking advantage of the victory, Qin Feng struck the ground and summoned a large number of sky thunders to attack the Scorpion King. At this moment, the Earth Scorpion King exhaled, and a gust of wind and sand began to roll up around him. Under the blowing of this wind and sand, he could not see clearly the figure of the Earth Scorpion King. The thunder of the earth could only be struck in the wind and sand. After the wind and sand passed, the figure of the Earth Scorpion King had disappeared, leaving only a pool of black blood on the ground.
"This guy actually abandoned his tribe and ran away."
Looking at the black blood on the ground, Qin Feng stepped forward and saw a deep pit on the ground. It seemed that the Scorpion King dug a hole through this pit to escape. Then, Qin Feng shouted,
"Your king has abandoned you. Do you still want to continue to work for him?
These words exploded like thunder among the group of Earth Scorpions. All the Earth Scorpions looked at each other. Finally, the first Earth Scorpion gave up the resistance. And the other Earth Scorpions also gave up their resistance.
As long as any one of you provides me with information about the Scorpion King, I will let you go.
As soon as he finished speaking, an Earth Scorpion stood up and said,
I know where his lair is. He will definitely escape there after being injured.
The Earth Scorpion King had calculated everything, but he never expected that he would be betrayed by his own clan. I saw the Scorpion shouting,
Brothers and sisters, the man who killed 1,000 swords actually abandoned us. As a king, he not only failed to protect his people but betrayed us. This kind of guy is not worthy of being our king.
The Scorpion was impassioned. Qin Feng looked at the Scorpion with interest. It seemed that this guy had been planning a rebellion for a long time. And his speeches were so proficient. It seems that the governance ability of the Scorpion King is extremely poor. Otherwise these scorpions would not be disintegrated in just a few words. Later, Qin Feng led a group of glory worker bees to the Scorpion King's lair, and happened to meet the Scorpion King who was packing up his belongings and preparing to run away. Qin Feng dealt with him directly. This guy had been poisoned by the Death God, and was so weak that he was no match for him. When he killed the Earth Scorpion King, the Earth Scorpion that had just planned the rebellion came over and said,
Great Queen Bee, I have a request. You say,
this Earth Scorpion only has the cultivation level of the first level of the Heavenly Demon General. Qin Feng can crush him to death at any time. The Earth Scorpion said,
Please let us become your dependent race. To step out of this mountain range with our strength is to seek death. This is our Wanling Pearl, and our life imprint is all in it. As long as you crush it, it will directly kill us.
Chapter 469 Occupying the Mountains. Qin Feng picked up the Wanling bead in the hand of the Earth Scorpion and felt the aura in it carefully. It was indeed true. Afterwards, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at the Scorpion and said,
You may be very wise.
But what I want to tell you is that I will not stay here for a long time. When I leave this time, I will own this 10,000 spirit pearl.
I will return it to you. But before that, just pray that you can become independent before I leave.
After saying these words, Qin Feng left here with his glorious worker bees and returned to the valley full of flowers. After solving the hidden danger of the Scorpion King here, Qin Feng finally settled down here. Then he sent a large number of glory worker bees to explore the entire mountain range. Soon, the glory worker bees discovered a secret cave that exuded rich energy. It's just that once the glorious worker bees he sent out entered the cave, they immediately lost contact. It was obvious that there were other existences in the cave. Qin Feng followed the glory worker bee to this secret cave. In this secret realm, he could not let go of any place where the Emperor's ship might exist. With a few glorious worker bees, Qin Feng entered this secret cave. As he continued to go deeper, the sunlight around the cave became less and less, and the environment became darker and darker. Qin Feng had a bad premonition in his heart, so he asked the glory worker bees to follow him around and keep on alert. At this moment, a black shadow flashed past the top of the cave entrance. Qin Feng felt keenly and immediately looked towards the place where the black shadow disappeared.
Who dares to play tricks here? Hey! Hey! The little bug has entered my territory. How dare you ask me who I am?
A pair of scarlet eyes lit up in the darkness, and a huge black spider crawled over from the top of the cave.
I am the queen of the Black Spider clan. The Black Spider Queen.
Little insect,
are you the one who has been harassing me these days?
Qin Feng observed carefully. The Black Spider Queen in front of him had only the third level of cultivation of the Heavenly Demon General. Knowing the other party's strength, Qin Feng snorted coldly.
A mere demon king of the third level dares to stand in front of me. Presumptuous.
After saying that, Qin Feng directly burst out with the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Sky Demon General. The face of the Black Spider Queen opposite him suddenly changed. He never thought that this seemingly inconspicuous little bug in front of him was actually the 5th level of the Sky Demon General. Realm of cultivation.
Damn it! Where did this little bug come from? I have never heard of this little bug in this mountain range for many years. So why did it suddenly pop out?
For a moment, the Black Spider Queen had a desire to retreat. Before Qin Feng could react, the Black Spider Queen ducked into the darkness. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. For a moment, Qin Feng summoned a large number of sword shadows and shot them towards the dark place where the Black Spider Queen had just submerged.
This Black Spider Queen is no big deal. She is probably responsible for all the assassinated glory worker bees. Immediately gather a large force to surround this place.
Qin Feng asked a glory worker bee to go back and gather a large army to surround the cave. At the same time, he took the remaining glory worker bees and continued deep into the cave. Soon, Chen Feng was in the dark cave. Not long after he walked, he saw a bright light in front of him. Without saying a word, he rushed towards the bright light. Suddenly his eyes became clear, and he saw that he appeared in an empty cave. And the cave was surrounded by some luminous crystals, making the cave as bright as day. He didn't expect that there would be such a huge cave in the center of this mountain range. But when Chen Feng looked carefully, he discovered that this huge cave had some traces of artificial excavation around it. In other words, this cave is not naturally generated. So there is only one possibility. That is, the Black Spider Queen led her tribe to build a nest here. Suddenly, pure white kings descended from the sky, directly covering Chen Feng and the glory worker bees around him. The Black Spider Queen appeared again and laughed and said,
"So what if you are in the 5th level of the Sky Demon General? You will still fall into my trap in the end."
Chen Feng struggled and found that the spider web was very tough. The Black Spider Queen mocked,
"Stop struggling. Although I have no other skills,
I am still very confident in building spider webs. You can never escape from here. I really don't know where your crazy confidence comes from."
Chen Feng snorted coldly, and with a wild move, a large number of wind blades spurted out, directly shattering these spider webs. When the Black Spider Queen saw this, her expression changed drastically. Before Chen Feng could take action, the Black Spider Queen immediately knelt down and said,
"Your Majesty, have mercy on me. Your Majesty, have mercy on me. I have elders above me and younger ones below me. The number of our tribe is no more than after the last war.
There are about 1,000 of them. Just because I'm so pitiful. Just let me live. If you want me to let you live, then it depends on your sincerity."
The Black Spider Queen thought for a while, and then said,
"My lords, I don't have anything else. But there is a spiritual spring in this cave. This spiritual spring will definitely be helpful to you."
"Spirit spring?" It seems that this spiritual spring is the source of the strong energy detected by the glorious worker bees. Then the Black Spider Queen brought Chen Feng to the spiritual spring. Sure enough, deep in the cave, there is a spiritual spring, which exudes rich energy. Chen Feng directed a large number of glory worker bees to move all the water from the spiritual spring. The Black Spider Queen on the side felt very heartbroken when she saw these glory worker bees who were like bandits. Afterwards, Chen Feng unceremoniously dug up the spiritual spring and found a round jade bead from the ground. He saw that this jade bead was constantly seeping out some spiritual spring. It seemed that this jade bead was the spring of the spiritual spring. Chen Feng took the jade bead away without ceremony. The Black Spider Queen on the side couldn't help but feel heartbroken after seeing it. It seems that this cave will no longer have any value. I might as well leave here early to avoid encountering this plague god again. At this moment, Chen Feng on the side suddenly asked,
"Let me ask you, which demon king is the most powerful in this mountain range?"
The Black Spider Queen never expected that Chen Feng would ask this question. After searching for a while, she answered,
"In addition to the Earth Scorpion King, there are several powerful demon kings in this mountain range, and the most powerful among them is the Imperial Tiger King. I heard that the Emperor Tiger King obtained a very powerful magic weapon, which seems to be related to the legendary Demon Emperor. With the help of this magic weapon, he jumped from the 2nd level of the Heavenly Demon General to the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. And with the help of this powerful magic weapon, I have always been invincible."
Chapter 470 The Emperor Tiger King. When he heard that the Emperor Tiger King had a magic weapon related to the Demon Emperor, Chen Feng's eyes flashed. The magic weapon in the hands of the Emperor Tiger King was very likely to be related to the whereabouts of the Heavenly Emperor's ship. Seeing Chen Feng's eagerness to try, the Black Spider Queen on the side chuckled and said sarcastically,
"If you want to challenge the Emperor Tiger King, forget it. The Emperor Tiger King relies on that magic weapon to be invincible in the same realm. I heard that his magic weapon also has a certain teleportation function, so that he can always appear behind the enemy unexpectedly." Chen Feng touched his chin, wanting him to give up this clue. But it was impossible. He came to this secret realm just for the Heavenly Emperor's ship. Finally, he got a piece of news. No matter what, he had to defeat the Emperor Tiger King and get the magic weapon in his hand. Back in the valley, Chen Feng sent a large number of glory worker bees to the Emperor Tiger King's territory for further exploration. At this time, in the territory of the Imperial Tiger King, an Emperor Tiger brought news about Chen Feng. "Oh no! King! A little black bee appeared out of nowhere recently. This little black bee has a magical power, with the strength of the 5th level demon general. The Earth Scorpion King and the Black Spider Queen were defeated by him. And I heard that he will challenge you.
Hearing these words, the Emperor Tiger King laughed loudly, and then said,
"Where did this little black bee come from to know how great the sky and the earth are? Send me an order to mobilize 1,000 elite soldiers to the territory of the Scorpion King.
And let this little black bee know who is the master.
He is the real king of this mountain range. By the way, remember to bring this magic weapon to let that little black bee know how powerful we are."
After saying that, the Emperor Tiger King raised his hand to summon a battle flag and handed it to the Emperor Tiger General. Later, General Emperor Tiger led 1,000 Emperor Tigers to the valley where Chinfeng was. 1,000 Emperor Tigers were so menacing that they even alarmed other monsters in this mountain range.
"Isn't this a soldier of the Imperial Tiger Clan? What are they going to do? You don't know this yet. Recently, a little black bee came to the mountains. This little black bee directly killed the Earth Scorpion King, occupied his territory, and conquered the Earth Scorpion Clan as a dependent race. I remember that the Earth Scorpion King is the Demon King at the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. This little black bee can actually kill the Earthly Scorpion King. Is his strength also at the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General?"
In the valley at this time, Chinfeng had just placed the jade beads into the beehive for the beehive to devour.
Ding! Devouring evolves. The hive's ability increases, and the effect of the honey produced doubles.
When Chinfeng heard this voice, he couldn't help but feel happy. He never thought that after swallowing the jade bead, his hive would actually evolve and enhance the effect of honey. At this moment, a glory worker bee hurriedly flew in.
"Oh no! King! The Emperor Tiger Clan has led 1,000 Emperor Tigers to invade."
Hearing the report of this glorious worker bee, Chinfeng sneered.
"I haven't even come to my door yet. But before they came to my door, 1,000 Emperor Tigers wanted to take me down directly. Do you really think I'm a piece of clay? Give me my order to mobilize all the glory worker bees and prepare for an ambush. We must wipe out all these 1,000 Emperor Tigers. No one will be left alive."
Chinfeng sneered. This Emperor Tiger King was too powerful. But he only sent 1,000 Emperor Tigers to destroy him. This guy underestimated him too much. Since he dares to underestimate himself, let him pay the price for his arrogance. A large number of glorious worker bees went into hiding, lurking in the dark, waiting for Chinfeng's orders at any time. At this moment, General Emperor Tiger came near the valley.
"Little black bee inside, listen to me. I am General Emperor Tiger. Today I am leading 1,000 elite soldiers of Emperor Tiger. Today I am going to remove you aliens from the valley."
Removed?
Chinfeng flew out of the valley, looked at the Emperor Tiger General in front of him and sneered.
"There are only 1,000 Emperor Tigers. Do you think too highly of me? You actually want to use a mere 1,000 Emperor Tigers to destroy me? The entire tribe? It's just a little insect. 1,000 Emperor Tigers are enough to wipe out all of you."
As soon as he finished speaking, General Emperor Tiger raised his hand and saw a battle flag rising into the sky. This battle flag hung in the air, and a transparent protective shield shrouded the entire valley. Then, those Emperor Tigers seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and their bodies began to swell rapidly, and even their momentum increased a bit. Chinfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. This aura was indeed correct. It was exactly the same as the aura of the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor that he had encountered at the entrance to the ruins. He was sure that the magic weapon in the hands of the Emperor Tiger King was the clue he had been looking for. Roar! Those Imperial Tigers blessed by the halo of the battle flag rushed towards Chinfeng quickly, as if they had been given a shot of blood.
A mere soldier dares to act arrogantly in front of me.
As soon as he finished speaking, Chinfeng groaned, and saw a large number of thunder falling from the sky. The Emperor Tigers, who were rushing at the front, were instantly struck by the thunder and turned upside down. At this moment, a figure fell from the sky, and an earth-yellow sword condensed around him, and it struck Chinfeng fiercely. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. Chinfeng summoned a large number of sword shadows. Under his control, these large sword shadows gathered into a giant sword and rose into the sky,
directly smashing the sword into pieces. General Emperor Tiger spat out a mouthful of blood and looked at Chinfeng in disbelief.
"It's impossible with the blessing of the battle flag. How could we lose? A weak person is a weak person. Even if you put on armor and pick up a weapon, you are still a weak person inside and can never defeat a truly strong person."
After saying that, Chinfeng's figure flashed and turned into an afterimage, and he came to the front of General Emperor Tiger in a blink of an eye. The poison of death. Chinfeng's tail sting pierced hard into the body of the Emperor Tiger General. At this moment, A large number of glory worker bees rose up from the darkness, surrounding all the Emperor Tiger soldiers in the blink of an eye. Seeing such a large number of glory worker bees, the Emperor Tiger General's eyes widened. He never expected that the group of little bugs in front of him would be so huge.
Your biggest mistake is to underestimate my strength. Don't worry. After you go down, your Demon King will soon go down to accompany you.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Emperor Tiger General had already lost his breath and fell to the ground. The remaining Emperor Tiger soldiers were like a piece of loose sand without the command of the Emperor Tiger General, allowing them to be slaughtered by the glorious worker bees. Qin Feng killed the remaining Emperor Tiger soldiers on the battlefield and obtained a certain amount of evolution points. Then, a trace of murderous intent flashed in Qin Feng's eyes.
All the glorious worker bees, prepare to assemble. Since the enemy has taken the initiative to send a battle invitation, there is no need for us to sit still and wait for death.
Chapter 471 The Demon Emperor's Battle Flag. At this time, in the territory of the Emperor Tiger King, the Emperor Tiger King suddenly felt something. He took out the magic weapon that he valued so much, and saw that a broken corner on the magic weapon had condensed again. That's right. This is the magic weapon that the Emperor Tiger King values very much, called the Demon Emperor's Battle Flag. This battle flag was obtained by chance. It was with the help of this battle flag that he suddenly became the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. With the help of this battle flag, the Emperor Tiger King remains invincible in the same realm. It is precisely because of this that his territory will expand rapidly, and he will become the only boss in this mountain range. Then he also began to explore the true purpose of this battle flag, and he found that this battle flag could divide some clones from its main body. These clones can be turned into many versions of battle flags. These battle flags can enhance the combat effectiveness of the group and greatly improve morale, but they are not as effective as real battle flags. Even so, relying on this battle flag, the Imperial Tiger clan is invincible. Just when General Emperor Tiger went on an expedition, he handed over this clone of the Demon Emperor's battle flag to him. But now with the defeat of General Emperor Tiger, the clone of the Demon Emperor's battle flag has also returned to its original form. The Emperor Tiger King immediately felt the return of the clone, which meant that the Emperor Tiger General had been sacrificed. The Emperor Tiger King could not help but be furious.
Who is this little black bee? How dare you kill the Emperor Tiger General, who I rely on most? After getting angry, the Emperor Tiger King thought carefully and realized that he was responsible for the matter involving the Emperor Tiger General. Without knowing the other party's real intentions, they rashly sent troops to attack. Needless to say, the remaining Emperor Tiger soldiers must be in danger. He has provoked the little black bee, and the conflict between the two has become irreconcilable. The little black bee must be ready to attack now. If he was attacked for no reason, he would definitely not sit back and wait to be killed. Thinking of this, the Emperor Tiger King immediately summoned his tribesmen.
Give me the order. So far, all the people in the tribe who can fight will gather here immediately to prepare to deal with foreign enemies.
In the territory, all the Emperor Tigers in their prime heard their king's order, and immediately put down what they were doing and came to the Emperor Tiger King to obey his orders.
What's going on? In recent years, apart from going out to fight, the Emperor Tiger King rarely calls us over. I heard that it was because a little black bee suddenly appeared. The king sent 1,000 soldiers to encircle and suppress it, who knew that the entire army was wiped out. And now the other party may be attacking. But I haven't fought in a war for a long time, and I don't know if I can still go to the battlefield now.
That's right. The biggest problem among the Emperor Tiger group now is that the Emperor Tigers are supposed to go to the battlefield in their prime, because the Emperor Tiger King has obtained that powerful magic weapon in these years. He can often win huge victories with one enemy and many soldiers with very few soldiers. This is originally a good thing, but the disadvantage is that those Emperor Tigers in their prime have no chance to go to the battlefield to kill the enemy. The Imperial Tigers that were supposed to be fighting on the battlefield were not comfortable basking in the sun every day. This also led to the fact that there were very few people in the Imperial Tiger group who could fight. The 1,000 Emperor Tiger soldiers were almost half of their strength. At this time, the Emperor Tiger King frowned slightly when he saw the lazy troops. He didn't understand that when he was in the 2nd level, although his strength was low, the fighting ability of the tribe was very strong, and he could fight even an opponent twice as strong as himself. But now, look at how lazy these Imperial Tigers are. Where is there any fighting power left? Just when the Emperor Tiger King was distressed, he saw the Demon Emperor's battle flag in his hand, and endless courage suddenly rose in his heart. Yes, as long as he has this Demon Emperor's battle flag, he will definitely be invincible.
Soon Chen Feng led a large number of glorious worker bees to the territory of the Imperial Tiger King. The Emperor Tiger King took the lead to come out and stood in front of the group. He looked at the glory worker bee in front of him and chuckled.
Little black bee, you are so courageous. You don't really think that you can defeat me by killing 1,000 of my elite soldiers.
Clan? Right?
Chen Feng stood up. He felt the aura of the Demon Emperor on the Emperor Tiger King. Then he smiled and said,
If you are afraid, I can spare your life. But you must let the magic weapon on your body be handed over to you.
Give it to me. Otherwise, I won't be able to let you go.
Hearing that Chen Feng's target was actually the magic weapon that he valued so much, the Emperor Tiger King frowned. He knew that this magic weapon was his own life. How could he bear it when this guy actually staked his life and fortune on it?
You are really wishful thinking when you want the magic weapon on my body. You are just a little bug. But you dare to act so arrogantly in front of me.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Demon Emperor's war flag soared into the sky. And then a shield was lowered in the air. The Emperor Tiger under the shield suddenly became extremely ferocious. And its original lazy character disappeared, replaced by elite soldiers and generals. Even the Emperor Tiger King's own aura was rising rapidly. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. He never expected that the Demon Emperor's battle flag would be so powerful in blessing the Emperor Tiger clan. This was far more effective than the battle flag used by the Emperor Tiger General. Much more powerful. Heaven-shaking divine claw. He saw the Emperor Tiger King rushing towards him directly. A pair of huge tiger claws exuding a frightening cold light. And the surrounding space was distorted by the pair of tiger claws. Chen Feng dodged and used his own advantages to successfully avoid the attack. With a coaxing sound, the Emperor Tiger King's huge claws slapped the ground. And a huge pit appeared directly. Then, the Emperor Tiger King looked at Chen Feng with ridicule in his eyes.
Little insect. Weren't you quite arrogant just now? Why don't you continue to be arrogant now?
Chen Feng ignored him and focused his gaze on the Demon Emperor's battle flag in the sky. The reason why the Imperial Tiger King and these Imperial Tigers have such powerful fighting power is because of the Demon Emperor's battle flag in the sky. As long as the Demon Emperor's battle flag is destroyed, these Emperor Tigers and Emperor Tiger Kings will naturally defeat themselves. Thinking of this, Chen Feng stopped fighting with the Emperor Tiger King. His body flashed and flew straight towards the Demon Emperor's battle flag in the sky. The Emperor Tiger King saw Chen Feng's purpose immediately, and he roared angrily.
You can't even think of succeeding!
I saw a white light emitting from the Demon Emperor's war flag in the sky. After Chen Feng was hit by this white light, he suddenly appeared in front of the Emperor Tiger. He saw the Emperor Tiger slap him with his hand. Chen Feng was unable to dodge for a moment. He was hit. Then Chen Feng stepped back dozens of meters before he could stop himself. What happened? Could the white light emitted by the Demon Emperor's battle flag just now be another function of it? The so-called transmission.
Ha ha, little bug. Without my permission, no one can get close to the Demon Emperor's battle flag. Do you think I put the Demon Emperor's battle flag in such a conspicuous place without any protective measures?
Chapter 472 Conspiracy. It seems that this Emperor Tiger King is not a fool. He knew that while the Demon Emperor was placed in such an obvious place, he was also prepared to guard against others. Chen Feng didn't believe this evil, and immediately launched another attack on the Demon Emperor's battle flag. The Emperor Tiger King sneered.
You little bug. You really don't have a long memory.
At this moment, the Demon Emperor's war flag once again emitted a white light, hitting Chen Feng directly, and the Emperor Tiger King let out a mocking laugh. Then raised his tiger claws and aimed at the space in front of him to launch an attack. Suddenly Chen Feng's figure appeared in front of him, and the Emperor Tiger King was ready to slap him directly. With a bang, a huge hole appeared on the ground, and this palm either killed or injured him. However, the Emperor Tiger King let out a miserable scream and raised his tiger claw. A huge hole appeared in his tiger claw, and blood flowed out. Chen Feng immediately escaped from his claws. At this time, Chen Feng was also seriously injured. But the Emperor Tiger King in front of him was even worse, because when he just slapped himself, he had already prepared to inject the death poison into his body, and then he had to wait for the poison to take effect.
Damn it! You little bug actually dared to sting me.
When the Imperial Tiger King raised his tiger claws and was about to attack again, he suddenly felt the world spinning and the scenery in front of him began to blur. Only then did the Emperor Tiger King realize something was wrong. Was he poisoned? Chen Feng smiled and said,
Do you really think I received that blow from you for no reason?
At this moment, a green light burst out from the Demon Emperor's battle flag and fell on the Emperor Tiger King. Wisps of black energy were seen emanating from the Emperor Tiger King's body. Qin Feng secretly screamed that something was wrong. He didn't expect that the Demon Emperor's battle flag had so many functions. It could even have healing effects? It seems that if you want to deal with the Emperor Tiger King, you must first deal with the Demon Emperor's battle flag hanging in the sky. Afterwards, Qin Feng summoned a large number of glory worker bees, gathered around him, and then rushed towards the Demon Emperor's battle flag in the sky. The Emperor Tiger King also discovered his intention, and then controlled the Demon Emperor's battle flag to attack Qin Feng. It's a pity that there are many targets, and he is currently in a poisoned state, so those rays have no way of hitting Qin Feng. Under the cover of a large number of radiant worker bees, Qin Feng successfully reaches the Demon Emperor's battle flag. I saw Qin Feng directly stabbing the Demon Emperor's battle flag. The Demon Emperor's battle flag was as vulnerable as the remnant soul of an emperor. It lost its power under Qin Feng's attack and fell into Qin Feng's hands. Seeing this, the Emperor Tiger King shouted, "No! That battle flag belongs to me. Give it back to me. You little bug. Give it back to me. What's yours? Once it's in my hands, it's mine." After that, Qin Feng directly sacrificed and refined the Demon Emperor's battle flag, and the combat effectiveness of all the glorious worker bees was greatly increased. Facing the Emperor Tiger clan, who revealed their true colors, they simply cut melons and vegetables, and annihilated them all in a short time. The Emperor Tiger King fell directly into a state of decadence after losing his Demon Emperor battle flag. Qin Feng spent almost no effort to deal with them all. After solving the Imperial Tiger clan, Qin Feng gained a large number of evolution points. The Imperial Tiger clan was originally a race with great potential, but after obtaining the Demon Emperor's war flag, the Emperor Tiger King relied too much on the power brought by the Demon Emperor's war flag, which led to the decline of the Imperial Tiger clan. Qin Feng returned to his hive and handed the Demon Emperor's battle flag to the hive to be devoured, hoping that the hive would gain the ability to find the Heavenly Emperor's ship after devouring it. Ding! The bee swarm has acquired the skill Inspire. After using the skill, the combat power of the swarm will be doubled within an hour. This skill is indeed very useful, but it is not what Qin Feng wants. At this moment, a small ball emerged from the hive. There was actually a strong aura of the Demon Emperor in this small ball. Qin Feng was overjoyed when he saw this. He immediately took his hive and started to move forward with the small ball. He saw that the small ball was moving very fast. In the blink of an eye, it reached another mountainous area. However, as soon as the small circle arrived, it immediately an area disappeared from the sky. Qin Feng couldn't help but wonder. Looking down at the mountain range, he found that there was no whereabouts of the legend of Heavenly Emperor. Could it be that this little round ball is actually a lie? In desperation, Qin Feng could only find a very safe place, and then place the hive here. Afterwards, Qin Feng began to send a large number of glory worker bees to search this mountain range. There must be a reason why the small ball stopped here. Maybe he didn't find it. Soon, the glory worker bees sent a message, saying that they had discovered a hidden valley between the mountains. There was a barrier in this valley that they could not enter. Qin Feng became interested for a moment. He brought some of the glorious worker bees to this hidden valley. He saw that the valley was shrouded in a white shield. There was a lot of fog floating in the valley, and it was impossible to see clearly what was inside. View. Arriving at the entrance of the valley, Qin Feng touched the barrier in front of him. At this moment, the barrier began to rise, creating a wave. I saw a figure walking out of the barrier. Seeing this figure, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back, because he had seen this figure before. The afterimage of the Demon Emperor he met at the entrance to the ruins. But now his figure appeared clear. The figure stood there straight. Qin Feng tried to take a few steps closer, only to see that the figure suddenly began to exude a lot of killing intent, and 4 sea sharks appeared around it. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng immediately understood that he still had to fight the Demon Emperor's afterimage. Only by defeating him could he enter this valley. But this made Qin Feng even more excited, because it meant that there was definitely something of the Demon Emperor in this valley. So there was an afterimage guarding it. Immediately, Qin Feng summoned a large number of glory worker bees, preparing to use a swarm attack to kill the afterimage of the Demon Emperor. But when he summoned those glorious worker bees, he saw the Demon Emperor's afterimage instantly summoning a large number of sharks. All over the sky, Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. He couldn't deal with so many sharks. There were only 4 sea sharks around the Demon Emperor's afterimage just now. Now there are suddenly so many sharks. Is it because he has summoned a large number of glorious worker bees? Thinking of this, Qin Feng removed all his glory worker bees.
and saw the 4 sea sharks around the Demon Emperor's afterimage. Sure enough. Is it because he summoned so many radiant worker bees that the Demon Emperor's afterimage also summoned the same number of sharks? It seemed that this time, I could only deal with the afterimage of the Demon Emperor alone. Chapter 473 Fighting the Remnant Soul Again. Looking at the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor in front of him, Qin Feng tried to take a step forward. As soon as he entered a certain range, the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor immediately emitted a large amount of killing intent. Seeing this, Qin Feng tried to take another step forward. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's remnant soul raised his hand, and saw 4 sea sharks attacking him like lightning. Seeing this, Qin Feng suddenly took a few steps back, and saw the 4 sea sharks stopping in the air, as if they had encountered some barrier. Sure enough, Qin Feng saw that these 4 sea sharks had not left the area he had just detected. It seems that the Demon Emperor's remnant soul is not actively attacking. As long as I don't step into the range just now, he will not attack me. Thinking of this, Qin Feng had an idea in his mind. So he tried to use earth meditation from outside the range to attack the remnant soul of the Demon Emperor in front of him. I saw a large number of thunder falling from the sky, attacking the remaining soul of the Demon Emperor in front of me. After a rumble, and a burst of lightning and thunder, the Demon Emperor's remnant soul in front of him had become dilapidated. Seeing this, Qin Feng couldn't help but feel happy. It looked like there was something going on. But before he could be happy for long, a large amount of mist emerged from the barrier, and poured into the body of the Demon Emperor's remnant soul. The Demon Emperor's remnant soul returned to its original state in the blink of an eye. Seeing this scene in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but frown. It seemed that it was impossible to defeat the Demon Emperor's remnant soul by using tricks. In desperation, Qin Feng decided to go into battle in person. His figure flashed, and he was in front of the Demon Emperor's remnant soul in the blink of an eye. And the Demon Emperor's remnant soul was not a vegetarian. The moment he entered the attack range, he summoned 4 sea sharks around him to attack him. In an instant, 4 sea sharks turned into 4 streams of light, and surrounded Qin Feng. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. Qin Feng also summoned a large number of sword shadows to attack the 4 sharks respectively. These sword shadows were divided into 4 torrents, attacking the 4 surrounding sea sharks respectively. At this moment, a large amount of seawater emitted around the sea sharks, and the seawater quickly raised a protective shield around them. Seeing the seawater, Qin Feng couldn't help but take a few steps back. He still remembered that when he was at the gate of the ancient ruins, these sea sharks used seawater to display their territory. He never wanted to enter other people's territory again. But in fact, these sea sharks only used the seawater for defense. A large number of sword shadows pierced their seawater shields, but did not cause any damage to their bodies. Compared to the sea sharks at the entrance to the ruins, these sea sharks are much weaker. It seems that the afterimage of the Demon Emperor is not a big deal. Qin Feng saw that these sea sharks did not release the seawater realm as before, so he thought that the strength of these sea sharks was not that big a deal compared to those at the entrance to the ancient ruins. At this moment, the Demon Emperor's afterimage suddenly appeared in front of Qin Feng. Qin Feng's expression changed. He never expected that this Demon Emperor's afterimage could actually attack actively. I saw a large amount of white mist condensed around the Demon Emperor's body and rushed towards Qin Feng. Qin Feng was hit hard by the white mist before he could prevent it. If you want to get the treasure I left behind, you are still a little too young. The afterimage of the Demon Emperor in front of him actually spoke. Qin Feng's eyes widened. You can actually speak. Are you conscious? I am the remnant soul left behind by the Demon Emperor. After thousands of years of practice, I now have a trace of my own intelligence. I saw the afterimage of the Demon Emperor stepping forward, raising his hand to absorb the 4 sea sharks, and then turned into a huge shark suspended in the air. If you want to get the treasure left by the Demon Emperor, you must defeat me first. In order to show fairness, I have adjusted my cultivation level to that of the 5th level of the Sky Demon General. If you don't have the strength to be invincible at the same level, don't expect to obtain the treasures left by the Demon Emperor. After all, what the Demon Emperor left behind can't be given to mortals. Before he finished speaking, he saw the huge shark heading straight towards Qin Feng. Its speed was so fast that it only left an afterimage on the spot, and it arrived in front of Qin Feng in the blink of an eye. Stormy waves. In an instant, a large number of waves appeared out of thin air in the originally peaceful mountain range. These waves and seawater enveloped Qin Feng. Qin Feng was like a small boat in the storm, allowing these waves and seawater to turn him over and over. At this moment, Qin Feng's figure dived into the seawater. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but be slightly stunned. This little black wind actually got into the seawater.
Isn't it a land creature? Wouldn't it be a dead end to dive into the sea? At this moment, a large number of wind blades appeared out of thin air in the seawater and struck directly at the Demon Emperor's afterimage. The Demon Emperor's afterimage did not react and was hit by these large numbers of wind blades. Chen Feng's figure emerged from the seawater. He never expected that the Demon Emperor's afterimage originally wanted to use the seawater to create some obstacles for Chen Feng, who knew that the seawater would become its best barrier to cover his attacks.
It's useless. I can absorb the mist in the valley to repair my injuries. It's not that easy to defeat me easily.
Let's talk. A large amount of mist came out of the barrier and poured into the body of the Demon Emperor's afterimage. At this moment, Chen Feng stabbed the death poison directly into the body of the Demon Emperor's afterimage. Seeing the afterimage of the Demon Emperor, he was slightly startled as a hint of black appeared on his originally gray-white body.
How is it possible that I am just a remnant soul? How could I be poisoned?
Chen Feng chuckled and said,
The poison of death is my special skill. Anyone who despises it will be reunited in H.L. now.
A large amount of gray-white mist began to spread from the Demon Emperor's remnant soul, flying out of his body and dissipating into the air not long after. Watching the afterimage of the Demon Emperor dissipate into the void, the barrier in front of him began to gradually disappear. A large amount of mist poured out from the valley like a tide, and the entire mountain range was filled with this gray-white mist. Chen Feng looked at the mist around him. The mist seemed to be tangible. He grabbed a weapon. The weapon was like quicksand, slowly flowing from his fingertips to the ground. I don't know what the composition of this gray-white mist is, but the Demon Emperor's afterimage relies on this gray-white mist to remain invincible. Here Chen Feng suddenly had a bold idea. That is, what would happen if the hive absorbed the gray mist? Will new abilities evolve as a result? Chapter 474 The Sale of the Emperor of Heaven. Chen Feng moved the beehive to this valley, and then swallowed the gray-white mist for the beehive. Who would have thought that after the beehive devoured the gray-white objects, it suddenly felt like a chicken blood was pumped, and a large amount of suction force was generated instantly. The gray-white mist in the entire valley was seen pouring towards the beehive, as if being attracted by a storm.
Ding! The evolution points are full. Do you want to upgrade?
Hearing these words, Chen Feng was slightly startled. He never thought that after being swallowed by the hive, the gray-white mist could actually bring him a large amount of evolution points. This was simply an unexpected surprise. Chen Feng chose to upgrade without hesitation. In an instant, his strength reached the 6th level of the Sky Demon General. Now he has the ability to fight even if he meets the Sea Dragon Horse King. Who knows that the surprises he will get are far more than that.
Ding! The entire bee swarm has acquired the skill soul state. In this state, all bee swarms can ignore physical attacks for 1 hour.
Chen Feng was simply overjoyed when he heard the system's notification sound. You must know that all bee swarms can ignore all physical attacks in the soul state. This is definitely a magical skill.
Now even if I meet the Sea Dragon Horse King, that guy said that maybe I can kill him together to avoid future troubles.
Chen Feng has not forgotten that he is not the only demon king who entered this ruins. All the gray-white fog in the valley has been absorbed by the honeycomb. The valley, which was originally shrouded in gray-white fog, has now returned to its original appearance. When Chen Feng entered the valley, he came across a mountain peak not long after walking. What really surprised him was that there was a broken sail left on the mountain peak. Even though the sail was in dilapidated condition, it still exuded amazing energy. Chen Feng felt happy. It seemed that this was what the afterimage of the Demon Emperor had been guarding.
Is this sail the sail of the Heaven and Earth ship?
Chen Feng immediately sent a large number of glorious worker bees to that mountain peak and took down the old sail. Afterwards, Chen Feng gave the old sail to the hive to devour.
Ding! The hive swallowed the fragments of the Emperor's ship, and the swarm gained a new ability to explore the map.
Hearing this voice, Chen Feng couldn't help but ask,
System, what is the use of this new ability obtained by the swarm? Map exploration? The sail of the Heavenly Emperor's ship that was just swallowed. The material of this ship is made of the mysterious Mother of Heaven and Earth's golden thread. The mysterious Mother of Heaven and Earth's golden thread is a synthetic magic weapon material made from most of the minerals in the world. So after the hive swallowed the golden thread of the mysterious Mother of Heaven and Earth, it also had the ability to detect the location of other minerals. After listening to the system's explanation, Chen Feng was delighted. After the bee swarm gained this ability, he could more easily explore the secret treasures in this secret realm. After everything was ready, Chen Feng left the valley. Just when he left the valley, he saw a figure in the distance. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the Heilongma clan. Chen Feng frowned slightly. They were really enemies.
He had just obtained the fragments of the Heavenly Emperor's ship. As soon as he came out, he met the Sea Dragon Horse clan. Presumably, this Sea Dragon Horse had already gone back to report to their Demon King. I believe that Sea Dragon Horse King is also nearby. But Qin Feng just sneered. Now that he has reached the 6th level of Heavenly Demon General, Sea Dragon Horse King is no longer his opponent. If the King of Sea Dragon Horse doesn't know what's good and what's good, I don't mind killing him directly in the secret realm. Qin Feng then sent a large number of glory worker bees to search this mountain range. Now that the glory attack has the function of map exploration, it is not easy to find those treasures and minerals. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the glorious worker bees to receive a lot of news one after another. Qin Feng simply placed the hive in this valley. And then a large number of glorious worker bees came from all directions and found a large amount of minerals and some treasures for the hive to devour. The size of the hive also grew larger and larger. And it didn't take long for the treasures and ores in this mountain range to be completely plundered by the glorious worker bees. Qin Feng watched as his hive became more and more powerful. And the subsequent effect was that the strength of the glorious worker bees became stronger and stronger. Now every glorious worker bee has the strength of the 3rd level of the Heavenly Demon General. In another place in this ancient secret realm, Sea Dragon Horse King also received the information provided by his subordinates.
You mean that the valley was originally full of visions and might have been preserved? But after the little black bee came, did those visions disappear? It's interesting. That guy, Little Black Bee, must have obtained some incredible treasure. It's probably the Heaven and Earth ship.
Thinking of this, Sea Dragon Horse King could no longer sit still, and then stood up, preparing to go to the valley provided by his men to find Qin Feng. But when he arrived at this valley, Qin Feng had already left here, and even this mountain range had been completely plundered by him. Now that Qin Feng has the map exploration function of his glory worker bee, he follows the glory worker bee to start a large-scale search. At this moment, a radiant worker bee flew over,
reporting to the king. When I passed by a lake just now, I noticed that the center of the lake was exuding rich energy. I am sure that there is definitely a treasure in this lake. Since there is a treasure in that lake, why don't you bring this treasure over?
You must know that today's glorious worker bees already possess the skill of mastering the water system, and are not afraid of water invasion at all.
My subordinates also want to bring this treasure back to the king. But there are 2 demon kings fighting next to the lake. Their target seems to be the treasure in the lake.
When Qin Feng heard this, he couldn't help but ask,
what are the strengths of those 2 demon kings? My subordinates just conducted some investigation and discovered that these 2 demon kings are both at the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Are there only 2 demon kings fighting? Aren't there tribes beside them? My subordinates have observed that there are only 2 demon kings fighting at the lake, and their tribes have not appeared.
Hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly, and then said,
gather the glorious worker bees, who are still idle so far, and follow me to this lake.
These 2 demon kings were actually fighting alone next to the lake. If Qin Feng didn't know what to do at this time, then he didn't deserve to be alive until now. Chapter 475 1-on-2. When Qin Feng arrived at the lake that Guangyu worker bee had mentioned, he saw 2 demon kings confronting each other there. One is the demon king of the crocodile race, and the other is the demon king of the rhinoceros race.
The furious rhino king, you are a land creature and I am an aquatic creature, so the treasures in this lake should belong to me. Swamp crocodile king, anyone with a discerning eye can now see that the treasures in this lake are definitely of the highest quality. Do you want to take them all for yourself? That's a little too beautiful to think about.
After hearing these words, the swamp crocodile king couldn't help but snorted.
After all, this lake is in my territory, so the treasures in this lake are definitely mine. Oh, no one has cared about this lake for a long time. If you say it is your territory, it is your territory. I say this is my territory. Do you believe it? Don't talk nonsense. If you want this treasure, just show me come and get it according to your own abilities.
As he spoke, the violent rhino king showed off his sharp rhino horns, and the swamp crocodile king on the other side was not to be outdone. He opened his bloody mouth, and the sharp teeth in his mouth emitted a cold light. At this moment, the violent rhino king took the lead in launching an attack. He used his sharp rhino horns to attack the swamp crocodile king in front of him. Boom, boom, boom. The violent rhino king's footsteps stepped on the ground like a chariot, and a deep pit appeared on the ground with every step he took. The violent rhino king's pace was so steady, and the swamp crocodile king opposite was not idle either. The ground under his feet began to change for some unknown reason. The massive tide seeped into the soil beneath its feet, turning it into a sticky swamp.
The Violet Rhino King stepped into the swamp at its feet, and its progress suddenly stopped. He saw that the swamp under his feet began to gradually spread towards the surroundings. After a while, this piece of dry land with a radius of hundreds of miles had now turned into a swamp. The Swamp Crocodile King sneaked directly into the swamp to hide his figure, while the Violet Rhino King was still struggling in the swamp. Damn swamp! Crocodile King! You despicable guy will only hide in your own quagmire. If you have the ability to come out and confront me head-on. Qin Feng in the sky saw the Violet Rhinoceros King in trouble, and couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Why are the Demon Kings in the same realm so different? At this moment, the Swamp Crocodile King had already sneaked under the Violet Rhino King, opened his bloody mouth, and was about to bite. The Violet Rhinoceros King roared angrily. He stepped on the ground, and the originally sticky swamp land actually opened up a huge hole because of his kick. The Swamp Crocodile King also revealed his figure because of this hole. After seeing him, the Violet Rhino King sneered. You, the guy who hides his head and tail, finally showed his body. I saw the Violet Rhino King flashing his rhino horns and striking hard at the Swamp Crocodile King. The Swamp Crocodile King didn't react for a moment, and the opportunity was actually seized by him. I saw the Swamp Crocodile King soaring into the air, and the Violet Rhino King stepping on the swamp. Even the soft swamp could not withstand such a powerful kick. With a bang, a large number of puddles splashed in the swamp, and the Violet Rhino King also rose into the sky, and used his rhino horn to hit the body of the Swamp Crocodile King again. Qin Feng looked at the situation of the two Demon Kings in front of him, and suddenly made a good change, and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Although this Violet Rhinoceros King is not very smart, his strength is indeed terrifying. He actually got out of the swamp created by the Swamp Crocodile King with just one kick. But the Swamp Crocodile King is not a vegetarian as a Demon King. He turned around in the air, opened his bloody mouth, and bit the Violet Rhino King's head. In an instant, blood burst out from the head of the Violet Rhino King. The Violet Rhino King groaned in pain and quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of the Swamp Crocodile King on his head. It's just that the Swamp Crocodile King bit him and wouldn't let go. Not long after, the Raging Rhino King and the Swamp Crocodile King landed on the ground together. Fortunately, the current ground has been turned into a soft swamp by the Swamp Crocodile King. Otherwise, if they fall to the ground based on their height, they will either die or be injured. The two Demon Kings bit each other tightly, not letting go of each other, and fell into anxiety for a while. At this moment, Qin Feng led a large number of glory worker bees to descend from the sky. When the two Demon Kings saw Qin Feng, they secretly screamed that something was wrong. Swamp Crocodile King, why don't you let go quickly? Didn't I see someone coming? When the Swamp Crocodile King heard these words, he also let go of his bloody mouth. Although the two of them were fighting each other, they were still acquaintances. Qin Feng's sudden addition allowed the two of them to put aside their previous suspicions and decided to deal with the person in front of them first. Let's talk about the sudden appearance of the strange Demon King. Little insect, this is not the place you should come. If you are wise, leave here as soon as possible, or you will be responsible for the consequences. Hearing the threat from the Swamp Crocodile King, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile and said, Two Demon Kings, let's discuss something. I will take away the treasure in the lake. It has nothing to do with you two continuing to fight. Otherwise, I will kill both of you, and then take the treasure in the pot at noon. Hearing these words, the two Demon Kings couldn't help but look at each other. And then the Violet Rhinoceros King and the Swamp Crocodile King laughed wildly at the same time. Did you hear that? Old crocodile? This little bug decided to kill us two first, and then take away the treasure in the lake. I heard it. I heard it. This is probably the funniest joke I've ever heard since I was born. It's just a little bug, and it actually wants to kill us two Demon Kings. Seeing the two Demon Kings in front of him laughing, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Then his aura fully unfolded, and he turned out to be the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon General. At this moment, the laughter of the Raging Rhino King and the Swamp Crocodile King suddenly stopped. The little bug they looked down upon in front of them actually had the cultivation level of the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Not only that, they were surrounded by a large number of glory worker bees, each of which had the cultivation level of a 3rd level Heavenly Demon General. Old crocodile, it looks like our current situation is a bit bad. How about we apologize first and then surrender? After all, people are stronger than things these days. At this moment, the Violent Rhino King snorted and said, In my dictionary of Violent Rhino, there is no such word as surrender. Chapter 476 Obtaining Fragments. From what you say, you are going to fight me to the end.
Qin Feng smiled slightly. Now he has the cultivation level of the Sky Demon General at the 6th level. In addition, so far, the glory worker bees around him all have the cultivation level at the Sky Demon General's 6th level. If he couldn't defeat the 2 demon kings in front of him, there was no need for him to hang out in this world of demon beasts. I saw the Violent Rhinoceros King walking up and patting his chest and said,
"The law of the jungle is the law of survival of nature. Although you, a little bug, have the cultivation level of the 6th level of the Demon General. You, Grandpa Rhinoceros. And I also it's not made of clay."
Let's talk. The Violent Rhino King stepped on the ground. And with a roar, the Violent Rhino King rose into the air. Its huge body and its sharp rhinoceros horns directly hit and killed the glorious worker bee. The Swamp Crocodile King on the side couldn't help being slightly stunned when he saw the scene, and then gritted his teeth.
"You old rhinoceros. I was ready to withdraw. But who knew that you would be so reckless and take the initiative to send me to my door?"
Let's talk. The Swamp Crocodile King exudes a lot of moisture, and this moisture seeps into the land under his feet, turning the land into a muddy swamp again. Then the Swamp Crocodile King sneaked into these muddy swamps. When the Raging Rhino King saw the swamps, the Crocodile King couldn't help but snorted.
"This coward will only run away when something happens."
As soon as he finished speaking, a lump of earth suddenly rose up from the ground under Qin Feng's feet. The Swamp Crocodile King soared into the sky from the lump and hit Qin Feng himself. Qin Feng did not expect that the Swamp Crocodile King would first use his own characteristics to soften the land under his feet into a swamp, then sneak into the land, and then launch an attack on himself. It's just that his speed was too slow, and Qin Feng didn't take it seriously at all. He only needed to dodge his attack. Unexpectedly, before it was over, a huge crocodile shadow emerged from behind the Swamp Crocodile King, and the crocodile shadow attacked Qin Feng without hesitation. The wind is dancing wildly. Qin Feng summoned a huge wind blade without hesitation. The sharp wind blade directly split the crocodile silhouette in front of him in half. Then the Swamp Crocodile King stood behind the Violent Rhino King. The Violent Rhino King couldn't help but chuckle and said,
"Old crocodile, I didn't expect you, a coward, to be so tough today."
Hearing this, the Swamp Crocodile King said angrily,
"You brainless old rhinoceros. You can keep the green hills without fear of running out of firewood. Why are you so ignorant and insist on staying to fight with him? If you die, who should I fight with after this?"
After just testing, the Swamp Crocodile King couldn't help but be surprised. This seemingly inconspicuous little bug in front of him was actually so powerful. Moreover, he was also very agile, and it was difficult for him to attack him. Qin Feng looked at the 2 demon kings in front of him, smiled slightly, and then said,
"It seems that you have made your choice. If so, I won't be polite."
Holy Martial Sword Shadow. The earth groans. The wind is dancing wildly. In an instant, all 3 major moves were displayed. Thunder clouds formed in the sky. A large number of thunder fell from the sky, and a strong wind blew up around the lake. A large number of movies were like sword shadows, attacking the 2 demon kings in front of them. They saw the Violent Rhino King standing directly in front of the Swamp Crocodile King, stepping on the ground with his feet, and saw an earth wall appearing in front of them in the blink of an eye, blocking the attacks of a large number of sword shadows. But even so, thunder followed, and a large amount of tide emerged around the Swamp Crocodile again. Then the ground under his feet began to soften. The Violent Rhinoceros King and the Swamp Crocodile King entered the ground at the same time. Thunder and strong winds left ravines one after another on the ground. But the 2 demon kings, the Violent Rhino King and the Swamp Crocodile King, disappeared. Qin Feng stood there and waited for a long time, but did not see the 2 demon kings show up again. He couldn't help but think in his heart,
"Have these 2 demon kings already escaped from the underground?"
After waiting for a long time, Qin Feng still saw no trace of the 2 demon kings. He thought that maybe the 2 demon kings had escaped from the ground. Afterwards, Qin Feng ordered the glorious worker bees to sneak into the lake and search for the location of the treasure. The faster glory worker bee searched for the treasure at the bottom of the lake. As expected, it was a fragment of the Emperor's ship. If you feed this fragment to the hive, you might get a lot of evolution points. At this moment, the ground began to tremble, and a figure rushed out of the ground and headed straight towards Qin Feng. After seeing the figure in front of him, Qin Feng couldn't help but sneered. As expected, these 2 demon kings never left. They had been lurking on the ground waiting for Qin Feng to relax his vigilance before coming out for a sneak attack. Qin Feng couldn't help but sneer.
"It's never useful to take advantage of opportunities."
After saying that, a death poison directly hit the violent Rhino King in front of him. After the violent Rhinoceros King came into contact with the death poison, his expression changed drastically. He also understood that it was a poison. And then he wanted to dive into the ground again. Above the ground, the Swamp Crocodile King had already begun to prepare to pick up the enemy. At this moment, a large number of radiant worker bees stood directly in front of the two demon kings. The violent Rhino King was captured like this. Qin Feng killed the violent Rhino King without saying a word and gained some points. The Swamp Crocodile King saw that the situation was not going well. So he sneaked into the ground early and left here. Qin Feng did not pursue him. The Glory Worker Bee did not have the ability to sneak into the ground. So even if he caught up with the Swamp Crocodile King, he could not do anything to him after entering the ground.
That's all. I've got the stuff. And there's nothing he can do even if he comes back again.
After getting the fragments, Qin Feng quickly left here with his bee swarm. The Swamp Crocodile King had escaped from the lake before he dared to reveal himself.
I didn't expect that I would be in the hands of a little bug. I can't beat this little bug. Old crocodile. So I retreated first. Little bug? Is the little bug you are talking about a little black wasp?
The Swamp Crocodile King heard a strange voice and couldn't help but look back, only to see the Sea Dragon Horse King standing behind him. Seeing another unfamiliar face, the Swamp Crocodile King immediately dived into the ground as a result of conditioned reflex. Who would have thought that the Sea Dragon Horse King would directly turn the surrounding area into his own territory, leaving the Swamp Crocodile King with nowhere to escape?
Tell me, the so-called little bug you just encountered was a little black wasp? That's right. Sir, I'm just a little black bee. I have an old man above me and a young man below me. For the sake of my pity, just let me go.
Chapter 477 The Whereabouts of the Hull. Looking at the Swamp Crocodile King in front of him, Sea Dragon Horse King narrowed his eyes slightly and raised the corners of his mouth slightly to reveal a smile. But this smile fell in the eyes of the Swamp Crocodile King. That was the smile of death. As expected, the Sea Dragon Horse King raised his hand, and several war spears gathered around him. The Swamp Crocodile King had no time to dodge, and was pierced by these spears. If Qin Feng had been at the scene, he would have been shocked, because the current strength of Sea Dragon Horse King is no longer the 5th level of the Heavenly Demon General, but the 7th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Obviously, Sea Dragon Horse King has obtained his own opportunity in this secret realm, making his realm directly cross 2 levels.
Little black bee, I asked you to escape in this secret realm at the door of the ancient ruins. Even if the Sea Ape King comes today, he can't save you.
I have to say that Sea Dragon Horse King's luck was that not long after he entered the secret realm that day, he obtained a huge fragment of the Heaven and Earth ship. And there were also a large number of treasure chests inside. These treasure chests and fragments allowed Sea Dragon Horse King's strength to reach the 7th level of the Sky Demon General. At this time, Sea Dragon Horse King had unprecedented confidence. After all, at the beginning, he only had the cultivation level of the 5th level of the Sky Demon General. And he was always suppressed by the Sea Ape King, who was at the 6th level of the Sky Demon General. Now his realm has finally surpassed the Sea Ape King, becoming the well-deserved number 1. Sea Dragon Horse King strolled towards the valley his men mentioned. And as expected, he met Qin Feng in the valley. And Qin Feng had already learned the whereabouts of Sea Dragon Horse King under the report of Guangyu Worker Bee. And he did not escape. There is only one way out of the valley. After you go out, you will definitely meet the Sea Dragon Horse King. This battle is inevitable.
Long time no see. Little black bee.
He said it's been a long time. But in fact the murderous intent in Sea Dragon Horse King's eyes could not be concealed. And he wanted to tear the little black bee in front of him into pieces. Qin Feng squinted his eyes, and looked at the Sea Dragon Horse King in front of him with a sneer and said,
We are really enemies on a narrow road. It seems that you are not going to let me go. From the moment you killed King Uranus, there was no turning back.
As soon as he finished speaking, the entire valley was shrouded in a blue shield. Sea Dragon Horse King sneered and said,
I have asked my men to set up a barrier around this valley. Today, you will die or I will live.
Looking at the blue barrier in the sky, Qin Feng smiled slightly.
Are you so sure that you can kill me here today? A mere little bug dares to speak nonsense here. Prepare to die.
9 Heaven Sea Dragon Technique. As soon as he finished speaking, Sea Dragon Horse King directly used his ultimate move, and the surrounding valley was instantly submerged by the rough sea water. In this rough sea water, 9 water dragons formed by the condensed sea water rise into the sky. The water dragons formed by the condensed sea water are lifelike and exude a faint pressure, which is completely different from the water dragon summoned by the Sea Dragon Horse King before. This made Qinfeng secretly wary. It seemed that the strength of the Sea Dragon Horse King in front of him had improved to a certain extent compared to before.
Go!
Following the command from the Sea Dragon Horse King, a fierce light flashed from the eyes of the 9 water dragons condensed by sea water, and they attacked Qinfeng directly. The surrounding glory worker bees quickly dived into the seawater under his command. After all, they already had the skill of mastering the water system, and were not afraid of seawater at all. Holy Martial Sword Shadow. I saw Qinfeng summoning a large number of sword shadows, which attacked the 9 water dragons in front of him like a heavy rain. Suddenly, the water dragon and the sword shadow collided together, forming a huge shock wave, and the sea water fell from the sky. Only then did King Hailong realize that the strength of the little black bee in front of him was no longer what he had encountered before.
Are you already at the 6th level of Heavenly Demon General?
I never expected that just in the past few days in the secret realm, this guy would actually cross 3 levels in a row. This also made Sea Dragon Horse King even more certain that the little black bee in front of him must have obtained some kind of huge opportunity just like himself. Otherwise it would be impossible to cross 3 levels in a row.
I didn't expect that you actually reached the 6th level of Heavenly Demon General. You must have obtained a huge opportunity in this secret realm. How about you give me this opportunity, and I will spare your life? Hearing this, Qinfeng couldn't help but sneered and said,
I'm afraid I'll die if I hand over this huge opportunity.
Qinfeng was also observing the Sea Dragon Horse King in front of him. After learning about his true realm, instead of being afraid, he looked amused, which made him feel a little nervous. After all, the opportunity he got in this ancient secret realm improved his cultivation, and there was no guarantee that the Sea Dragon Horse King in front of him would not get other opportunities. If the Sea Dragon Horse King in front of me really got a lot of opportunities in this ancient secret realm and improved his cultivation, then he might have to think about it in the long term. The Sea Dragon Horse King in front of him was not angry when he heard that Qinfeng rejected him. He just said calmly,
Indeed, if you teach me this opportunity, I may not necessarily let you go.
After saying that, Sea Dragon Horse King burst out with an astonishing momentum, and his cultivation level was already at the 6th level of the Heavenly Demon General. Qinfeng couldn't help but frown slightly when he saw this. Sure enough, the worst happened, and Sea Dragon Horse King also got a huge opportunity in this ancient secret realm.
Little black bee, are you shocked by me? Yes, I am no longer the same person now. Even if the Sea Ape King comes now, I can't save you. At worst, I will kill him too.
With his powerful cultivation, Sea Dragon Horse King now has unparalleled self-confidence and thinks that he is invincible and unbeatable. Qinfeng made a decision at this moment. As of now, he cannot have a head-on confrontation with Helen Horse King in front of him. Even if he wins, he will have to pay a huge price. There are huge opportunities in this ancient secret realm. Why not recharge your batteries and fight to the death with the Sea Dragon Horse King when you are fully confident?
Thinking of this, Qinfeng already had something to worry about. Seeing the little black bee in front of him motionless, Sea Dragon Horse King thought that this guy had been shocked by his own powerful strength.
Today you are going to be buried in this valley.
As soon as he finished speaking, Sea Dragon Horse King summoned a large amount of sea water, set off a turbulent wave, and rushed towards Qinfeng. Qinfeng didn't resist at all, and was directly swept into the sea by a huge wave. Seeing this scene, the Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but frown slightly. If something went wrong, there must be a monster. Chapter 478 The Mantis Stalks the Cicada. The little black bee in front of him didn't make any resistance movement, and was directly swallowed by the huge wave he summoned. This was very strange. Sea Dragon Horse King knows that this guy has proficient skills in the water system, and is not afraid of the invasion of sea water at all. When he goes deep into the seawater, only then did he suddenly realize that there were originally a huge number of glory worker bees densely packed together, but now there was not a single one left.
What on earth is going on? Can anyone tell me?
Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but feel a surge of anger in his heart. He actually let his life and death enemy escape in front of him. This was undoubtedly a humiliation for him. The Sea Dragon Horse on the side said tremblingly,
Report to the king. Just now, we were fighting with the glory worker bees. For some reason, these glory worker bees' bodies gradually became transparent, and then disappeared from our sight. Among them, we don't know what's going on.
When the Sea Dragon Horse King heard these words, he couldn't help but feel angry, and actually let this little black bee escape again.
Search for me. I don't believe he can escape from this valley.
In fact, Qinfeng has already left the valley. Using soul mode, Qin Feng and his tribe have already left the valley with the hive. In the soul state, he and the glory worker bee will enter the invisible state. They cannot attack others, and others cannot attack them. I have to say that this is indeed a magical skill. In this way, even if you lose to your opponent, you can retreat anytime and anywhere. This time against Sea Dragon Horse King. Whether you met him or fought with him, and suddenly discovered that his realm had changed. It was an unexpected situation. However, Qin Feng was still worried, and sent a glorious worker bee to keep an eye on King Sea Dragon Horse. If there was any special abnormality, he would report it to him immediately. At this moment, there was a loud noise from the mountains in the distance, and a shadow rushed out of the sky and hung in the sky. And this phantom turned out to be a big ship. This phantom appeared out of the sky, and exuded such huge pressure that even Qin Feng himself could not bear it, and was forced to land on the ground. Suddenly, all the demon kings in the ancient secret realm felt this majestic momentum, and rushed toward the mountain range where the phantom was. Qin Feng looked at the phantom in the sky, and couldn't help but wonder.
Could this phantom be the legendary ship between heaven and earth?
At this time, the glorious worker bees sent by Qin Feng to monitor the Sea Dragon Horse King quickly came back.
King! Just after King He Longwing saw the phantom in the sky, he immediately rushed over. I can feel an aura on his body that matches the phantom in the sky.
Hearing these words, Qin Feng couldn't help but look at the shadow in the sky. Judging from what Guangya worker bee had just said, Sea Dragon Horse King definitely has a fragment of the heaven and earth ship on his body. And the fragment is definitely not small. Otherwise it would not resonate with the phantom in the sky. At the same time, this also confirmed that the shadow in the sky was the shadow of the heaven and earth ship. Without saying a word, Qin Feng quickly rushed to the mountain range where the phantom was. If you are in the sky at this time, you can see various demon kings coming from all directions, all heading towards this mountain range. Their only purpose is to obtain the treasure that creates the phantom. The phantom created alone has such great pressure. You can imagine how precious that treasure is. This is also the common thought of all demon kings. After arriving near this mountain range, Qin Feng immediately stopped. Now this mountain range is full of demon kings. If I enter rashly, I will probably encounter other demon kings and fight with them. Qin Feng sent a large number of glory worker bees to explore the surrounding mountains. Only by knowing each other can we win every battle. Qin Feng would not take action easily before he knew the details of the opponent. The latest news from Guangya worker bee is that so far, all the demon kings are standing in front of a cave without fighting. Presumably, they will not fight before the cave is opened.
Cave?
I never expected that there would be a cave dwelling in this ancient secret realm. The shining worker bee on the side explained.
I heard from those demon kings that this cave was originally the cave where the demon emperor who created the ancient secret realm lived. However, since the demon emperor disappeared, this cave has also been closed. Now that there is a strange phenomenon in the sky above this cave, it is very likely that it is a sign that the cave is about to open.
You must know that the cave in front of you is an animal that the demon emperor once lived in. It is unknown how many treasures are left in it. Even some insights from the demon emperor are enough to make a demon king soar into the sky. Therefore, almost all the demon kings in the ancient secret realm are gathered in front of this cave. So far, there are countless demon kings in the realm of heavenly demon generals. There are even more than a dozen demon kings in the 5th level of the heavenly demon general. More importantly, there is a demon king whose cultivation is at the 7th level of the heavenly demon general. This kind of cultivation was enough to fight against the Sea Dragon Horse King. Suddenly, Qin Feng had an idea in his mind. When the Sea Dragon Horse King fought with this demon king, he would just wait and wait, when both sides were hurt, then come out and reap the benefits. After observing, Qin Feng found that only a few of these demon kings could pose a threat to him. After the cave opened and all the demon kings entered the cave, he would find a way to get rid of these demon kings. If you avoid them, they will have a certain impact on your plan. Anyway, when the time comes to fight for the treasure, you will inevitably have to face them. It is better to take the lead and kill them, which can be regarded as free of worries. At this moment, the Sea Dragon Horse King came belatedly. He was surrounded by a large number of sea dragon horses. He looked very arrogant and walked straight into the middle of the many demon kings. Many demon kings also felt the cultivation in him and did not dare to say a word. After all, they also had arrogance. The only demon king who possesses the 7th level of the heavenly demon general. After feeling the aura of Sea Dragon Horse King while sitting in the corner, he just raised his eyelids, glanced at him, and then restrained his aura. Of course, this demon king has no intention of fighting with the Sea Dragon Horse King. His target is probably just the treasure in the cave. After Sea Dragon Horse King also felt the aura of the Demon King. The expression on his face calmed down a little. Unexpectedly, among all the Medicine Kings present, there was actually a Demon King with the same realm as him. Chapter 479 The Voice of the Avenue. Sea Dragon Horse King thought that among all the Demon Kings, he was already at the highest level. He never expected that there would be another Demon King with the same realm as him. In this case, his plan would have to change. Thinking of this, Sea Dragon Horse King also put away his arrogance, walked up to the Demon King and asked,
I wonder what I call this Demon King. The Red Bull Clan.
The Crimson Red Bull Clan is not a simple clan. They all live in the lava zone and have extremely powerful fire control capabilities. Not only that, their defense is also unprecedentedly powerful among all clans. The Red Bull Clan has a pair of huge sharp horns, which are as hard as obsidian. Not only that, they live in lava fields all year round and have powerful fire control abilities. Once angry, a large amount of flames can be sprayed from its mouth. It can be said that this Crimson Red Bull Clan can definitely be regarded as an upper-class race. However, the Demon King in front of him seems a bit different from the rumored Red Bull Clan. Rumor has it that the Red Bull Clan has a bad temper and will immediately fall into a state of rage if something goes their wrong way, causing attacks on the surrounding things regardless of whether they are friend or foe. And the Demon King in front of him has been sitting in this corner indifferently since the beginning. If Sea Dragon Horse King hadn't noticed him immediately, no one would have noticed that there is a Demon King at the 7th level of the Heavenly Demon General here.
This Demon King. Are you also here to fight for the treasure that exists in this cave?
The Scarlet Lion Red Bull King silently nodded, which made the Sea Dragon Horse King not sure how to continue. After thinking for a long time, Sea Dragon Horse King asked again,
As a Demon King, you came to the cave to snatch the treasure this time. Didn't you bring your own race with you? No, I am enough.
This short sentence also showed the absolute confidence of the Red Bull King. Sea Dragon Horse King didn't know what to say for a moment, but then he could only nod and said,
I also want to participate in this cave treasure competition. We will definitely be able to meet each other by then. I hope your strength will not disappoint me so much. Faced with a provocation from the Sea Dragon Horse King, the Red Bull King simply said yes. His temper was like a boring gourd, which was totally inconsistent with the rumored Red Bull Clan. Sea Dragon Horse King couldn't help but thought that the rumors of the Red Bull Clan having a bad temper were completely nonsense. Unfortunately, just after Sea Dragon Horse King turned around, he saw the Red Bull King in front of him snorting coldly and spitting out a wisp of flame from his nostrils. The provocation of the Sea Dragon Horse King to the Red Bull King was not without anger. But as the Demon King, the Red Bull King now knew how to control his emotions. The Red Bull Clan is indeed as hot-tempered as rumored, because they live in lava areas all year round, and hot tempers are inevitable. But this does not mean that they are a group of reckless people who only lose their temper randomly. The Chilean Red Bull Clan knows when to lose their temper and when not to lose their temper. So they are taciturn and restrain their temper on weekdays. If the Red Bull Clan you meet one day chatter at you, and if you are not their enthusiastic friend, then you should be careful, because they are likely to attack you the next second. On the other side, although Chen Feng did not wait for the opening of the cave, his glorious worker bees acted as his ears and eyes, telling him what happened. When he learned that the Sea Dragon Horse King and the Red Bull King had a brief exchange, he couldn't help but smile. With the arrogant character of the Sea Dragon Horse King, he would definitely challenge the Red Bull King. But the Red Bull King would definitely not let it go. If it doesn't happen now, when he gets to the cave, King Heilongma may suffer from this. At this moment, the roar of the sea came from the sky, and a shadow appeared in the sky. A large amount of seawater appeared around it, and a figure appeared on the shadow of the Heavenly Emperor's ship. This figure must be the legendary sword of the Endless Demon Emperor. The Endless Demon Emperor rides the Heaven and Earth ship and gallops unrestrainedly in the sea, under the control of the Endless Demon Emperor. The Heavenly Emperor's ship is like a beast on the sea, rampaging. Then the Endless Demon Emperor seemed to have encountered some opponent. The Endless Demon Emperor made a big move, and for a moment, there was thunder in the sky and strong winds. The sky in the entire ancient secret realm became extremely unstable just because of the attack of an afterimage of the Demon Emperor. And even the sky was shattered by the residual power emanating from the afterimage. At this moment, an attack from the Endless Demon Emperor shattered the sky. This attack was so powerful that even if it was a move imitated by a shadow, everyone was frightened. The Heavenly Emperor's ship was also affected by this move. And in the blink of an eye, It was also broken in the middle by an invisible force. At this moment,
all the shadows in the sky disappeared and turned into streams of light that penetrated into the mountains. At this moment, the door of the cave began to tremble. When all the demon kings heard this movement, they couldn't help but look at the cave. The door of the cave slowly opened, and for a moment, majestic and pure energy rushed out of the cave. A voice slowly came out from the cave, and for a while, the surrounding avenues were filled with names, and the demon king couldn't help but start to listen to the voice. Even Qin Feng, who was not far away, couldn't help but fall into a state of enlightenment when he heard this voice. I don't know how long it took, but the cave was completely opened, and even the sound gradually began to weaken and disappear. At this moment, a demon king exuded a lot of momentum, and his realm had actually broken through.
Is that voice just now the voice of the Endless Demon Emperor's Avenue? This is indeed the place where the Endless Demon Emperor once lived. Otherwise, how could there be the voice of the Endless Demon Emperor's Avenue? Just by opening the cave, there is such pure energy and such clear sound of the avenue. There must be more magic weapons in the cave.
Everyone has listened to the voice of the great avenue left by the Endless Demon Emperor and gained endless benefits. You must know that the voice of the great avenue of the Demon Emperor cannot be heard anytime and anywhere. This is also an opportunity. For a moment, all the demon kings were furious and rushed into the cave without hesitation. However, Sea Dragon Horse King took his time and waited until most of the demon kings entered the cave before he walked slowly. Got in. Qi Lian Red Bull King also waited until the other demon kings were almost inside before he slowly stood up and walked into the cave. Chapter 480 Defeat each one by one. It took a long time for Qin Feng to recover from the realization of the sound of the avenue. Before he could finish it, he heard the system prompt tone.
Ding! The host listens to the sound of the avenue, and the water mastery skills evolve. The swarm gains the ability to travel underwater. Acquire unlimited skills.
Qin Feng was slightly stunned. He never expected that he would get so many benefits from listening to the voice of the Endless Demon Emperor. Afterwards, Qin Feng also entered the cave. His own glorious worker bee has the function of map exploration, and can discover the treasures hidden in the cave more easily than other demon kings. When he entered the cave, he discovered that the cave did not look as small as he imagined. On the contrary, it was very huge, almost like a small world. He never expected that the Endless Demon Emperor would have such great ability, and once again opened up a small world in his cave. In this small world, explosions and fighting sounds can be heard from not far away from time to time, which means that the demon kings have begun to fight over the undiscovered treasures. Qin Feng immediately sent out a large number of glorious worker bees to carry out operations in this small world. Qin Feng's advantage over others is that he has a sufficient number of bee swarms, which can bring him all kinds of news. This information enables him to better understand the other party and his environment, allowing him to remain invincible. After a while, the glorious worker bee brought him the news that the demon kings on the target list were now completely dispersed and could be defeated one by one. After receiving the news, Qin Feng also smiled slightly and was about to start his hunting process. First of all, his first target demon king is a sky-swallowing frog king. This sky-swallowing frog king has the cultivation of the 5th level of Heavenly Demon General, and he is considered a strong one among many demon kings. At this time, the sky-swallowing frog king had just obtained a fragment. Although he didn't know what the fragment was used for, he could feel that the fragment contained extremely majestic energy.
I didn't expect to get such a good treasure just after entering the cave. I guess today is the day when I, the sky-swallowing frog king, will become rich.
At this moment, Qin Feng suddenly appeared in front of the sky-swallowing frog king. Seeing the little black bee in front of him, the sky-swallowing frog king was slightly startled at first, and then he lowered his guard. After all, it was just a little black bee, so what threat could it possibly pose? At this moment, the sky-swallowing frog king felt that the fragments in his arms began to resonate, which meant that the little black bee in front of him also had the same fragments. Thinking of this, the sky-swallowing frog king's eyes showed a trace of greed.
Little insect, you must have that magical fragment on your body. Hand over that fragment, and I can spare your life. Otherwise you will probably die on the spot today. Qin Feng didn't speak, and looked at the sky-swallowing frog king with ridicule in his eyes. The spring frog king also felt that something was wrong in the eyes of the guy in front of him, and he couldn't help but feel a little vigilant in his heart. At this moment, Qin Feng unfolded his aura, and the Heavenly Demon General reached the 6th level. Immediately, The face of the sky-swallowing Frog King changed drastically. He never expected that the little bug in front of him was actually the Demon King of the 6th level of the Sky Demon General. Immediately, the sky-swallowing Frog King jumped out into the depths of the jungle behind him without looking back. But it didn't take long for the sky-swallowing Frog King to return here, because this area had long been surrounded by a large number of radiant worker bees.
Lord Queen Bee, the little Taishan with eyesight and blindness collided with you. Only a powerful demon king like you deserves to own this fragment. So if I hand it over voluntarily, can you spare my life?
At this time, the sky-swallowing Frog King was still thinking about using this mysterious fragment in exchange for his own life. Qin Feng didn't say anything, but waved his hand, and a large number of glory worker bees swarmed forward. How could the sky-swallowing Frog King be a match for a group of them? Not long after, under the assassination of Qin Feng's death poison, the sky-swallowing Frog King died. Then he also found a fragment from the sky-swallowing Frog King. This fragment was the fragment of the Heaven and Earth ship. It seemed that there were many fragments of the Heaven and Earth ship in this secret realm.
Which demon king is your next target? Report to the king. The next target is a coxcomb snake king. So far, the coxcomb snake king is in a high mountain not far away.
After listening to the report of the glorious worker bee, Qin Feng and the two nodded and took off, flying towards the mountain where the coxcomb snake king was. At this time, the coxcomb snake king had just found a treasure, and was enjoying himself without any sense of the coming danger.
There are treasures everywhere in this cave. As long as this continues, maybe next year I will be able to break through to the 6th level of cultivation.
At this moment, a voice came from the sky.
Then I'm afraid you have no chance, because you will die on the spot today.
The coxcomb snake king looked up, and his expression suddenly changed with fright, because now the sky was filled with glory worker bees. Qin Feng stepped forward, looked at the coxcomb snake king and said coldly,
I will give you a chance now. The first choice is to surrender to me and become my subordinate. The second choice is to die directly.
As soon as he finished speaking, the coxcomb king spit out a mouthful of venom. When a glorious worker bee touched the mouthful of venom, it immediately turned into a plume of smoke and disappeared.
Looks like you chose the second option.
The reason why Qin Feng had the idea of taking the coxcomb snake king as his subordinate was because the coxcomb snake king was indeed very powerful. Unlike the previous sky-swallowing Frog King, he had no backbone and all his strength was empty. He was just an empty frame. So Qin Feng had no desire to make him his subordinate. But this coxcomb snake king is completely different from the previous sky-swallowing Frog King. After he spit out the venom, he immediately got into the gap in the mountain. It was obvious that he was already familiar with the terrain here and had left a way out for his escape. Qin Feng chuckled lightly. It seemed that the coxcomb snake king was well prepared.
But it was impossible for him to let him go.
Just in time to try out my newly acquired skills.
The sea is boundless. Suddenly, a large amount of seawater gushes out from the void, setting off huge waves and seeping into every crevice in the mountain. The coxcomb snake king has nowhere to escape and is directly washed away by these large amounts of water. Qin Feng directly stabbed the coxcomb snake king's body with the death poison, because the coxcomb snake king was originally poisonous. He struggled for a long time under the erosion of the death poison before dying.
Okay, now we should head to the next target.
For a moment, the demon king in this small world couldn't help but feel a chill in his back.